On a sweltering summer day, the temperature outside soared to furnace-like levels, causing even the cicadas perched upon the trees to cease their incessant chirping due to the oppressive heat. Amidst the sun-baked playground, where the ground had begun to scorch, a handsome young lad persistently wielded his long sword, repeating his movements with fervor. Sweat trickled down his face, evaporating almost instantaneously upon contact with the ground. A closer inspection would reveal that his garments were thoroughly drenched. At this moment, as school was letting out, students began to file out of the gates in a steady stream. As they passed by the area where Bai Yuan was training, many couldn't help but steal a glance. Some students paused to watch, unable to suppress their admiration. Look, it's Bai Yuan, he's training like a madman again. Truly deserving of his place among the top 10 in the entire school, without the aid of spiritual energy, I harbor no envy towards his accomplishments. Envy is futile, the method is evident, putting in the effort. Who can endure such a grueling regimen? With the training intensity mandated by the school, I feel as though I am being beckoned by my long-departed great-grandmother every time I finish a session. His training volume has more than doubled. Had it been me, I would have been reduced to ashes by now. Let's go. We shouldn't disturb our illustrious Bai Zaiqiao's training. Bai Yuan attended the prestigious Yun City First High School, the finest institution in the entire Yun City, where only the brightest students were admitted. To bolster student motivation, each grade at Yun City First High maintained a leaderboard, publicizing the top 100 academic achievements. Bai Yuan held the 8th position in his senior year. Yet, what truly catapulted Bai Yuan to fame was not merely his academic standing, but rather the fact that he had never once relied on spiritual energy to achieve it. He had consistently triumphed over his peers through his extraordinary swordsmanship. His mastery of the sword was so profound that even their instructors felt inadequate in comparison, acknowledging that they would be no match for him in a swordsmanship contest. Thus, it was universally acknowledged that if Bai Yuan were to employ spiritual energy, regardless of its weakness, the coveted first place would undoubtedly belong to him. But does Bai Yuan possess spiritual energy? Indeed, he not only does he possess it, but it is remarkably potent, ranking among the most formidable awakenings since the school's inception. Students at Yun City First High still vividly recall the day of their senior spiritual awakening ceremony, where Bai Yuan radiated a blinding light that rendered the entire school momentarily blinded, accompanied by an aura of despairing coldness that permeated the air. They remember that day vividly. The spirited young man stood atop the awakening platform, the brilliant sunlight illuminating his striking features, casting him as an otherworldly being. Yet, inexplicably, Bai Yuan took several days off the following day, returning to school only a week later. On that day, all his classmates noticed a subtle change in his demeanor. He appeared somewhat despondent, and when the teacher requested he demonstrate his spiritual energy, he declined. Since then, Bai Yuan had never again showcased his spiritual energy in front of others, and whenever questioned, he remained tight-lipped, shrouded in mystery. No one knew what had transpired until one day, Bai Yuan began to train furiously in swordsmanship, improving at a pace that left even the instructors bewildered. During the grade rankings, his unpredictable swordplay left his fellow students utterly bewildered regardless of their evasive maneuvers, defenses, or attacks. Bai Yuan would exploit their weaknesses and send them tumbling from the platform. Even the 7 students ranked above him had only managed to defeat Bai Yuan through sheer brute force, relying on their spiritual energy. After their matches, they often remarked that had Bai Yuan also used his spiritual energy, their defeat would have been a foregone conclusion. Yet throughout the entire ranking competition, Bai Yuan never once resorted to his spiritual energy, as if he had never awakened it at all. For an entire year thereafter, each ranking battle followed this pattern. Bai Yuan refrained from using spiritual energy while consistently maintaining his position as the 8th-ranked student. This established Bai Yuan as a legend within Yun City First High, even extending to the broader Yun City community. His story inspired numerous students who had failed to awaken high-level spiritual energy. Although Bai Yuan's awakening was indeed impressive, he had never relied on it. Achieving his current level solely through swordsmanship raised the question, if he could do it, why couldn't they? They believed that with effort, they too could reach Bai Yuan's heights. However, to this day, no second Bai Yuan has emerged. It is no wonder Bai Yuan's training intensity was so daunting that other students dubbed it devilish training, a moniker even the teachers acknowledged. Witnessing Bai Yuan's daily regimen left even the instructors feeling a tinge of anxiety. Swish! After yet another swing of his sword, Bai Yuan finally sheathed it, bringing an end to his practice. As he sheathed his sword, a girl approached him, her features exquisite and her figure graceful even in the unflattering school uniform. Her allure was undeniable. You're pushing yourself too hard. Such intense training is unbearable for your body. If you wear yourself out before the college entrance examination, rendering yourself unable to attend, would that not be a great loss? The girl offered Bai Yuan a cup of water while using her other hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. All right, you sound just like my mother. Bai Yuan chuckled as he accepted the water, unscrewing the lid and gulping it down. What are you saying? Hearing Bai Yuan's teasing remark, the girl shot him a reproachful glance, applying more pressure as she wiped away his sweat. The girl's name was Yi Xian, Bai Yuan's childhood friend and currently the second-ranked student in their senior year at Yun City First High. Let's go, it's time to head home for dinner. After such an extended training session, I'm quite hungry. Bai Yuan grinned as he took the towel from Yi Xian's hand and placed it atop his head to dry off. Okay, sounds good. Upon hearing Bai Yuan mention his hunger, Yi Xian nodded and dashed off to retrieve their backpacks, and together they made their way towards the school exit. As evening approached, the school grounds grew increasingly deserted, with only a few faculty members remaining on campus. Whenever Bai Yuan passed by, he was greeted warmly, for this diligent young man was renowned not only within the student body. He had garnered considerable recognition among the faculty as well, with many using Bai Yuan as a benchmark to encourage their own children. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the atmosphere darkened, revealing a tapestry of twinkling stars overhead. A gentle evening breeze brushed against Bai Yuan, bringing with it a refreshing sensation. Beside him, Yi Xian's flowing hair danced lightly in the wind, her beautiful visage adding a touch of elegance to the encroaching night. Chapter 2. The unruly psychic energy on her journey home. Yi Xian frequently cast sidelong glances at Bai Yuan, her demeanor betraying a desire to speak yet holding back. She yearned to inquire about Bai Yuan's psychic abilities. But each time she posed a question, Bai Yuan would deflect with laughter, evading the topic. Desiring to assist him, she found herself in the dark, utterly unaware of the nature of his powers, let alone the reasons behind his reluctance to utilize them. Leaving her at a loss. She had even approached Bai Yuan's family, but both his uncle and aunt assured her that the time would come when Bai Yuan would share his truths with her. Her own parents seemed to harbor knowledge as well, yet they too remained silent, deftly steering the conversation away whenever she probed. This state of ignorance weighed heavily on Yi Xian, filling her with frustration. Bai Yuan, as they reached the threshold of their home, Yi Xian finally mustered the courage to call out to Bai Yuan. What is it? Bai Yuan turned, a puzzled expression gracing his features as he regarded her. You've trained for so long today. You should rest well when you get home. See you tomorrow. Despite the urge to voice her questions, Yi Xian ultimately refrained, bidding him farewell before hastening towards her own villa. Watching her retreating figure, Bai Yuan sighed, fully aware of her unspoken inquiries, yet uncertain of how to articulate his own feelings. Shaking his head, he made his way to his adjoining villa. Both Bai Yuan and Yi Xian resided in the most prestigious villa district of Yun City. Their homes, situated in close proximity to it, was said that Bai Yuan's parents and Yi Xian's parents had once been comrades in the same military unit, and after their retirement, they were both assigned to Yun City. The two families shared a bond forged in loyalty, and with their relocation to the same city, it was only natural they would choose to reside near one another. With a click, Bai Yuan produced his key and opened the door, stepping inside, brother. Just as Bai Yuan changed into his slippers, he turned to find a petite figure lunging towards him. He swiftly opened his arms to catch his younger sister. How is it that you're still so reckless, even in middle school? He gently set her down, ruffling her hair affectionately. His sister, Bai Xinyue, had always been fond of clinging to him. Once on the ground, Bai Xinyue scratched her head and chuckled. Yuan is back. Come eat. As if summoned by their commotion, Bai Mai's voice echoed from the living room. Coming. Bai Yuan placed his backpack by the entrance and took his sister's hand. Leading her to the kitchen there, he observed a graceful woman in an apron bustling about, her face untouched by the passage of time. Clad in a simple apron and wielding a spatula, she exuded a serene beauty. Despite their spacious home, they had not employed any servants or chefs. As Bai Ma often stated, she preferred their family life to remain free of strangers. After all, for someone like her who wielded psychic energy, household chores were merely a matter of a flick of the wrist. Beside her stood a man of resolute countenance, Bai Donglin, who, despite being in his 40s, bore the vigor of a youth in his 20s. They were indeed Bai Yuan's parents, both dressed in aprons and sharing a moment of lightheartedness in the kitchen. It was amusing to see how they would occasionally steal glances at one another, the tension in their eyes rendering Bai Yuan somewhat speechless. Fortunately, his sister's presence meant he was not alone in witnessing this display of affection. Furthermore, Yixian often vented to him about her own parents' similar behavior, lamenting the absence of siblings to share the burden of witnessing such displays. All right, time to eat. After washing their hands, the siblings sat down to find the table laden with food. Come, you've trained hard every day. Eat more. As they settled, their mother, Gu Yuzhu, busily served Bai Yuan, piling his bowl high with dishes. Mom, I can serve myself. If you keep adding more, it'll spill over. As he endeavored to manage his overflowing bowl, Bai Donglin inquired about his son's training regimen. It's going well. I'm confident I'll gain admission to Xiazhou University for the college entrance examinations. Xiazhou University was the pinnacle of psychic energy institutions in their homeland. Just don't overexert yourself. Remember to rest as well. After all, with our family's circumstances, we have alternative paths to consider, Bai Donglin reassured him. The intensity of Bai Yuan's training rivaled that of seasoned soldiers, a fact not lost on his parents. Indeed, your father and I are not yet old. Even if you don't get into university, we have other options, Gu Yuzhu added, concern etched on her face as she regarded her beloved son. They had never doubted Bai Yuan's potential, yet the notion of him succeeding in entering Xiazhou University without relying on his psychic abilities seemed far-fetched. Having lived through that era, they understood the challenges of gaining admission to such a prestigious institution. Their relentless efforts were aimed at ensuring their offspring had ample choices, without the need to fixate solely on one path. It's all right. I'm aware of my abilities. Bai Yuan certainly recognized that there were other avenues he could pursue. Yet the thought of living in a world so vibrant without utilizing his psychic energy felt unbearable. His powers were prone to volatility, but he longed to discover a means to harness them and emerge as a formidable psychic practitioner. If he had not been born into such a world, or lacked the innate talent for cultivation, it would be one thing. However, he was born into a realm rich with psychic potential, supported by a family that offered him every advantage. And he had awakened a powerful psychic ability himself. To ultimately live as an ordinary individual, despite such circumstances, would be a fate he could not accept. It was akin to being born into an illustrious family, endowed with unparalleled talent and boundless opportunities, only to end up toiling in a job that paid a meager salary. Who could endure such a fate? He often recalled a phrase from a novel he once read. In a world like this, if one cannot stand tall amidst the heavens and the earth, then one might as well turn to dust. Thus, he must find a way to control his unpredictable psychic energy, and where better to seek solutions than Xiazhou University, a hub of the nation's most esteemed scholars. Perhaps there, he could unearth the key to mastering his tumultuous powers and chart a path for his future. Chapter 3. The ability to transform into mirror flow. Yet unable to suppress the shadow of magic seeing Bai Yuan's resolve, Bai Donglin and his wife ceased their attempts to persuade him. Their son had always been steadfast in his convictions. After dinner, Bai Yuan and Bai Xinyue tidied the table and washed the dishes together. Once everything was in order, Bai Yuan retreated to his room. With a soft click, he closed the door behind him and sank to the floor. Leaning against it, a chill emanated from him, and flakes of snow began to swirl around. As the cold dissipated and the snowflakes vanished, Bai Yuan underwent a striking transformation. His long hair, tinged with shades of pale blue and gray, cascaded down, while a blue silk ribbon adorned his circular bun. He wore a black eye mask embellished with a silver crescent moon, and teardrop-shaped pendants hung from his right ear, chest, and back. His attire, a blend of azure and smoky hues reminiscent of ancient warrior skirts, was adorned with delicate cloud patterns and light-colored petals. A silver shoulder piece adorned his left arm, while his right bore a blooming epiphyllum. The flowing ribbons of his outfit showcased the moon's phases, from new to full. Completing his ensemble were knee-high boots that graced his long, slender legs. In that moment of transformation, an overwhelming aura of malice, hatred and madness surged from the depths of his being, bombarding his psyche. Bai Yuan could faintly hear frenzied whispers echoing in his ears. Draw your sword and annihilate all that lies before you. Struggling against the tide of negativity, he accessed his task panel, an automatic feature activated upon awakening one's psychic abilities, displaying personal information and status. Name: Mirror Flow, Baiyuan. Cultivation level: early stage of second tier. Potential: SSS. Psychic ability: Mirror Flow. Upon activation, you will transform into Mirror Flow and inherit all of her powers. Great strength lies within, requiring the host to master it gradually. Talent: unlocked. Skills: Flowing Shadow, minor success. Flawless Light, entry level. Status: Shadow of Magic. You have inherited all of Mirror Flow's attributes, including her Shadow of Magic, no suppression. Gazing at the early stage of the second tier in his cultivation level, Baiyuan couldn't help but smirk. Few would believe that a student who had never utilized his psychic abilities had already reached this level. Typically, even the most gifted individuals would only attain peak first-tier cultivation before the college entrance examinations. Yet, upon noticing the Shadow of Magic status, Baiyuan's expression darkened. He understood all too well what it entailed. The celestial navigators of the past, in their pursuit of immortality, had discovered the abundant star god amidst the vast cosmos, receiving bountiful blessings that rendered them eternal beings. However, this immortality came at a price. The Shadow of Magic was the cost of that eternal life. It does not occur naturally after a certain lifespan is reached. Rather, it transpires when the life cycle of the immortal species reaches a critical juncture, shattering the previously stable standards and resulting in profound physical transformations. The 5 principal symptoms manifesting include injuries, contamination, amnesia, wrath, and the demonic shadow of the body. Among these, wrath is most pronounced in Jinglu, giving rise to resentment, with emotions oscillating violently between intense joy and sorrow. Jinglu clings to her sanity through her hatred for abundance, yet Baiyuan, a mere youth not even a fraction of Jingliu's age, lacks such composure. When he first transformed into Jinglu, the overwhelming negative emotions rendered Baiyuan utterly dazed. That day, awakened by his spiritual energy, he was in high spirits as he set out to fetch his sister from school, only to be confronted by members of the beast god cult blocking his path. This cult, which venerates demonic beasts, operates globally and is a vast and sinister organization, notorious for either recruiting human prodigies or eradicating them. On that day, following the awakening ceremony for seniors in Yun City, they had set their sights on Baiyuan, whose awakening light shone the brightest. As 3 cultists approached, Baiyuan urged his sister to flee while he stayed back to confront them. He directly harnessed his spiritual energy, transforming into Jinglu to engage in battle. However, as soon as he transformed, a surge of intense negative emotions overwhelmed him, causing him to lose consciousness. When Baiyuan regained his senses, he found himself in a hospital bed, with his parents and sister standing anxiously by his side. After a series of examinations, he discovered that aside from a throbbing headache and numerous wounds across his body, he was otherwise unharmed. Relieved by his condition, his family breathed a collective sigh of relief. Subsequently, Baiyuan learned from his sister about the events of that day. After a sudden chill enveloped him, he had transformed into a silver-haired elder sister and, in a frenzy, rushed at the 3 cultists. Although Baiyuan's spiritual energy was formidable, being newly awakened, he found himself evenly matched as the 3 cultists fought back. Yet, his reckless fighting style instilled fear in them, compelling them to retreat after several exchanges. Seizing the opportunity presented by their flight, Baiyuan exploited their weaknesses and ultimately dispatched them all. However, having dealt with the beast god cult, Baiyuan did not cease his onslaught. Instead, he turned his attention towards his sister, Bai Xinyue. Fortunately, Baiyuan's exhaustion from expending his spiritual energy led him to faint, sparing Bai Xinyue from dire consequences. Later, accompanied by his parents, Baiyuan provided a statement at the Bureau of Anomalies. Given that the beast god cult was already a globally wanted cult, Baiyuan faced no punishment. Rather, he received commendations from the Bureau. Nonetheless, they cautioned him to refrain from using his spiritual energy indiscriminately until he discovered a method to control it. The next cultist he might confront could be far more formidable. Upon returning home, Baiyuan confined himself to his room. Having traversed from an ordinary world, blessed with a prestigious lineage and extraordinary talent, he now grappled with the prospect of relinquishing his powers due to their uncontrollability. Indeed, Baiyuan was a traveler from another realm. Prior to his journey, he was merely a recent graduate, toiling away in a mundane job. The monotony of his life led him to seek solace in novels and comics for relaxation. Initially, he had yearned for travel, yet the few times he managed to take leave coincided with peak tourist seasons, where attractions were overcrowded and the weather uncooperative. After exhausting his funds, he found himself more fatigued than refreshed, realizing that true enjoyment of scenic wonders required a visit during the off-peak season, a luxury unattainable for someone of his working class. Thus, he found solace in the fictional realms of novels, where, despite their illusory nature, he could embark on exhilarating adventures. Chapter 4. Fulfillment. That day, after work, he found himself engrossed in a novel titled Transcending into a Strange World with the Genshin Wish System. The protagonist awakened the Genshin Wish system upon entering a bizarre world, enabling them to transform into Genshin characters for combat. Byaoyuan, filled with envy, longed to traverse to a world where he could cultivate and possess great talent. Just as these thoughts left his lips, the sky outside darkened abruptly, fierce winds swirling ominously, lightning flickering within the clouds. Then, a resounding celestial voice echoed in his mind. "Your wish is granted." In an instant, Byaoyuan felt darkness envelop him, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in an abyssal void. Soon after, he sensed an immense force pressing upon him from all sides. Moments later, he witnessed the first ray of light in the world. "Congratulations, you have given birth to a son." He was born. Byaoyuan had not anticipated that a mere wish would lead to his actual transcendence, let alone a rebirth within the womb. His negative emotions surged within him. Pulling his thoughts back to the present, he glanced at the status panel displaying his condition. Status: Demonic Shadow Body. You have inherited all of Jingliu's traits, including her demonic shadow body. No suppression. Mental capacity nearing its limit. Recommended to. However, Byaoyuan did not immediately revert his transformation. He endeavored to calm his mind and suppress the rising tide of negativity within him. Over the course of the past year, he had endured relentless mental trials, gradually learning to overcome his deep-seated negative emotions in a short span. Initially, any transformation would send him spiraling into a berserk state, leading to his reckless fighting style. During that time, Bai Donglin would always be on standby, ready to subdue Byaoyuan if he lost control. In the first month, Byaoyuan rarely found moments of clarity, and whenever he succumbed to his rage, even with Bai Donglin's careful restraint, he often emerged bruised and battered. Witnessing Byaoyuan's battered form, his family was deeply pained and urged him to give up. Yet Byaoyuan was resolute. Living in such a world, he refused to remain an ordinary person for life. Fortunately, after a month and a half, Byaoyuan finally managed to achieve moments of clarity, suppressing the negative emotions spawned by the demonic shadow body. With each trial, he extended the duration he could maintain his composure while transformed, and now he could suppress the negative emotions for up to 15 minutes. In his bedroom, Byaoyuan leaned against the door, feeling the relentless tide of negative emotions battering his psyche. The chill radiating from him rendered the room akin to a cold storage facility, frost accumulating upon the floor. An endless torrent of hatred and bloodlust churned within him. The mask concealing his eyes had been removed, revealing his striking crimson pupils, now tinged with a hint of crimson due to the overwhelming presence of murderous intent. A brutal aura flickered within his gaze, and seductive whispers echoed in his ears, tempting him to plunge into annihilation. Byaoyuan's expression tightened as he gritted his teeth, striving to suppress the negative emotions surging within. He desperately sought to recall joyful and uplifting memories to counteract the darkness encroaching upon his mind. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, the tide of negativity continued to rise, eroding his sanity. Finally, upon reaching a critical threshold of negative emotions, Byaoyuan reverted his transformation. The exquisite and frigid visage of the former Luo Fu sword dissipated, replaced by that of a handsome young man. As he returned to his original form, the negative emotions within him swiftly dissipated. Leaning forward, he placed his hands on the ground, gasping for breath. Perhaps due to the abruptness of his transformation, the breath escaping his lips exhaled white mist. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from behind him. Taking a deep breath, Byaoyuan rose from the floor, brushed his face, and opened the door. Standing outside was his younger sister, Bai Xinyue, gazing up at him with concern. "Brother, are you all right?" she inquired, holding a cup of hot milk. Her delicate face etched with worry. She had noticed frost accumulating on their bedroom door moments earlier. "I'm fine, thank you." Byaoyuan accepted the cup of milk from her, attempting to pat her head, only to retract his hand upon realizing it still radiated cold. Observing his withdrawn hand, Bai Xinyue stepped closer, cupping his hand with both of hers and exhaling warmth upon it. There, now it's not cold anymore. Bai Xinyue released his hand, placed her hands on her hips, and tilted her head with a playful expression. Thank you, Xinyue. Bai Yuan summoned his spiritual energy, circulating his blood to dissipate the remaining chill, then reached out to ruffle his sister's hair. You should drink this hot milk and rest. Brother. Bai Xinyue nuzzled against his palm, then, understanding, took the empty cup and exited, closing the bedroom door behind her. Watching his sister's obedient demeanor, a faint smile graced Bai Yuan's lips as he walked towards the bedside. Reclining upon it and exhaling deeply. After resting on the bed for a little over 10 minutes, Bai Yuan rose to his feet, picked up a change of clothes, and made his way into the bathroom. Approximately half an hour later, Bai Yuan emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. His skin glowed with a pearlescent sheen, delicately smooth, surpassing that of many women. Droplets of water cascaded down his well-defined muscles, splattering onto the floor below. His hair, damp from the steam, clung to his forehead, revealing a pair of deep-set eyes that conveyed a sense of maturity beyond his years. Throughout the past year, as he endeavored to suppress the negative emotions that accompanied the explosive manifestation of his demonic form, fleeting memories of the mirror stream occasionally surfaced in his mind, imparting a sense of time's passage upon Bai Yuan. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from a day of training, or perhaps the emotional toll of repressing negativity. But Bai Yuan now yearned for a deep, restorative sleep. He flung himself onto the bed, pulled the covers over his abdomen, and promptly shut his eyes, slipping into a deep slumber. Chapter 5. Slaying demons outside the city the following morning. Sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating the bedroom brightly despite the curtains. The youth on the bed stirred slightly, his eyelids fluttering as he slowly opened his eyes, still clouded with the remnants of sleep. He stumbled out of bed, his steps a bit unsteady, and approached the window to draw back the curtains. The blinding sunlight flooded in, prompting Bai Yuan to instinctively shut his eyes once more. The golden rays bathed the handsome young man's face, reflecting a radiant glow, as if he were touched by divine light. He turned away, shaking his head to clear his mind, and stretched lazily as he made his way into the bathroom. After a brief period, Bai Yuan emerged, freshly groomed and dressed, from his bedroom. Just as he stepped out, his younger sister, Bai Xinyue, emerged from her room as well, rubbing her eyes with her delicate hands, clearly still caught in the grasp of sleep. Are you coming along today? Bai Yuan inquired with a smile, noticing her drowsy demeanor. Yes, she replied, her face still displaying traces of fatigue, yet she nodded and sleepily made her way toward the door. Watching Bai Xinyue sit by the door, eyes still closed as she struggled to put on her shoes, Bai Yuan chuckled softly and joined her. The siblings donned their shoes and stepped out of the villa, where Yixin was already waiting outside. Upon seeing them, she waved her hand. Bai Yuan, Xinyue. Sister Yixin, Bai Xinyue greeted, her drowsiness dissipating as she approached with a smile. Bai Yuan also acknowledged Yixin, and the three began their morning jog around the villa compound. The villa area where they resided spanned over 1 million square meters, with each villa equipped with its own training grounds and cultivation rooms, making it quite expansive. This was the most prestigious villa district, home to the most powerful and influential individuals in Cloud City. Otherwise, it would be even larger. After completing several laps around the compound, the trio finally stopped to return home for breakfast. Are you going again today? Bai Donglin asked Bai Yuan at the dining table. Yes, Bai Yuan nodded, as he often ventured outside the city to hone his swordsmanship during holidays. Be safe and remember not to stray too far from the city gates, Bai Donglin cautioned, knowing he couldn't dissuade Bai Yuan. With the defensive spirit weapon he had given him, there was little risk. After all, after breakfast, Bai Yuan took up the sword that his father had commissioned for him and slung a gourd-shaped water bottle over his shoulder before stepping outside. A short while later, he arrived at the Hero Alliance. The Hero Alliance was a free organization spread across the entirety of Xiazhou. Anyone who achieved first-tier cultivation could register for a hero identity at their local chapter. Within the Alliance, heroes could accept tasks posted by others, and upon completion, the Alliance would take a 10% commission. In addition to the task rewards, heroes could earn corresponding amounts of sword feathers based on the task's difficulty, which could be used to enhance their hero rank or exchanged for rare materials within the Alliance. Arriving at a secluded alley, Bai Yuan retrieved a white mask from his storage ring and put it on. As soon as the pure white mask touched his face, it began to shift and mold, enveloping his entire visage. Soon after, Bai Yuan's appearance transformed, revealing a strikingly handsome face exuding an air of nonchalance. Coupled with the sword he carried and the gourd hanging at his waist, he quite resembled a dashing swordsman. Leaving the alley, Bai Yuan strolled towards the Grand Hall of the Hero Alliance. The building bore an ancient architectural style, exuding an aura of antiquity, making it stand out amidst the modern skyline. Bai Yuan made his way to the task pavilion. "Hello, how may I assist you?" As soon as he entered, the receptionist, who had been resting her hand on the desk, perked up, quickly straightening her posture and displaying a professional smile. "I'd like a task token, please." Without further ado, Bai Yuan stated his request. "Certainly." After a brief moment of operation on the nearby device, a bronze task token was dispensed. "Hero, is there anything else you need assistance with?" The receptionist inquired with a bright smile as she handed the token to Bai Yuan. "No, thank you." With that, Bai Yuan accepted the token and promptly exited the task pavilion. Today's handsome young men are all so dull," the receptionist muttered, her smile fading as she watched Bai Yuan leave without a second glance. "Have you been reading too many novels? Do you really think you can find love around every corner?" another receptionist remarked, observing her disappointment. Upon exiting the task pavilion, Bai Yuan found a quiet spot with fewer people and stood still. Infusing the task token with spiritual energy, a blue light curtain flickered to life, displaying a variety of tasks. From slaying powerful 9th-tier demons that wreaked havoc on humanity to simply collecting 1st-tier demon cores. And even tasks like tilling medicinal fields or serving as a sparring partner, there was a diverse array of options. When Bai Yuan had expressed his intention to venture outside the city, Bai Donglin had suggested hiring a sparring partner, which would have been much safer than facing demon beasts. However, Bai Yuan had firmly declined, believing that without the trials of life and death, he could not forge his character or suppress the demonic shadow within him. Amidst the vast array of tasks, Bai Yuan ultimately chose the mission to collect 10 2nd-tier demon cores. Once selected, the light curtain coalesced back into the token, which then visibly transformed into a yellow hue, signifying it as a 2nd-tier task. Not long after, a taxi halted not far from the city gates. After paying the fare, Bai Yuan stepped out, greeted by the imposing sight of towering city walls. The walls rose several tens of meters high, reaching into the clouds, and as he gazed upward, he could not even discern their pinnacle. The majestic walls shimmered under the sunlight, their grayish-white surface devoid of excessive ornamentation. Yet exuding a profound sense of security, Bai Yuan approached the city gates, presenting his identification card to the guard stationed there. "Young man, are you heading out alone?" The guard furrowed his brow after verifying Bai Yuan's identity. Generally, for safety reasons, those below the 3rd tier of spiritual energy would form teams to venture outside the city. Only those who reached the 3rd tier would consider going alone. My spiritual energy is somewhat unique, making it unsuitable for team outings. In truth, Bai Yuan felt that, should danger arise outside, he would be more reliable as Mirror Stream than as a teammate. Furthermore, if he were to transform into Mirror Stream while in a team, he feared that he might pose a greater threat to his companions than the demon beasts themselves. "Oh, I see." The guard's expression shifted to one of understanding upon hearing Bai Yuan's words. In this world, individuals awaken to various forms of spiritual energy, some of which could inadvertently harm others. While such powers were often formidable, their uncontrollable nature led to social ostracism. After all, even the mightiest ally could become a liability if their abilities caused collateral damage. "Cloud Lad, heading out again?" At that moment, a middle-aged guard approached, intending to express sympathy. "Squad leader." The newcomer was the squad leader of the young guard, someone Bai Yuan recognized well, having been the one to verify his identity during his first venture outside the city. "I've accepted a task to slay some demon beasts," Bai Yuan replied, waving the yellow task token hanging from his waist. "All right, be safe. You young folks are the future of Xia country." Having completed the verification, Uncle Zhang shared a few words of caution before allowing Bai Yuan to pass through the gates. Once outside, Bai Yuan tightened his posture, his feet firmly planted as he launched himself forward, racing into the distance. After approximately an hour of sprinting, Bai Yuan arrived at the edge of a forest. The vast expanse of greenery unfolded before him, filled with towering ancient trees, in the heart of the flowing Firefly Forest. The nearest beast-laden woodland to Cloud City, The air glimmers with countless firefly-like creatures, earning it the poetic title of the Starry Forest. Without a hint of hesitation, Bai Yuan plunged headlong into the enchanting depths of this forest. In pursuit of his first prey of the day, soon, he found himself concealed behind a massive boulder, observing a towering white-haired giant ape not far from him, ravenously tearing into the corpse of a fallen beast. Blood and flesh cascading from its jaws. Beside the giant ape stood a stone club, still glistening with fresh blood, a likely instrument of its lethal prowess. With a sharp clang, Bai Yuan unsheathed his sword. The keen edge aimed at the nape of the giant ape's neck. Suddenly, a chill coursed through the creature, causing its fur to bristle as it sensed the impending danger. Dropping the remnants of its meal, the giant ape seized the nearby stone club and instinctively countered, twisting its body and swinging the club backward with brute force. The clash of metal echoed as the sword met the club, a powerful shock reverberating through Bai Yuan's grip. He deftly maneuvered his blade beneath the club, then swiftly repositioned to strike at the giant ape's claws. Roaring in defiance, the giant ape clung to its weapon, its other fist rocketing toward Bai Yuan. Abandoning his strike to evade the furious blow, Bai Yuan shifted his grip and thrust his sword at an oblique angle towards the creature's armpit. The giant ape staggered back, swinging its club in frustration, yet Bai Yuan had already vanished from sight. Having anticipated the creature's retreat, the giant ape searched for him. An incisive flash of steel surged toward its back. In a desperate attempt to flee, the giant ape was too late. Bai Yuan unleashed his swiftest assault, not granting the beast an opportunity to escape. The sound of steel-piercing flesh filled the air as his sword plunged into the giant ape's neck. Igniting a frenzy of pain that drove the creature to lash out blindly, Bai Yuan evaded the onslaught, withdrawing his blade as crimson blood erupted from the wound. The giant ape instinctively clutched its injury, attempting to staunch the flow, but Bai Yuan's swift strikes of sword energy rendered any hope of recovery futile. With the giant ape's aura swiftly waning, Bai Yuan chose not to pursue a finishing blow. Retreating further instead, the creature's demise was now inevitable, and charging forward risked incurring a fatal counterattack. As anticipated, sensing its mortality, the giant ape roared defiantly, brandishing its club and charging at Bai Yuan with reckless abandon. Yet Bai Yuan, ever cautious, turned and fled into the distance. Infuriated by his retreat, the giant ape bellowed, smashing through the underbrush in pursuit. Human, coward, dare to stand and face me in combat. Bai Yuan, oblivious to the creature's primal tongue, quickened his pace, realizing that a dying beast posed no threat worth engaging. Eventually, mere minutes later, the giant ape emitted a final, anguished cry before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, still clutching the stone club and glaring in the direction of Bai Yuan's escape. Chapter 7. Spirit Monkey Wine. With a swift whoosh, Bai Yuan returned to the fallen giant ape's side, having been the one to ensnare it. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he thrust his sword into the beast's chest, then darted away like the wind, wary of any potential ruse. Despite their lesser intellect compared to humans, wild beasts are often cunning in nature. Confirming the giant ape's demise, Bai Yuan approached to extract the second-tier demon core from its carcass, securing both the core and the body within his storage ring before darting off in a chosen direction. After weaving through the trees, Bai Yuan alighted on a branch, crouching to survey the nearby valley. This was a place he had discovered on previous excursions, a monkey valley inhabited by a tribe of tail-curling monkeys, the strongest among them being a peak second-tier leader. The majority were first-tier, with a scant few possessing second-tier strength, numbering around 70 to 80 in total. Through the gaps in the foliage, Bai Yuan observed 4 first-tier tail-curling monkeys patrolling the valley entrance. Brandishing green wooden staffs, he plucked a piece of bark and flung it at one of the patrollers. Thud! The bark struck the monkey's head, prompting it to turn and scan for the source of the attack. However, after a fruitless search, it only noticed another monkey wandering nearby. The second monkey, sensing its companion's attention, waved cheerfully, but was met with a fierce glare from the first, which then turned away. Perplexed, the second monkey scratched its head and resumed its patrol. Seeing that no disturbance had arisen, Bai Yuan launched another piece of bark at the first monkey. Bang! This time, the impact was greater, causing the monkey to stumble. It quickly turned to confront its companion. Chattering incessantly in confusion, Bai Yuan, unable to comprehend their language, recognized the exchange was hardly amiable. After a lengthy tirade in monkey speak, the first monkey finally turned away. Thud. Just as it did, Bai Yuan struck again. And the force of this blow knocked the monkey to the ground as it struggled to rise. It lunged at the second monkey, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. The second monkey, equally indignant, retaliated, and soon the two were in a fierce tussle, grappling and biting. The other two patrolling monkeys, drawn by the commotion, rushed over, but instead of intervening, they cheered on the combatants, chattering excitedly in the midst of their revelry. They were unexpectedly struck by the brawling duo, causing them to stagger backward. Regaining their composure, the two monkeys joined the fray, transforming the skirmish into a chaotic melee of four. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yuan slipped down from his perch. Landing silently on the ground. Avoiding the fray, he stealthily infiltrated the Monkey Valley. Before him lay a veritable paradise of primates, where lush trees cast dappled shadows and numerous tail-curling monkeys frolicked about. Bai Yuan, crouched low, followed a concealed path he had previously scouted, leading him to a cave. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by an enticing aroma of liquor wafting through the air. Tracing the scent, he discovered a large pit at the cave's depths, brimming with a crystalline liquid that exuded the delightful fragrance of monkey wine, precisely the prize he had sought on this venture. Within the Monkey Valley, the liquor crafted from the fruits harvested by the Capuchin monkeys not only boasts a rich and fragrant flavor, but is also considered a spiritual elixir due to the ethereal essence it contains, offering considerable benefits to one's cultivation. Beside the wine pit stands a Capuchin monkey acting as a guardian, its aura radiating with the power of a second-tier practitioner. However, at this moment, the inebriated creature sways unsteadily, the scent of alcohol permeating its being, clearly having indulged excessively. In fact, it is thoroughly intoxicated, capable of wielding only a fraction of its second-tier prowess. Bai Yuan crouches behind a thicket at the cave's entrance, quietly observing the drunken Capuchin monkey, which stumbles about in a disoriented haze. When the monkey turns its back, Bai Yuan seizes the opportunity, propelling himself forward with great force, swiftly closing the distance to strike the creature at the nape of its neck with the hilt of his sword. The Capuchin, already muddled by drink and unable to discern its surroundings, suddenly senses a gust of malicious wind approaching from behind, instinctively heightening its vigilance, the effects of alcohol dissipating considerably. Yet, it is too late. It feels a powerful force collide with its neck, and darkness envelopes its vision as it loses consciousness. In adherence to principles of sustainability, Bai Yuan has never resorted to killing the Capuchin monkeys within the valley. Each time he pilfers their liquor, he merely renders the guarding monkeys unconscious. Fortunately, although these guardians are usually second-tier practitioners, their frequent indulgence in self-serve drinking leaves them in a state of inebriation, making it relatively effortless for him to subdue them. Were it not for the guardian's current state of drunkenness, Bai Yuan would not dare to attempt this theft alone. The potential noise from a failed ambush could easily attract the entire congregation of Capuchin monkeys in the valley, resulting in considerable trouble. Chapter 8. Kindred Spirits. If such a scenario were to unfold, given his current cultivation level, Bai Yuan would find it exceedingly difficult to escape unless he transformed into Jingtian through the use of spiritual energy. Detaching the gourd from his waist, Bai Yuan approaches the wine pit with deliberate steps. The gourd in his possession is no ordinary vessel, but rather a precious spatial artifact, possessing ample capacity and the ability to compartmentalize various types of liquor. Kneeling before the wine pit, Bai Yuan submerges the gourd to fill it with the coveted liquor. Just then, he hears rustling behind him, the sound of movement through the grass. Instinctively, he whirls around, drawing his sword in readiness. "Who goes there?" he demands, his gaze fixed intently on the cave entrance, muscles taut, and inner energy poised for action, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. "Oh, not be alarmed." A middle-aged man with a beard emerges from the foliage. Exuding a second-tier aura as well, he shakes a water jug in his hand, offering Bai Yuan a friendly smile. Fellow traveler, it is evident that this man shares Bai Yuan's intent of pilfering the monkey liquor. Although Bai Yuan remains cautious, he steps aside to allow the man to proceed, positioning himself elsewhere to continue filling his gourd. At this distance, should the middle-aged man attempt any treachery, Bai Yuan possesses ample time to retaliate. Noticing Bai Yuan's wariness, the middle-aged man shrugs, uncapping his jug, and joins him at the wine pit. As both men fill their containers, the level of monkey liquor in the pit visibly diminishes, indicating that the man's jug is also no ordinary vessel. By the time they have filled their bottles, the liquid in the pit has decreased by a significant fraction. After filling his gourd, Bai Yuan pays no further heed to the middle-aged man. Fastening the gourd to his waist and making his way toward the cave's exit, the middle-aged man rises, securing the cap of his jug while observing Bai Yuan's tense form as he departs. It is clear to him that Bai Yuan remains on high alert, ready to defend himself should he sense any threat. With a resigned shake of his head, the middle-aged man muses about the caution exhibited by the younger generation before following Bai Yuan's path. "Hey, wait a moment," he calls out as he steps outside the Monkey Valley. Bai Yuan halts, turning to face the voice that has called him. Sword at the ready, he regards the man with vigilance. "What is it?" "Ah, please do not misunderstand. The man coughs lightly. My name is Xiao Wenduo. You appear to be quite young, likely venturing out for training. I too am on a mission to slay a few second-tier beasts. Might we join forces for mutual protection?" Upon seeing the gleaming blade in Bai Yuan's grasp, Xiao Wenduo hesitates, his invitation faltering in the face of Bai Yuan's evident readiness for combat. "No need." Bai Yuan coldly replies, his spiritual energy surging as he leaps away with remarkable speed. During Bai Yuan's first departure from the city, Bai Donglin had warned him that, outside the city walls, the perils posed by human hearts far outweigh those presented by beasts. In this wilderness, incidents of murder over treasures are not uncommon, with the most dangerous among them being the so-called wanderers. These individuals, who reside outside the city, are often those who have offended powerful figures or committed unforgivable crimes. Forced to flee from society, the ranks of wanderers are rife with all manner of individuals, including those who are ruthless and desperate. While the wilderness may be abundant with treasures, essential supplies are often scarce, making it far easier to rob individuals emerging from the city than to contend with the beasts for resources. Thus, it is not unusual for wanderers to scheme against the lives and possessions of others. Bai Donglin had cautioned Bai Yuan that unless he possessed overwhelming strength, it would be wiser to vie for resources against the beasts rather than provoke the wanderers. One can never know their true intentions. One moment they may feign camaraderie, only to betray with a knife in the next. As for the suddenly appearing middle-aged man, Bai Yuan remains oblivious to his motives and wishes to avoid entanglements. Not a single chance to spare, he thinks, observing Bai Yuan's swift departure. Clang! The sound of a blade resonates as Bai Yuan dispatches a second-tier beast with practiced ease, expertly eviscerating it to extract its demon core, which he then stows alongside the beast's carcass in his storage ring. Help! Help! Suddenly, a cry for assistance pierces the air. Bai Yuan turns to see 3 men and 2 women fleeing, pursued by a third-tier beast. Its formidable aura unmistakable. As Bai Yuan fixes his gaze upon them, the fleeing group spots him and darts in his direction. "Young brother, we are being hunted by a beast. Could you lend us your aid?" Without a word, Bai Yuan propels himself away at incredible speed. "Please, save us. We will do anything you ask." Seeing Bai Yuan's immediate retreat, the urgency of their escape escalates. One woman, desperate, adjusts her clothing, revealing ample skin, while their frantic flight causes further distraction. Yet, in the face of such spectacle, a cold glint flashes in Bai Yuan's eyes. Clang! With a swift draw of his sword, he turns and unleashes a piercing wave of sword energy aimed at the alluring woman. The razor-sharp energy slices through the air with ease, severing her neck as if it were mere tofu. Blood surges forth from the wound as the woman's eyes widen in disbelief, her hand instinctively reaching for her neck, a futile gesture. As her head detaches from her body, tumbling to the ground, still bearing an expression of shock. Chapter 9. Transformation into Mirror Flow and Rue. The others are equally astonished by Bai Yuan's sudden ferocity, exclaiming in shock, "You bastard! If you won't help us, why would you attack?" The remaining 4 turn to glare at Bai Yuan, their faces contorted with rage, as if he had committed an unforgivable act. Unperturbed by their fury, Bai Yuan unleashes another wave of sword energy. These individuals, upon appearing, deliberately drew the beast toward him. Whether it was intentional or simply a panicked choice to flee in his direction, they have undeniably brought danger upon him. Their auras have remained unmasked, revealing their initial tier cultivation level. Yet, they still chose to lead a third-tier beast toward him and audaciously beckoned him to assist. Regardless of their intentions, Bai Yuan perceives them as threats to his life. If you seek to endanger me, then I shall strike first. Scorching flame, tear him apart. The man clad in yellow, who had lagged behind, suddenly lunges to the forefront, wielding a curved blade to deflect Bai Yuan's sword energy. A sinister expression crept upon the face of the man, revealing him to be a third-tier energy wielder. Simultaneously, as the words of the man clad in yellow faded, the flame hound that had been pursuing them with bated breath suddenly crouched low, leaping forth to land directly in front of the four. Transforming into a blazing inferno as it charged towards Bai Yuan at Ha, these individuals were indeed intent on taking his life, to harm others without provocation. What a band of rogues I in the countless excursions beyond the city this year. This was Bai Yuan's first encounter with such drifters, a mid-tier energy wielder, accompanied by a third-tier beast, while the other three were all second-tier energy wielders. Despite their overwhelming strength, they had initially planned to resort to deception. How exceedingly cautious they were, clearly seasoned veterans in this craft. Moreover, it was evident that without utilizing their energy, they would be at a loss. A surge of energy coursed through Bai Yuan's body, and a chilling aura emanated from his core, conjuring a tempest of snow and wind around him. Roar! At that moment, the third-tier beast had reached Bai Yuan, its paw raised to strike. The claws sliced through the snowstorm, yet grasped only air. As the flurry settled, Bai Yuan's figure had vanished. A pained cry echoed from behind, causing the pursuing rogues to halt abruptly, turning to gaze back. They saw one male member standing there in disbelief, a sharp sword protruding from his chest. Whoosh! The long sword was drawn, and a spurt of blood erupted from the rogue's mouth as he fell forward. Meanwhile, the other three rogues came to grasp the situation. Noticing that behind the fallen rogue stood a woman with pale blue-gray hair, adorned with an eye mask, her sword still dripping with blood. Realizing that her current advantage could not last long, Jing Lu swiftly charged at another second-tier male rogue, sword in hand. Dong Zi, be careful, the yellow-clad rogue shouted, witnessing Jing Lu's advance. Damn it! Dong Zi attempted to evade, but it was too late. As Jing Lu approached, a surge of anger welled within Dong Zi. After all, she was merely a fledgling second-tier energy wielder, and he was a mid-tier one. Gritting his teeth, Dong Zi fiercely swung his short staff at Jing Lu. Clang! The long sword met the short staff, and to Dong Zi's astonishment, the force he exerted was reduced by 70%, causing his staff to be flung from his grip by the momentum of Jing Lu's sword. In the end, as Dong Zi stared in disbelief, Jing Lu's sword pierced through his chest. Ugh! Dong Zi attempted to utter a word, but a torrent of blood spilled from his mouth. Whoosh! Jing Lu withdrew her sword, and Dong Zi felt another wave of excruciating pain in his chest before succumbing to unconsciousness. Die! At that moment, the yellow-clad rogue had reached Jing Lu, swinging a curved dagger towards her head. Jing Lu raised her sword to block the rogue's strike, a tremendous force pushing her back several meters. Who are you? Why do you seek to kill my people? The yellow-clad rogue's expression darkened. This unknown woman had slain two of his brothers upon her arrival. Despite appearing to be only a fledgling second-tier wielder, she had not only withstood his attack, but emerged unscathed. With only 15 minutes left, Jing Lu had no time for idle chatter. The energy within her sword surged as she charged forward once more. Damn it! Seeing Jing Lu's silent advance, the yellow-clad rogue's face flashed with malice. If she sought death, then he would gladly oblige. As he moved, the surrounding air grew hot, orange-yellow flames igniting upon his curved dagger. When their weapons clashed, the rogue was astonished to discover that his strength had been halved. Despite exerting all his might, only a fraction truly impacted Jing Lu's blade. In that instant, he comprehended why Dong Zi had been dispatched in the blink of an eye. If his own attack could be diminished so drastically, then Dong Zi stood no chance. It is you. This moment of struggle allowed the yellow-clad rogue to recognize the weapon in Jing Lu's hand. It was the very same sword that had belonged to the slain male rogue. This revelation momentarily stunned him. Although energy wielders with transformation abilities did exist, they typically transformed into fierce beasts, and he had never heard of one changing gender. Unfazed by the rogue's musings, Jing Lu's strikes became increasingly rapid and precise, leaving the yellow-clad rogue struggling to keep up. Roar! A resounding beastly roar echoed as the third-tier flame hound returned, launching itself at Jing Lu, who swiftly kicked the yellow-clad rogue, sending him stumbling back, and deftly evaded the hound's attack. Undeterred by the miss, the flame hound turned once more to charge at Jinglu. Taking advantage of the hound's momentum, Jinglu propelled herself toward the last remaining female rogue. Neither the yellow-clad rogue nor the flame hound were easily vanquished, so she aimed to eliminate the weakest link first. Yang Hui, run! The yellow-clad rogue's face paled as he shouted towards the last female rogue. Witnessing Jinglu's approach, Yang Hui, who had been lurking in the background, was struck with horror at Jinglu's charging form and fled in desperation. Having witnessed Jinglu dispatch the other 3 second-tier rogues with ease, she was paralyzed with fear, focusing solely on evading the lethal woman. In that moment, the yellow-clad rogue's eyes blazed with rage, directing the flame hound to charge while sending a fiery slash toward Jinglu. Should Jinglu persist in her pursuit of the female rogue, that blazing attack would surely strike her back. Was Jinglu a mere mortal? Clearly not, though she still managed to maintain control. The eyes beneath her silver moon mask were tinged with crimson. With no inclination to evade, Jinglu summoned her energy, her sword cutting through the air with a frigid gleam. Seamless flying light, the terrifying sword light surged from behind. Engulfing the fleeing female rogue in a palpable sense of doom, she attempted to escape desperately, but to her despair, the icy aura enveloped her, rendering her limbs rigid and slowing her flight. Whoosh! The piercing cold light sliced through the air, cleaving the female rogue in two, the bone-chilling aura radiating from her wounds as frost swiftly spread across her body. Thud! The female rogue's frozen corpse crumpled to the ground, shattering into a cascade of ice shards. Simultaneously, the yellow-clad rogue's fiery slash reached its target. Jinglu, harnessing her energy, formed a barrier of solid ice that absorbed the rogue's blow. Humph! Enduring the impact, Jinglu stifled a grunt, pivoting to parry the flame hound's onslaught with her frost-imbued blade. Countering its claws, rather than engaging the flame hound directly, she utilized its force to retreat a short distance. Ugh! As the pressure mounted, an overwhelming urge for slaughter flooded Jinglu's mind, saturating her surroundings with a crimson hue. At that moment, the malevolent energy she had long suppressed erupted forth. The yellow-clad rogue, witnessing Jinglu's pained expression, assumed his previous strike had severely wounded her and seized the opportunity to unleash the flame hound upon her. Facing the charging duo, Jinglu unleashed the seamless flying light once more, the icy blue sword light cleaving upward toward both man and beast. The yellow-clad rogue, however, remained unfazed. He acknowledged that this seemingly frail second-tier woman was absurdly strong, rivaling the typical third-tier. Yet, with the flame hound at his side, he believed this woman would have no chance to retaliate. Remembering how his woman had perished at Jinglu's hands, malice flickered in the rogue's eyes. Having slain his partner, she would now serve as his vessel for revenge. Particularly upon beholding Jinglu's exquisite features and alluring form, an inexplicable thrill surged within him. However, as the sword light drew near, the rogue's expression shifted dramatically. Receiving the sword light from Jinglu, the yellow-clad rogue was left astounded to find that her attack had grown threefold in intensity compared to before. Had she truly been holding back in their earlier engagement? How could this be? She was merely a fledgling second-tier wielder. Could she possibly possess the strength of a peak third-tier or even a fourth-tier? Although he had heard tales of prodigies capable of transcending their ranks, the prowess displayed by this woman was simply unfathomable. Withstanding the force of Jinglu's strike, the yellow-clad rogue and the flame hound were forced to retreat several steps. In that moment, Jinglu, sword in hand, advanced with determination, the surrounding cold energy swirling about her, causing frost to form in her wake. Faced with Jinglu's relentless charge, the yellow-clad rogue, though astonished by her power, gritted his teeth and surged forward alongside the flame hound. As the two figures approached, the wanderer clad in yellow swung his blade towards Jinglu, who, instead of defending against the scimitar aimed at him, boldly retaliated with a strike directed at the wanderer's neck. Witnessing Jinglu's audacious intent to endure a blow in order to deliver a fatal cut, the wanderer's pupils constricted sharply, a surge of fear swelling within him. He halted abruptly in his advance, attempting to evade the impending attack, yet despite his efforts, Jinglu's assault was swifter. Although the wanderer managed to dodge the slash aimed at his throat, he was still struck on the shoulder. Blood splattering forth as Jinglu's blade nearly severed his left arm completely. Simultaneously, a foul wind gusted from behind. The flame hound had arrived, raising its claws to strike at Jing Lu's head. Sensing the impending danger, Jing Lu angled his sword behind him to deflect the hound's assault. The impact reverberated through the air, sending Jing Lu hurtling backward. However, he deftly twisted in midair, landing gracefully on the ground, and immediately charged toward the yellow-clad wanderer, his sword radiating an ominous light, an aura of murderous intent that seemed palpable. Not be so arrogant. The wanderer, feeling belittled by Jing Lu's reckless approach, bellowed in fury. Flames slash. With a low growl, flames coalesced around his curved blade, unleashing several streaks of fiery energy towards Jing Liu. As the fiery blades approached, Jing Lu did not raise his sword to defend. Instead, he nimbly weaved through the onslaught with uncanny precision, evading each fiery slash as if foreseeing their trajectories, and retaliated with a surge of sword energy aimed at the wanderer. Madman. The wanderer thought it absurd that Jing Lu, without any attempt to evade, dared to traverse his martial technique. Such an act was something even masters of the martial arts would hesitate to attempt, let alone a mere second-tier fighter. Regardless of the wanderer's disbelief, Jing Lu had closed the distance, his sword slicing toward the wanderer's neck with lethal intent. A suffocating aura of death enveloped the wanderer, forcing him to grit his teeth and raise his blade in defense. Chapter 11. Madman. Madman. The violent clash between their weapons sent shockwaves through the air. The wanderer nearly lost his grip on the curved blade. Jing Lu's strength had evidently surged. The wanderer's hand was jolted back. Leaving an opening that Jing Lu would not miss, he thrust his sword towards the wanderer's heart. Song Yin, save me! The wanderer, feeling the overwhelming murderous intent bearing down upon him, cried out in terror to the flame hound. With a ferocious roar, the flame hound charged toward Jing Lu, baring its sharp teeth in a bid to protect its master. In response, Jing Lu raised his arm, conjuring an icy armor, determined to withstand the hound's attack head-on. The sharp fangs of the hound clashed against the icy armor, leaving cracks but failing to pierce through immediately. Nevertheless, Jing Lu's blade continued its trajectory toward the wanderer, though the hound's assault caused his strike to veer off course, preventing a fatal blow. Seizing the opportunity, the wanderer hastily evaded. At the same time, Jing Lu raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the hound's abdomen, sending it sprawling. Wah! The wanderer collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. Although he had narrowly avoided a lethal strike, Jing Lu's assault had still inflicted severe wounds, the chilling sword energy continuing to wreak havoc within the wanderer's body. On the other side, Jing Lu was not faring much better. The arm that had defended against the hound's bite hung limply at his side. While it had not been bitten through, the hound's powerful jaws had shattered the bone. Yet, compared to the wanderer's terror, Jing Lu's murderous aura intensified, pressing down on the wanderer like a blade poised at his throat. Ha ha ha! Jing Lu clutched his head, his maniacal laughter ringing out, the pain sharpening his senses. Heightening his mental acuity, as the wanderer looked up, he caught sight of the mask obscuring Jing Lu's face gradually dissipating, revealing crimson eyes that glowed with a sinister light. The emotions swirling within those eyes, murder, brutality, and coldness, sent shivers down the wanderer's spine. At that moment, the wanderer's heart was flooded with an overwhelming sense of regret. Why had he provoked such a lunatic? Who could have anticipated that a mere second-tier novice would not only possess extraordinary strength, but also be a complete madman? The wanderer's thoughts were lost to Jing Lu, who staggered slightly before charging once more in his direction. Ha ha ha. This time, Jing Lu's assault was even more frenzied, heedless of the attacks from both the wanderer and the flame hound. His strikes became increasingly fierce, inflicting deep cuts upon both the hound and the wanderer. The latter, already severely injured from Jing Lu's earlier attacks, found himself utterly defenseless against Jing Lu's relentless onslaught. In mere moments, the wanderer was reduced to a pitiful state, his body riddled with wounds, as if he had been subjected to a gruesome execution. Madman! Madman! The wanderer, overwhelmed by the pain coursing through him, was paralyzed by fear. The once beautiful figure before him now appeared as a demon of ice. Even the resilient flame hound was left howling in pain from the brutal onslaught. Typically, beasts like the flame hound possess greater defenses than humans and are more ferocious by nature, which is why humans struggle against them of the same tier. With the assistance of the flame hound, Even the third-tier wanderer felt emboldened to confront challenges. Yet, facing Jing Lu, a madman with explosive power and no regard for his own life, was an entirely different matter. Run! Realizing that even the third-tier flame hound was being overwhelmed, the wanderer turned to flee, desperate to escape. However, in his haste, he exposed a glaring weakness, leaving his back vulnerable to Jing Lu's advance. Such a significant opening was one Jing Lu would not overlook. He swiftly closed the distance, raising his sword to strike at the wanderer's neck. Feeling the chilling aura behind him, the wanderer's hair stood on end, and he realized he had made a grave mistake. Exposing his back to a killer, it was akin to a beautiful woman presenting herself to a lecherous man. He attempted to pivot and defend, but it was too late. He could not match the speed of Jing Lu's descending blade. Nearby, the flame hound, sensing its master in peril, attempted to rush to his aid, but one of its hind legs was severed by Jing Lu's sword, leaving it severely injured and unable to intervene in time. With a chilling sound, the blade pierced flesh, a streak of sword light severing the wanderer's head, which flew high into the air before landing at Jing Lu's feet. With a swift motion, Jing Lu crushed the severed head beneath his foot, then turned to fix his crimson gaze upon the flame hound, Gurgle. The hound emitted a mournful cry upon witnessing its master's demise. Despite its superior strength compared to the wanderer, the hound's loyalty stemmed from the bond it shared with him. Having been rescued and nurtured since its infancy, it had developed a deep connection with the wanderer. Now, witnessing the slaughter of its master, the flame hound's eyes blazed with fury, fixating on Jing Lu. Unfortunately, its fierce glare only served to invigorate Jing Lu further. Ha 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 ha. With a fierce roar, the man and the hound clashed once more. Chapter 12. The mysterious uncle. Minutes later, with a swift motion, Jing Lu withdrew her sword from the lifeless body of the flame hound, shaking off the blood onto the ground. She then pivoted her sword, sending a chilling arc of sword light slicing through the air toward the side. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted as a figure emerged from the direction of Jing Lu's attack. Clapping his hands in approval, "Young lady, your perception is remarkably keen." Had Jing Lu been in a stable frame of mind, she would have recognized the man as the middle-aged individual who had invited her to join him outside the Monkey Valley. Regrettably, the current flow of Jing is almost in a state of unconsciousness, responding to the living beings before it with a singular motion. To kill! Whoosh! A gust of fierce wind surged forth. As Jing had already dashed to the front of the middle-aged man, the long sword in hand aimed at his neck. Swish! The blade flashed past, yet the figure of the middle-aged man had vanished from sight. Now standing beside Jing, the two mere fists apart. Bang! The middle-aged man raised his leg, delivering a knee strike to Jing's abdomen, while simultaneously his left hand transformed from an open palm to a knife. Striking the back of Jing's neck, a groan of pain escaped Jing's lips as she was knocked unconscious by the middle-aged man. He reached out, intending to catch the falling Jing, but just as his hand was about to touch her, a golden barrier materialized around Jing, obstructing his grasp. Without the support of the middle-aged man, Jing fell straight to the ground. Observing the golden barrier that enveloped Jing, the middle-aged man crouched down, intrigued. A sixth-tier protective spirit artifact. This young one hails from a good lineage. Moreover, this is no ordinary protective spirit artifact. It can actually release a defensive barrier tailored to the holder's condition. Very well then. The middle-aged man shrugged and, with a surge of spiritual energy, lifted both Jing and the barrier. After having fought two third-tier opponents, one of whom was a beast, Jing bore considerable wounds. The ground here was uneven, and the middle-aged man worried that Jing might sustain further injuries from the fall. While dragging Jing with his spiritual energy, he raised his other hand to reveal a black communication bracelet on his wrist. After dialing, he awaited a response, and soon a beautiful woman's projection appeared on the bracelet. "Captain, is there a situation on your end?" "Almost done. We've encountered a bit of trouble. You should come over." Pei Jinyun, a healing-type spiritual energy user, served as the medic of their team. Over half an hour later, Pei Jinyun arrived in the forest. "What on earth? Wanderers!" Upon seeing the deceased yellow-clad men on the ground, she instantly recognized their identities. When her gaze fell upon the injuries of Jing, being dragged by the middle-aged man, her eyes kindled with anger. These scoundrels, lacking the courage to confront beasts, resort to bullying in their own den. Witnessing the corpses strewn about in Jing's injuries, Pei Jinyun grasped the situation. It was likely this girl had been targeted by the group of wanderers for murder and theft, only to be fortuitously rescued by the captain, who stumbled upon the scene. Sensing that Jing bore only initial second-tier cultivation, Pei Jinyun reasonably deduced that it was the middle-aged man who had dealt with the wanderers. Let me take a look. Pei Jinyun approached Jing, inspecting her wounds. Few, though there are many surface injuries, thankfully none are life-threatening. After a thorough examination, although Jing's injuries were numerous, some severe enough to expose bone, none were critical. Furthermore, the wounds on Jing were gradually healing. Albeit slowly, it seemed she would recover even without intervention. However, since she was already there, she naturally intended to assist. Just as Pei Jinyun prepared to use a potion to treat Jing's wounds, a golden barrier emerged from Jing, blocking her hand. Pei Jinyun turned, bewildered, to the middle-aged man. Why is there a barrier? Noting the look in Pei Jinyun's eyes, the middle-aged man shrugged. What do you think I called you over for? This kid comes from a decent background, with 6th-tier gear that even has healing capabilities. Frankly, even without our help, she wouldn't be in any danger. It merely takes a bit longer to see. Pei Jinyun retracted her potion, a faint green glow illuminating her hand. Her awakened spiritual energy was that of an apothecary, capable of concocting various potions. Moreover, all abilities of the potions she crafted would be absorbed by her spiritual energy, allowing her to directly release their effects. Under Pei Jinyun's healing, the speed at which Jing's injuries healed increased slightly. All right, this isn't a suitable place to rest. Let's find another location. You carry this girl. The area was already quite open, and with so much bloodshed, it was likely to attract other beasts. Oh, wait, Captain. It's rather impolite to keep referring to her as this girl when she's such a beautiful lady. As Pei Jinyun helped Jing up, she noticed the middle-aged man's casual reference and frowned. Beautiful lady? You'll understand soon enough. Hearing Pei Jinyun's words, the middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Jing with a meaningful expression. Huh? What do you mean? Pei Jinyun wanted to inquire further, but the middle-aged man had already moved on, prompting her to hastily assist Jing and follow. Crackle! The sound of flames crackling against the wood reached Jing's ears as she slowly opened her eyes. Before her lay a cave, and she abruptly sat up from the ground, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Not far from her sat a middle-aged man and a girl who appeared slightly older than herself. She recognized the man. He was the one who had proposed accompanying her after she emerged from the Monkey Valley. Instinctively, Jing reached for her sword, only to find it was not beside her. Glancing to the side, she discovered her long sword placed on a stone nearly 2 meters away. Don't be alarmed. If we intended you harm, we would have acted long ago. The injuries you bear were treated by us. The middle-aged man gestured with his hand, and the long sword floated to Jing's side. At that moment, Jing realized she bore no injuries. Evidently, someone had tended to her wounds. Though her demonic shadow form could expedite recovery, her current strength was still too feeble, and even the powers of the demonic shadow had been diminished. It was improbable for her wounds to have healed completely in such a short time. Reflecting on the middle-aged man's earlier words, she took hold of the sword that had landed before her, gradually lowering her guard. Yet, this was not sufficient to ascertain the middle-aged man's true intentions. Jing remained wary of him. Despite losing her rationality while in the demonic shadow form, she retained memories of that state. She vividly recalled that while she battled the Wanderers, he had merely observed from the sidelines. A crucial point was that he had managed to knock her unconscious in her demonic shadow state, utterly overpowering her. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of a mere third-tier spiritual energy user. Even at the pinnacle of third tier, this man must have concealed his true cultivation level. The middle-aged man, however, bore no resentment towards Jing's cautious demeanor. On the contrary, he admired it. For it was precisely this nature of vigilance that was essential for survival in the wild. See that, Jinyun? This is how one should behave in the wilderness, maintaining constant vigilance towards strangers. When you first undertook a mission in the wild, your naivety in trusting those wanderers nearly cost you dearly. As if recalling an amusing incident, the middle-aged man chuckled. How many times must I tell you, never to mention that again? Pei Jinyun's face flushed crimson, and she angrily attempted to strike the middle-aged man. Ha, don't be angry, don't be angry. The middle-aged man dodged her playful attack, tilting his head towards Jing. It seems you won't be able to maintain your rationality for long like this. Upon hearing his words, Jing fixed her gaze intently on him. Indeed, he seemed to know everything. It was likely he had been tailing her since she left the Monkey Valley. Hey, kid, I truly bear no ill will. Otherwise, despite your impressive 6th-tier protective gear, it would be no challenge for me to breach it. As he spoke, the middle-aged man released his aura, initial 6th tier. Though Jing believed it would still be quite difficult for him to breach the protective gear bestowed by her father, she couldn't dismiss the possibility that he possessed other means, being a 6th-tier spiritual energy user. With this thought in mind, Jing's vigilance lessened, though she remained cautious. The middle-aged man's strength revealed much. Had they truly intended her harm? They could have acted while she was unconscious. That's more like it. Shall we converse? The middle-aged man lifted a piece of meat roasting over the fire and gestured it toward Jing. A flash of light illuminated the scene as Jing transformed back into Bai Yuan. Since the man already knew, it mattered little whether she changed back or not. More importantly, in her current state, she could not maintain her rationality for long. Pei Jinyun. What is happening? The previous beautiful lady has now transformed into an exceptionally handsome young man. Although she had seen his transformation once before, the middle-aged man now appeared thoroughly intrigued. What about removing the illusory mask? Just as Bai Yuan was about to stand, the middle-aged man spoke again. This made Bai Yuan halt mid-step, his gaze sharpening with renewed caution towards the middle-aged man. Understanding that his transformation could be comprehended was one thing. After all, the entire battle with the Wanderers had unfolded before the man's eyes. However, the existence of his false identity is known only to his family, not even to Yi Xin, who is unaware of this additional layer of his identity. Yet now, it has been unveiled by the other party with a single remark. Who exactly is this person? Stay calm, dumb. My ability to see through illusions stems solely from my unique psychic powers. Bai Yuan observed the middle-aged man, who resembled a hedgehog with his bristling demeanor. He helplessly waved his hand and remarked, "Are the young people today so overly cautious? At this age, one should be brimming with vigor and confidence, not acting like a seasoned old fox as there no trace of youthful exuberance left in you." Perhaps sensing Bai Yuan's skepticism, the middle-aged man lifted his gaze towards him. Bai Yuan could see the intertwining powers of thunder and fire in the man's eyes, his left eye shimmering with brilliant lightning, radiating a destructive aura, while his right eye blazed with flames that seemed capable of incinerating the heavens. Thunderfire spirit eyes. By contemporary standards, this would be rated as an SS-level psychic ability. Indeed, all forms of ocular psychic powers possess, to varying degrees, the capacity to see through illusions. Although Bai Yuan's illusory mask is a remarkable spiritual tool, it is evidently insufficient to evade the scrutiny of the middle-aged man's gaze. Contemplating this, Bai Yuan pressed his hand against his face, and with a slight ripple of the skin, it transformed into a white mask. As he removed the illusory mask, a visage equally as handsome as the previous one emerged before the two. However, compared to the simulated appearance, Bai Yuan's true face appeared even younger, as he is still merely a high school student. Please, have a seat. The middle-aged man gestured for Bai Yuan to sit down. Bai Yuan positioned himself opposite the man, settling on a stone not far from the campfire. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chu Zhisheng, and this is my teammate, Pei Jinyun. Her ability as a healer is what helped mend your wounds. Chu Zhisheng first introduced himself and then pointed to Pei Jinyun beside him. Thank you. Upon realizing that Pei Jinyun was the one who had saved him, Bai Yuan stood up to express his gratitude. Ah? No need for thanks. Really, at that moment, Pei Jinyun was still in a daze from Bai Yuan's transformation. Upon hearing his thanks, she was momentarily stunned and then hurriedly waved her hand. Bai Yuan. After sitting down, Bai Yuan introduced himself in turn. There are countless peculiar psychic powers in this world. I've encountered transformation abilities before, but most involve turning into ferocious beasts. Yours, which alters gender, is a first for me. The concept of gender transformation sounds quite fantastical. Here, have some food to regain your strength. Chu Zhisheng offered a skewer of roasted meat to Bai Yuan, then took a bite of another skewer himself, indicating it was safe to eat. Accepting the skewer from Chu Zhisheng, Bai Yuan did not hesitate. Although his wounds had healed, the recuperation process is inherently energy-draining. Feeling quite famished, he quickly devoured a skewer, and Chu Zhisheng handed him another. What exactly is your objective? Bai Yuan inquired. Suspicious of the man who had followed him since leaving the Monkey Valley to it was hard to believe he had no ulterior motive. merely coming to his aid. First, eat. We can discuss business afterward. Eating while conversing about work is disrespectful to the food. Let me tell you, in this world, only the enjoyment of good food should never be taken lightly. When dining, one should devote oneself entirely to the experience. After speaking, Chu Zhixing loosened the water flask from his waist and presented it to Bai Yuan. Shall we toast? Bai Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but then unclasped his wine gourd, clinking it against Chu Zhixing's flask. Clink. Chapter 14. Hunting the Beast God cult followers. Now, can you finally disclose your true intentions? After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Bai Yuan directed his question at Chu Zhixing. Young man, you mustn't be so hasty. One cannot rush through hot tofu. Chu Zhixing broke off a pointed stick from the nearby wood, grinning as he began to pick his teeth. Bai Yuan remained silent, staring intently at Chu Zhixing. Refreshing. Chu Zhixing tossed away the makeshift toothpick and took a swig of liquor, speaking with a relaxed tone. A sip of liquor after a meal can extend your life by 99 years. You are aware of the Beast God cult, correct? After securing the flask back onto his waist, Chu Zhixing wasted no time and spoke plainly. They are the ones who have allied with the demon tribes, seeking power from them and specifically hunting talented humans. Bai Yuan was all too familiar with the Beast God cult. Had his psychic powers not been formidable, he and his sister might have perished at their hands that day. Oh, it seems you are aware. Chu Zhixing quickly pieced things together. You must be that genius who shone like a beacon over Yun City on the day of your awakening. It was not difficult to deduce Bai Yuan's identity. At his age, he could easily be identified as a student. Given his exceptional swordsmanship at such a young age, it was unlikely anyone else in Yun City could rival him with your talents. The Beast God cult would certainly not let you slip away, and you likely have already encountered their members. I will not keep you in suspense. I am here to eradicate a group of Beast God cult followers, and I could use an extra hand. What do you say? Consider it a reward for your healing. Chu Zhixing stretched, placing his hands on his knees as he regarded Bai Yuan. Captain, he is merely a student and only at the second tier. Upon hearing Chu Zhixing's intent to involve Bai Yuan in the hunt for the Beast God cult followers, Pei Jinyun, who had been quietly observing, suddenly interjected in protest. It was not that she looked down on Bai Yuan, but rather that his cultivation level was simply too weak. The followers they were pursuing were all at least at the third tier. Bai Yuan's initial second-tier strength would render him little more than a liability. So, what will it be? Will you agree? Chu Zhixing ignored Pei Jinyun's objections and leaned forward, addressing Bai Yuan. Absolutely. Upon hearing the mention of the Beast God cult followers, Bai Yuan readily agreed. Setting aside his personal grievances with the cult, such malevolent cultists deserve to be eradicated by all. Splendid. Seeing Bai Yuan's agreement, Chu Zhixing laughed heartily and gave him a thumbs up. Captain, Pei Jinyun exclaimed sharply, her voice tinged with anger. Bringing a second-tier student to hunt down followers of the Beast God cult is sheer folly. It was not merely a matter of underestimating Bai Yuan. The disparity in their levels made such an endeavor highly reckless. The weakest of the cultists they were pursuing were third tier, and Bai Yuan's initial second-tier prowess would be akin to sending him to his doom. What will it be? Will you accept? Chu Zhixing pressed, undeterred. Yes, Bai Yuan affirmed, eager to confront the Beast God cult. It would be a public service to rid the world of such evil. How refreshing. Upon Bai Yuan's acceptance, Chu Zhixing burst into laughter, giving a thumbs up. Captain, Pei Jinyun interjected firmly, her voice laced with frustration. Taking a second-tier student into battle against the Beast God cult is utterly reckless. She did not doubt Bai Yuan's potential. Rather, she was concerned for his safety. Given that those they were pursuing were all substantially stronger, it was unwise to risk the life of such a promising individual. Oh, calm down, let me explain. Noticing Pei Jinyun's rising anger, Chu Zhixing hastily soothed her. Speak. Pei Jinyun plopped down onto a nearby rock, arms crossed, glaring at Chu Zhixing. She wanted to see what justification he could muster. If it was unsatisfactory, she would consider adding laxatives and absurdly spicy pepper to his healing potions in the future, ensuring he learned the value of time and life. Strangely, Chu Zhixing shivered, sensing impending misfortune. Cough, cough, do you remember that group of wanderers? Under Pei Jinyun's scrutinizing gaze, Chu Zhixing began to explain. The ones the captain dispatched? Now think carefully, what weapon did I use? To assist her, he provided a hint. The wounds. The captain's weapon was a scimitar. Yet the injuries on those wanderers were clearly inflicted by swords. Though he had only glanced briefly, as a professional healer, Pei Jinyun was not easily mistaken. Initially, she had assumed the captain had dealt with the wanderers. Not bothering to delve deeper, could it be? Pei Jinyun recalled that Bai Yuan wielded a sword. Indeed, those wanderers were all dispatched by this young man. Seeing Pei Jinyun connecting the dots, Chu Zhixing bowed his head in acknowledgement. Moreover, there was a mid-tier, third-tier beast among them. Typically, a third tier would not stand a chance against this young man. Chu Zhixing understood that although Jing Lu had sustained several injuries from the yellow-clad wanderers, the real threat had been the Flame Hound, which had thick skin and absorbed damage for the yellow-clad wanderers while harassing Jing Lu. Otherwise, given the level of the yellow-clad wanderers, they would have been swiftly defeated by Jing Lu's sword. This? Pei Jinyun was astonished. That group consisted of 4 second-tier wanderers, 1 third-tier, and 1 flame hound that was no less than a peak third-tier beast. None were weaker than Bai Yuan, yet he had single-handedly dealt with them all. Surprised? I was initially too. This young man is quite formidable. While it is not unheard of for geniuses to defeat opponents of higher tiers, doing so while outnumbered is truly impressive. Moreover, the gap between tiers is far more substantial than that between sublevels. And honestly, if this young man lacked strength, would I bring him along? I am not one to send others to their deaths. Pei Jinyun considered this. Although the captain often acted unpredictably, he never took chances with lives. It appears that I may have been somewhat biased in my initial judgment. Therefore, I shall refrain from adding laxatives and chili powder to the captain's healing potion. Thus, Xiaopei, in the future, you ought to contemplate matters more thoroughly and avoid such impulsiveness. Had you exercised a bit more caution, you wouldn't have been duped and left to count the coins for someone else. The moment Chu Zhixing uttered this remark, Pei Jinyun's earlier feelings of embarrassment were swiftly obliterated, igniting a renewed flame of indignation within her. Rising to her feet, she delivered a forceful smack atop Chu Zhixing's head. Go to hell? Ouch, my bad. My bad. Please don't hit me. Indeed. It seems I should have included laxatives and chili powder in his healing potion. No, mere laxatives would be insufficient. I ought to add croton oil and devil's chili as well. At that moment, Chu Zhixing was obliviously chuckling with Bai Yuan, unaware that his innocent daisies were about to endure unspeakable torment. Chapter 15. The Flesh and Blood Factory. The trio departed the cave, advancing deeper into the forest, eventually halting near a factory. The entire structure was adorned in camouflage hues, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Without careful scrutiny, one could easily overlook is this the Flesh and Blood Factory? Ever since the attack by the Beast God cult, Bai Yuan had taken it upon himself to diligently study the lore surrounding them. The followers of the Beast God cult possess 3 distinct methods to acquire power from the demon race. The first method involves receiving blood essence from a formidable demon. Upon obtaining this essence, the followers can integrate it into their own bodies, not only absorbing the power contained within to break through their limitations, but, with a stroke of luck, even comprehending the unique abilities of that particular demon, including its most potent innate skills. Of course, the probability of such an occurrence is exceedingly slim. Typically, even if one were to acquire the entirety of a demon's blood essence, the chances of grasping its most formidable talent remain quite low. To say nothing of a single drop, being able to comprehend even a standard ability would be commendable. Naturally, this method is not accessible to everyone. Within the Beast God cult, only the leader, esteemed elders, and protectors are granted the privilege of receiving the blood essence of demons. The second method involves receiving blessings from demons, akin to the ancient practice of shamanism, wherein demons bestow their power upon the followers of the Beast God cult, allowing them to temporarily wield this power. Those blessed by demons can refine this power to elevate their own cultivation or store it within themselves, whether employed as a means of offense or defense. The effectiveness is undeniably commendable. However, only those who have achieved notable accomplishments within the Beast God cult are entitled to receive such blessings, with varying ranks of demons bestowing blessings commensurate with the followers' deeds. The third method, the most common within the Beast God cult, is available simply by joining their ranks. This involves merging one's genes with those of demonic beasts, resulting in a hybrid existence of both human and demon. Gene fusion technology existed prior to the upheaval of Blue Star, albeit restricted to flora and fauna, with human experimentation being strictly forbidden. Yet, amidst the chaos of the Blue Star upheaval, numerous previously prescribed technologies emerged. Gene fusion was among them, and as more individuals delved into research, the technique became increasingly refined. The beast god cult has emerged as the foremost proponent of this technology, merging the genes of demonic beasts with humans to create what they term a new breed of humanity, demon gods. Demon gods possess a hybrid physique, their physical strength surpassing that of ordinary individuals by an order of magnitude, and they can master some of the lower-tier abilities of the fused demonic beasts. Moreover, their cultivation speed exceeds that of the average person, rendering each one a potential prodigy. The only caveat is that the personalities of the demon gods are influenced by the genes of the beasts they have fused with. Those who merge with lion-like demons tend to exhibit irascibility, prone to destruction over trivial disagreements. Meanwhile, those fused with fox-like demons become hedonistic, preoccupied with seeking bodily pleasures at every moment. Conversely, those fused with serpentine demons develop an intense jealousy and malicious tendencies, deriving enjoyment from tormenting other beings, a truly depraved lot. Lastly, those who merge with turtle-like demons become exceedingly lethargic and slothful, spending the majority of their time in slumber. However, they tend to be more stable than other demon gods. In essence, any fusion with the genes of demonic beasts results in the recipient being influenced by their inherent flaws. In severe cases, if they cannot maintain control, they may even self-destruct. Yet, to the beast god cult, these are merely trivial imperfections. In their rhetoric, they assert that humanity is rife with its own flaws, which they deem entirely normal. In a bold proclamation, the beast god cult once declared their entitlement to a territory of their own, asserting that their followers are the new humanity, while those who have not undergone gene fusion are the old humanity. They argued that the old humanity should actively pursue gene fusion, with those unwilling to do so deserving of eradication, relegated to slavery and compelled to serve the new humanity unconditionally. Astonishingly, there were indeed individuals who supported the beast god cult's assertions, and demonstrations erupted in certain nations. Ultimately, however, the result was that the beast god cult, along with all its followers and supporters, were ruthlessly beaten down by the so-called old humanity, branded as a cult and reduced to outcasts, driven from the cities. The Flesh and Blood Factory serves as the site where they merge the genes of demonic beasts with humans. Go on, kid. Leave the 4th-tier followers of the beast god cult to Jin Yun, while I shall handle those of the 5th tier and above. You can take care of the 3rd-tier followers. With no pretense whatsoever, Chu Zhixing boldly strode toward the Flesh and Blood Factory, wielding a strange knife, and no problem. From the moment he awoke, Bai Yuan had realized that after that harrowing battle for survival, his cultivation had advanced from the early 2nd tier to the mid-2nd tier. Now, utilizing spiritual energy to transform into a mirror flow, he believed that few within the 3rd tier could rival him. Bai Yuan, take these. Just as Bai Yuan intended to follow, Pei Jinyun seized him from behind, thrusting various bottles and vials into his hands. They were potions, some for healing, some for detoxification, and others for temporarily enhancing strength, an assortment of varieties, each labeled, thank you, Sister Pei. He expressed his gratitude hurriedly upon receiving the potions. Sister? Suddenly caught off guard by Bai Yuan's address, Pei Jinyun paused before breaking into a smile. I am indeed a few years older than you. It is only fitting to call me sister. Unlike the wanderers you fought before, the followers of the beast god cult are true lunatics. You must exercise caution when engaging them. Pei Jinyun concluded her advice with a reminder not to underestimate the followers of the beast god cult. Understood. The trio's hiding spot was not far from the Flesh and Blood Factory, and with the enhancement of spiritual energy, they arrived at the factory's entrance in mere moments. The guards of the beast god cult stationed outside the factory prepared to sound an alarm. A strange knife, accompanied by a rushing wind, swiftly cleaved through them, severing their bodies in half. Blood sprayed forth, and their internal organs spilled onto the ground, staining it crimson. Let us go inside. With a gentle shake of his hand, Chu Zhixing dislodged the blood from his knife before positioning it diagonally against his back and stepping into the Flesh and Blood Factory. Chapter 16. The battle begins. The factory's exterior bore walls with peeling paint, rusted iron doors, and an overwhelming stench of decay. The ground strewn with blood and mangled flesh, inhabited by grotesque and distorted creatures. Yet, upon closer inspection, the entire factory appeared remarkably tidy, with the air surprisingly fresh. There wasn't even a trace of disinfectant scent. Had it not been for the prior knowledge imparted by Chu Zhixing that this was the lair of the beast god cult, one might easily mistake it for an ordinary factory. Doesn't it seem rather uncharacteristic of a blood and flesh factory? Chu Zhexing seemed to read Bai Yuan's thoughts, directly addressing his doubts. Indeed, from this perspective, it bears no resemblance to the gruesome nature of a flesh and blood factory. The hygiene here likely surpasses that of many conventional factories. There wouldn't be a need for repeated fines if all factories could maintain such sanitary conditions. It's actually not surprising. This technology has been in practice for several centuries and has matured significantly, thus eliminating the necessity for those gruesome human experiments. I once watched footage of the factory in its early days. It was a horrifying sight, with blood splattered everywhere, severed limbs strewn about, and the ground awash with a mire of flesh. Canisters of eyeballs soaked in mysterious solutions, and mountains of corpses piled in the back. That was a true hell on earth. Any horror film pales in comparison. The first time I viewed that footage, I regurgitated my previous meal. For days thereafter, the mere sight of meat made me nauseous, and I was constantly heaving. During that period, it felt as if my very stomach was rebelling, leaving me utterly drained. This is precisely why the beast god cult has become universally reviled, colluding with demonic beasts, venerating the demon race, and conducting inhumane human experiments. Such abhorrent actions, were it not for the aid of powerful demons, would have long since led to their obliteration. Even the Americans, known for their obsession with research, keep their distance from these maniacs. The adherents of the beast god cult are capable of true equality, treating both nobles and commoners alike as mere subjects for experimentation. When it comes to those of higher noble birth, they merely employ larger tubes and more precious potions. Tiske, to be reduced to mere experimental subjects while still being ranked by status. This world is indeed profoundly unjust. Beep, beep, beep. As the trio entered the flesh factory, an alarm suddenly blared overhead. Simultaneously, red warning lights illuminated, signaling the presence of intruders. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from all directions, and soon the cultists surrounded the three in the hall. This is your domain now. I shall venture deeper to deal with the bigger fish. Observing the approaching cultists, Chu Zhexing paid them no heed. With a powerful push from his feet, he shot forward into the depths of the flesh factory like a cannonball. Numerous cultists attempted to obstruct him, but with a flash of his blade, he swung his formidable weapon with great force. None could stand against him. Those who dared to block his path were cleaved along with their weapons. Their attempts at hindrance did not even delay him for a moment. One moment his blade flashed, and the next, darkness ensued. Then let us engage as well. Remember not to overexert yourselves, if you feel fatigued. Retreat to the back. I shall handle the rest. Before the battle commenced, Pei Jinyun reminded Bai Yuan once more, if it becomes too much, just withdraw. I will deal with these foes. Understood, Bai Yuan nodded, an aura of extreme cold emanating from him. With snowflakes gently cascading down, as the storm subsided, Bai Yuan transformed into the form of Jing Lu. With a light touch of his toes, Jing Lu dashed forward, his sword radiating a chilling energy. Waves of icy sword light sliced through the air like crescent moons, targeting the cultists of the third tier. What a hasty temperament. I cannot fall behind. Pei Jinyun crossed her arms in front of her. A variety of colored potions delicately balanced on her fingertips. Cultists charged towards her, weapons aimed at her vitals. Pei Jinyun nimbly evaded each assault, hurling the potions with precision. Upon contact, the vials shattered, splattering the potions onto the cultists. Those struck felt excruciating pain at the sites of impact, and upon glancing down, they discovered their garments dissolving from the corrosive nature of the potions. The multicolored liquids surged into their bodies, and the flesh around their wounds turned pale, for these potions were not only corrosive but also poisonous. Within a mere 3 breaths, those afflicted succumbed, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. We potion masters, aside from healing, can also bring about death. Tio presumed that a potion master, merely a healer, lacks combat prowess is gravely mistaken. In our hands, potions can be miraculous elixirs or lethal toxins. Pei Jinyun skillfully dodged the cultists' relentless attacks, launching her potions with remarkable speed. Witnessing the terror of her concoctions, the cultists desperately sought to evade her, resorting to shattering the potions with their weapons. Yet, even after being released, the potions remained under Pei Jinyun's control. No matter how they evaded, the potions pursued them relentlessly, and those who shattered the vials found the liquid targeting them directly. Pei Jinyun moved with remarkable swiftness, eager to eliminate the cultists before assisting Bai Yuan. Although she trusted Bai Yuan's strength against third-tier wanderers, a lingering worry still troubled her. Meanwhile, Jing Lu's expression turned icy as she wielded her long sword with the finesse of a master, executing the supreme sword techniques bestowed by the celestial sword. Initially, several cultists, underestimating Jing Lu due to her lower cultivation, paid a heavy price, failing to grasp how their lethal strikes were effortlessly parried by the gray-haired woman. In that instant, they felt as though their hands were ensnared by an unseen force, helplessly following the rhythm of her swordplay, completely unable to control their own movements. By the time they regained their senses to attack again, it was too late. Her razor-sharp blade had already severed their lives. Chapter 17. Where have you placed me? Let us converge. Realizing Jing Lu's prowess, the cultists chose to overwhelm her in a desperate rush. Yet, despite the onslaught, Jing Lu evaded with ease, as if dancing to a precise rhythm, always sidestepping just before their strikes landed. Her sword danced through the air, chop, sweep, stab, slice. Each move devoid of flourish, aimed solely at claiming lives. Jing Lu resembled an elegant dancer, her steps fluid amidst the chaotic assault of the cultists, her sword trailing droplets of crimson. Humph! Not far off, a fourth-tier cultist observed the scene, his expression sinister as he charged towards Jing Lu. Blade in hand, Bai Yuan, be cautious. Pei Jinyun hurled a vial of poison, incapacitating the nearest foe, attempting to rush to Jing Lu's aid, but it was too late. The fourth-tier cultist was already upon Jing Lu. And despite Pei Jinyun facing no obstruction, she could not reach in time. As the situation escalated, more cultists surged forth, blocking her path. Sensing the murderous intent behind her, Jing Lu dispatched her immediate foe with a swift strike, then reversed her sword to defend herself. Clang! The sound of a heavy blade colliding with her sword reverberated, the force sending Jing Lu flying. She twisted in midair, landing deftly against the wall of the flesh factory. Her long hair swirling as a trickle of blood escaped her lips, her current strength. Facing a fourth-tier energy wielder proved excessively daunting in the frantic exchange. Her long sword nearly slipped from her grasp, her hands stinging from the impact. Beneath her mask, her eyes gleamed with lethal intent, and with a powerful stance, she propelled herself towards the fourth-tier cultist like an arrow released from a bow. Clang! The clash of blades echoed, sending shockwaves through the air. I concede your talent, but to think you can harm me is naively optimistic. The fourth-tier cultist sneered. Licking his lips, one hand gripped his knife while the other swung a punch toward Jing Lu. In a swift maneuver, Jing Lu redirected her sword to block the punch, using the force to perform a backflip and land gracefully. A surge of murderous intent surged within her. She realized time was running short. Is this all you have? Rest assured, I care deeply for geniuses. Once you perish, I shall take your head as my trophy. The cultist's cruel smile revealed his sadistic pleasure, believing he had wounded Jing Lu. Gazing at the dim-witted foe before her, Jing Lu consumed the potion Pei Jinyun had given her, one that temporarily bolstered her strength, feeling her energy surge dramatically. Simultaneously, the suppression of her demonic form reached its peak, unleashing a torrent of murderous aura that swept through the flesh factory. Inside, a blinding flash of blade light heralded another cultist being cleaved in twain by Chu Zhishin. Feeling the sudden surge of lethal energy, Chu Zhishin glanced towards Jing Lu and the others. Oh ho, the little madwoman has begun her rampage. Outside the flesh factory, Pei Jinyun, intent on rushing to their aid, was momentarily taken aback by the transformation of the once serene beauty into a figure radiating lethal intent. In an instant, Jing Lu vanished from sight, reappearing directly before the fourth-tier cultist. With her sword angled sharply, she lunged toward his throat. The cultist hastily raised his blade in defense, the force of the impact numbing his hand. With Pei Jinyun's potion and the eruption of her demonic form, Jing Lu felt herself nearing the strength to contend with a fourth-tier opponent. Jing Lu retreated momentarily, unleashing 3 waves of icy sword energy that sped toward the cultist. Flawless flying light. The 3 arcs of energy struck precisely at the same point on the cultist's long blade. Crack! A sharp sound resonated as a fragment broke from the weapon. Then, with a resounding thud, the long blade shattered at the points where Jing Lu had struck thrice, the blade clattering to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Jing Lu closed in, sword drawn, charging at the cultist. Weaponless, the cultist, faced with Jing Lu's relentless advance, discarded the broken blade and attempted to reach for another weapon at his waist. Unfortunately for him, he was a moment too slow. As his hand brushed against the hilt, a streak of icy blue blade light had already sliced through his neck. Thud, blood splattered as a severed head soared high into the air, still adorned with an expression of disbelief. How could a fourth-tier psychic be slain by a mere second-tier girl with yellow hair? Clatter! Jing Lu fell to the ground, the sharp click of her high-heeled boots echoing through the air. The third-tier beast god cult followers surrounding her were rendered utterly speechless. If even a fourth-tier psychic could be killed, what chance did they have? At this moment, the silver moon mask upon Jing Lu's face vanished, revealing her blood-red eyes scanning the crowd, instilling a chilling sensation that they were being targeted by a demon lord. A profound sense of danger gripped their hearts. Continuing to engage with this monster would only lead to their demise. Flee. Among the crowd, it was unclear who initiated the retreat, but the followers of the beast god cult began to scatter in all directions. However, some were swifter than others. Jing Lu, wielding her long sword, plunged into the throng of beast god cultists like a tiger among sheep, dispatching them one by one. Ha 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 ha. The maniacal laughter reverberated throughout the blood-soaked factory, casting an ominous shadow over the retreating cultists. Some attempted to resist, but they were struck down by Jing Lu's sword before even catching a glimpse of her figure. I will kill her. Witnessing Jing Lu's rampage, some fourth-tier followers of the beast god cult sought to eliminate her. Yet this time, they were intercepted by Pei Jinyun. Slap! Several vials of potion shattered upon the ground, conjuring an eerie green firewall that obstructed their path. Clatter! Pei Jinyun steadily approached them, gazing directly at the beast god cultists. This is quite troublesome. If you rush in recklessly, where does that leave me? Chapter 18. The blue beast egg. Let us settle this swiftly. Pei Jinyun crossed her arms before her, curling and extending her fingers, causing potions to materialize at her fingertips. However, unlike before, these potions were black. Consider yourselves prepared. Pei Jinyun thrust her hands forward, flinging the potions into the air. Quickly, form a barrier. Upon seeing the potions hurled by Pei Jinyun, the beast god cultists hastily erected their psychic shields. Since evasion or shattering them proved futile, they could only brace themselves for impact. A few black potions arced gracefully through the air, ultimately crashing against the psychic shields they had conjured. Boom! To their astonishment, the potions did not release toxins upon shattering. Instead, they erupted violently. The psychic shields of several beast god cultists were obliterated in an instant, their bodies half blown away by the explosion, while the others were thrown into chaos from the shockwave. More potions soared through the air, as Pei Jinyun drew 2 daggers from her waist. With a swift flick of her right hand, she struck one of the potions, shattering it, and the potion splattered across the blades. Pei Jinyun darted forward, seizing the opportunity to harvest lives while the beast god cultists remained disoriented from the explosion. Without needing to think, Jing Lu sensed that the situation had gone awry. She felt that if this continued, a calamity would surely ensue. Yet, to assist, she needed to first eliminate the foes before her. In her determination for a swift resolution, Pei Jinyun consumed several potions to enhance her physical prowess. After she had dispatched all the beast god cultists in her vicinity, she turned to find that Jing Lu had already neutralized all her adversaries. At that moment, Jing Lu's gaze was icy, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a crimson light, filled with emotions of slaughter and destruction that even Pei Jinyun, a pinnacle fourth-tier psychic, found alarming. Clang! With a swift draw, Jing Lu appeared before Pei Jinyun, her sword slicing toward Pei Jinyun's neck, sending a sharp sting radiating from the area. Clang! Pei Jinyun parried Jing Lu's assault with her dagger, kicking toward her in retaliation. Pei Jinyun's strength was not to be compared to that of the beast god cult's underlings. Although Jing Lu quickly withdrew her sword to defend, she was still sent flying by Pei Jinyun's powerful kick. Feeling the sting at her neck, Pei Jinyun reached up to touch it, finding her fingers damp with blood. Although Jing Lu's strike had missed its mark, it still left a wound on her neck. Fortunately, Pei Jinyun had timely used her psychic energy to shield herself, resulting in only a minor loss of blood. You genuinely intend to kill me, dear sister? This is rather vexing. I am growing irritated. Pei Jinyun raised her dagger, her demeanor turning serious. However, concerned about harming Jing Lu, she retracted all the venom from her blades. Ha 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 ha. Jing Lu laughed maniacally, her blood-red eyes fixed on Pei Jinyun, exuding an aura of unrestrained malice. At that moment, Pei Jinyun noticed numerous wounds adorning Jing Lu's body. Given Jing Lu's transformation into a demon and her consumption of Pei Jinyun's potions, alongside the terror instilled in the beast god cult's followers, it was inconceivable that she could have been harmed. Yet, in her relentless pursuit of slaughter, Jing Lu made no effort to defend against their attacks, only striking to kill in that instant. Pei Jinyun finally understood why Jing Lu had been so severely injured the last time they met. Just as the two were about to clash, a figure suddenly appeared behind Jing Lu. Sensing the presence of another, Jing Lu swiftly altered her sword's trajectory to strike at the newcomer. However, her formidable blow was effortlessly blocked. As the individual merely pinched her sword between two fingers, "You little lunatic, you've grown stronger." The newcomer was none other than Chu Zhishin, who had just cleared the interior of the blood-soaked factory. He could distinctly sense that Jing Lu's power had significantly increased since their last encounter. Part of this enhancement stemmed from her recent advancement to mid-second tier, while the other part was undoubtedly due to Pei Jinyun's potions. As the captain, Chu Zhishin was well aware of the effects of the potions his team possessed. With her sword restrained, Jing Lu immediately intended to abandon it and retreat. Yet, a large hand swiftly landed on her shoulder, and an unusual power surged into her body. As this force coursed through her, Jing Lu suddenly felt a refreshing coolness in her mind, with even her lost reason gradually returning. The demon's influence was directly suppressed. Regaining her senses, Jing Lu stared in astonishment at Chu Zhishin. "Little lunatic, what are you staring at? Hurry and revert back." Upon witnessing Jing Lu's astonished gaze, Chu Zhishin urged. A flash of light enveloped Jing Lu, transforming her back into Bai Yuan. Chu Zhishin released his grip on her shoulder, and just as Bai Yuan was about to inquire, she felt her legs give way, causing her to collapse onto the ground. The temporary boost in power from the potion could not possibly come without side effects. The potions Pei Jinyun had provided were already the ones with the least adverse effects, and once their efficacy wore off, Bai Yuan would find herself utterly drained of strength. "Bai Yuan, are you all right?" Pei Jinyun rushed over, producing several vials of potions to offer Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan accepted the potions and consumed them, instantly feeling a warm flow of energy coursing through her body, rapidly restoring her strength while her wounds healed under the potion's influence. "Sister Pei, I apologize for my earlier actions." Bai Yuan recalled her previous attack on Pei Jinyun, which had inadvertently injured her. "It's just a minor wound. It's already healed." Pei Jinyun brushed her hair aside, revealing her delicate and fair neck, devoid of any visible scars. After resting for a while, Bai Yuan regained some strength and followed Chu Zhishin as they ventured deeper into the blood-soaked factory. Everywhere they looked, there lay the corpses of the beast god cultists, each one unmistakably slain with a single precise stroke, the cuts clean and smooth, devoid of any signs of struggle at the innermost part of the blood-soaked factory. They discovered a colossal laboratory filled with large, transparent cylindrical containers, each housing humans undergoing genetic modifications. Some bore horns, others sported large tails, while some were covered in scales. Each exhibited varying traits reminiscent of monstrous beasts. "Here, take this. It should suit you well." As Bai Yuan observed the half-human, half-beast beings within the containers, Chu Zhishin approached her, dragging a large egg behind him. The entire egg was a frosty blue, emanating waves of chilling energy, unmistakably belonging to an ice attribute beast, which explained Chu Zhishin's assertion that it would be a good match for her. Chapter 19. The Lantern Bearer. The beast god cult's integration with beast genes naturally does not involve fully matured beasts. Mature beasts possess too many unpredictable changes. They may carry violent tendencies or bloodlust, rendering them impure. Should they be used for fusion, it is highly likely to result in catastrophic failures. At best, the subject would be left a shattered wreck, and at worst, they would explode into a cloud of ash. Even if various methods were employed to forcibly ensure success, the resulting synthetic being would lack reason, existing only to wreak havoc. Consequently, when fusing with beasts, the followers of the beast god cult opt for beast eggs or newly born young beasts. To win the loyalty of the beast god cult, the royal and noble families of the beast clans often discard their unworthy offspring for fusion, granting them greater power. The leader of the beast god cult and several elders have fused with royal bloodlines from the beast clans. while the Guardians have incorporated bloodlines from the lower-ranking nobility. Yet, even this is limited. Most of the resulting beings are of diluted bloodlines, failures that yield little to no advanced abilities, and the prospect of acquiring innate supernatural powers is even more remote. Not only that, but once the leader, elders, and protectors of the Beast God sect merge with these bloodlines, they will forever be ensnared by the demon race due to the suppression of their lineage. Although instances of breaking free from the shackles of bloodlines are not unheard of, the probability is exceedingly slim. Just how slim is it? It's even less likely than winning 30 million in the lottery. Suddenly, Zhu Zhishan, holding the blue beast egg, let out a soft gasp, his spiritual energy surging as he lunged towards the blue beast egg. A blue lion's head materialized on the surface of the egg, attempting to thwart Zhu Zhishan's efforts. Zhu Zhishan sensed that the individual wielding this power was stronger than himself, yet they were not present here. Furthermore, the barrier seemed rather unstable, despite exerting some effort. Zhu Zhishan managed to reopen the shackles above. The lion's head on the blue beast egg emitted an enraged roar before being utterly shattered by Zhu Zhishan, dissolving into countless blue sparks that vanished into the air. With the disappearance of that barrier, a more terrifying chill surged forth from the blue beast egg, even covering the ground around Zhu Zhishan with a layer of frost. How intriguing! This remarkable transformation undoubtedly indicates that this blue beast egg is not a mere waste of bloodline, but rather a rare offspring. Unlike humans, the competition within the demon race is intensely fierce and brutal. During this competition, any form of slaughter or cruel methods may be employed. However, there exists an absolute red line that cannot be crossed. One must not harm descendants of high blood purity. They may perish in future competitions or on the battlefield against humans, but they must not suffer losses due to the sordid schemes within their own race. The presence of this beast egg here clearly indicates that some demon has violated this red line, sealing the bloodline of this egg with power, thus delivering it into the hands of the Beast God sect. The Xianbing Jade Lion, one of the 5 royal families within the demon race, possesses such high blood purity. What good fortune for you, little madman. Zhu Zhishan extended the blue beast egg towards Bai Yuan, signaling him to take it. However, Bai Yuan did not accept the blue beast egg. His gaze fixed intently on Zhu Zhishan. Why? Why? A look of confusion crossed Zhu Zhishan's face as he failed to grasp Bai Yuan's meaning. What is your true intention? Upon witnessing the scene within the flesh and blood factory, Bai Yuan suddenly realized that not only he, but even Pei Jinyun had not arrived. With Zhu Zhishan's own strength, he could effortlessly sweep through this flesh and blood factory. He glanced at the corpses strewn across the ground, all severed with a single blow. Faced with Zhu Zhishan's blade, they had not even the strength to retaliate. In such circumstances, Zhu Zhishan had no need to invite him to join in the eradication of the flesh and blood factory merely to repay a debt of gratitude. Such a reason seemed rather far-fetched. Furthermore, this blue beast egg, a pure-blood offspring of the demon royal family, is a treasure rare to find anywhere, and the other party seemed utterly unconcerned about gifting it to him. Who, then, is truly in debt here? Bai Yuan or Zhu Zhishan? The little madman is always so perceptive when he is being mad. Zhu Zhishan retracted his hand and gave the blue beast egg a vigorous twist, causing it to spin on his fingertips like a basketball. You are the lantern bearers, do you know that? With a gentle toss upwards, Zhu Zhishan caught the blue beast egg with both hands and declared, You are the lantern bearers. Upon hearing Zhu Zhishan's words, Bai Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. The Lantern Bearers, the largest cult organization within Xia Province. Although the Beast God sect is widespread across the 9 continents, they are utterly incapable of competing with the Lantern Bearers in the land of Xia Province. It seems you are aware, but of course, we have always been quite prominent. Zhu Zhishan's tone was tinged with mockery, showing no concern for the wariness evident on Bai Yuan's face. Your talent is impressive. I wish to invite you to join the Lantern Bearers. Suddenly, Zhu Zhishan's demeanor grew serious as he extended the invitation to Bai Yuan. I have no intention of associating with a cult. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yuan rejected Zhu Zhishan's invitation. Under Zhu Zhishan's gaze, Bai Yuan's muscles tensed, a chilling aura gradually emanating from him, ready to transform into the mirror flow at any moment. In truth, Bai Yuan was acutely aware that not only Zhu Zhishan, but even Pei Jinyun was beyond his match. To be frank, if either Zhu Zhishan or Pei Jinyun harbored murderous intent in such a situation, he had no other option for survival but to agree to join. While he possessed 6th-tier armor, Organizations like the Lantern Bearers certainly lacked no formidable spiritual tools. Even if he were to send a distress signal to Bai Donglin right now, it was uncertain if he could hold out until help arrived. After all, once his 6th-tier armor was breached, facing Zhu Zixin would mean certain death from a single strike. Don't be so tense. Don't make this all so bloody. After all, we are civilized individuals. Let us sit down and discuss our needs calmly. For instance, we can offer you methods to control your own spiritual energy. Wouldn't you agree? In stark contrast to Bai Yuan's tense demeanor, Zhu Zixin appeared utterly relaxed. He even took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag, a look of enjoyment crossing his face. Chapter 20. Half-Demon Empire. Hearing Zhu Zixin's words, Bai Yuan suddenly recalled the power that had restored his clarity. It had forcibly pulled him out of the state of demonic possession before. This was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. Previously, whenever he fell into demonic possession, he faced only the paternal affection of Bai Donglin, controlling him and putting him to sleep. Naturally, he coveted Zhu Zixin's method, as it offered him hope of completely suppressing the demonic possession. However, after such a long search with no results, he understood the preciousness of this method, and thus, even though he desperately desired it, he refrained from speaking. It now seemed that Zhu Zixin had deliberately shown it to him, or perhaps Zhu Zixin had brought him to this flesh and blood factory specifically to demonstrate through concrete actions that they indeed possessed a means to help him fully control his demonic possession. Not an empty promise, nor an extravagant vision, but something he could tangibly experience. Do you want it? Undoubtedly, he desired it. Rather, during this awakening period, he had dreamt every day of finding a way to control his demonic possession. Now that this method presented itself before him, to say he wasn't tempted would be a lie. Refusing might lead to death, whereas accepting not only spared his life but also provided a means to control his spiritual energy. If it were someone else, they might have agreed without hesitation. Yet Bai Yuan always held his own principles. While he never considered himself a good person and could be selfish at times, he absolutely did not wish to become a pariah. Moreover, his father was a general in charge of the garrison in Yun City. If he joined a cult, how would his father cope, and how would their family face the people of Yun City? No need for that. It seemed he mustered immense courage to utter those 3 words. After speaking, Bai Yuan's spirit tightened to its utmost limit, snowflakes fluttering around him, and he once again transformed into Mirror Flow. Are you certain you want to refuse me? With Mirror Flow's repeated rejections, Zhu Zixin's expression turned cold, a vast pressure emanating from him towards Mirror Flow. Mirror Flow immediately felt as if an immense mountain was bearing down on him, his legs buckling as he struggled to remain standing. Clenching his teeth, Mirror Flow forced himself to endure, raising his gaze to Zhu Zixin, his eyes faintly shimmering with a crimson glow. The long sword in his hand gleamed coldly, and Mirror Flow prepared to plunge into demonic possession, ready to fight Zhu Zixin to the death. A surge of cold energy emerged, forming solid ice upon the ground around him. Just as he was about to strike, the terrifying aura radiating from Zhu Zixin suddenly dissipated, momentarily disorienting the already poised Mirror Flow, nearly causing him to choke on his own breath. I told you not to resort to violence so readily. If you do not wish to join, then do not. Must you make us seem like an organization that coerces others? Zhu Zixin adjusted his attire, brushing off the dust that had settled during their earlier confrontation. As for the blood, please, the mere cultists of the Beast God sect are not even worthy of staining him. Honestly, we Lantern Bearers are the foremost cult in Xia Province. How could we engage in such despicable acts of murder upon rejection? That would be utterly lacking in dignity. The corners of Mirror Flow's mouth twitched violently. Being the foremost cult is something to be proud of? Uncertain of Zhu Zixin's intentions, Mirror Flow remained highly vigilant. You should revert back, otherwise, you might transform into the little madman again. Zhu Zixin waved his hand dismissively, a hint of disdain in his tone. However, Mirror Flow ignored him, remaining on high alert. "Oh, not look at me like that. I am genuinely a good person. Furthermore, if I wish to do something to you, given my strength, would your transformation even matter?" Although it felt absurd for a cultist to declare himself a good person, Mirror Flow had to admit there was some truth in what he said. It was clear that whether transformed or not, if Zhu Zixin intended to act, the outcome would be virtually the same for him. The only reason for transforming was to die with some semblance of dignity, at least to prove that he had resisted. Though he had not fought back, he had not cowered either, stepping back. Mirror Flow finally retracted his spiritual energy, reverting to Bai Yuan's form. This is of no use to me. You can keep it. Chu Zhesheng tossed the blue beast egg in his hand towards Bai Yuan. Upon seeing the blue beast egg soaring in his direction, Bai Yuan quickly extended his hand to catch it. Meanwhile, Chu Zhesheng turned and made his way to the control console within the laboratory, where Pei Jinyun had already been conducting research for quite some time. How is it? Do you know how to proceed? Chu Zhesheng inquired. I have figured everything out. These individuals have completed their fusion. We merely need to activate the device, and they will awaken, Pei Jinyun replied, gesturing towards several operational buttons above her. What do you intend to do with these individuals? Although they have transformed into half-human, half-demon beings, not all of them willingly joined the Beast God sect. Naturally, we will release them all. Those who are devoted to the Beast God sect will be eliminated, while those who were forcibly abducted will be sent to the Half-Demon Empire. The Half-Demon Empire was established by a powerful half-demon, the offspring of a demon royalty and a human. The demon royalty, seeking to unleash their primal instincts, was taken aback by the unexpected birth of a son. Within the demon community, there was considerable disdain for half-demons, especially for the illegitimate child of a demon aristocrat, which the royalty regarded as a blemish. They dispatched assassins to eliminate the mother and child. Yet the half-demon managed to survive through unknown means. To evade the relentless pursuit of the demon clan. The half-demon once joined the Beast God sect, rising to the rank of elder. Under the guise of the Beast God sect, the half-demon was able to cultivate in peace until ultimately breaking free from the constraints of their royal bloodline. This half-demon became one of the few beings in demon history capable of overcoming bloodline suppression, leading those who had been forcibly transformed into half-demons by the Beast God sect to escape. Eventually, they established the half-demon empire beyond the 9 continents, known today as the founding emperor, Jing Zhanyao. Having been so thoroughly outmaneuvered, the demon royalty and the Beast God sect could not let Jing Zhanyao go unpunished. They launched a military campaign against the half-demon empire, intent on obliterating it. At that time, many believed the half-demon empire could not withstand the might of the demon royalty. However, the outcome astonished everyone. Jing Zhanyao not only led the half-demon empire to victory but achieved a resounding triumph. Chapter 21. A display of my dashing style. Jing Zhanyao showcased his terrifying prowess at the pinnacle of the 9th tier, alongside a mysterious army that suddenly appeared, annihilating the forces of the demon royalty in a single battle. Following that defeat, the demon royalty seethed with rage, wishing to see him ground to dust. Yet, by then, Jing Zhanyao had become a formidable force, with other demon royals eyeing him enviously. After several back-and-forth skirmishes, the matter eventually faded into obscurity. Jing Zhanyao then publicly announced the formal establishment of the half-demon empire. Could it be that UARE.at this moment, a thought struck Bai Yuan. Bingo, correct. We are the mysterious force that aided the half-demon empire at that time. Chu Zhesheng affirmed with a snap of his fingers, validating Bai Yuan's deduction. Why? Logically, the Lantern Bearers, being a cult, would have no reason to assist the half-demon empire. They themselves are already facing suppression from the Xiaozhou authorities. Incurring further enmity with the demon clan would be counterproductive unless, Bai Yuan mused, they also aspire to establish a nation like the half-demon empire. Of course, Chu Zhesheng replied, adopting a self-righteous tone. If you wish to hear something noble, it would be this. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. A nation that has risen through self-reliance and strength should not be subjugated by the demon clan. We ought to respect the sovereignty of every nation and resolutely combat these malevolent forces. Chu Zhesheng's sudden display of righteous indignation felt incongruous with his identity as a cultist. But if you desire the truth, it is simply to vex the demon clan. The demons are enemies of humanity. The more they suffer, the more joy we derive. The less they desire something, the more we will pursue it. They perceive the half-demon empire as a source of shame and wish for its demise. Yet we shall ensure its establishment. All right, now that sounds more like the words of a cultist. Yet there remains an odd sincerity in your statements. Enough, kid. Step back. We are about to put on a show. With a snap of his fingers, Chu Zhesheng stepped back a few paces, exuding confidence, as the sound echoed. The liquids within all containers began to rapidly recede, and the containers opened, causing the half-demons inside to tumble out. Bai Yuan glanced at Pei Jinyun, who was operating the instruments, and then at Chu Zhesheng, who was striking poses, He found numerous points to critique, but was unsure where to begin. Chu Zhisheng waved his hand, lifting all the half-demons in the laboratory with his spiritual energy, and collectively placed them in one area. With another snap of his fingers, the spiritual energy surged, awakening all the half-demons from their stupor. Bai Yuan was perplexed. Is this a mandatory ritual? Chu Zhisheng raised an eyebrow at Bai Yuan's expression. Kid, don't you understand? This is incredibly stylish. Pei Jinyun approached the group of half-demons, holding several vials of pink potion. With a swift motion, she tossed the potions among them, and a cloud of pink mist rapidly enveloped the area. The half-demons, just released from their containers, instinctively inhaled the pink mist as it entered their bodies. Their gazes became vacant, their pupils dull, as if hypnotized. Come now, listen to my instructions. Those who were forcibly taken by the Beast God sect and did not wish to join, stand on my left. Those who voluntarily joined the Beast God sect and wish to be one of them, stand on my right. Chu Zhisheng clapped his hands to capture their attention and began issuing commands. Upon hearing his orders, 2/3 of the half-demons moved to his left side, while only 1/3 went to the right. Excellent. Now, those on my left, please follow me. After clapping 3 more times, he turned and walked away from the blood and flesh factory, with the half-demons on his left following suit while those on the right remained stationary. Let us go as well, Pei Jinyun said, approaching Bai Yuan. All right. Outside the blood and flesh factory, Chu Zhisheng led the half-demons to a location further away. Kid, you haven't seen my strength yet, but you'll soon witness my dashing form. Chu Zhisheng brandished his unknown blade and advanced towards Bai Yuan, turning to face the blood and flesh factory. He kicked the blade's body, raising it high with both hands. The power of thunder and fire surged within him, emanating an overwhelming aura. His left eye sparkled with brilliant lightning, radiating dazzling rays, while his right eye burned with fierce flames, seemingly containing boundless fire. The power of thunder and fire intertwined along the length of the blade, and as Chu Zhisheng swung it down with considerable force, a dragon of thunder and fire roared forth. The deafening sound of the explosion resonated, and as the dust settled, the area where the blood and flesh factory once stood had been reduced to ruins, with occasional sparks of thunder and fire still flickering. The half-demons who had remained inside the factory were evidently beyond saving. What do you think, kid? Chu Zhisheng twirled the blade and planted its hilt into the ground, striking a heroic pose for Bai Yuan. I will not join the lantern bearers, Bai Yuan declared. Damn it, how many times must I say it? We lantern bearers do not engage in coercive tactics. We are a dignified organization, you know? Bai Yuan's response nearly caused Chu Zhisheng to choke on his own words. I've told you countless times, we are not a rogue organization like the Beast God sect. Bai Yuan nodded, which caused Chu Zhisheng's mouth to twitch in frustration. You'd be better off retorting. Nevertheless, he continued. But let me ask you, kid, are you truly not considering joining us, the lantern bearers? Let me tell you, our treatment as lantern bearers is exceptionally good. Even if you inquire elsewhere, no organization offers better benefits than us. Once you become a formal member, you will be assigned luxury cars and villas, with a salary so generous you won't know how to spend it. Joining us means not only will you find a solution to the dangers you face, but you will also secure a job with excellent benefits. Such good fortune is something you won't find even with a lantern. As Chu Zhisheng spoke, he animatedly gestured. Thanks for the invitation, but I currently have no interest in joining a cult. Compared to being a pariah of society, he preferred to be a soldier like his father, defending a territory, protecting his homeland, or fighting on the front lines for his country. Becoming a cultist was never part of his life's blueprint. Chapter 22. Return to the city. TSK. Do you realize that your rejection signifies what you have missed out on? Chu Zhisheng feigned a heartbroken expression, as if Bai Yuan had lost a fortune. I don't know, and I must take my leave now. Bai Yuan maintained a stoic demeanor, unfazed by Chu Zhisheng's exaggerated performance. Leave? Where to? Upon suddenly hearing that Bai Yuan was leaving, Chu Zhisheng's expression momentarily froze. It's time to go home for dinner. Having been out for quite some time, it was indeed time to return. Damn it. I also want to go home for dinner. The mere mention of going home for a meal cast a complex shadow across Chu Zhisheng's eyes, ultimately culminating in a curse. Although Bai Yuan was somewhat puzzled by the meaning behind Chu Zhisheng's words, he refrained from prying into others' privacy and promptly turned to walk out of the forest. Chu Zhisheng watched Bai Yuan's departing figure, smacked his lips in contemplation, yet ultimately chose not to call out to him again. Stop looking. He's already far gone. Pei Jinyun stepped forward, waving her hand in front of Chu Zhixing's eyes, signaling him to cease his gaze. Ah, what a pity. Such a fine talent. Chu Zhixing's face bore a look of regret. He genuinely wished to recruit Bai Yuan into their ranks as a lantern bearer. With high combat prowess and a killer instinct, such talent was precisely what they needed. Initially, Chu Zhixing was merely curious about how Bai Yuan had the audacity to venture alone into the forest at the second tier. He could naturally sense that Bai Yuan's inner spiritual energy was extraordinary, yet even geniuses seldom dared to train alone in the wild at such a low tier. To be precise, second-tier individuals typically only ventured into the wild with a mentor or elder. It was only upon reaching the third tier that they would contemplate forming teams for outings. After all, genius merely signifies potential to become powerful, not that one is powerful in the present. Furthermore, judging by Bai Yuan's various actions, it was evident that this was not his first solo expedition into the wild. Out of curiosity, he followed Bai Yuan for a distance. It was then that he witnessed Bai Yuan's confrontation with a vagabond. Just as he believed Bai Yuan to be at a disadvantage and was about to intervene, Bai Yuan suddenly transformed, and his combat power surged dramatically. Even more astonishing was Bai Yuan's ability to detect his hidden presence. Such talent instantly ignited Chu Zhixing's desire to recruit Bai Yuan, especially since his team was short one member. He was confident that Bai Yuan would agree, for he possessed the method to suppress that frenzied state which Bai Yuan needed. However, this lad was utterly impervious to persuasion. No. Chu Zhixing suddenly bellowed, startling Pei Jinyun, who had approached the group of half-demons still in a hypnotic state. She turned, puzzled. What's wrong with you? Why this sudden outburst? If I let such a genius slip away, I would regret it for a lifetime. Waking up in the middle of the night and slapping myself. Chu Zhixing clenched his fists, speaking with resolute gravity. So what do you intend to do? Bai Yuan has clearly stated he wants to join a cult. You can't seriously consider kidnapping him, can you? In truth, Pei Jinyun also held a fondness for Bai Yuan, but he had repeatedly declined their invitations. What are you saying? How many times must I clarify? We are not a rogue organization like the Beast God sect. It is precisely because our organization is home to many with your mindset that we are viewed as a cult. Chu Zhixing regarded Pei Jinyun with a serious expression, imparting his earnest ideology. Isn't it true that our lantern bearers were initially a cult? When did we become a cult because of our existence? You've got the sequence wrong. We existed first, and they joined later. Moreover, the lantern bearers have been infamous as a cult for a millennium. How does that concern them? Forget it. Discussing this with someone as simple-minded as you is futile. We still need to stay in Cloud City for a while, right? I will thoroughly demonstrate my sincerity to him. One day, I will persuade him to join us. Just wait and see. Chu Zhixing puffed out his chest, brimming with self-satisfaction, as if he could already envision Bai Yuan agreeing to join the lantern bearers. Pei Jinyun, standing behind Chu Zhixing, rolled her eyes in exasperation. Great, the captain is having another episode. However, she had long since grown accustomed to it. The captain had a few days each month where he was simply irrational, suddenly acting out. In the words of the vice-captain, the captain suffered from intermittent delusions of grandeur. All right, you go ahead and try your luck. I also quite like this young lad and look forward to him becoming our teammate. Meanwhile, Bai Yuan was walking with a taut spirit toward the forest's edge. Upon exiting the Luing forest, neither Chu Zhixing nor Pei Jinyun pursued him. Even in his mirror flow form, he sensed no trace of them. It appeared they truly had not followed. Bai Yuan let out a sigh of relief, his tense body finally relaxing. Although they had promised to let him go, they were, after all, cultists. The most notorious cult in Xiang. It was not unimaginable for them to feign compliance while harboring ulterior motives. Yet, since no unforeseen events had transpired thus far, it seemed they genuinely intended to allow his departure. Dismissing such thoughts, Bai Yuan donned his illusory mask once more, channeling his spiritual energy and racing toward Cloud City at full speed. After approximately an hour, Bai Yuan finally beheld the grand gates of Cloud City. At this moment, numerous individuals were returning from outside, laden with various packages, evidently having enjoyed a fruitful venture. It is worth noting that the price of storage rings is quite steep. Thus, not everyone possesses one like Bai Yuan. Most still relied on traditional methods, dismembering slain beasts on site, packing the useful portions for transport back to the city, while discarding the unusable remains in the wild. After verifying his identity, Bai Yuan entered Cloud City. He first visited the Hero Alliance to submit his task, with 20 sword feathers credited to his account. A faint smile gracing his lips, he now had a total of 500 sword feathers, sufficient to exchange for a low-tier inferior spiritual artifact. Although Bai Yuan's long sword was remarkably sharp, it was not a spiritual artifact but merely an ordinary weapon. This was not due to Bai Donglin's inability to procure a powerful attacking spiritual artifact for Bai Yuan, but rather because such dependence would hinder Bai Yuan's training, fostering an over-reliance on spiritual tools. Bai Yuan himself did not wish to lean entirely on his father. He aimed to obtain spiritual artifacts through his own efforts. However, he did not immediately exchange his feathers. His current sword was adequate for his use, and he could always trade later when his cultivation improved further. After submitting his task, Bai Yuan disposed of the carcasses of the beasts he had slain before heading homeward. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he suddenly halted. Outside the door stood a delicately featured young girl, her hands clasped behind her back, leaning against the outer wall of the villa, gazing down at her feet as she paced back and forth. Yixin. Bai Yuan stepped forward and gently called her name. Upon hearing her name, Yixin lifted her head and, upon seeing Bai Yuan so close, her face instantly lit up with joy. Bai Yuan. You back. Yet, her expression quickly shifted upon noticing Bai Yuan's tattered clothing and the bloodstains. Although Bai Yuan had utilized the mirror flow form during his battle with the Vagabond and the Beast God sect cultists, he had not resorted to using spiritual energy during his fight with the demon beasts. Consequently, his attire bore numerous claw marks from the beasts, resembling a rag draped over him. Don't worry. It's just a few minor injuries. The blood is all from the demon beasts. As he spoke, he lifted his shirt to show Yixin, revealing his smooth and delicate skin, which even made Yixin somewhat envious. Thanks to Pei Jinyun's healing, Bai Yuan bore not a single wound. That's good to hear. Sighing in relief upon confirming Bai Yuan's safety, Yixin continued, Uncle Bai and my father are barbecuing at your house. Hurry and wash up. Then change into some clean clothes. All right, you go ahead. I'll be down shortly. Bai Yuan waved at Yixin as he entered the villa. Watching Bai Yuan's retreating figure, Yixin's gaze held an inexplicable emotion. She certainly realized Bai Yuan was lying. With so many claw marks on his clothes, how could he possibly be unscathed? Was there a beast that could only damage clothing without harming a person? If he had used defensive spiritual artifacts, even his clothing shouldn't have been in tatters. However, Yixin also understood that even if she pointed this out, it would be of no use, so she chose to remain silent. Bai Yuan returned to his room, discarding his tattered clothes into the trash bin and grabbing a fresh set of garments before heading into the bathroom. The sound of water splashing filled the air as the cool stream cascaded over him. Clearing his mind somewhat as he showered, Bai Yuan reflected on the events of the day, from encountering the Vagabond to joining Chu Zhisheng and dismantling the Beast God sect's flesh factory. Overall, he felt that neither Chu Zhisheng nor Pei Jinyun resembled typical cultists. Compared to the lunatics of the Beast God sect, they seemed quite normal. Yet, the crimes committed by the Lantern Bearers were undeniably documented in textbooks. They were a cult organization that had emerged even earlier than the Beast God sect. Having appeared shortly after the Great Upheaval of Blue Star, upon their emergence, they had slaughtered several prominent families, shocking the nation at the time. The upper echelons of Xiaogu were outraged, ordering a nationwide crackdown on the Lantern Bearers. But to their astonishment, after committing those atrocities, the Lantern Bearers seemed to vanish without a trace, eluding capture by any means. The Lantern Bearers resurfaced 5 years after their initial crime, once again annihilating a prominent family, leaving no survivors among the family's spiritual practitioners. Subsequently, their criminal activities became increasingly frequent, roaming across the nation, with each strike resulting in the eradication of another prominent family. Some speculated that the leader of the Lantern Bearers might have been someone persecuted by the powerful, which explained why their targets were always wealthy clans. In an instant, the figure of the Lamplighter gained immense renown among the common folk. It must be said that this world is perpetually rife with those who harbor resentment towards the wealthy. Regardless of the nature of their misfortune, the mere downfall of the affluent brings them joy. They would delight in the demise of every wealthy individual, believing it would liberate them from their perceived oppression. Yet, such individuals are simply driven by jealousy, envious of those who reside in the echelons of privilege and enjoy the fruits of life, wondering why such fortunes do not befall them. They truly seek a world where all are equal above them. while maintaining a strict hierarchy beneath. Nonetheless, the clamor of these voices has indeed disrupted the authorities' pursuit of the Lamplighters to a certain extent. They fervently believe that the Lamplighters were sent to dispense justice upon the heartless rich, viewing them as saviors of the common people. However, this notion was soon shattered, as merely months later, the Lamplighters struck once more. This time, their wrath was not directed at prominent families, but rather at a grassroots organization of psychics. The entire organization was eradicated, their assets ruthlessly plundered. This ignited a fierce uproar. If they could slay the powerful, they could just as easily annihilate the ordinary. What became of the common people's salvation? This was merely a band of lunatics, murderous fiends, the scourge of society, the parasites of Xia country. Upon sensing the encroaching danger, those who had previously meddled quickly turned their allegiances, eagerly cooperating with the authorities to capture the Lamplighters. Yet, despite their fervent efforts, they were unable to apprehend a single Lamplighter. Even when they occasionally grasped leads, it only resulted in the dismantling of minor factions, leaving the overarching organization unscathed. Meanwhile, the body count at the hands of the Lamplighters continued to rise, and their methods grew increasingly audacious. Their targets expanded beyond the elite and the common folk, ensnaring even high-ranking officials. More than one prominent politician was discovered lifeless within their homes, the perpetrators being the ever-elusive Lamplighters. During this period, countless individuals lived in the shadow of the Lamplighters, some even attributing a sense of calm to their presence. It was not until the political stability of Xiazhou was firmly established, and the nation's strength burgeoned, that the Lamplighters' frequency of operations began to wane. There were times when years would pass without a single sighting, with some claiming the Lamplighters were intimidated by the current governmental power, while others speculated they were merely biding their time to unleash a grander scheme. In truth, the Lamplighters had indeed receded, and to this day, reports of their activities have become exceedingly rare. The current generation learned of the Lamplighters solely through textbooks in school. Yet, even so, no one dared to question their status as the foremost cult upon the territory of Xiazhou. When the Beast God sect first infiltrated Xiazhou, they had the audacity to challenge the Lamplighters, proclaiming their intent to become the new leading cult of the region. The Lamplighters, perceived as frail and decrepit, were thought to be past their prime and ought to retreat gracefully from the stage. The old guard was expected to yield, paving the way for the rise of new powers. However, the very next day, several substantial strongholds of the Beast God sect were uprooted by the Lamplighters. The heads of those in charge displayed at the entrances of their bases. Those once deemed mad by the public, the adherents of the Beast God sect, had their corpses transformed into a macabre spectacle. Such a sanguinary scene appeared to declare to all, the Lamplighters had merely grown weary of inaction, not incapable of wielding their blades. Chapter 24. Reporting time. The Lamplighters emerged once more, and their initial strike reverberated across the world. Yet, the nightmare for the Beast God sect was only beginning. Following that encounter, the sect, having learned their lesson, ceased their provocations against the Lamplighters. They resolved to lay low and act submissively, but the Lamplighters were not inclined to let them off so easily. For an extended period, every time the Beast God sect established a foothold in Xiazhou, the Lamplighters would swiftly locate and eradicate it. Eventually, the sect sought a particular treasure from the demon race, enabling them to evade the Lamplighters' scrutiny. This acquisition granted them a semblance of peace, but from that moment on, the Beast God sect dared not provoke the Lamplighters again. Moreover, the sect became a cautionary example, a killed chicken to scare the monkeys, warning others against courting disaster by challenging the Lamplighters. Thereafter, no one dared to provoke the title of the foremost cult in Xiazhou. To be candid, the Lamplighters had long been notorious. Upon discovering that Chu Zhishan and his companions were associated with the Lamplighters, Bai Yuan once believed he would never return alive. Yet, to his astonishment, they not only treated his wounds but also allowed him to depart with such ease. From beginning to end, they had taken him along to slaughter a faction of the Beast God sect, which felt almost surreal. Furthermore, they repeatedly invited him to join the ranks of the Lamp-Lighters. It was difficult to fathom that they belonged to such a fearsome organization. However, with the scant clues available, he could not draw any meaningful conclusions. He could only remain vigilant, observing their true intentions. Should they ever plot something detrimental towards him, he needed to be prepared to respond at a moment's notice. Turning off the shower, Bai Yuan took a towel to dry himself, changed his clothes, and stepped out of the bathroom. Channeling his spiritual energy, he evaporated the last remnants of moisture from his body and ventured into the villa's rear garden. At that moment, the flowers were in full bloom, filling the air with a delicate fragrance. Two barbecue grills were set up in the garden, where his father and a handsome man were busily tending to the skewers. This man was Yixian's father, Yi Zhiping. His mother was assisting a woman of striking features and a curvaceous figure in threading meat and vegetable skewers, Yixian's mother, Gu Qiuting. Yixian was also crouched nearby, helping out, while his younger sister, Bai Xianyu, was already indulging in a skewer. Hey! Bai Xianyu was the first to notice Bai Yuan, waving a skewer in her hand. Bai Xiaozi is back. Come try what uncle and your dad have made. Yi Zhiping, facing Bai Yuan, looked up just in time to see him and waved. Why uncle, Gu-ai, Bai Yuan greeted as he approached. Receiving smiles and nods in return. I'll help too, Bai Yuan said, picking up a skewer from the table and joining in the grilling. With Bai Yuan's participation, the garden transformed into a scene of 3 grilling, 3 skewering, and 1 sneaking bites. All right, let's not rush. We can eat while we grill the rest. After half an hour, noticing that they had cooked quite a bit, Bai Donglin called to the others. Yi Zhiping opened a cooler by his feet, producing bottles of beer to place on the table. I've got some here. Bai Yuan retrieved his own flask and poured out some liquor. Oh, you've got something good here. The aroma of the liquor caught Yi Zhiping's attention, and Bai Donglin's gaze shifted as well. This is from the Monkey Valley on the outskirts of Luing Forest. Isn't it? Bai Donglin immediately recognized the source of the monkey liquor. Dad, you know? Of course, back when your father and I were in high school, we often visited them. We had a close friendship with the Monkey King. Yi Zhiping remarked, draping an arm around Bai Yuan's shoulder and pouring himself a cup. This is the taste. Refreshing. He first lifted the cup to his nose before downing it in one gulp. Close friendship. More like the relationship between a bandit and their victim. Well, that's just how it is. Here, your favorite grilled chicken wings. Yixian offered a skewer of crispy chicken wings to Bai Yuan. Thanks. Taking the chicken wings from Yixian, Bai Yuan blew on them a few times before placing them in his mouth. Hey, dear daughter, your dad likes chicken wings too. Why are you only giving them to Bai Xiaozi? Oh, it's true. Girls grow up and leave home. Seeing the interaction between Bai Yuan and Yixian, Yi Zhiping feigned a sorrowful expression, causing Yixian, seated beside Bai Yuan, to blush furiously. What are you meddling in? Upon witnessing Yi Zhiping teasing Bai Yuan and his daughter, Gu Qiuting swiftly pinched Yi Zhiping's ear, admonishing him. Hey, dear, I was wrong. Let go, or my ear will fall off. Ha ha ha. After the barbecue, they tidied up the area, and with a flick of spiritual energy, they cleaned the used items. The 2 families then returned to their respective homes. Next came Bai Yuan's reporting time. Bai Donglin did not restrict Bai Yuan from venturing outside the city for training. But upon each return, he was required to recount his experiences to Bai Dongli and, as a father, he needed to be aware of his son's every adventure. Should any situation prove perilous, Bai Donglin would certainly prevent Bai Yuan from continuing his expeditions. Settling onto the sofa, Bai Yuan recounted his journey, from slaying the white-haired giant ape to encountering the wanderers, subsequently receiving treatment from Chu Zhishin and his companions, and finally joining them in demolishing the beast god Sek's flesh and blood factory, before ultimately declining their invitation to remain in the city. Bai Yuan had anticipated that upon hearing about the lamplighters, Bai Donglin would advise him to exercise caution around Chu Zhishin and his group, or perhaps even prohibit him from leaving for a while. However, to his surprise, Bai Donglin exhibited little reaction, and even his mother, Gu Yuzhu, remained similarly unfazed. This was evidently peculiar. As the most formidable and ruthless cult organization in Xiazhou, Bai Yuan noted that Gu Yuzhu's expression shifted far more during his recounting of encounters with the Wanderers than it did when he mentioned the Lamplighters. Suddenly, Bai Yuan felt there might be secrets about the Lamplighters that he was yet to uncover. Meanwhile, Bai Xianyu, seated beside him, displayed an ever-changing expression as she listened to Bai Yuan's narrative. Joy, anxiety, and heartache flickered across her delicate visage, transforming with a fluidity reminiscent of the art of changing masks. Brother, those 2 individuals did not harm you, did they? Bai Xinyue gazed at Bai Yuan with evident concern. After all, they were lantern bearers, the kind capable of soothing a child's cries. It was difficult to fathom how her brother could encounter such beings and return unscathed. Chapter 25. Absorbing the Chill. Moreover, it was said that lantern bearers had a penchant for slaying affluent families, and Bai Yuan's profile seemed to perfectly align with their proclivity for violence. She could vividly imagine her brother trembling before those two cultists. "Do I appear to be in any distress?" Bai Yuan spread his arms, signaling that he was perfectly fine. However, Bai Xinyue reached out, intent on tugging at Bai Yuan's clothing, wanting to ascertain if any part of him was missing. "Stop your needless worrying. If I were truly in trouble, wouldn't our parents notice?" He grasped her wrist firmly, removing her small hand from his person. "All right, go rest for now. We have school tomorrow," as they were already in their final year. Bai Yuan and his peers had but one day of rest each week. Understood. After bidding farewell to the trio, Bai Yuan returned to his room. He retrieved a blue beast egg from his storage ring and placed it on the bedside table before joining it on the bed. A surge of chill erupted, and Bai Yuan transformed into his mirror flow state. Subsequently, he endured the familiar side effects of the demon body in silence. After approximately 20 minutes, he could no longer withstand the torment of the murderous intent within him and reverted to his original form. Checking his phone by the bed, Bai Yuan was astonished to discover he had managed to endure for over 5 minutes longer than the last time. This outcome left him in disbelief. After all, he had persevered for an entire year just to withstand the encroachment of the demon body for 15 minutes. Yet, upon his return, he had sustained it for over 20 minutes. Such progress was astonishing. Was it due to his breakthrough? That seemed unlikely, as he had not experienced such effects during prior breakthroughs. Rather, it appeared that as his realm ascended and his power grew stronger, the demon body became increasingly difficult to suppress. It was truly perplexing. He had never encountered such a scenario before. Just as Bai Yuan was lost in contemplation, an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him. After a day of battles and enduring the torments of the demon body, he was utterly fatigued. "Enough of this. I shall sleep now and ponder upon it tomorrow." With a yawn, Bai Yuan nestled beneath the covers. It's rather chilly." The following day, Bai Yuan awoke to a sudden chill emanating from beside him. Turning his head, he found that the source of the cold was the blue beast egg he had placed on the bedside table the previous night. Picking it up for a closer examination, he noticed it seemed to have begun hatching. However, that was peculiar. Typically, humans required an incubator to hatch magical beasts. Yet, due to the late hour yesterday, Bai Yuan had planned to purchase an incubator after school today. Suddenly, he recalled how he had managed to endure 5 minutes longer in the demon body while in mirror flow state. Could it be? Knock, knock, knocked out as Bai Yuan pondered. A voice called from outside the door. "Brother, are you awake? It's time for our morning run." Bai Xinyue's melodious voice rang out. "Coming right away." Deciding to postpone the matter until after school, Bai Yuan set the beast egg aside and began to change his clothes. 5 minutes later, he opened the bedroom door to find Bai Xinyue, already dressed and waiting for him. "Let's go." Upon stepping outside, they encountered Yixian, who had been waiting for them, and the three set off together for their morning run. After completing their exercise, they returned home to wash up and have breakfast. Subsequently, Bai Yuan and Yixian headed to school together. As the clock approached 5 in the morning, the streets began to fill with people. A testament to the relentless rhythm of life. Upon arriving at the martial arts training room, they found it empty, save for themselves. Bai Yuan set down his backpack and retrieved a practice sword from the weapon rack, while Yixian chose a spear. The two began to practice their swordsmanship and spear techniques within the training hall. Bai Yuan stood with the sword in both hands, slowly closing his eyes. As he concentrated, familiar sounds began to resonate in his ears. Holding the sword, he followed the auditory guidance, wielding the blade with precision. This was a discovery he had made during his early sword practice after awakening his psychic abilities. During a moment of fatigue, he had wished for guidance from Mirror Flow, although he desired the kind of instruction from Jing Yuan, not the kind that Ren had experienced. After all, one life is all one has, and the stakes are too high to risk it. Lost in these thoughts, a cool voice suddenly pierced his reverie. "Grip tightly. As a cloud rider, you must not let your weapon slip from your grasp, nor allow your form to become disordered." The unexpected voice startled Bai Yuan, and he turned to see Mirror Flow standing just a step away, arms crossed and gazing directly at him. Confronting her wine-red eyes, Bai Yuan felt an immense pressure. However, he soon realized that this spectral form of Mirror Flow lacked any sentience. She would only appear when Bai Yuan focused intently on his sword practice, remaining invisible to others. Furthermore, This apparition of mirror flow operated like a pre-programmed AI, providing guidance in his swordsmanship and promptly correcting any mistakes he made. Each time Bai Yuan attempted to learn a new sword technique and entered this state, Mirror Flow would personally demonstrate the newly encountered technique, repeating it for him. This was the reason for Bai Yuan's rapid advancement in swordsmanship. After all, having the sword head of the Luo Fu Immortal Boat personally instruct him was a privilege that warranted significant progress. When Bai Yuan ceased his practice, the spectral form of Mirror Flow would stand motionless like a puppet. Aside from assisting him in honing his sword skills, she possessed no other functions. She could not engage in conversation or aid him in battle. Yet, Bai Yuan was more than content with this arrangement. After all, one should not be overly greedy. Approximately 20 minutes later, another individual entered the martial arts training room. It was Yi Yun, their class monitor and the top student on the senior year leaderboard. Master Yi, you're here quite early today. Upon seeing Yi Yun, Bai Yuan and Yi Xian paused to greet him. What can I say? With two prodigies like you two around, if I don't put in extra effort, I might as well be left in the dust. Yi Yun sighed in resignation. When he awakened in his senior year, he had been granted the SSS level psychic ability, Void Blade. Generally speaking, it was not uncommon for an entire city to have no students with an SSS level awakening. To be honest, during the National College Entrance Examination, there were exceedingly few cases where more than 10 SSS level awakeners were counted across the country. Chapter 26. The Three Overachievers. When Yi Yun awakened the Void Blade, he thought he was destined to be the protagonist of his cohort. Yet, who could have predicted that two other prodigies were hidden among his peers? One was Yi Xian, who had awakened the SSS level psychic ability, South Brightly Fire, reputed to be the mightiest of fire-based abilities. The other was Bai Yuan, whose awakening illuminated the entire Yun city, yet no one could discern the nature of his psychic ability. However, judging by the intensity of the light, it was undoubtedly an SSS level ability. In the same city and school, three SS level awakeners had emerged simultaneously. It was utterly absurd. The principal of Yun City No. 1 high school was overjoyed, flaunting this achievement in front of the heads of other schools. Moreover, not only the principals of other high schools in Yun City, but even those from other cities received unsolicited calls from the principal of Yun City No. 1 high school boasting, "Oh, how did you learn that our school produced 3 SSS level students?" When others spoke to him, he would respond, "What? You've heard that our school awakened 3 SSS level students?" Allegedly, he even called other principals late at night to brag. Eventually, those principals could no longer tolerate his antics and jointly reported him to the Ministry of Education. Consequently, the principal of Yun City No. 1 High School received a reprimand from the ministry and was advised to tone it down. Nevertheless, he continued with his usual opening line. "What? You've already heard that our Yun City No. 1 High School has 3 SSS level prodigies." His closing remarks remained unchanged as well. "Rest assured, I will ensure that these 3 SSS level youngsters receive proper guidance." He then found himself docked half a year's salary. The leadership remarked, "I've also reached my breaking point. Thank you." Initially, Yi Yun believed that with his SSS level psychic ability, even casual practice would allow him to stand out. He envisioned basking in the admiration of his peers and the warm smiles of his teachers, breezing through his senior year, achieving an impressive score on the college entrance examination, and ultimately gaining admission to Summer State University. What a flawless plan! What a splendid life! Yet, the actual situation was akin to a nightmare. Not only did 2 others with S-level abilities emerge at his school, but they were also relentless overachievers. Particularly Bai Yuan. His dedication transcended mere overachievement. It was a phenomenon unto itself. What kind of behavior is this, Bai Yuan? You truly embody the essence of overachievement. With these 2 around, there was no room for complacency. All are of SSS rank. While others toil diligently in their cultivation, you remain lethargic. Does this truly seem appropriate? The South Mingli fire of Yi Xian possesses the capacity to incinerate all things, at times even capable of searing through his spiritual energy in a brutal display. Since the beginning of senior year, the top position on the leaderboard has been an alternating seat between him and Yi Xian. As for Bai Yuan, his situation is even more absurd. For reasons unbeknownst to anyone, he has refrained from utilizing spiritual energy. Yet, his swordsmanship, exquisite and transcendent, progresses at a pace that leaves even the martial arts instructors in awe, exclaiming that this fellow is a prodigy. Among the multitude of students, without the use of spiritual energy, no one can withstand even a single move under Bai Yuan's hand. Even those who do harness spiritual energy find it a rarity to best him, for their power may well be cleaved asunder by a single stroke of his sword. The despair that accompanies such supreme swordsmanship can only be comprehended by those who have faced Bai Yuan in combat. His void blade of spiritual energy can carve through space, allowing for brief moments of teleportation. However, regardless of the direction he teleports, it seems as though Bai Yuan possesses the uncanny ability to foresee his arrival. Swinging his sword toward where he materializes, IT feels less like Bai Yuan is attacking him and more like he is unwittingly colliding with Bai Yuan's blade. Yet, ultimately, the capability of the void blade extends beyond mere teleportation. When Yi Yun unleashes his full might, Bai Yuan, devoid of spiritual energy, will inevitably succumb. With these two individuals present, what should be a joyous high school life leaves Yi Yun with the constant sensation of being breathless and pressured. On one occasion, he could no longer restrain himself and confided to his family, suggesting that perhaps a change of schools was in order to escape the grasps of these two monstrous competitors. Subsequently, his father took him to the martial arts arena for a rather cordial discussion, culminating in Yi Yun, in tears, realizing his folly and vowing to amend his ways. It is said that on that day, even until the witching hour, neighbors could hear the sounds akin to the slaughter of pigs emanating from the Yi household. As if recalling this, Yi Yun helplessly shrugged, inwardly lamenting, why must there be both Yun and Yuan? Shaking his head, he approached the weapon rack and retrieved a halberd, finding a quiet spot to commence his solitary practice of halberd techniques. As he executed his movements, the sharp sounds of slicing through the air resonated. Bai Yuan and Yi Xian resumed their training, honing their swordplay and spear techniques. It was not until 6:30 that fellow students began to trickle into the martial arts room. Upon entering, they encountered the trio of top scholars engrossed in their practice. You three, do you not allow anyone else to breathe? A new arrival jested, their expression tinged with resignation. Having natural talent is one thing, but your relentless drive makes it impossible for us ordinary folks to survive. Initially, there were indeed others who joined Bai Yuan and his companions in their fervent training, but the disparity in progress was insurmountable. In the same span of time, while Bai Yuan and his two comrades achieved tenfold advancement, others might only manage a single step, or perhaps even less, a demoralizing ordeal. After enduring such disheartening comparisons for long, no one dared to train alongside them anymore. They simply could not keep up with the pace. These three individuals are truly beasts. They practiced until 8:30, at which point the students in the martial arts room gradually returned their weapons to the racks and began to depart for their academic classrooms. In high school, mornings are devoted to academic subjects, while afternoons are reserved for martial arts training. By the time they emerged from the martial arts room, many students had already arrived at school, meandering in small groups toward their classrooms. Those arriving at this hour had completely abandoned any aspirations of attending spiritual energy universities. In today's world, apart from spiritual energy universities, there exist conventional liberal arts universities. After all, spiritual energy is heavily reliant on innate talent, and those possessing such gifts are but a minority. Hence, liberal arts universities cannot be eliminated, and they continue to constitute the vast majority. However, compared to the students of spiritual energy universities, who generally secure well-paying jobs with ease, often earning annual salaries exceeding 1 million, graduates of liberal arts universities face a more uncertain fate. Only the academically exceptional can find decent employment. For many, graduation often leads directly to unemployment. Chapter 27. Sparring. It is noteworthy that in academic courses, Bai Yuan is unequivocally the best. Perhaps it is due to the daily mental trials imposed by the shadows of his training. But Bai Yuan's mental fortitude surpasses that of his peers. A stronger mental capacity naturally translates to enhanced memory. Presently, Bai Yuan may not possess the ability to remember everything at a glance. Yet after 2 or 3 readings, he retains nearly all information, inclusive of intricate details. Thanks to his formidable memory, Bai Yuan consistently achieves the highest scores in his academic courses, with a total possible score of 1,000. He has never recorded a score lower than 950, with most deductions occurring from mathematical errors. After all, in mathematics, mere memorization is often insufficient. When Bai Yuan and his companions arrived at the academic classroom, a considerable number of students were already present. Even if they had abandoned martial arts classes, they still needed to strive in their academic pursuits. While liberal arts universities are considerably easier to enter than spiritual energy universities, the competition remains equally fierce. Indeed, the number of students aiming for liberal arts universities far exceeds that of those vying for spiritual energy institutions. By the time Bai Yuan and his friends settled into their seats and retrieved their textbooks, the instructor had also arrived. Approaching the lectern, he took up chalk and began inscribing several large characters on the blackboard before turning to face the students, tapping the board to garner attention. Today, we shall continue our discussion on the habits of various mystical beasts encountered in the wild and how to respond appropriately when faced with them. After a morning of academic study, and following a short respite for lunch, Bai Yuan and Yi Xian made their way back to the martial arts room. Just as a fellow student, well-fed and eager for a moment's rest, was about to recline, he spotted the two familiar figures hurrying toward the martial arts room. Those two relentless overachievers, he muttered in exasperation, picking up discarded clothing and hastening after them. Just hold on a little longer. In less than half a year, I will finally be free from these two, and then I will no longer need to overexert myself. By 1:30 in the afternoon, other students began to arrive at the classroom in dribs and drabs. Upon entering, they found the trio engrossed in their practice, though unlike the intense focus of Bai Yuan and Yi Xian, Yi Yun's expression bore an air of reluctance. "Ah, young Master Yi, once again compelled to practice," remarked a classmate, unable to suppress a chuckle. They recalled the time when Yi Yun's martial arts performance fell significantly short of Yi Xian's, prompting his father to chase him around the school with a halberd in hand. Since then, to avoid experiencing such paternal affection again, Yi Yun had taken to following Bai Yuan and Yi Xian whenever they headed to the martial arts room to engage in additional training. While Bai Yuan's prowess was unparalleled, even some martial arts instructors felt overshadowed. Thus, Yi Yun endeavored not to lag too far behind Yi Xian, lest he face a similar fate at home. 3 minutes prior to the commencement of class, the martial arts instructor, Shi Han, entered the room. Clapping his hands thrice, he signaled for the students to halt, as he had an announcement to make. The students promptly ceased their activities, redirecting their attention to Shi Han. "Today, we shall engage in practical sparring. All students, please enter the simulation pods." With that, Shi Han led the students from the martial arts room to a classroom located in another building equipped with simulation pods. The simulation pod classroom was spacious and well-lit, housing dozens of fully enclosed simulation pods, resembling small aircraft. Students entered their assigned pods, donned the headgear, and reclined within. As the pod doors sealed, jets of gas emitted from openings on either side, quickly filling the interiors. With the release of this gas, students' consciousness began to transition into the simulator, encountering a flurry of colorful, rectangular shapes passing before their eyes. When a blinding white light enveloped them, they found themselves on an expansive platform. The platform was transparent, revealing a bottomless abyss below, surrounded by metallic walls that exuded a futuristic ambience, akin to being within a colossal elevator. Shi Han gestured, and a control panel for the virtual space materialized before him. After a series of commands, the surrounding environment began to transform rapidly. Once the changes ceased, the group discovered they had arrived at an immense training ground. "All right, let the sparring commence. Find a partner for practice." Shi Han clapped his hands, addressing the students. "Bai Yuan, come with me," he called Bai Yuan over directly. Given Bai Yuan's swordsmanship, none present could match him in skill. Even executing a single move against him would prove challenging. Thus, in every martial arts training session, Bai Yuan invariably sparred with his instructor, Shi Han. They moved to a larger area, where other students instinctively cleared a path for them. "Teacher Shi, I humbly seek your guidance," Bai Yuan stated as they faced one another, both bowing in respect. With a clang, Bai Yuan unsheathed his long sword, propelling himself toward Shi Han, the blade slicing through the air and emitting a melodious resonance as it aimed for Shi Han's face. The primary advantage of practicing within the simulation pod is the absence of concern for injury, allowing for uninhibited expression of skill. Drawn by the commotion, other students turned their gazes toward the spectacle, their eyes wide with admiration, marveling at the sheer sharpness of Bai Yuan's strike. However, standing opposite him, Shi Han furrowed his brow, for he discerned a glaring flaw in Bai Yuan's strike. Perhaps for other students, this weakness would be difficult to detect, but for him, as a master of martial arts, it was all too apparent. This was evidently a level below what Bai Yuan had previously demonstrated. What could possibly account for this? Just as Sure Hans Han pondered this, the blade was already upon him, and instinctively, he struck at the opening presented by Bai Yuan. Suddenly, a realization struck Sure Hans Han, prompting him to redirect his attack towards another angle. The spot that had once been a vulnerability had now transformed into a lethal strike. Had Sure Hans Han followed through with his initial attack, he would have been met with a counter that could have sent him reeling. With Bai Yuan's sword aimed directly at his vital points, without time to defend, Sure Hans Han risked being incapacitated by that very strike. This was not a decline in swordsmanship, it was a significant advancement, so much so that it nearly deceived him. Chapter 28. It is not that there is no suffering, but someone else bears it for you. Fortunately, Sure Hans Han had recently returned from the front lines. Had he been an ordinary martial arts instructor, he might have fallen for Bai Yuan's ruse. What a remarkable young man! It had scarcely been long since their last sparring session, yet Bai Yuan's swordplay had advanced so dramatically. Sure Hans Han regarded the sword-wielding Bai Yuan as if he were gazing upon a monster. In his time within the military, Sure Hans Han had encountered many prodigies, yet none had exhibited such rapid progress in martial arts as Bai Yuan. Typically, as one delves deeper into martial arts, the complexity increases and the pace of improvement slows. However, Bai Yuan's ascent in swordsmanship had shown no signs of deceleration. How on earth was he achieving this? Was there truly such a thing as an innate sword body? Bai Yuan, having failed to land a strike, shifted his sword's momentum and continued to press the attack against Sure Hans Han. The blade sang, the momentum howled, and Bai Yuan's strikes were executed with remarkable speed, each aimed at Sure Hans Han's vital points, each potentially fatal. Come on, faced with Bai Yuan's onslaught, Sure Hans Han did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, swinging his blade towards Bai Yuan with tremendous force. The impact of his strike against Bai Yuan's sword prevented the latter from advancing further. Boom! It seemed Bai Yuan had anticipated Sure Hans Han's attack. In the instant their weapons clashed, Bai Yuan's blade suddenly redirected towards Sure Hans Han's wrist. Hey, kid! Perceiving Bai Yuan's intent, Sure Hans Han withdrew to evade the strike. He then executed an upward diagonal slash, which Bai Yuan countered with a swift thrust of his sword. Bai Yuan reversed his blade and thrust upward. Sure Hans Han felt an inexplicable force pulling his sword outward, rendering it almost uncontrollable. In that moment, an opening appeared, and Bai Yuan seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword towards Sure Hans Han's heart. In response to Bai Yuan's lethal maneuver, Sure Hans Han lowered his stance, leaning back sharply, nearly bending at a 90-degree angle to avoid the fatal strike. Simultaneously, he retracted his right hand and aimed a downward slash at Bai Yuan's waist. That moment, Bai Yuan had expended his prior strength and lacked the energy to pull back his sword for defense. As Sure Hans Han's blade threatened to cleave him in two, Bai Yuan deftly leaped upward, narrowly escaping his dire fate. Yet, Sure Hans Han's strike was swift, and Bai Yuan could not entirely evade it. His clothing was sliced, and a wound appeared just above his waist, sending a sharp pain coursing through him, causing his brow to furrow involuntarily. To simulate the harsh realities of life and death combat, they had their pain simulators set to maximum during training. The pain experienced in the simulated battlefield mirrored that of reality, and the sensation of death was strikingly authentic. When the simulation chamber was first integrated into training, it was mandated that all participants must experience combat with the pain simulation at its peak. Furthermore, all students entering their senior year were required to undergo a simulated beast siege. This teaching strategy had sparked significant controversy upon its announcement. Many deemed the demands on students excessively harsh, arguing that the experience of 100 pain and facing the specter of death imposed tremendous psychological strain. Most students, upon dying in the simulation for the first time, required a full day to recover from the terror. Numerous members of the public decried the policy mandating all students to experience a beast siege, claiming it was akin to forcing them to endure unnecessary suffering. Yet, regardless of the fervor of opposition, the directive was firmly upheld by higher authorities. The rationale was simple: experiencing death in a simulated environment was far preferable to being torn apart by beasts on the battlefield. Those who vocally criticized the policy were often sent to the front lines to truly understand the nature of suffering. This world has never been devoid of hardship. Your peaceful existence is predicated upon the burdens shouldered by others, as beneficiaries of their toil. You ought to comprehend the daily struggles endured by those who bear the weight for you. Understand why soldiers in our nation deserve the utmost respect and why policies prioritize them. Compared to the warriors on the battlefield, a mere simulated beast siege is trivial. How dare you claim there is no suffering, when it is precisely because others have borne the brunt that you can comfortably enjoy the peace they have secured with their lives? To truly grasp what soldiers at the front lines endure is to confront the reality of hardship. Well then, go to the front lines yourself, and with your own eyes witness whether hardship truly does not exist. It is worth noting that those vocal keyboard warriors, who had been so active online in promoting the idea that there is no suffering, were the first to cower upon arriving at the front lines. Hearing the roars of beasts outside the defensive lines, and inhaling the acrid smoke and scent of blood on the battlefield, they were utterly terrified. Crying and pleading, they fell to their knees, begging officers to return them to safety. Even more astonishingly, some of them stubbornly declared themselves taxpayers who had fulfilled their obligations, insisting they were merely venting online and could not be treated this way. They threatened to report those who apprehended them, to publicize their grievances online, and to bring their cases before a military tribunal. Upon investigation, it was revealed that their monthly tax contributions amounted to less than $100. Consequently, these individuals were forcibly bound to the battlefield, forced to confront the onslaught of beasts for several consecutive days. This spectacle was broadcasted nationwide, with orders issued that anyone who dared to claim there was no suffering would be compelled to experience it firsthand at the front lines. Following this, no one dared to assert that the senior students' simulated beast siege was devoid of hardship. It was said that when those individuals were finally returned, they were so traumatized that they struggled to care for themselves for a long time. Returning to the virtual training ground, Bai Yuan found the torn fabric of his clothing a nuisance and swiftly tore off his top, revealing a well-built physique. His defined muscles glistened faintly in the sunlight, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, and his arms bore a graceful strength that was immediately evident. Chapter 29. You, young man, are quite brave. Bai Yuan's physique was truly remarkable. He appeared slender in clothing yet muscular without it. His skin was perhaps a touch too fair and exquisite, causing even the girls in his class to feel a twinge of envy. Wow, Bai Gu, you look handsome. A voice broke through the throng, followed by a chorus of cheers from others. Several girls stared at Bai Yuan's physique, practically drooling, which only served to irritate Yixin beside them. What are you staring at? Have you all finished practicing? Are you hoping for extra training today? Hearing the commotion, Hanzhan turned to the students, reprimanding them. The last 10 in today's practice will have to stay after school for an hour of extra training. A chorus of discontent erupted among the students at the mention of punishment for the last few. Hampi, you are inhumane. A voice rang out from the crowd, sounding as if it had been subjected to relentless torment. Hanzhan, prepared to resume sparring with Bai Yuan, turned sharply at the outburst. Which brave soul dares to speak out? Step forward and let me see. How audacious! This group of students dared to insult him behind his back. But now one had the gall to confront him openly. Clearly, these youngsters needed more rigorous training. They had become too comfortable. The students, who had been huddled together, instinctively took a step back, yet none stepped forward to take the blame. Clearly seasoned veterans who were not easily intimidated. Ah, so you are protecting each other, are you? Very well. All of you will remain after school for extra training. Before he could revel in his authority for long, he felt a strong push from behind. Propelling him forward from the crowd, a chubby boy stumbled out, nearly falling flat on his face. You sold me out? The boy trembled as he pointed a shaking finger at the classmates behind him, clearly feeling the weight of multiple hands that had pushed him forward. What is the nature of our relationship? We have been classmates for 3 years, a bond so profound that not even the sharpest blade could sever it. Yet now, you have chosen to cast me aside based on a mere utterance from the esteemed teacher Shi. I had regarded you as brothers. How could you betray me in such a manner? The stout fellow appeared as a victim of treachery, gazing incredulously at his classmates who stood together. Hearing his heart-wrenching lament, the others merely scoffed. What does it mean to be brothers? Are brothers not to endure punishment and train together? I can hardly believe this. Just as he was about to voice further protests, Hanzhan had already approached from behind. A hand rested upon the stout fellow's shoulder as Shi leaned in closely. Ouyang Xiaoping, you display quite the audacity. Ouyang Xiaoping stiffly turned his head, only to meet Shi Hanshan's fierce countenance. Well, it's not that serious. I believe it's manageable. He chuckled nervously, scratching his head. Manageable, is it? Hans Han suddenly revealed a most terrifying grin. You shall now turn left and run laps around the entire training ground until class is over. Upon hearing the punishment, Ouyang Xiaoping's initially tense demeanor relaxed considerably. Running laps around the training ground was trivial. As a mid-level first-tier psychic, his physical capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary individuals. Not only could he withstand a single class's worth of running, but he could easily manage a full day without breaking a sweat. Unbeknownst to him, however, Hans Han's grin grew more menacing at his apparent relief. The other students standing nearby gazed at Ouyang Xiaoping with pity. Clearly aware of Han Shan's expression, snap, a sharp sound echoed as Ouyang Xiaoping suddenly felt his energy swiftly dissipating. In mere moments, his power diminished from a mid-tier first-tier psychic to that of an ordinary person. Ouyang Xiaoping turned in disbelief to see Han Shan's somewhat sinister smile. Go on. Hans Han gestured with his chin, indicating that he should start immediately. Esteemed and formidable teacher, might we negotiate? A class lasts an hour and a half. And with the body of an ordinary person, I might well perish. Negotiate? Should I give you a few more strikes? Han Shan's expression darkened as he pretended to raise his weapon against the lad. Run, run, run. Seeing that Hans Han was serious, Ouyang Xiaoping hurriedly dashed toward the edge of the training ground. What are you staring at? Hurry and practice your drills, or do you wish to join in on the running? With Han Shan's thunderous shout, the students who had been watching quickly returned to their training. Once all the students began their drills, Hans Han rejoined the fray, assuming a combat stance. Come, let us continue. He extended a hand, beckoning Bai Yuan forward. Whoosh! Bai Yuan lunged to Han Shan's side, his sword thrusting at an awkward angle toward Shi's armpit. In response to Bai Yuan's assault, Hans Han raised his left hand high while his right wielded the blade beneath his armpit. Slashing upward at an angle, clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Han Shan's blade struck directly against Bai Yuan's sword tip. Bai Yuan's pupils contracted as he stepped back. Hans Han advanced, swinging his weapon toward Bai Yuan's chest. Faced with this attack, Bai Yuan remained unfazed, thrusting his sword straight toward Han Shan's heart, forcing to draw his blade in defense. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes, the sound of their weapons reverberating throughout the training ground. The other students, who were engaged in their own drills, frequently glanced over, astonished by the intensity of the duel. Whether it be Teacher Shi or Bai Yuan, neither would likely withstand even one strike if they were to step into the fray. They would surely be defeated in less than 3 exchanges. If only I possessed half of Bai Yuan's martial prowess. I cannot fathom how bright my future would be. Dream on, you fool. Don't indulge in fantasies. Here, take my 3 strikes. Perhaps inspired by Bai Yuan's performance, the students in the midst of their drills began to intensify their efforts. Clang! Another clash of metal echoed, as Bai Yuan's sword was sent flying from his grasp. It landed some distance away, while Han Shan's blade was now pressed against Bai Yuan's throat. The gleaming steel exuded a chilling aura. With the slightest push, could sever Bai Yuan's head from his body. Chapter 30. This does not belong to me, I concede. Bai Yuan clasped his hands together, acknowledging that Teacher Shi's martial skills far surpassed his own. You still wish to best me? Hans Han rolled his eyes in disbelief at Bai Yuan's words. I've trained for many more years than you. If I were to be defeated by you, it would render my years of effort meaningless. However, to say that you are far superior might be an exaggeration. You are indeed extraordinary, and in such a short time, your swordsmanship has improved significantly. At this rate, by the time of the college entrance examinations, I may very well find myself unable to contend with you. As Shi spoke, he felt a deep sense of admiration. In all his years, Bai Yuan was undoubtedly the most talented individual he had encountered in the realm of martial arts. Truly a prodigy. How have you honed your skills? Surely, you must have sought the guidance of a renowned master. He recalled that Bai Yuan hailed from a prominent military family in Yunqing Town, having likely come from the front lines. Acquiring a master in martial arts should not have been a challenge. Not at all, just diligent practice, Bai Yuan deceitfully claimed, taking full credit for the merits of the mirror flow illusion. What an enigma! Hans Han muttered to himself before calling for the students to assemble. All right, class dismissed. Take a 15-minute break before the next session. Wait for me. As the others prepared to exit the virtual world, a voice filled with exhaustion reached their ears. Upon turning toward the source, they beheld Ouyang Xiaopeng. His eyes rolled back, tongue out, and snot dripping down. It must be said that the current virtual system was quite realistic. Ouyang Xiaopeng stumbled before collapsing onto the ground, utterly spent. Well done, well done. Let us strive harder in the next class. Seeing Ouyang Xiaopeng lying on the ground like a lifeless dog, Shi Hanshan chuckled. What upon hearing that the next class would involve more running? Ouyang Xiaopeng sprang up from the ground. He quickly dashed over and clung to Shi Hanshan's leg. Teacher, please, don't. If this continues, I might just perish. Ouyang Xiaopeng cried out, his snot smearing against Shi Hanshan's leg. Although all of this was virtual, Shi Hanshan still recoiled in distaste, pushing Ouyang Xiaopeng away. What nonsense is this? A psychic must possess a robust physique. This is for your own good. But this is a virtual world. Practicing here serves no purpose. It won't aid in developing martial skills. Perhaps you have a point. Hearing Shi Hanshan's mumblings, Ouyang Xiaopeng breathed a sigh of relief, but just as he thought Shi Hanshan would finally relent, the latter's devilish voice echoed once more. In the next class, you shall run around the school. I will seal your psychic energy beforehand. No, teacher, my abilities are ranged. I am merely a mage. I do not require physical training. Ouyang Xiaopeng continued to protest vehemently, desperately wishing to avoid more running. It was utterly grueling. What of mages? If a beast were to charge at you, would you simply wait for death without resistance? This matter is settled. After all, you were running in a virtual world. Your body would not suffer too much fatigue, perhaps merely some mental exhaustion. Rest a while, and when the next class begins, you shall run again. With that, Shi Hanshan ignored the stout fellow and exited the virtual realm. No. Ouyang Xiaopeng collapsed, his desolate cries echoing throughout the training ground. This does not belong to me. The other students, witnessing Ouyang Xiaopeng's pitiful state, could not help but revel in schadenfreude. Some even approached him under the guise of offering consolation, only to deliver verbal jabs that pierced his heart. Each word was a dagger, igniting his frustration. Little did they know, this was merely a glimpse of Shi Hanshan's teaching style in the following period. Regardless of the type of psychic, possessing a strong physique is essential, and this was merely the beginning. He had many more intriguing activities planned. All of these were insights gained during his time in the military, a wealth of training experience that other schools would envy. After all, the unit Shi had been a part of was among the finest in the military. This foolish lad truly does not recognize the fortune he is in. The simulation chamber. Shi Hanshan hummed a tune as he observed the despondent Ouyang Xiaopeng, shaking his head in disbelief. As evening approached, students began to leave the school in droves, while Bai Yuan remained in the martial arts room, diligently practicing his swordsmanship. Wei Xian, with her hair tied up in a high ponytail, sat in the resting area, watching Bai Yuan continue his training. It was not until 2 hours had elapsed that Bai Yuan finally returned the practice sword to its rack. Wei Xian approached with a towel and a cup of water, gently wiping the sweat from Bai Yuan's brow. After gulping down a few mouthfuls of water, Bai Yuan took the towel from Yi Xian's hands, wiping the perspiration from his forehead as they walked side by side toward the outside. The evening breeze was refreshingly cool, providing a brisk sensation against Bai Yuan's skin. The streets were still bustling with people, mostly out for a leisurely stroll, while vendors at the roadside called out energetically to attract passers-by, enticing them to stop and indulge in a few snacks. In this era of advanced artificial intelligence, the burden of work on people's shoulders had significantly lessened, allowing many complex tasks to be accomplished in a short time with the assistance of AI. Consequently, individuals found themselves with ample leisure time in their daily lives. Such a tranquil and harmonious existence, however, could only be found in Asia among the 9 continents. Although the Americas were not lacking in development compared to Asia, their territories were starkly divided into impoverished and affluent zones. The affluent areas boasted an extravagant lifestyle filled with indulgence, while the impoverished zones faced challenges that could rival the most underdeveloped regions of South America. One cannot help but consider it a stroke of fortune to be born in Asia. Upon arriving at his doorstep, the two bid farewell and returned to their respective homes. When Bai Yuan stepped inside, his family awaited him for dinner. After sharing the evening meal and assisting with clearing the table, Bai Yuan retreated to his villa. Next on his agenda was the cultivation of his mind through the use of the demonine body. But first, he retrieved the blue beast egg. The purpose was to test his speculation from that morning. whether the blue beast egg could absorb the cold energy emanating from him and aid in temporarily suppressing the demoning body. Bai Yuan approached the windowsill, drew the curtains, and settled down beneath it, cradling the blue beast egg in his arms. The wave of bone-chilling cold surged forth, transforming Bai Yuan into a mirror-like figure. Just then, the bedroom door swung open, and Bai Xinyue stealthily entered. Is something the matter? Upon seeing Bai Xinyue, the mirror-like figure placed the blue beast egg to the side and inquired. Nothing. I just wanted to check on my brother. Bai Xinyue replied with a chuckle, squatting down beside the mirror-like figure. Keep your distance, Bai Yuan cautioned. As an ordinary person, Bai Xinyue was susceptible to the cold energy that surrounded him. He gently tapped her forehead, eliciting a playful stick out of her tongue from her. She then leaped onto his bed, propping her chin on her hands as she watched him point. 30 minutes later, the mirror-like figure reverted back to Bai Yuan, who gazed intently at the blue beast egg in his hands. Indeed, this egg could assist him in suppressing the demoning body, and due to their proximity, he found he could endure for a longer duration than the previous night. Moreover, the aura emanating from the blue beast egg indicated that it was further along in its incubation process. If things continued on this path, it was likely that within a week, the creature within the blue beast egg would hatch. Brother, are you incubating a beast egg? Although Bai Xinyue had yet to awaken as a psychic, her foundational knowledge was solid, and she evidently recognized the incubation process taking place. I remember that after hatching, a beast will regard the first person it sees as its kin, especially since you are personally incubating this blue beast egg, and doing so in the guise of your sister, she added. Her expression shifting to a strange one, her lips quivering slightly as she looked at Bai Yuan, wearing a half-smile. Brother, are you becoming a mother? Oh dear. Barely had Bai Xinyue finished her teasing when Bai Yuan playfully flicked her forehead. I was just joking. Why hit me? Bai Xinyue exclaimed, covering her forehead with her small hands, her face a picture of feigned grievance. Seeing Bai Xinyue's theatrical demeanor, Bai Yuan shook his head in exasperation. Yet, when he looked back at the blue beast egg, his brow furrowed in surprise. Raising the egg to the light, he examined it closely and discovered blood-red patterns emerging on its shell. What could this mean? Bai Yuan pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to seek out Bai Donglin. Noticing Bai Yuan's change in expression as he left, Bai Xinyue eagerly followed behind. Is it mutated? In the study, Bai Donglin was also taken aback by the blood-red patterns on the blue beast egg. After Bai Yuan had returned that day, he had previously examined the egg, but now he realized that not only did its exterior show alterations, but an additional force was also present within it. This force was faint, and had it not been for Bai Donglin's formidable prowess, he might not have detected it at all. Even though Bai Donglin was not an expert in this field, he understood how extraordinary this phenomenon was. Regardless of whether it pertained to humans or beasts, such genetic or mutated changes typically occurred in the womb. Although the beast was not fully born until it hatched from the egg, it should not suddenly undergo mutation at this stage. As it stood, the blue beast egg had indeed undergone a mutation, which, while astonishing, did not appear to have any adverse effects. After an additional thorough examination, Bai Donglin returned the blue beast egg to Bai Yuan. Dad, let me tell you, this beast egg is being incubated by my brother himself. He's going to become a mother. After Bai Yuan had finished inquiring, Bai Xinyue suddenly piped up from behind him, a grin plastered across her face. Little girl, are you asking for trouble? Bai Yuan turned around, feigning a strike at Bai Xinyue's forehead, but she nimbly ducked behind Bai Donglin, poking her head out to stick her tongue out at Bai Yuan, defiantly lifting her chin. Bai Yuan was left both amused and exasperated. This girl seemed to hold a grudge. Well, it's not impossible. Didn't you say that when you carried the beast egg, the duration of suppressing the demoning body increased? Coupled with the sudden hatching of the blue beast egg and the appearance of the blood-red patterns, it likely absorbed the cold energy and murderous intent emanating from you, leading to these changes. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Donglin provided the most sensible conclusion. Go back and rest for now. Tomorrow, I will help you find an expert in this area to take a look. Professional matters should be left to the professionals. Okay. Bai Yuan nodded in agreement and turned to return to his room. The following day, upon his return, Bai Yuan discovered an unfamiliar elder in his home. Clad in a white lab coat, with somewhat disheveled hair and round glasses perched on his nose, the man greeted him with enthusiasm. You must be Bai Yuan, the eldest son of General Bai. Upon seeing Bai Yuan enter, the man sprang up from the sofa, beaming with excitement as he approached Bai Yuan, his expression radiant like a blooming chrysanthemum. Startling Bai Yuan. This is Director Yin of the Cloud City Beast Research Center, the esteemed Yin Maoqing. Hearing the commotion outside, Bai Donglin emerged from the study to introduce the somewhat frazzled elder to Bai Yuan. Hello, Director Yin. I am Bai Yuan. Upon his father's introduction, Bai Yuan politely greeted the elder. Wonderful, wonderful, Bai Yuan. I've heard that your beast egg has mutated during incubation. Hurry and show it to me, Director Yin eagerly urged, his anticipation palpable as he looked at Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan quickly retrieved the blue beast egg from his storage ring and handed it to Director Yin. With great enthusiasm, Director Yin took the beast egg, returned to the sofa, and carefully placed it on the table. He then pulled out a special pair of glasses from his pocket and began his examination of the EGG. Strange. Marvelous. Miraculous, as Director Yin meticulously observed the beast egg. He murmured in awe, Director Yin, is this phenomenon particularly rare among beast species? Bai Xinyue had also come over to lean on the table, inquiring curiously, Rare? Of course it's rare, Director Yin replied without hesitation. Then, perhaps concerned that the Bai family might not fully grasp its significance, he added, How rare, you ask? Imagine a person born male, with all examinations confirming their male identity, yet as they mature, they gradually transform into a female. Regardless of any tests, whether physical or genetic, they appear entirely female. Wouldn't that be astonishing? Bai Yuan. Bai Donglin Gu Yuju. Bai Xinyue. What's wrong with you all? Noticing the sudden silence from the Bai family, Director Yin cast them a puzzled glance. Nothing, nothing. Please, continue. Bai Yuan managed a slight smile, while Bai Xinyue stifled a laugh beside him. Not rare, not rare. Ha 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 ha. Bai Xinyue thought gleefully to herself. Xinyue, have you finished your homework? Just as Bai Xinyue was reveling in her delight, Bai Yuan's voice broke through. That little bit of homework? I finished it ages ago. Hee hee. Bai Xinyue made a playful face at Bai Yuan. In this era, students' homework was not overly burdensome, as the education department mandated that all assignments be graded by undergraduate teachers, who were required to explain every mistake thoroughly. The phenomenon of allowing students to self-assess their work and only addressing the more frequently made errors does not exist. Should any teacher dare to contravene this principle, there is a possibility of having their teaching credentials revoked. This knowledge is critical for future encounters with demonic beasts, where a single misstep could prove fatal. If a student fails to study diligently and an incident occurs, the fault cannot be assigned to others. However, if a teacher neglects those who may not understand due to believing their numbers are few, then that becomes the teacher's responsibility. Now, you two, cease your bickering and do not disturb Dean Yin. Standing behind them, Gu Yuju gently patted the heads of both, putting an end to their quarrel. It was not until approximately a quarter of an hour later that Dean Yin finally rose, removed his glasses, returned them to their case, and then placed them back into his pocket. Upon noticing Yin Maoqing's actions, Bai Yuan and the others turned their gazes towards him, eager to hear his thoughts. In this day and age, truly, there are all manner of extraordinary occurrences. Even now, Yin Maoqing could not help but express his amazement. Then, seeing the looks directed at him by Bai Yuan and the others, he began to explain. The mutation within this beast egg poses no inherent risks. It appears that the egg has autonomously absorbed that power and seamlessly integrated it into its own bloodline. There is absolutely no need to worry about any adverse effects upon hatching. Hearing Yin Maoqing's words, Bai Yuan let out a sigh of relief. The primary reason for his father to summon Dean Yin was to ascertain whether this mutation would pose any harm to the future hatching of the demonic beast. After all, this is the bloodline of one of the 5 royal families of the demon race, the Xianbingyu lion, and it is a remarkably powerful descendant. Once cultivated, it will undoubtedly serve as a formidable ally, possessing the potential of a 9th-rank demon emperor. Furthermore, given the treatment this blue beast egg has endured, it is inconceivable that it would still harbor any lingering attachments to its original kin. Although the sealing of its bloodline was executed by an individual from the Xianbingyu lion clan, the capability to seal a descendant with such pure bloodline strength within the territory of the Xianbingyu lion clan signifies the backing of a significant power. Moreover, to prevent such occurrences, all beast eggs are grouped together prior to bloodline testing and are guarded by the clan's top-tier experts. Once testing concludes, those with weaker bloodlines are discarded, leaving only the powerful eggs to absorb the finest resources within the hatching grounds. Offspring hatched in this manner will, without a doubt, surpass those nurtured with ordinary resources, in the demon race. Bloodline truly can signify everything. Not only is cultivation limited by bloodline strength, but even the resources available for cultivation are subject to this constraint. Of course, if one possesses extraordinary talent or encounters other opportunities leading to bloodline reversion, they may break free from these shackles. However, within the demon race, individuals capable of transcending bloodline limitations to become stronger are exceedingly rare. It is precisely for this reason that the ability to impose a seal on a beast egg of such potent bloodline within the hatching grounds indicates that the power behind it holds a significant advantage within their clan. This suggests that Bai Yuan will soon have a powerful ally, one that will not be influenced by its own clan. However, to uncover the true reasons behind this, it will be necessary for me to take the beast egg back to the Demon Beast Research Center for a more professional examination. After Yin Maoqing concluded, he turned his gaze towards Bai Yuan, clearly wishing to borrow the beast egg for further inspection. Yet, a beast egg with such a pure bloodline as the Xinbing Yu Lion is a rare treasure. And he was uncertain whether Bai Yuan would be willing to lend it. Upon hearing Yin Maoqing's subsequent words, Bai Yuan turned to Bai Donglin beside him. In truth, he only needed to ascertain that this matter would not result in any complications for the future hatching of the Xinbing Yu Lion. The specifics were of little importance to him. After all, he did not intend to pursue the cultivation of demonic beasts, and knowing the reasons behind it was inconsequential. However, seeing the hopeful gaze of Din Yin, he felt it inappropriate to flatly refuse. Thus he turned to Bai Donglin, hoping his father would make the decision. Noting the look in Bai Yuan's eyes, Bai Donglin nodded, as he understood Yin Maoqing well enough to know he would not engage in any unscrupulous acts. Moreover, the possessions of the Bai family are not something that others can simply claim as their own. Then, I shall entrust this to you, Din Yin. With Bai Donglin's indication, Bai Yuan stated thus. Very well? Very well, that I shall not take advantage of you. Tomorrow, you may come to my place to select a beast EGG.As the head of the Yun City Demon Beast Research Center. I naturally possess a number of beast eggs with pure bloodlines. Xinyue quickly thanked Din Yin. Bai Yuan turned to Bai Xinyue, for he no longer required a beast egg, given his possession of the Xinbing Yu Lion, and with his parents' capabilities, there was no necessity to exert further effort in nurturing a demonic beast. Hence, that final beast egg would undoubtedly be given to Bai Xinyue. Thank you, Grandpa Yin. Bai Xinyue immediately stepped forward, playfully exclaiming. Very well, very well. Din Yin laughed heartily, clearly in high spirits. A single beast egg with decent bloodline is a mere trifle. If I can uncover the reason behind this mutation and publish a paper on it, its value would far exceed that of a mere beast egg. After enjoying dinner at the Bai residence, Din Yin left, carrying the Xinbing Yu Lion's beast egg, in excellent spirits. The following day, do you know the reason? On the way to school, Yi Xian curiously inquired. She was aware of the beast egg that had undergone mutation. As of now, it is only known that there will be no ill effects. The specifics will only be revealed once Din Yin has conducted a professional examination. Bai Yuan briefly recounted yesterday's events to Yi Xian. In that case, there are no issues. Why Yi Xian's thoughts mirrored Bai Yuan's. He had no intention of engaging in the cultivation of demonic beasts or pursuing a career as a researcher of demonic beasts. The cause of the mutation was of little consequence to Bai Yuan, as long as it was confirmed that the hatching of the Xinbing Yu Lion would proceed without issue. Chapter 33. Joint Training. The two jogged to school, and at this hour, they were still the only ones practicing. After more than half an hour, Yi Yun arrived, and upon seeing the two already engaged in practice, he muttered a familiar complaint before joining in. The day proceeded as per usual, without any notable changes. In the afternoon, Shi Han gathered all the students together. Tomorrow, we will embark on a joint training exercise with Wanqing No. 1 High School and Yinqing No. 1 High School in the wilderness. You all should prepare accordingly when you return home today. Upon hearing Shi Hanshan's words, the expressions of all the students turned serious. There was no excitement or exhilaration at the prospect of mastering extraordinary skills and showcasing them before others. The simulation of the demonic beast siege they experienced upon entering their senior year served not only to illuminate the difficulties faced by humanity, but also the terror of demonic beasts. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that high school training activities carry the potential for fatalities, in the wilderness. Any number of crises could arise, and even with teachers supervising, there are moments when responses may be inadequate. For instance, a demonic beast that excels at concealment may strike unexpectedly when a student approaches, or a student may fall victim to a demonic beast due to carelessness. leaving teachers little time to intervene. There are no absolutely safe places in the wild. The school can only select relatively secure locations for students to practice. Such scenarios of complete safety, where even unexpected events would only result in severe injuries, exist solely in novels. It has been suggested that perhaps some first-tier demonic beasts could be captured and kept for high school students to train against, thereby maximizing the potential for rescue in the event of emergencies. However, such an approach would be meaningless. The essence of training lies in honing students' abilities to confront demonic beasts under all circumstances. If this were not the case, wouldn't it be better to utilize a virtual world for training, effectively reducing the mortality rate to zero? Training in a setting where one knows there is no risk of death is fundamentally different from engaging in training where life-threatening dangers are present. Observing the expressions of the students, a satisfied look spread across Sher Hanshan's face. Prior to the implementation of the simulation of the demonic beast siege, students had been quite eager about the wilderness training. To put it charitably, they were young and spirited, but in reality, they were merely inexperienced and unafraid of danger. There is no true empathy in this world. Personal experience and hearsay are forever distinct concepts. No matter how vividly one describes the terror of demonic beasts, even if videos are shown, it is impossible to guarantee that everyone will remain at the highest alert. Thus, each time they venture out for training, despite teachers' numerous admonitions, many students still end up losing their lives due to carelessness. All of you are doing well. While I hope you achieve excellent results in this training and surpass Wancheng No. 1 High School and Yincheng No. 1 High School, remember, safety is paramount. Surviving is the most important thing. Do you understand? We understand. The students replied in unison, their voices booming, drawing the attention of passers-by outside the martial arts room. What is going on? I heard our teacher say our school is holding a joint training with 2 other schools. Is that so? I've heard that there are always fatalities during training. It is quite dangerous. Obviously, otherwise, why do you think full-time psychics enjoy such high treatment compared to ordinary people? The high treatment of full-time psychics stems not only from their role as guardians of the nation, but also from the fact that they face life and death dangers during their high school years. While ordinary students ponder what to have for dinner or where to shop on weekends, they are already confronting demonic beasts. All right, let us all dismiss for the day. Bai Yuan, make sure to return home early today and rest well. You must be full of energy for tomorrow's outdoor excursion. Concerned that Bai Yuan might practice late into the night and thus be in a poor mood the following day, Sher Han specifically reminded him before departing. Bai Yuan replied, "Understood, Teacher Sher." Nodding in acknowledgement of Bai Yuan's response, Sher Han left. The other students dispersed, each picking up their backpacks and leaving the martial arts room. Considering the upcoming training, Bai Yuan only practiced for an additional hour before heading home with Yixian. "Brother, come quick." Upon returning home, his sister Bai Xinyue ran towards him, holding a red beast EGG.Is this the one you chose from Director Yin today? Yes, it's an egg of the scarlet crystal Xian bird. Although it doesn't belong to the 5 major royal clans or the 8 noble clans, it is still a beast of immense potential. The key point is that both the 5 royal clans and the 8 noble clans seldom allow their offspring to wander freely. As for stealing an egg from their territories, that's even more improbable. Thus, for someone like Bai Yuan to acquire an egg of the Xian Bingyu lion is truly a rare stroke of fortune. Have you purchased an incubator? Bai Xinyue, unlike him, likely lacked the ability to incubate it alone. When I left, Grandpa Yin gifted me one, she said with a beaming smile. All right, enough bragging. Hurry and start incubating it. Knowing his sister was merely waiting for him to return to show off, Bai Yuan remarked. After dinner, Bai Yuan informed his parents about the school's organization of a joint training session. Since Bai Yuan often ventured out of the city alone, Bai Donglin and Gu Yuzhu were not overly concerned, merely advising him to exercise caution. They also reminded him to take good care of Yixian. If their future daughter-in-law were to be harmed, there would be dire consequences. Naturally, Bai Yuan readily agreed to his parents' wishes. It is noteworthy that due to the relationship between their families, Bai Yuan and Yixian had been betrothed since birth. Although it had initially been spoken of in jest, seeing the 2 children gravitate towards each other later on led to the acknowledgement of their betrothal. The following day, Bai Yuan rose early to practice in the martial arts room. Setting off with Yixian towards the departure point when it was time to gather. By the time they arrived, numerous students were already waiting, some standing alone and engrossed in their phones, while others chatted in small groups. Not seeing Sher Hanshan's figure, they figured he would arrive shortly. Wow, you 2 are still so diligent today. upon seeing Bai Yuan and Yi Xian approaching from the martial arts room. A flush of exertion still evident on their faces, Yi Yun couldn't help but tease. He was genuinely astonished. Could these two not act a bit more like normal people, with such splendid weather? A warm bed, and a perfect excuse, along with other classmates likely sharing similar sentiments. How on earth did they manage to convince themselves to rise from their slumber and come here to practice? Chapter 34. The training begins. He thought to himself that since today was the day for outdoor training, Bai Yuan and Yi Xian wouldn't likely arrive at school so early just to practice. Even for the sake of conserving energy, using this excuse, he indulged in sleep until naturally waking. When he finally stirred from his deep slumber, Yi Yun felt on the verge of tears. Ever since entering senior year, he hadn't enjoyed a proper sleep. Even during holidays, his father would rise early to rouse him for practice. Reflecting on the need to conserve energy for the day ahead, he hoped these two wouldn't continue with their excessive diligence. However, to his surprise, they were indeed relentless in their pursuit. Did not teacher sure say that practicing martial arts is akin to rowing upstream? If one does not advance, one regresses? Bai Yuan and Yi Xian approached, smiling as they spoke. So that's your justification for your relentless pursuit? If martial arts were a young lady, one might say you are quite peculiar, Yi Yun retorted, rolling his eyes. With such intensity, you might just work yourself to death. Bai Yuan teased back, how could that be? Don't young ladies prefer passionate men? If you remain cold and indifferent, how will you ever win her heart? Yi Yun replied, so that's the secret to your rapid progress. Is it? Bai Yuan countered, and that is why you remain stagnant. You truly are a peculiar one to thank you. Meanwhile, Yi Xian observed the banter between the two with a smile. Aren't you concerned about being low on energy when battling beasts? There's still time before we reach our destination. We can rest on the bus, Bai Yuan replied. Quite the pragmatic approach, Yi Yun remarked, giving Bai Yuan a thumbs up in admiration. Just then, a blue bus approached from outside. The bus stopped before the group of students, and Hanzhan stepped down from it. Everyone, hurry aboard. Place your luggage in the compartment below, he instructed. The students proceeded to the bus and began stowing their belongings. Bai Yuan and Yi Xian, equipped with storage rings, boarded the bus directly. Soon, the bus started and headed towards the outskirts of the city. Bai Yuan and Yi Xian sat side by side. As soon as they settled in, they closed their eyes to rest, planning to sleep until they reached their destination. After leaving the school, the bus made its way to the city gate, where soldiers approached to inquire. Hanzhan handed a permit through the window to the soldier inspecting the vehicle. We are teachers and students from Yun City No. 1 High School, heading out for joint training with 2 other high schools. This is the permit we applied for yesterday. Taking a group of students out of the city required prior approval. Of course, after thoroughly inspecting Hanzhan's permit, the soldier returned it. All clear. The soldier stepped back, signaling to those in charge of opening the city gate. As the gate slowly swung open, Hanzhan expressed his gratitude before driving the bus out of Yun City. As soon as they exited the city, many students leaned against the windows to gaze at the scenery outside. For the majority of them, it was their first time leaving Yun City and witnessing the wilderness. The landscape was filled with verdant mountains and dense forests, with the occasional sight of unmutated animals frolicking in the wild. It must be said that although the cataclysm that struck Blue Star a millennium ago was an undeniable disaster for humanity, it was a transformative elevation for the environment of Blue Star. One could argue that if the environmental rating of Blue Star before the cataclysm was only 30 or 40, then post-cataclysm, it soared to a perfect 100. The environment outside the city now resembled the mythical ancient era. Even Yi Xian, who typically kept her eyes closed, couldn't help but open them to glance outside. While Bai Yuan, accustomed to venturing out, showed little interest in the sights. Time passed leisurely. Thud, thud. Bai Yuan awakened from his slumber and glanced sideways, noticing Yi Xian sleeping soundly against the window, with the bus's bumps. Her forehead gently tapped against the glass, creating a rhythmic sound. Bai Yuan reached out, cradling her head to rest against his shoulder. What's wrong? Startled by the sudden movement, Yi Xian stirred awake, appearing somewhat dazed. Rest your head on my shoulder, Bai Yuan whispered gently. Yi Xian drowsily agreed and soon fell back asleep. Within the bus, all the students had moved past the initial excitement of leaving the city. Some had closed their eyes to sleep, others were playing on their phones, while a few engaged in quiet conversations. Bai Yuan turned to gaze outside. They had left the main road and were now driving through a mountainous forest. suggesting they were nearing their destination. About half an hour later, the bus gradually came to a stop. The students peered outside, noticing two other buses parked nearby. Given that Yun City was the farthest from the training site, they were the last to arrive. Bai Yuan gently roused the still sleeping Yixian, and together with their classmates, they disembarked from the bus. Has an exploration been conducted in the area? Shi Hanshan descended from the bus, accompanied by 4 other teachers from the school, approaching the instructors from the other 2 schools. The lead teachers from Wanqing No. 1 High School and Yinqing No. 1 High School were called Si Weibin and Mo Yuhong, both of whom were at the peak of the 4th stage, slightly weaker than Shi Hanshan. Rest assured, we conducted a thorough exploration. There are no beasts above the 1st stage. One of the teachers signaled to Shi Hanshan with an OK gesture upon seeing him approach. Good, everyone gather. With all present, it was time to commence the training. At the invitation of the teachers from the 3 schools, the students began to assemble as directed. I will explain the rules for this training. Shi Hanshan, being the most powerful among them, took the lead. This training will last for 3 days, and upon completion, the results will be determined by the demon cores obtained from the beasts, of course. If anyone discovers rare materials, that can also be factored into the results. The first place in the training will receive a reward of 1 million, along with 5 bottles of 1st stage spiritual energy potions. The second place will earn 500,000 and 2 bottles of 1st stage spiritual energy potions. The third place will gain 300,000 and 1 bottle of 1st stage spiritual energy potions. Although this training was organized by the school, the rewards were still quite generous. Setting aside the monetary rewards, the 1st stage spiritual energy potions could save a 1st stage spiritual practitioner a month of arduous training. While the cash prizes would greatly assist those students who were financially constrained, naturally, only the top 3 would receive rewards. Additionally, all gains made will belong to the students themselves after the results are calculated. After all, any form of training may entail the risk of life, and it is only natural that others should not be made to accompany one on such a perilous journey. However, should one return empty-handed? One cannot place the blame on others. Chapter 35. The Black Crystal Rock Serpent. Furthermore, each of you will receive 3 signal flares. Should you encounter an insurmountable danger, promptly fire a flare. The reason for distributing 3 flares is to avoid unforeseen circumstances, such as a flare malfunctioning or being unable to wait at the location due to danger. The extra flares serve as a safeguard. As for why not more, research indicates that after firing 3 flares, assistance has yet to arrive. It is highly likely that by the time help is found, one would only be left to collect the remains of those who sought aid. Lastly, one crucial rule you must adhere to is the necessity of returning before nightfall. As he spoke, Shi Hanshan's expression grew grave. The wilderness at night poses far greater dangers than during the day, particularly from packs of demonic beasts that prefer to hunt under the cover of darkness. Even a 1st-tier demonic beast is not something today's students can handle. Moreover, given the current abilities of these students, enduring an entire night without sleep while alone in the wilderness is exceedingly perilous. Should they encounter a stealthy creature like the Shadow Serpent, combined with fatigue, they could easily fall victim to a surprise attack and become prey themselves. Well, let the training commence. Off you go. As Shi Hanshan concluded his speech, class leaders stepped forward to assist the teachers in distributing the flares. Let us proceed this way. With the training underway, Bai Yuan casually chose a direction and, accompanied by Yixian, ventured deeper into the forest. Yi Yun, wishing to team up with Bai Yuan, turned only to find that he had already vanished from sight. TSK, I shall find myself a girlfriend later. A male-female duo makes for lighter work and would surely outpace you all. Muttering a few words, Yi Yun hoisted his Feng Tianhua halberd and set off in another direction into the forest. After progressing for over 20 minutes, Bai Yuan suddenly halted, his gaze alertly fixed on the thicket ahead. Yixian also stopped behind him, positioning her spear at her side. Although she had not sensed any immediate danger, she trusted Bai Yuan. Clang! The long sword was drawn, its blade emitting a resonant hum as a beam of sword light sliced forth from Bai Yuan's weapon. Fragments of stone flew, and dust billowed. Hissing sound emerged from within the dust, followed by the emergence of a towering figure. It was a massive serpent, over 10 meters in length, its body a dark yellow hue. With glistening scales that shimmered coldly, atop its head rested a black crystal. The black crystal rock serpent is a creature adept at concealment, its coloration rendering it difficult to detect in dim light. The black crystal atop its head is a precious treasure, housing a wealth of rock elemental energy, making it an excellent material for crafting defensive spirit tools. The serpent's orange-yellow eyes fixated on Bai Yuan and Yi Xian, its forked tongue flicking ominously, clearly perceiving them as prey. Whoosh! A rush of wind signaled the serpent's swift charge towards them. Its gaping maw aimed to swallow Bai Yuan whole. Bai Yuan and Yi Xian sprang into action, leaping apart to evade the serpent's assault. Thud! The serpent's enormous tongue struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and producing a deafening sound. Hiss! Yi Xian brandished her spear, flames igniting upon its tip, and thrust it towards the serpent's vulnerable underbelly. The spear's sharp point, combined with the devastating South Brightly fire, easily pierced through the serpent's flesh. However, there was no splash of blood. Upon closer inspection, the serpent was encased in thick layers of rock. While Yi Xian's strike penetrated the serpent's rocky armor, it failed to inflict a fatal wound. Suddenly attacked, the serpent, though much of the impact was absorbed by its armor, still recoiled in pain and abandoned its pursuit of Bai Yuan, turning to bite at Yi Xian. Seeing the serpent shift its target, Bai Yuan hastily drew his sword, aiming for the serpent's vulnerable spot as well. Although Bai Yuan's blade lacked any elemental energy, his superior cultivation allowed him to deliver a deeper cut than Yi Xian. Once again facing an assault, the black crystal rock serpent persisted in its attack on Yi Xian, while its massive tail swung violently towards Bai Yuan. Ha! Yi Xian exclaimed, engulfed in flames. She transformed her thrust into a downward smash, leaping high to strike the serpent's massive head. The sudden impact, despite the protection of its rocky armor, left the creature disoriented, diminishing the force of its tail that was aimed at Bai Yuan. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yuan's sword found its mark on the serpent's tail, using it to propel himself upwards, landing at the serpent's vulnerable spot. Sensing the human on its back, the black crystal rock serpent thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge Bai Yuan. However, he anchored himself firmly, channeling immense spiritual energy into his feet as if rooted to the serpent's body. With both hands gripping the hilt, he raised his sword, its cold light shimmering as he thrust with all his might towards the serpent's vulnerable point. The blade penetrated deeply, releasing a torrent of blood and flesh, eliciting a mournful cry from the giant serpent. Boom! The black crystal rock serpent thrashed its head, struggling in its final moments before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. With a swift motion, Bai Yuan withdrew his sword and leapt down from the serpent, striding over to Yi Xian. Are you injured? Yi Xian shook her head, indicating that she was unharmed. Satisfied with her well-being, Bai Yuan proceeded to deftly extract the demonic core from the black crystal rock serpent, placing it aside from the serpent's body. Let us continue. After dealing with the serpent, the two pressed further into the depths of the forest. They continued to slay demonic beasts along their path, occasionally encountering students from other schools, merely exchanging nods before parting ways. 2 hours later, Bai Yuan suddenly sensed a surge of rich spiritual energy. Following the source, they walked approximately 30 to 40 meters, where they discovered a small sapling adorned with 2 crimson fruits, emanating a dense aura of spiritual energy. Just then, footsteps emerged from the thicket ahead, prompting Bai Yuan and Yi Xian to turn towards the sound. They saw 2 unfamiliar students approaching, one wielding a long staff and the other a large blade. Clearly, these 2 had also come searching for the source of the spiritual energy. Upon noticing Bai Yuan and Yi Xian, their expressions shifted slightly in surprise. They had not anticipated encountering others here first. However, as long as the heavenly spiritual fruits remained unclaimed, they were still considered unowned. Chapter 36. One Sword. How about we settle this with a friendly spar between the 4 of us? The victor claims these 2 spiritual fruits. After a brief silence, the student with the large blade proposed. Being high school students, they were not like those rogues who would resort to violence at the drop of a hat. They agreed that the winner would take the spiritual fruits, and those who were bested had no reason for resentment. All right, Bai Yuan nodded and then turned to Yi Xian. What do you think? Yi Xian replied, I'll follow your lead. Having reached a consensus, they moved to a more spacious area to prevent the aftermath of their battle from damaging the fruits. 2 against 2. They took their stances. Bai Yuan produced a coin. We'll begin once the coin lands. Sounds good. The student with the blade nodded in agreement. Bai Yuan clenched his right fist, pinching a silver coin between his thumb and forefinger. Whoosh! He flicked the coin into the air, where it soared high before descending towards the ground. A thud. As the coin struck the earth, All four figures lunged forward. Clang! The sounds of steel clashing filled the air. The student with the blade, in a surrendering posture, found the sharp edge of Bai Yuan's sword mere centimeters from his throat. Feeling the chill of the blade against his neck, he broke into a cold sweat. Wait, I surrender. On the other side, the student with the staff, facing Yi Xian, immediately chose to yield upon witnessing his companion's predicament. Having seen his friend disarmed in a single stroke, he was taken aback and, after exchanging a few moves with Yi Xian, realized he was at a disadvantage, prompting his quick surrender. Upon hearing the admission of defeat, Yi Xian withdrew her spear, the flames dissipating from her form. What the hell, Zhang Kai? You didn't just get taken down like that, did you? One sword and you're out? The student wielding the staff, resting his weapon on his shoulder, approached, grumbling. Seriously, you're telling me you were just acting? You try it then. Zhang Kai rolled his eyes, retorting. Just moments ago, when he faced Bai Yuan, he felt as if his blade had become entangled with Bai Yuan's sword, completely beyond his control, as if it had developed a will of its own. Leading to his weapon being flung away, then, he felt the cold steel pressed against his throat, glancing down to find Bai Yuan's blade poised at his neck, with a distinct lack of resolve. He raised his hands and surrendered. I yield. I'm willing to be your servant. Zhang Kai was utterly convinced that the sensation he experienced during his skirmish with Bai Yuan was akin to facing the martial arts instructor at his school. He was certain that the student before him, wielding a sword, was undoubtedly a master of swordsmanship, having attained an extraordinary level of expertise. The proficiency in martial arts is categorized into 9 distinct ranks, which are initial understanding, entry into the hall, mastery, peak achievement, transcendence, return to simplicity, breakthrough, unity of man and nature, and proficiency approaching the Tao. Compared to the elevation of cultivation realms, advancing in martial arts proficiency is considerably more challenging. Generally speaking, high school instructors possess skills at the mastery level, while a student achieving entry into the hall prior to the college entrance examination is regarded as a prodigy. In fact, throughout the entire history of cultivation, individuals reaching the mastery level at such a young age could be counted on one hand. The vast majority of students only break through to entry into the hall during their university years. Presently, there are merely 3 individuals globally who have attained proficiency approaching the Tao: Xiang Tian, the gun god from Xiazhou, Guy Arthur, the sword sage from Yingzhou, and Gulite Peter, the axe sovereign from Azhou. Not a single person from Fazhou or Meizhou has reached such a level, and the same applies to the remaining 4 continents. Bro, I've already surrendered. Could you perhaps sheath your sword? Zhang Kai raised one hand while the other pointed at the blade still pressed against his neck. Please don't tremble and accidentally cut me, and of course, this was merely jest, as the mastery displayed in swordplay is not something that would falter. Upon conceding, Bai Yuan retracted his sword. Hey, is your swordsmanship truly at the mastery level? Although he harbored some thoughts, Zhang Kai was merely speculating based on his experiences with the martial arts instructor. Bai Yuan nodded, having achieved about 30% progress in his mastery of swordsmanship. Wow, that's incredible. How did you manage to practice to such a level? Upon receiving Bai Yuan's affirmation, Zhang Kai exclaimed in astonishment. Although he had long suspected as much, hearing it confirmed from someone who had reached the mastery level at such a young age left him utterly flabbergasted. What on earth, mastery? Another voice of disbelief chimed in, revealing that Zhang Kai was not the only one taken aback. His teammate Wang Zhun nearly bit his tongue in shock. What did you expect? Do you think I was just casually disarmed with a single stroke? Zhang Kai rolled his eyes, lamenting that he could not even muster the slightest resistance despite having achieved the completion of initial understanding in his knife techniques. I assumed this guy's sword skills were merely at the entry level. Wang Zhun scratched his head, acknowledging that his earlier banter was nothing more than a joke, as they were not acquainted and Zhang Kai had no reason to hold back. I am Zhang Kai, and this is my close friend, Wang Zhun. We hail from Wanqing No. 1 High School. Zhang Kai then performed a brief bow to Bai Yuan, introducing himself and his companion. I am Bai Yuan. And this is my childhood friend, Yi Xian. We are from Yunqing No. 1 High School. Bai Yuan sheathed his sword and introduced the two of them. You are the esteemed Bai Yuan? No wonder. Had you mentioned your identity earlier, we would have refrained from seeking a challenge. Upon hearing Bai Yuan's name, a look of realization spread across Zhang Kai's face, and even his astonishment at Bai Yuan's mastery level diminished significantly. You know me? Bai Yuan was taken aback, for he had never visited Wanqing. Of course I know you. Not only do I know you, but every high school surrounding Yunqing is also familiar with your name. When the awakening occurred, the light of awakening enveloped the entire Yunqing, and your swordsmanship progressed at an astonishing rate, defeating fellow students without even utilizing spiritual energy, relying solely on your sword techniques. Zhang Kai's tone was extravagantly exaggerated, his hands animatedly gesturing as he spoke. Chapter 37. The idol of high school students. Rumors of Bai Yuan's rapid advancement in swordsmanship had reached a point that even the teachers at schools expressed their astonishment, leaving some martial arts instructors feeling inferior. Previously, he had held some skepticism. If it merely evoked sighs from teachers, he could accept that, but for martial arts instructors to feel inadequate seemed outrageous. Generally, high school martial arts instructors possess skills at the mastery level. So for a student to induce such feelings in them would imply that he too must have reached the same level. While such occurrences have happened, they are exceedingly rare. It is akin to someone suddenly claiming that among your peers there exists figures like Qin Shi Huang, Han Wu, or even the great emperors of the Tang and Song dynasties. One would likely dismiss it as nonsense. Moreover, rumors tend to exaggerate over time, eventually morphing into myths, with facts frequently distorted. For instance, the original tale of the class leader instructing the back row to run 5 kilometers might evolve into the leader demanding a midnight duel in bed. Yet, Zhang Kai now believed the rumors, even feeling they were somewhat conservative. He had been disarmed without the opportunity to utilize his spiritual energy. After all, in front of martial arts instructors, he could at least showcase some spiritual energy, even if it was of little significance. You have no idea. You are considered the model student by all the teachers at our school, the ideal child in the eyes of all parents, and the idol of every student studying martial arts. Wang Jin interjected, and it's not just our school. High schools in Yinqing and other cities feel the same way. Bai Yuan's reputation has soared to unprecedented heights within the high school community. This was largely thanks to the principal of Yunqing No. 1 High School, who, after being reprimanded by the Ministry of Education for overly boasting about the 3 students who awakened SSS-level spiritual energy, shifted his narrative to highlight the emergence of a genius who reached the mastery level in martial arts before turning 18. Barely having recovered from the previous ordeal, the principal's heart was once again subjected to the torment of his own exaggerations. This time, he grinned even more brazenly. If the emergence of a genius awakening SSS-level spiritual energy might still occur in other schools, then no one had ever achieved the mastery level in martial arts during high school. While other principals claimed to be indifferent, they were undoubtedly envious. No one knew the precise feelings of the principals from other cities when they first heard the news, but it was evident that liquor and cigarettes sold exceptionally well that day. In the days to come, the principal would pressure the director of studies, who would then pressure the teachers, who in turn would pressure the students. As a result, Bai Yuan's fame spread throughout various schools. I see. Hearing Zhang Kai and Wang Zhan's explanations left Bai Yuan momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated entering the spotlight of various high schools in such a manner, inadvertently becoming an idol for senior students. All thanks to the principal's fervent praise. Naturally, where admiration exists, dissent is not far behind. Several individuals at their school had arrived, eager to prove themselves, and when they returned for rest today, many would undoubtedly seek him out for a sparring match. Just like Zhang Kai earlier, not all students believed Bai Yuan had attained the mastery level in martial arts. They acknowledged that there must be some truth to the rumors but assumed Bai Yuan was merely excelling within the entry level. You may not know, but there's a youthful Li Shimin at a school in the neighboring city. Thus, upon hearing that they would be training alongside Yunqing No. 1 High School, many martial arts enthusiasts among the students were eager to challenge Bai Yuan. Even if the rumors were true, sparring with Bai Yuan would surely yield significant gains. It was hardly a loss. As long as Bai Yuan did not refuse to engage, numerous students would likely wish to exchange blows with him. Let them come, Bai Yuan replied with a smile, not averse to such friendly sparring. Sharing his knowledge and offering guidance would serve as a form of training for himself, aiding his further progress. This match is a loss for us. Thus, the 2 spirit fruits shall belong to you and classmate Yi. Having suffered a crushing defeat, there was no trace of resentment or bitterness on Zhang Kai and Wang Zhan's faces. A loss to superior skill was only natural, and there was no reason to dwell on it. Children from Xiazhou are raised with the understanding that to obtain what one desires, one must grow stronger to earn it. If they were outclassed in skill, it was simply a reflection of their own inadequacies, and they should not harbor animosity towards their opponent. This cultural ethos contributes to the flourishing martial arts spirit among spiritual practitioners in Xia country, which has long kept the other continents in check. In every 9-continent tournament, the total victories of the other 8 continents merely match Xiaozhou's achievements. We shall not intrude any further. Let us swiftly explore other areas, hoping to uncover more treasures during these 3 days. While the chances of encountering rare materials were uncertain, hunting a few more magical beasts would still prove beneficial. On one hand, it would provide an opportunity to hone their skills against the beasts, and on the other, the magical cores and various parts could fetch a handsome price in the market. Very well, then, we shall part ways here. Until tonight. Until tonight. After bidding farewell, Zhang Kai and Wang Zhan chose a different direction to depart. Bai Yuan and Yi Xian returned to the spot where they had previously discovered the spiritual fruits, plucking the 2 fruits from their branches. Given the richness of the spiritual energy contained within these fruits, each one could yield enough material to concoct at least 5 doses of a spiritual power potion. Bai Yuan held the spiritual fruits in his hand, taking a moment to sense their energy. He had previously gathered similar treasures during his excursions into the wild. Upon their return to the city, he intended to ask Bai Donglin to have someone prepare the spiritual power potions for him. Thus, he could estimate the potential yield. This was already a commendable harvest, as typically, in such peripheral areas, the spiritual fruits found would suffice for only 3 vials. Let us store these. Bai Yuan retrieved 2 wooden boxes from his storage ring, handing one to Yi Xian. Any spiritual plant, once harvested, would begin to lose its spiritual energy if left exposed to the air. To prevent this loss, it was essential to store them in boxes crafted from ginkgo wood. Known for its ability to preserve spiritual energy and provide nurturing properties, they secured the spiritual fruits and placed them into the storage ring. Bai Yuan and Yi Xian continued on their original path. Along the way, they hunted various beasts, and under their proficient cooperation, no beast posed a challenge. They effortlessly collected over 20 demon cores, including one from a peak first-tier beast. After approximately 20 more minutes, they arrived at a dense thicket, surrounded by tightly packed trees. Stop! Bai Yuan suddenly halted, raising his hand to signal Yi Xian to pause, then pointed towards a tree trunk ahead. Following his gesture, Yi Xian's gaze fell upon 5 pitch-black beasts lounging atop several trees. Approximately 50 meters away, their forms resembled that of leopards, with a pair of glistening green eyes and elongated fangs reminiscent of saber-toothed tigers. They basked in the sun atop the highest branches, their thick tails lazily swatting at the air. 5 saber-toothed black leopards, one at peak first tier, 3 at late first tier, and 1 at mid first tier. You take on the mid tier and 1 of the late tier, while I handle the other 3. This time, however, Yi Xian did not acquiesce to Bai Yuan's proposal. Instead, she restrained him as he attempted to charge ahead. I will deal with the peak first-tier saber-toothed black leopard. Bai Yuan turned to see the determination in Yi Xian's eyes. She understood that his allocation was meant to protect her, but she had no desire to be shielded in such a manner. Yi Xian yearned to fight alongside Bai Yuan, trusting each other enough to cover one another's backs, rather than hiding behind him as a fragile vase. Very well. Upon hearing Yi Xian's declaration, Bai Yuan readily agreed. He had never perceived her as merely someone to be protected, and her noble lineage, coupled with her S-level talent, ensured she was anything but a fragile vase. His initial decision to assign the easier beast to her had been instinctual, but he would not refuse her wish for an exchange. As the 5 saber-toothed black leopards rested, one suddenly sensed an ominous presence locking onto it. The peak first-tier saber-toothed black leopard hastily rose from the branch, only to see a flash of fire hurtling toward Yi Xian, brandishing a long spear enveloped in the flames of Namingli, thrust the spear's tip forcefully toward the creature's head. By the time the leopard stood, Yi Xian had already closed the distance, but the leopard's speed was remarkable, and it evaded her strike, transforming into a shadow. Roar! The saber-toothed black leopard leaped to a nearby branch, its gaze fixed coldly on the unexpected human. The other 4 leopards also stood, poised to attack Yi Xian. Just then, 4 blades of sword energy suddenly surged forth, severing the branches upon which the other 4 leopards stood. Caught off guard and with Bai Yuan concealing his aura, the 4 leopards had no time to react and fell from their perches. The figure wielding a sword landed on a branch not far from Yi Xian. You focus on that one. Don't worry about the others. With that, Bai Yuan leaped from the branch, descending rapidly. Mid-air, He unleashed a sharp blade of energy directed at the weakest saber-toothed black leopard. The moment the energy was about to strike. One of the late first-tier leopards leapt up, intercepting Bai Yuan's attack. Thud. Bai Yuan fell from his height, landing on a branch and charging toward the four leopards. Although he had not specifically trained in agility, his formidable mental strength from the mid-second tier allowed him to anticipate the leopards' every move. Combined with his swift footwork, he evaded their attacks with ease, leaving behind a series of gashes from his sword as he struck, blood splattering as the leopards were wounded. The weakest of the saber-toothed black leopards bore the brunt of the injuries, while the other three managed to evade some of Bai Yuan's assaults. It, however, took every blow without retreat, suffering a deep gash on its foreleg that exposed bone. Limping, it positioned itself behind the other leopards, licking its wound and emitting a feeble whimper. Let us eliminate one first. Despite the mid-tier saber-toothed black leopard's diminished strength, it still posed a challenge to Bai Yuan. With its forelegs severely injured and hindered in movement, it was an opportune moment to strike. Bai Yuan dashed towards the nearest black leopard, his sword piercing through the air with precision. Confronted with Bai Yuan's onslaught, the remaining leopards roared in defiance. Only the weakest of them retreated a short distance. Just as Bai Yuan was about to engage the three leopards, he suddenly veered towards the injured one. The other three leopards were too engaged in their attack to assist their wounded companion, who, now separated from the others, found itself isolated and desperate, attempting to flee. The severely injured black leopard found itself unable to escape quickly due to its wounds. In mere moments, Bai Yuan would catch up. Seeing no route of escape, the saber-toothed black leopard bared its fangs and charged at Bai Yuan. Aiming for his throat, clang! The sword flashed, and Bai Yuan opened the beast up, spilling a torrent of blood as it fell from the sky. Its life extinguished, Bai Yuan halted, flicking the blood from his sword onto the ground. Perhaps witnessing its kin's demise had incited fury in the remaining three saber-toothed black leopards, as their attacks grew increasingly ferocious, yet they could not even graze Bai Yuan's garments. After several exchanges, Bai Yuan seized an opportunity when one of the leopards lunged at him once more. He sidestepped and drove his sword deep into its neck, withdrawing just in time to avoid the blood spraying from the wound. Losing yet another of their kind, the remaining two leopards could no longer even engage Bai Yuan in combat. With swift footwork, Bai Yuan approached one of the leopards, aiming for its head. He then swiftly arched backward to evade another's attack. Thrusting his sword into the creature's abdomen, a narrow gash opened in the leopard's belly, blood and entrails spilling forth. Fortunately, Bai Yuan's agility allowed him to avoid being drenched in blood during the melee. Having dispatched all four saber-toothed black leopards, Bai Yuan released a surge of spiritual power, dissipating the blood upon his sword. He leapt onto a tree trunk towering over 10 meters high, surveying the battle between Yi Xian and the peak first-tier saber-toothed black leopard. At that moment, Yi Xian was embroiled in a fierce struggle with the saber-toothed black leopard. In a contest of equals, the beast's physical prowess was formidable, yet Yi Xian radiated the flames of Namingli, causing the leopard to hesitate in its attacks. In truth, Yi Xian held the upper hand. Bai Yuan could see that on several occasions, she had the opportunity to slay the beast. However, due to her lack of practical combat experience, she failed to capitalize on those moments. After all, with her SSS-level talent, defeating a saber-toothed black leopard, which was not of a particularly powerful bloodline, was hardly insurmountable. The reason she had yet to secure victory was her inexperience in battling beasts, causing her to only utilize less than 60% of her true strength. Often, her hesitation prevented her from seizing critical opportunities to inflict significant damage on the saber-toothed black leopard. Yet, thus far, she bore no injuries. This situation exemplified the necessity for schools to send students into the real world for training. No matter how realistic simulations in a virtual world may be, they cannot change one fundamental truth: there is no real risk of death. Thus, students often approach battles in virtual realms with reckless abandon, fueled by the knowledge that they cannot truly perish. However, when faced with actual beasts, the stakes are considerably higher. While sustaining minor injuries is manageable, being killed by a beast in the wild carries irrevocable consequences. Due to such concerns, combatants often find themselves unable to act as boldly as they might in training, resulting in scenarios like Yi Xian's. Under normal circumstances, given Yi Xian's innate talent and prowess, even if she could not swiftly vanquish the toothy Black Panther, she should have at least inflicted significant damage upon it. However, there exists another reason for the limitations placed on real combat within the virtual realm. This reason stands in stark contrast to the first, stemming from concerns that students might become overly dismissive of death due to their experiences in the virtual world. Engaging in battles against monstrous beasts in the virtual realm could lead to a reckless mindset in the real world, where students might act with abandon, neglecting unnecessary injuries that could ultimately result in tragic fatalities, an occurrence not without precedent. Such incidents arose shortly after the implementation of the virtual world, resulting in the demise of several promising individuals due to their negligence. Consequently, those who initially proposed the introduction of the virtual realm faced considerable pressure from higher-ups, and the initiative to integrate the virtual world into the educational system nearly faced cancellation. Nevertheless, not all leaders held this view. While some concerns were indeed tied to the virtual world, the root issue remained an inadequacy in education. Schools should not merely be institutions that prioritize grades. They must also assume responsibility for the holistic development of students, which naturally includes addressing psychological issues stemming from the use of the virtual world. Thus, support within the leadership of Xiaozhou for the implementation of the virtual world in education outweighed opposition, ultimately preserving its introduction. However, restrictions were imposed, limiting the duration of time spent engaging in combat with beasts in the virtual world, with explicit weekly usage guidelines established. Additionally, students were required to periodically venture into the wilderness to temper their attitudes formed within the virtual realm. This situation was predominantly observed in universities, with fewer instances in high schools, as the latter were still in the early stages of their training. Of course, exceptions existed for students particularly enthusiastic about virtual combat. Although the advent of the virtual world gave rise to various virtual reality games, many accomplished students found these games lacking in excitement. The virtual battles against beasts, which bore a closer resemblance to reality, proved far more thrilling than the simulated encounters constrained by numerous limitations within games. Bai Yuan refrained from immediately intervening, instead standing with his sword in hand, observing the unfolding battle below. He quietly channeled his spiritual energy, prepared to intervene should Yi Xian find herself in dire straits. During her confrontation with the toothy Black Panther, Yi Xian recognized her shortcomings, realizing that she could no longer afford to prolong the encounter. She positioned her spear before her, her eyes igniting with a fierce resolve, the flames of Nanjingli on the spearhead burning even more vigorously than before. Roar! The toothy Black Panther lunged at her once more, its fangs glistening with a chilling light, aimed directly at Yi Xian's throat. For the panther, targeting the throat was a favored tactic. Once it sank its teeth in, the prey would find escape impossible. Ha! Yi Xian suppressed her instinct to evade, thrusting her spear forward. Flames engulfed the spear, compressing into a crimson orb at the tip, infused with volatile fiery energy. Martial technique, Dawn's surprise, boom. Upon contact, the spear unleashed an explosive fireball, releasing a fiery dragon that surged toward the toothy Black Panther. The panther had already expended considerable energy in their initial clash, rendering it incapable of resisting the second, more powerful thrust of Yi Xian's spear. As the spear struck the panther's abdomen, a brilliant blaze erupted, and despite the panther's efforts to evade, it was still left with a gaping wound. Clang! Seizing the opportunity, Yi Xian closed the distance, thrusting her spear once more. Roar! The panther struggled, but the flames of Nanjingli had already begun to sear its insides, resulting in a mouthful of blood that escaped its maw, still steaming. Faced with Yi Xian's lethal strike, the panther lacked the strength to resist further, and she pierced its skull with a decisive thrust, ending its life on the spot. Yi Xian withdrew her spear, the wound now charred, devoid of any splatter of blood. In the moment the spear penetrated, the flames clinging to it had ignited, effectively incinerating the panther from within. After successfully slaying the toothy Black Panther, Yi Xian waved toward Bai Yuan, perched in a tree. Bai Yuan leaped down, joining her. For her first solo battle, she had performed admirably, though there remained room for growth, particularly in overcoming excessive trepidation during combat. Bai Yuan offered her praise before pointing out several areas requiring improvement. Chapter 40. The distressed Yi Yun Yi Xian nodded, acknowledging her own shortcomings in battle. After practicing in the virtual world, she had believed she could maintain composure against the monstrous beasts, at least to a degree. Yet, standing before the toothy Black Panther, she realized it was not as simple as she had anticipated. Despite understanding that such thoughts were detrimental in combat, Her mind was plagued with the incessant mantra of avoiding the blow. Numerous times, she had opportunities to severely wound the panther, yet excessive evasion had caused her to retreat too far, forfeiting those chances. Let us regroup, then seek our next target. Rolling up her sleeves, the two began to extract the demon core from the toothy Black Panther's carcass. Suddenly, Bai Yuan halted, turning his gaze to the side. "What's wrong?" Yi Xian inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor. "Do you hear that sound?" Bai Yuan asked, looking toward Yi Xian. "Sound?" No. Yi Xian paused, then listened intently, but heard nothing. "No?" Bai Yuan frowned, closing his eyes to listen carefully. "Help, saved. Me. No. Someone is calling for help." Bai Yuan stood up, directing his gaze toward the source of the sound. Just then, a shadow appeared within Bai Yuan's line of sight. "I think I heard it too." As the shadow drew nearer, Yi Xian also discerned the cries for help. "Help! Help me!" At that moment, the shadow vanished, only to reappear much closer, revealing a human form. It's Yi Yun. Bai Yuan, possessing a higher realm than Yi Xian, had better visibility and quickly recognized the figure of Yi Yun, who was clearly aware of their presence and shouted at the top of his lungs. "Run!" There's a pack of wolves. At this, Bai Yuan and Yi Xian finally spotted the swirling dust behind Yi Yuan. It was a horde of dark green wolf-like demon beasts, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing Yi Yun. "Damn, it's the swift shadow wolves." Upon seeing the beasts chasing Yi Yun, Bai Yuan couldn't help but curse. He swiftly stowed the toothy Black Panther's corpse into his storage ring, grasped Yi Xian's hand, and dashed toward the camp. The swift shadow wolves, low-tier wind attribute demon beasts, excelled in speed, generally ranging from mid to late first-tier strength, with the Wolf King reaching peak first-tier power. However, what made the swift shadow wolves particularly formidable was their pack mentality. Each horde typically consisted of no fewer than 100 wolves. Therefore, even second-tier spiritual practitioners would hesitate to provoke a pack of swift shadow wolves, as they could not only overpower you but also exhaust you to death. With the Void Blade's spiritual power, Yi Yun clearly outpaced Bai Yuan and Yi Xian, quickly catching up to them after a few swift flashes. "Where did you provoke the pack of swift shadow wolves?" Logically, such a dangerous group of beasts would have been dealt with by instructors before the training commenced. "How would I know? I just went to a small hill to take care of some personal business. And who would have thought a pack of swift shadow wolves was lying in wait below?" Yi Yun reflected on the incident with a shiver. When the first wolf had jumped out, he had nearly lost his life. If not for his quick reflexes and decisive use of his teleportation ability, he might have faced a much grimmer fate. "Stop talking. Hold on to me." Yi Yun grabbed Bai Yuan's arm, activating his Void Blade ability to carve a rift in space ahead, and together they leaped through. Moments later, the three of them found themselves 100 meters away from their previous location. Yi Yun's complexion had paled considerably, clearly feeling the toll of transporting the two with him. "Do either of you have any spiritual energy potions? Hurry, I've used up all mine." The swift shadow wolves moved with incredible speed, rivaling that of most second-tier spiritual practitioners, and when gathered in numbers, they gained even greater velocity. Even compared to third-tier practitioners, they posed a significant threat. Fortunately, thanks to Yi Yun's teleportation ability, had it been anyone else, they likely would have already perished at the jaws of the wolves. But using teleportation drained considerable energy, and Yi Yun had exhausted his potions. Hearing Yi Yun's plea, Bai Yuan quickly retrieved a dozen vials of spiritual energy potions from his storage ring. Thanks. Yi Yun bit the cork off one vial and guzzled it down, stowing the rest in his storage ring. As the potion coursed through his body, it replenished his previously expended energy. "Let us go." After a brief restoration of his spiritual energy, Yi Yun once again grasped the two individuals and activated his teleportation ability, creating a considerable distance between them and the pursuing shadow wolves. However, the relentless pack continued to close in, their speed increasing ominously. Yet, whenever the wolves neared a certain proximity, Yi Yun would teleport with the others, once more widening the gap. During their frantic escape, Bai Yuan channeled his spiritual energy into his voice, urging those nearby, "We are being pursued by the shadow wolves. Those who can, make haste to the camp." Concerned for the safety of fellow students who might be caught in the chaos, Bai Yuan shouted a warning. "Hey, are you all right?" he inquired, glancing back at Yi Yun's increasingly pallid complexion. Although he had been replenishing his energy with potions, consuming such a large quantity in a short span posed a significant strain on his body. If it were only Bai Yuan, He could have effortlessly dispatched the wolves using his spiritual abilities, transforming them into a torrent of lethal energy. However, with Yi Yun and Yi Xian by his side, should he lose control, the greatest threat would shift from the shadow wolves to himself. There was a genuine risk that after slaughtering the wolves, he might inadvertently harm Yi Xian and Yi Yun as well. I can hold on a little longer, Yi Yun gritted through clenched teeth. I sent a distress signal to the teachers earlier. They should be arriving soon. Just as he finished speaking, several figures appeared in the distance. Rapidly making their way towards them, Stone Hans Han and a group of teachers had come to their aid. Thunder slash! Stone Hans Han shouted as he approached the trio, charging directly at the relentless pack of shadow wolves. With his long blade, he unleashed a brilliant arc of lightning, showcasing his formidable fifth-tier cultivation. The first dozen wolves in the front line, upon witnessing the flash of lightning, were swiftly cleaved in half, their blood staining the ground crimson. Chapter 41. I am quite normal, ugh. I'm exhausted. As the teachers intercepted the shadow wolves, Yi Yun finally came to a halt, sinking down onto the ground. He reclined backward, gasping for breath. With the teacher's intervention, the wolves had no chance to retaliate. Within mere moments, they had been decimated. Hey, Bai Yuan, give me a hand. Yi Yun suddenly placed a hand on Bai Yuan's leg. Tugging at his trousers, Bai Yuan extended his hand to hoist Yi Yun up, only to see him retrieve the last bottle of energy potion from his storage ring, preparing to uncork it and drink. What are you doing? Bai Yuan exclaimed, surprised. The shadow wolves were now being dealt with by the teachers, and Yi Yun had already pushed his body to the limit by consuming so many potions. Another would undoubtedly be detrimental. For revenge, Yi Yun wiped the remnants of blood from his mouth and discarded the empty bottle. Teleportation? He tore open a rift in space and dove through, reappearing behind one of the shadow wolves. Teacher, this one is mine, Yi Yun declared, brandishing a silver-gray dagger that gleamed with a chilling light as he lunged for the wolf's neck. Though the wolf sensed danger, it was too late. Yi Yun's cultivation level far surpassed its own, and he had appeared suddenly beside it, in a position that left the wolf unable to evade. The moment Yi Yun struck, the dagger pierced through flesh, blood gushing forth as the wolf attempted a desperate counterattack, but Yi Yun effortlessly dodged its fangs. Damn it, you thought you could bite me? You thought you could ruin my happiness? You thought you could chase me? You thought you were a shadow wolf? Come on, get up and try to bite me again. You were so tough just a moment ago. What happened? As the wolf succumbed to its injuries, Yi Yun charged forward, mercilessly kicking its corpse. Even now, the memory of that moment sent chills down his spine. It was merely an exercise of his power, yet suddenly, a menacing wolf had appeared, threatening his very happiness. It was so close, just a hair's breadth away, that he could feel the creature's breath. Having never even had a girlfriend, he was eagerly anticipating a passionate romance in university, and now this wolf had nearly robbed him of that future. How could he not harbor a deep-seated resentment? While fleeing, Yi Yun had left a mark within the wolf using his void power, vowing to return and exact his revenge. Witnessing the teachers systematically slay the wolves, he feared they would rob him of his opportunity for vengeance, so he strained his body to consume another potion and join the fray. Are you all right? A nearby teacher, observing Yi Yun's frenzied assault on the wolf's corpse, approached with concern. It was not uncommon for students facing life-and-death situations to suffer psychological trauma. Although most recovered with therapy, some were left with indelible scars, causing them to become timid in the face of beasts, even those far weaker than themselves. Others, like Yi Yun, could become twisted, deriving pleasure from slaughtered. One of the 3 students from Cloud City High who had awakened SSS tier abilities, the teachers were well acquainted with him. If such a prodigious talent were to emerge from this ordeal with psychological scars, it would be a grave misfortune. I'm fine. Really? Yi Yun lifted his head, forcing a smile at the concerned teacher, plunging his dagger once more into the carcass of the wolf, aiming for its vulnerable spot. His face, already smeared with the wolf's blood, combined with his maniacal grin, painted a picture of a deranged individual. The teacher's heart sank at the sight. Stone, we may have a situation with one of your students. The teacher rose and approached Stone Hans Han. Wait, no, I'm fine, Yi Yun protested, chasing after the teacher. Stone Hans Han had just severed the head of another wolf and turned to see the unfolding scene. His eyes widened in disbelief as he noticed a female teacher approaching, with Yi Yun trailing behind. Bloodied and brandishing a dripping dagger. I'm fine. Really? I'm completely normal, Yi Yun shouted, desperately trying to convey his sanity as he followed the teacher. It appeared as though he were a deranged killer pursuing an unsuspecting victim. Stone, it seems your student may have experienced some trauma during the escape, the female teacher suggested. I swear, I'm fine. I just, Yi Yun stammered, struggling to articulate his situation as his voice dwindled to an inaudible murmur. How could he explain? I went to relieve myself, and a shadow wolf nearly bit off my . What a ridiculous statement. Could you repeat that? Stone Hans Han leaned closer, straining to hear. Before I was chased by the shadow wolves. I was, just. Yi Yun struggled to communicate his predicament. The more he tried, the more incomprehensible his words became. Good grief, have you truly lost your mind? Stone Hans Han stared at Yi Yun, incredulous at his disjointed speech. I am completely normal. Realizing that he needed to clarify his situation before being dragged away for evaluation, Yi Yun took a deep breath, steeling himself to recount the harrowing encounter. Chapter 42. How about the name Yishukong? Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Dude, you are incredible. A male teacher doubled over with mirth, giving Yi Yun a thumbs up. Revenge is certainly warranted. You would be remiss not to seek it. Another teacher chimed in, amused at the absurdity of the situation. This is nothing. Everyone has their moments, and you've certainly evaded them in style. Stone Hans Han approached Yi Yun, patting him on the shoulder in a show of support. Though the twitching corners of his mouth betrayed his amusement, Yi Yun's expression was one of utter despair, his attempts to explain falling flat. The situation was farcical. If he had possessed a different spiritual ability, he might have ended up as Yi Gonggong instead. Bai Yuan approached with a smile and said, to hell with it. You're the one acting like a guardian. Yi Yun rolled his eyes in silent exasperation as he brushed off Bai Yuan's hand resting on his shoulder. He turned away, aware that the commotion had drawn the attention of several students who had undoubtedly overheard the earlier incident. Observing their uproarious laughter, he could already foresee the sensational tales of Yi. The illustrious young master, spreading across the 3 cities, as a wielder of SS-grade spiritual energy, he was already under scrutiny. With this incident, it was likely that word would reach far beyond these 3 cities. Yi Yun pondered, having lived a life of virtue and good deeds, why was he subjected to such humiliation? How could he possibly maintain his standing in Xiazhou after this? All right, enough laughter. Let us return to the camp. Also, summon the other students back to avoid any unnecessary dangers. They desired the students to gain experience, but not at the cost of sending them into peril when they were rendered defenseless against the dangers lurking in the forest. This area had been previously inspected by the school instructors, with deterrents and alarms set in place. Yet, the appearance of a pack of shadow wolves indicated a malfunction of either the deterrents or the alarms. They had neither driven the wolves away nor triggered any alerts upon their entry. Thankfully, it was Yi Yun, with his ability to traverse the void, who had averted further catastrophe. Had it been anyone else, even if a distress signal was sent, the students would have already met their demise at the jaws of the wolves. Moreover, had Yi Yun not drawn the wolves' ire, more students might have fallen victim. During their skirmish, they had disemboweled the shadow wolves but found no remnants of human remains or clothing. Since the wolves had encroached upon this area, it was plausible that other beasts capable of inflicting fatal harm on the students had also infiltrated. To ensure the students' safety, it was imperative to recall all those training in the forest and conduct a thorough search of the designated area. What had transpired with the deterrents and alarms? Let us head back for now. Upon hearing Shi Hanshan's words, the other instructors grasped the gravity of the situation. Teacher 2, I intend to investigate the depths of the forest, and could you assist in escorting my students back? Yi Yun's physical condition was rather dire, and Shi Han feared that if left to return alone, unforeseen circumstances might arise that Bai Yuan and the incapacitated Yi Yun would be unable to handle. Rest assured, I will take care of them, Teacher 2, also known as Tu He, who was the one initially concerned about Yi Yun's mental state, replied. Thank you. Shi Han expressed his gratitude upon Tu He's agreement. It is my duty, she replied, waving her hand at teachers. They prioritize the safety of their students. All right, Bai Yi and this young man, let us proceed back to the camp. When she looked at Yi Yun, the corners of Tu He's mouth twitched slightly. Fortunately, as a trained educator, she ultimately refrained from laughter, though her shoulders trembled slightly. "Students, gather around me." She turned to call the other students over, leading the group back to the camp. Upon returning, Yi-Yun sought a secluded corner. Leaning against a tree, his expression one of weariness and despair, he appeared drained of color, resembling a monochrome painting. Enough of this emo phase. In a few days, they will forget, Bai Yuan remarked, suppressing a laugh at Yi-Yun's woeful demeanor. "Thank you, but that does little to console me. How could they possibly forget so easily?" In the student circle, even mere punishments from teachers become common knowledge. This incident is bound to spread throughout the entire city. The internet may forget, but human memory lingers for a lifetime. Reflecting on the future, Yi-Yun imagined a day when he might become a formidable force. While other powerful figures were lauded with tales of their prowess, he would be remembered for narrowly escaping the jaws of a shadow wolf during an experience in high school. "If it weren't for my ability to teleport, I would have been the first guardian since the founding of the nation." Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. "Fine, then I shall comfort you differently." Bai Yuan shrugged and sat beside Yi-Yun. "If others speak of you, then what relation does that have to you? You could simply adopt a new persona, perhaps Yi Void." Bai Yuan seriously proposed a name that exuded power and majesty. As for you, let us resolve this matter through combat. Yi Yun glared at him, rising to unleash his frustration upon Bai Yuan. However, before he could take action, Bai Yuan pressed his face down. Having consumed a significant amount of energy potions, Yi-Yun was in no condition to contend with Bai Yuan. His face contorted under Bai Yuan's grip, and despite his attempts to strike back, he could not reach him. From a distance, it appeared as though Bai Yuan were bullying a child. Chapter 43. The Ultimate Bird Escape. Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun. While Bai Yuan and Yi-Yun were playfully tussling, some fellow students from their school approached. "What is going on?" Upon noticing the newcomers, both parties ceased their antics. "I just wanted to ask, is it true that you performed the ultimate bird escape? Your speed surpassed that of the shadow wolves." As the question was posed, the student couldn't help but burst into laughter. It wasn't just him. Many others joined in, both boys and girls, standing at a distance yet straining to listen to the unfolding drama. Clearly, within mere moments, the tale of Yi-Yun's escapade had begun to circulate among the returning students. Yi-Yun. Bai Yuan. Yi-Yun was on the verge of cursing but managed to swallow his words. "No. I must remain composed. If I lose my temper now, I would only be proving their claims right." Not all students were present during the incident. Surely the teachers wouldn't spread his misfortune. As long as he denied it, others would merely be spreading rumors. He would clarify that he had nearly been ambushed by the shadow wolves. Not that he had executed some ultimate escape. Yes, that would work. He was a genius. Silently congratulating himself, Ian lifted his head to explain to his classmates, "No. Where did you hear such nonsense? I merely happened to pass by. And in a moment of carelessness, I didn't realize a pack of shadow wolves was hiding behind that boulder. It was not some ultimate. Yigu, impressive. The ultimate bird escape, narrowly escaping the jaws of a wolf. You are indeed incredible. I recorded everything you said, and I'll need $500 to erase the evidence." Before Yi-Yun could finish, a cheeky voice interrupted. The speaker was Ouyang Xiaopeng, a chubby student whose gait was as unsteady as his body. "Yi-Yun, Bai Yuan, piffed. Surrounding students, piffed. Ouyang Xiaopeng, I swear I will kill you." Yi-Yun's face turned as dark as a pot bottom as he grabbed a nearby branch, limping toward Ouyang Xiaopeng. Yigu, let's talk this out. A gentleman speaks with words, not fists. I am your cousin. How could you bear to lay a hand on me? Ouyang Xiaopeng panicked at the sight of Yi-Yun charging angrily. "I am no gentleman. Today, I shall destroy my kin for the greater good." Yi-Yun's face flushed crimson, brandishing the branch with fervor. Unfortunately, given his current condition, he couldn't catch up to Ouyang Xiaopeng. "I just want $500. Why are you so agitated? You always threaten me with my past, and it's worth far more than that." Ouyang Xiaopeng yelled back as he ran. $500? I am going to beat you to a pulp." Yi-Yun's expression darkened, his movements growing frantic, almost crawling on the ground in frustration. "Come on, that is not fair. You can demand money from me, but I can't do the same to you. If you don't give me the money for the ultimate bird escape, I swear I will make your life miserable. Ultimate bird escape, ultimate bird escape." Seeing Yi-Yun chase him like a zombie, Ouyang Xiaopeng's face twisted in indignation. As his loud voice resonated, more students began to take notice of their commotion. An hour later, the students who had been out training began to return one after another, with Shi Hanshan and several instructors also arriving. At this moment, Shi Hanshan's expression was far from pleasant, and in his hands, he clutched several pieces of equipment. Each bore the unmistakable bite marks of demonic beasts. And without exception, all the repellers and alarms had been utterly destroyed. Had a demonic beast indeed gnawed through all the repellers and alarms? Observing the instruments that Shi Hanshan had retrieved, the other teachers furrowed their brows and spoke. It could not be so simple. While it was plausible for a demonic beast to bite through a repeller out of annoyance or fear, what of the alarms? Even if a demonic beast were to damage them, they should have sounded an alert when the beasts drew near, yet we received no warnings whatsoever. The reason for employing both repellers and alarms was to guard against any malfunctioning repellers. However, this time, both types of instruments had been compromised, leaving them in the dark. This situation involved more than just demonic beasts. They had somehow prevented the alarms from functioning. Either a mid-level or higher demonic beast had appeared, or it had been a deliberate act, utilizing sorcery or demonic arts to disable the alarms. Shi Hanshan's countenance darkened. This was not good news. It was possible that it was the work of the Beast God sect. Another teacher, who had gone to investigate, remarked that they had not sensed any residual spiritual or demonic energy in the vicinity, suggesting that the alarms had likely been disabled through technological means. The demonic race evidently lacked such capabilities. Despite their current strength, they remained in a primitive state when it came to technology. Thus, those who could strike against them while possessing technological prowess were most likely members of the Beast God sect. Yet, the dark forces within the borders of Xia Nation were not limited to the Beast God sect, making it difficult to draw definitive conclusions. Still, their probability was the highest. What should we do next? Regardless of whether it was the demonic race, the Beast God sect, or another dark force, continuing their training here was simply out of the question. In the face of such powers, the students had little capacity for resistance, and it would be a struggle to ensure the safety of all. The hour was late, and departing now could lead to an ambush. Shi Hanshan glanced at the sky. It had nearly descended into complete darkness. First, all of you should accompany us back to Yun City. Then, the garrison will dispatch troops to escort you home, he suggested, aiming to prevent the schools from being picked off one by those lurking in the shadows. The other teachers recognized the gravity of the situation and concurred with Shi Hanshan's proposal. Very well, let us first set up the tents and prepare to eat and rest, they agreed. That night, the teachers would take turns keeping watch, ready to respond instantly should anything occur. The students set up their tents close together, allowing for mutual support in the event of an emergency. With no one opposing his suggestions, Shi Hanshan began to arrange the subsequent matters. Chapter 44. At this moment, I shined blindingly. Once everything was arranged, the teachers from each school descended to oversee the operations. The students endeavored to cluster their tents, while the teachers set theirs on the periphery, encircling the students' tents. Under the teachers' guidance, the students swiftly went about erecting their tents, ensuring to allocate time for cooking and dining in the evening. Do you need assistance? Yi Yun inquired, as his physical condition rendered him quite slow in setting up the tent. He had barely managed a few steps before needing to pause and rest, as if utterly drained. You two finished so quickly? He asked in astonishment upon seeing Bai Yuan and Yixin approach, while the other students still struggled to set up their tents, with the fastest barely halfway through. Having experience in pitching tents helps, Bai Yuan replied. During lengthy holidays, he would occasionally venture into the wild with a tent for overnight stays, making the task second nature, especially with Yixin assisting him. You only set up one tent? Yi Yun observed, glancing at the solitary tent Bai Yuan indicated. We're sharing it, Bai Yuan replied nonchalantly. After all, we want to be undressing for the night, and sharing a tent makes it easier. Yi Yun noted the nonchalant expressions of both Bai Yuan and Yixin. Damn, he muttered under his breath, clinging to the last remnants of his stubbornness. Well, I'll leave it to you two. Leaning back, he plopped onto the ground. Given his current condition, he could hardly manage to set up a tent alone. Shi Hanshan had promised to assist him once everyone was settled, but he found the inactivity too tedious and began fiddling with things instead. With the help of Bai Yuan and Yixin, Yi Yun's tent was soon erected. However, throughout the process, he felt increasingly uncomfortable, particularly watching the seamless cooperation between Bai Yuan and Yixin as they set up the tent. Often, when Bai Yuan needed a particular item, Yixin would hand it to him before he even had to ask. Their occasional, unintentional interactions exuded a warmth and sweetness that made him feel as if he were radiating an intense light. He should not be here. He belonged underground. At this moment, the brightness was blinding. Seriously, you two are just setting up a tent. Must you be so dramatic? Are you planning to star in a soap opera? Purely a display of affection, isn't it? And here I am, a mere disabled dog, struggling to even leave. He wished he could just blind himself in this moment. Once the tent was erected, Yiyun quickly crawled inside, pulling his quilt over his head. This is absurd, utterly absurd. These two were already competing with him in studies, and now they were outdoing him in romance too. Was there no justice in the world? Were these two sent by heaven to torment him? Right? Hey, you're not crying, are you? Bai Yuan inquired as he approached and patted the quilt. Yiyun did not respond, merely lifted a hand and waved dismissively, signaling that he was fine. Bai Yuan and Yi Xian exchanged glances, shrugging in confusion over his peculiar behavior. He's still brooding over the rumors about his extreme bird-walking? After the tents were pitched, the next order of business was dinner. The three schools prepared 3 cooking stations, with students gathering around their respective school station. Not everyone was fortunate enough to possess storage rings. In fact, very few families could afford them. Due to limited storage capacity, the students brought rather monotonous food supplies, leading to the decision to consolidate all ingredients for a communal meal. At Yun City No. 1 High School, Bai Yuan took charge of cooking, preparing grilled meat, stew, and rice. Yi Xian led the girls in washing vegetables and cleaning dishes, while the boys assisted Bai Yuan in threading meat skewers and grilling. The class had clear divisions of labor, with no one lounging about waiting to eat. Wow, Bai Yuan, your cooking skills are impressive, Shi Hanshan remarked as he accepted a skewer of grilled meat from Bai Yuan, noting it was no less delectable than what he had enjoyed at established eateries. Practice makes perfect, Bai Yuan replied. Having a fondness for various delicacies, he had honed his culinary skills over time. Whenever Bai Yuan remained in the city during holidays, he would take charge of the household meals. What about Yiyun? Bai Yuan scanned the area and noticed Yiyun was absent. He's still sulking. I tried to call him, but he wouldn't budge. Ouyang Xiaoping took a sip from his bowl of soup and nodded toward Yiyun's tent. All right, you all eat first. I'll take him some food. Bai Yuan handed the spoon and grill to Yi Xian, then grabbed a bowl of rice and a few skewers of grilled meat before heading toward Yiyun's tent. Hey, buddy, it's time to eat. Bai Yuan knocked on the outside of Yiyun's tent. The zipper opened, revealing Yiyun's somewhat pallid-faced. Thanks to Yiyun accepted the skewers from Bai Yuan with a grateful nod. And here's this. Bai Yuan produced a wine gourd from his storage ring and set it beside Yiyun. What is this? Yiyun picked up the gourd, opened it, and brought it to his nose to sniff, his eyes instantly brightening. Spirit wine. Yiyun hailed from a well-to-do family and was the second generation, able to access many of his family's resources, allowing him to recognize high-quality items at a whiff. This is spirit monkey wine. It replenishes spiritual energy and nourishes the body. Given Yiyun's current condition, he could no longer consume spirit-enhancing potions, as his body couldn't handle it and would only suffer harm. However, spirit monkey wine inherently nourished the body, and its spiritual energy was gentler than that of spirit-enhancing potions, making it ideal for Yiyun's recovery. Thank you. I'll definitely return it after we get back. Yiyun accepted Bai Yuan's kindness without refusal, recognizing it as precisely what he needed. The teachers had already informed them about the destruction of the repellers and alarms, warning them that there might be a surprise attack on the camp by either humans or demonic beasts that night, urging everyone to remain vigilant. Due to his physical condition, Yiyun's tent had been placed at the innermost circle of all the tents by Shi Hanshan. Nevertheless, he was eager to recover quickly, as it would provide him with greater peace of mind. After all, with his talent, even at full strength, his combat capability equated to that of a second-tier spiritual energy user. Perhaps he could prove useful in the event of an emergency. Go ahead and eat first. I'll head back. Chapter 45. Sparring. Bai Yuan rose and made his way towards the campfire but suddenly halted midway, recalling something that compelled him to turn back. When drinking, use your own cup. Don't share the bottle with me. If it were Yi Xian, it would be acceptable, but he had no desire to engage in an indirect kiss with another male. Understood. I'm not a pervert. Seeing that Yi Xian had indeed produced his own cup, Bai Yuan felt reassured and returned. After dinner, with time still on their side, it was too early to retire for the night. Students from various schools gathered in small clusters, some taking out chess or engaging in other pastimes. As Bai Yuan and Yi Xian were engrossed in a game of chess, a student approached them. Sensing the movement beside him, Bai Yuan turned to look. It was an unfamiliar face, likely a student from one of the other two schools. My name is Qiao Guangxin, a senior from Yinqing No. One high school. I wish to witness Bai's martial arts skills. I humbly seek your guidance. Qiao Guangxin bowed earnestly, presenting himself in a manner that was quite formal and no problem. Bai Yuan set down his chess piece, rising to reciprocate the bow. Although he could easily defeat Qiao Guangxin with one hand while seated, such behavior would be impolite. Bai Yuan did not mind showing off. After all, who among the youth did not wish to shine before others? However, there was a time and place for everything, and there was no need to belittle someone merely for the sake of posturing. This place isn't suitable. Let us find a more spacious area. That makes sense. Qiao Guangxin nodded in agreement, and the two made their way outside the camp's confines. Yi Xian set down the chess pieces and followed suit. As the two sought out a suitable location and prepared to spar. Many classmates were drawn to the spectacle. Even the teachers on the other side cast curious glances in their direction. Inter-student sparring was beneficial for martial arts progression. Hence, they refrained from intervening. Yinqing No. 1 High School, Qiao Guangxin, please guide me. Yunqing No. 1 High School, Bai Yuan, please enlighten me. Both bowed to each other in respect, with Qiao Guangxin making the first move. With a swift motion, he drew his long sword, aiming it directly at Bai Yuan. Fully aware of Bai Yuan's esteemed reputation, Qiao Guangxin approached with utmost seriousness, unleashing his full strength. However, what he perceived as full force was riddled with flaws in Bai Yuan's eyes. In fact, Bai Yuan could have easily disarmed Qiao Guangxin with a single stroke, yet he chose to engage in a slow, intricate exchange. Every strike Bai Yuan delivered targeted the critical points in Qiao Guangxin's technique. But as they drew closer, he deliberately slowed his pace, allowing Qiao Guangxin room to maneuver. You are quite the student, Shi Fu Shi. Initially, the surrounding students were oblivious, yet the vigilant teachers observed the situation clearly. Bai Yuan was not merely sparring, he was imparting knowledge, each of his strikes highlighting Qiao Guangxin's vulnerabilities while simultaneously providing opportunities for adjustment, a method typically employed by martial arts instructors during training. After all, the disparity in martial arts skills among students, though present, was often limited. It was rare for someone to possess the restraint Bai Yuan displayed, pinpointing Qiao Guangxin's weaknesses without inflicting harm. This is all due to his own diligence. Go be honest, while I have indeed provided some assistance, it is not as significant as you might presume. Shi Hans Han chuckled. He spoke the truth. Despite his military background and structured training methods, achieving the level of progress exhibited by Bai Yuan was unattainable. It transcended mere training techniques, relying heavily on personal effort and, most importantly, talent. At first, Qiao Guangxin remained unaware of this reality, relentlessly attacking Bai Yuan with a flurry of strikes. He understood he was no match for Bai Yuan but sought to gauge the gap between them. Each time he believed his technique flawless, Bai Yuan would find an opening from an unexpected angle. Thus, he was compelled to adjust and parry, feeling as though he were a puppet controlled by his opponent. As each of his attacks was countered by Bai Yuan's strikes, Qiao Guangxin felt increasingly frustrated. However, as time passed, he began to perceive Bai Yuan's intentions on numerous occasions. Bai Yuan could have easily ended the bout, but chose instead to halt his blade at just the right distance or to temper his assault, giving Qiao Guangxin ample time to adapt and defend against his strikes. Realizing this, Qiao Guangxin promptly abandoned any thoughts of competing with Bai Yuan. Acknowledging the insurmountable chasm between their martial arts skills, he shifted his focus to refining his technique, diligently absorbing every critique Bai Yuan offered and striving to integrate the insights into his own swordplay to eliminate those weaknesses for future encounters. Noticing Qiao Guangxin's transformation, Bai Yuan smiled, one hand resting behind his back while the other wielded his sword, continuing to guide Qiao Guangxin with precision. From a distance, he exuded an air of mastery. In truth, this exchange of techniques was rather mundane compared to an actual duel. However, the students surrounding them were captivated, as their purpose for observing was not merely for the thrill of combat, but to validate their own learning. As they watched the practice, they contemplated whether they too harbored similar flaws, and how they might defend against Bai Yuan's formidable strikes. Clang! A sharp sound of metal striking metal rang out as Qiao Guangxin's sword slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground with a resonant chime. Bai Yuan's blade now hovered perilously close to Qiao Guangxin's throat. The outcome was clear. This period of sparring had provided Qiao Guangxin ample material for reflection, prompting Bai Yuan to decisively conclude the duel. "Thank you for the lesson." Bai Yuan sheathed his sword and bowed respectfully to Qiao Guangxin. "What lesson? It was I who was thoroughly outmatched." Qiao Guangxin replied with a wry smile. Returning the gesture, "I must also express my gratitude for your guidance." Qiao Guangxin walked over to retrieve his sword and return it to its sheath. Chapter 46. Instruction: Your swordplay tends to be somewhat hasty. When you strike, it should aim for efficacy rather than merely striking for the sake of striking. Qiao Guangxin had been relentlessly aggressive since the onset of their bout, each attack following the last in a relentless barrage. Perhaps to the untrained eye, it might seem that wild strikes could overwhelm an experienced opponent, or that sheer speed could suppress the adversary, leaving them no opportunity to counter. In truth, such notions are mere fallacies. This approach not only fails to disrupt the opponent but also exposes one to vulnerabilities, rendering them defenseless against counterattacks. Many untrained individuals often mistakenly assert that techniques are mere embellishments, claiming, "What if the opponent doesn't cooperate?" Yet, the essence of combat lies in seizing opportunities to strike independently, rather than relying on the opponent's acquiescence. It's akin to an examination. Having studied numerous formulas, would you falter if the examination did not feature identical questions? The same principle applies. Wild strikes do not triumph due to their prowess but rather because the experienced combatant has aged and can no longer match the youth. "Thank you." Listening intently to Bai Yuan's critique, Qiao Guangxin expressed his sincere gratitude once more. He then stepped aside, making room for others, having noticed the eager expressions on his classmates' faces. "Bai, I am Zhang Zihan from Wanqing No. 1 High School. May I request a spar with you?" "Bai, I am Feng Xinhui from Yinqing No. 1 High School. Could you provide me with some guidance?" "Bai, I am Zhang Kairi from Yinqing No. 1 High School. BAI.AS." Qiao Guangxin stepped aside. A throng of students who had been waiting eagerly surged forward. "Everyone, one at a time, please. I won't be going anywhere." Bai Yuan called out to the crowd, and fortunately, his words had the desired effect, as the students began to line up, taking turns to spar with him. "Haha, your Bai Yuan is such a prodigy. Even if he doesn't attend university after the national examination, he could directly become a martial arts instructor at a high school." Observing the scene, one teacher chuckled. "Don't be ridiculous. A talent like Bai Yuan will undoubtedly serve in the military, shining brightly there. How could we keep him here as a mere teacher?" Hans Han shot a disapproving glance at the teacher. The thought of Bai Yuan foregoing university filled him with dread. "Haha, I'm just joking. Such an exceptional talent should surely protect the nation. How could he waste his youth here like us?" The teacher, unperturbed by Hanshan's retort, responded cheerfully, though he concluded with a wistful sigh. "If only my abilities were stronger, I too would wish to join the fray in the initial years following the cataclysm that befell the Blue Star." The entirety of Xiazhou rallied as one, with every able-bodied individual conscripted to the battlefield to engage in fierce combat against the demon clans. However, as Xiazhou has steadily grown in strength, the military no longer requires such extensive recruitment. Consequently, those practitioners of spiritual energy who exhibit lesser combat abilities are reassigned to serve as educators, nurturing the next generation for the nation. I do not perceive this as a squandering of time." A certain female teacher interjected, refuting the earlier assertion. "With our current capabilities, even if we were to charge onto the battlefield, our impact would be negligible. Yet, by returning, we can cultivate a greater number of practitioners, aiding students in uncovering their latent spiritual energies and guiding them meticulously through these formative years. When our students eventually step onto the battlefield to vanquish more of the demon kind, we, as educators, would indeed be contributing to the nation's glory." The female teacher clenched her fists before her chest, radiating a fervent determination. Indeed, Teacher Xiaomei speaks wisely. Such a conviction is essential. To cultivate powerful practitioners who safeguard our homeland is equally a form of service to our nation. Though we occupy different positions and bear distinct responsibilities, our resolve remains unified, our aim singular. Everything for Xiazhou and its myriad inhabitants. We strive for the day when the people of Xiazhou can forever distance themselves from the ravages of war, living in a safe and stable environment, unlike other lands where, despite residing on their own soil, they remain perpetually on edge, fearing the sudden emergence of monstrous beasts. The female teacher concluded. Shahanshan was the first to applaud. "Haha, Teacher Xiaomei sees through it all. The previously mentioned teacher joined in, clapping and chuckling. The female teacher felt a warmth rise to her cheeks upon hearing the praises from her peers, especially the recognition from Shahanchen, who had returned from the battlefield due to grievous, untreatable injuries. Teacher Xiaomei is blushing. One of the teachers teased upon noticing her flushed complexion. Meanwhile, Baiyuan's sparring sessions with the students from both schools recommenced. This time, he faced a boy wielding a spear. Crouching low to stabilize his stance, the boy unleashed his spear like a dragon. As in his earlier match with Qiao Guangxin, Baiyuan began by feeding him techniques, pointing out his flaws, encouraging him to rectify them independently. Once they had practiced sufficiently, Baiyuan would swiftly conclude the bout with a single strike. Your intentions are far too overt. Each time you thrust, your gaze instinctively fixates on the point of your next attack, revealing your intentions too plainly, making it easy for others to see through your plans. Be wise the time you launch your strike. Your opponent is already aware and can effortlessly evade in combat. Do not perceive your opponent as separate entities. They are a cohesive unit. There is no need to fixate on where you intend to strike. This habit likely stems from excessive practice on dummies. I recommend you train against movable targets or seek partners for practice. Baiyuan meticulously highlighted the boy's shortcomings during his offensives and provided his own training suggestions. Thank you. After absorbing Baiyuan's advice, the boy bowed in gratitude before stepping back. Next was a girl armed with a steel knife. After performing mutual salutations with Baiyuan, they commenced their duel. A crisp clang echoed as. Mere minutes later, Baiyuan deftly disarmed her. You become overly anxious in battle, often resorting to unnecessary movements. Although your right hand wields the knife, your left instinctively exerts force, resulting in a lack of efficacy. What should be a full-force strike ends up being feeble. Chapter 47. Using birds as bait. Thank you. After acknowledging the areas for improvement pointed out by Baiyuan, the girl bowed and retreated. Xie Xiang from Yinqing No. 1 High School. Next came a student wielding a blade, who immediately unleashed his technique, the flowing light blade. His strikes were as swift as lightning, the blade's radiance tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. However, this seemingly formidable attack was effortlessly dismantled by Baiyuan with a mere flick of his sword. The surrounding students were astonished. It was evident that Baiyuan had expended little effort to neutralize Xie Xiang's flowing light blade. This revelation left many, particularly those from Yinqing No. 1, in disbelief, as Xie Xiang ranked highly among them. His flowing light blade had always been his greatest weapon, yet it was so easily countered. Even Xie Xiang himself wore a dazed expression, staring blankly at his blade, momentarily forgetting his subsequent moves. Your flowing light blade places too much emphasis on form, thereby diminishing its true lethality. In other words, Xie Xiang had become overly focused on the blade's flashy effects, neglecting the essential techniques behind it. While it may appear impressive and effective at lower levels, the dazzling effects can easily mask its flaws, leading to direct confrontations. Yet, to those more adept in martial arts, Xie Xiang's flowing light blade is akin to a mere facade, riddled with vulnerabilities that can be easily exploited. Thank you. Xie Xiang expressed his gratitude to Baiyuan, albeit with a rueful smile. But primarily, it's because you are too strong. If not for the significant disparity in our strengths, even if you discern the flaws in my flowing light blade, recognizing and countering them are two different matters. Without sufficient strength to back it up, even if you can identify the weaknesses, you would still struggle to withstand my flowing light blade. Baiyuan remained non-committal to Xie Xiang's remarks. At his age, mastering the flowing light blade to such a level was commendable. Even with its flaws, future advancements would surely address them. Baiyuan's purpose in these exchanges was to highlight deficiencies and assist in their progression. As Xie Xiang retreated, Baiyuan continued to spar with the students. Wanqing No. 1 High School. Yin Di, please enlighten me. Wanqing No. 1 High School. Wang Yingzhong, please enlighten me. Yinqing No. 1 High School. Chu Taoying, please enlighten me. Numerous students, believing themselves to possess commendable martial skills, eagerly approached Baiyuan for sparring. Baiyuan welcomed all, fortifying his own martial abilities while aiding others. Although the weapons varied, martial arts ultimately converge, revealing similarities that can be learned from one another. The sparring session lasted for over 3 hours before concluding, and upon checking his phone, Baiyuan noted that it was nearing dawn. Initially, the teachers intended to call for a break around 11 o'clock. However, seeing the students so animatedly engaged, they refrained from interrupting. as time grew late. The students gradually made their way back to their tents. Those who had merely come to observe began to succumb to fatigue, yawning repeatedly. Yet, upon returning to their camp, Baiyuan and his group were taken aback. Yeyun, previously coiled within his tent, had now joined the bonfire, one hand clutching Baiyuan's wine gourd and the other a cup. He was mingling with several classmates, jovially sharing tales. As Baiyuan approached and listened, he was instantly struck with disbelief. Let me tell you, I've known for quite some time that a pack of swift shadow wolves lay in ambush. The reason I ventured there to relieve myself was to use birds as bait to draw them out. And guess what? Those vile creatures took the bait, even daring to attack me. I assure you, when the moment came, it was swift, and I remained unfazed as the swift shadow wolves lunged at me. Just as they were about to bite, I activated my skill, extreme bird dodging, nearly shattering their teeth. Ah, ha 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 ha, aren't I impressive? Yeyun boasted, chin raised, exuding a sense of superiority. Impressive, indeed. The classmates surrounding him echoed, amplifying his pride. Exactly. Who else would dare to employ their birds in such a manner? Nearby, Ouyang Xiaopeng was recording Yeyun's antics on his phone, capturing every moment with glee. His laughter resonated with a mischievous tone, muttering, Yeyun, you've really outdone yourself this time. Without $10,000, this black history is definitely here to stay. The lewd laughter lingered in the air, reminiscent of a perverse individual. Yeyun poured himself another cup of wine and, with a sudden roar, announced, Now, let me demonstrate this technique for all of you as a showcase. With that, Yeyun attempted to unbuckle his pants, startling those around him. Upon realizing he was genuinely about to do so, several boys rushed over to restrain him, pulling his hands away from his belt. The girls left behind shrieked, hurriedly covering their eyes, though some peered through the gaps in their fingers, casting glances toward Yeyun. Brother Yi, there's no need for that, truly. Indeed, Brother Yi, after just a single listen, we can vividly imagine your former grace. There seems little need for further display. Please, Brother Yi, do refrain. Your actions may frighten us. Absolutely, Brother Yi, allowing this spectacle to be witnessed by too many may diminish its allure, rendering it ineffective in the future. Should you wish to employ this trick again, what will you do if your audience is unable to see it? Every jest should be made with discretion. Previously, when they witnessed Yeyun succumb to drunken antics, it was merely for amusement. Although they may later tease Yeyun about it, it remained within the bounds of jest. However, should Yeyun truly disrobe in this setting, it would be rather excessive. While it is true that Yeyun's drunken folly was self-inflicted, it simultaneously reflects poorly on the character of those observing. If they were strangers, one could perhaps excuse it, but to knowingly witness someone's humiliation while being acquainted is best avoided. Even Ouyang Xiaopeng, who had long sought to capture Yeyun's embarrassing moments, at this juncture tucked his phone away and rushed forward to intervene. Chapter 48. The night raid. What is happening? The voice of Yi Xian emerged from behind, and Baiyuan turned to find her standing just behind him. Nothing, Baiyuan replied, proceeding directly towards Yeyun. Swiftly covering his still babbling mouth, he seized the wine gourd from Yeyun's grasp, returning it to his storage ring, then grasped the back of his collar and led him towards his tent. It's getting late. You should all rest soon. Before departing, Baiyuan turned to address the students who had gathered around Yeyun to observe the spectacle. Understood, on it. Right away. Baiyuan dragged Yeyun to the front of his tent, unzipped it, and unceremoniously tossed him inside. That moment, Baiyuan noticed that Yeyun had fallen asleep, his lips continuing to murmur, Don't pull me. I can still drink, just one more cup for me. Come closer. Let me show you my immortal divine phoenix. What's a shadow wolf compared to this? Next time, I'll catch a dragon for you to see. Observing Yeyun in such a state, Baiyuan could only imagine the despair that would engulf him upon recalling today's antics come morning. Baiyuan shook his head in exasperation, hoping Yeyun would find the strength within himself. Heaven's sins may be forgiven, but self-inflicted misdeeds are inescapable. Channeling his spiritual energy, Baiyuan helped dissipate the alcohol within Yeyun's system, covered him with a blanket, secured the tent, and then made his way back to his own. Upon returning, Baiyuan found Yi Xian had already removed her shoes and entered the tent, laying out the bedding for both of them. Night suddenly awakening from a deep slumber, Baiyuan opened his eyes, sensing a faint, yet palpable aura of hostility. Although the malice was weak, Bai Yuan's sensitivity to such energies, attributed to his demonic shadow form, heightened his awareness. The puppeteer has made an appearance. This thought crossed Bai Yuan's mind. He gently shifted Yixian, who was nestled against him, pushed aside the blanket, and sat up. "What's the matter?" Yixian, roused by Bai Yuan's movement, inquired with sleepy eyes. "The group has arrived." Unsure whether they were from the demon clan or the beast god sect, Bai Yuan referred to them simply as the group. Upon hearing Bai Yuan's words, Yixian became fully alert. "I'll step outside for a moment. Prepare yourself. A confrontation is likely imminent." Bai Yuan donned his shoes, grasped the sword at his side, and exited the tent. Behind him, the sound of soft rustling indicated Yixian was also putting on her shoes up for a midnight stroll. Just then, Shirhan Mountain, who was on night watch, spotted Bai Yuan exiting and initially thought he was merely taking a late-night break. "Teacher, there's a situation." Bai Yuan quickly approached Shirhan Mountain, speaking in hushed tones. "Are you certain?" Shirhan Mountain's expression turned serious. But after a careful assessment, he found nothing amiss. "Due to my spiritual energy, I am particularly sensitive to hostile auras." Upon hearing this, Shirhan Mountain understood. Despite the mystery surrounding Bai Yuan's spiritual energy at the academy, he knew that Bai Yuan would not jest about such matters. Without acting hastily, Shirhan Mountain took out his phone to inform the other teachers. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures suddenly emerged from the shadows, charging towards the students' encampment. Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the night sky, striking down the foremost assailant with deadly precision. Simultaneously, other teachers sprang into action, intercepting the remaining attackers. The Beast God Sect. One teacher, having blocked a shadowy figure, recognized the beast horns and scales adorning the assailant, immediately identifying them as members of the Beast God Sect. The initial attackers had been halted by the teachers, yet from the depths of the dark forest, more adherents of the Beast God Sect surged forth, their intentions clear: to target the students who had come for training. Hemph! Observing the oncoming assailants, Shirhan Mountain snorted disdainfully and charged forward. A brilliant white blade of energy cleaved through the air, severing 3 rushing members of the Beast God Sect in half. Shirhan Mountain's battle spirit surged, and with each swing, he thwarted the onslaught of the Beast God Sect. Just as Shirhan Mountain aimed to dispatch the remaining adversaries, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. He swiftly drew his weapon and pivoted to defend, leaning forward to deflect the incoming spear, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike with a twist of his wrist. He redirected his blade along the spear's shaft towards the assailant. Humph! The adversary could not evade in time and was struck by Shirhan Mountain's blade, yet he did not fall to the ground. As the figure landed, Shirhan Mountain discerned his features. A single horn atop his head, earthy yellow scales on his face, and a long tail trailing behind him. His clothing, shredded by Shirhan Mountain's assault, revealed glimmering metallic scales marred by a deep gash from which blood flowed, staining the surrounding garments. 5th tier. At that moment, Shirhan Mountain recognized the foe's cultivation level. Like him, this adversary was also a 5th tier spiritual energy user. "This one is mine. You all focus on eliminating the students." A painfully grating voice emerged from the horned man, as his fellow adherents of the Beast God Sect surged towards the encampment. Shirhan Mountain attempted to advance but was obstructed by the horned man. "Your opponent is me. Remain here and behave." The horned man lunged forward, thrusting his spear at Shirhan Mountain. While engaging the horned man in combat, Shirhan Mountain glanced towards the encampment, noting that other teachers had also rushed out to shield the students from the advancing adversaries. A sigh of relief washed over him, and he intensified his efforts. "First, I will deal with you, then eliminate those scoundrels." Meanwhile, the students awoke from their slumber, stirred by the teacher's shouts and the sounds of battle outside. Grabbing their weapons, they rushed from their tents, fully aware of their precarious situation. Although the teachers fought valiantly to defend against the members of the Beast God Sect, the numerical superiority of their foes posed a significant challenge. Unable to fend off every assailant, the teachers selectively allowed some of the lower-tier adversaries to breach their defenses, hoping to contain the more formidable foes. Nevertheless, the battlefield remained arduous for the students. In comparison to the reckless members of the Beast God Sect, they were still quite inexperienced. 2 students might manage to confront a single adversary, yet they risked severe injury in the process. Fortunately, the number of students was greater than that of the attackers, and whenever a student was wounded, Others swiftly stepped in to assist, bringing their injured peers back for healing by their more adept companions. P.S. Brothers, I feel the need to clarify a few points. Firstly, I acknowledge that Jing Lu is exceptionally powerful, and I understand that no one from Earth could possibly restrain her full capabilities. However, let us consider this analogy. If Jing Lu's level is 100, our protagonist is merely at 2, I have written that he has inherited everything from Jing Lu, not that he has directly acquired all her powers. He must learn gradually, just as if one suddenly gains immense energy, they must slowly absorb and refine it to wield it effectively. Furthermore, the demonic shadow form is not a complete manifestation. Otherwise, our protagonist could not possibly contain it. While I haven't elaborated in detail, it is evident that this is not an invincible narrative. Should I compose a separate chapter to explain this in 2,000 words? I trust that you are not new to novels and do not require me to elaborate unnecessarily. Frankly speaking, if my writing contains flaws, it is reasonable for readers to express their critiques or provide negative feedback. However, to condemn my work simply because one does not like my settings is rather excessive. If you wish to propose additional elements, I am open to reasonable suggestions, but if you demand changes to my core concepts upon arrival, then what is left for me to write? If the demonic shadow form were completely invincible and the protagonist could not control it, awakening on the first day to conquer the world, then what would be the point of continuing the story? Chapter 49. The blue illusion. Clearly, the students recognized their disadvantage, prompting them to adopt a strategy of unity. They refrained from aggressively pursuing the members of the Beast God sect, instead opting to cluster together for mutual support. Among the students, those with higher talents and comparatively stronger abilities took on the role of patrolling the perimeter of the encampment, ready to rush in to assist any classmates who sustained severe injuries, providing ample time for their peers to retreat and regroup. The formidable Night Xian and her companions faced no trepidation towards the second-tier Beast God sect's followers. They sought to engage several of these adversaries who had breached their defenses in combat, striving to alleviate the pressure on their side as much as possible. This strategy proved remarkably effective. Though some sustained injuries, thus far, none had succumbed to death. However, this approach bore a significant drawback. The injured individuals in need of protection were situated perilously close to the fray, necessitating that the combatants simultaneously fend off attacks while safeguarding the wounded. This vulnerability did not go unnoticed by the Beast God sect's followers, who began to focus their assaults on the students in the rear who were injured. Consequently, as they struggled to attend to both fronts, the number of wounded students began to escalate rapidly. Meanwhile, Bai Yuan, perceiving the situation, swiftly dispatched a Beast God sect follower before rushing towards the camp to that moment. A student, having made a critical error, left himself exposed, and a follower of the Beast God sect, with a malicious grin, lunged toward him. Realizing that it was too late to defend himself, a fierce resolve flickered in the student's eyes as he redirected his attack toward the armpit of the approaching foe. Determined to inflict at least one wound before meeting his end, as his weapon pierced the flesh of the Beast God sect follower, he felt no immediate pain. Lifting his gaze, he was met with the sight of a sword plunged into the heart of his assailant. With a swift motion, the blade was withdrawn, and the follower collapsed backward, revealing the figure behind him, Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan nodded at the student and, removing his 6th grade protective gear, tossed it to him. Use this for your defense, he instructed before turning back to the battle. Not only Bai Yuan, but also Yi Yun and Night Xian had produced their protective spirit artifacts in an instant. The students' camp was enveloped by several protective energy barriers, alleviating fears of further assaults on the injured. Yet, the coverage of these barriers was limited, unable to shield every student, necessitating that those in critical condition remain within while the less severely injured return to recuperate, only to rejoin the fray thereafter. Still, it was insufficient. Despite their utmost efforts, the advantage still lay with the Beast God sect. A sudden chill erupted from within Bai Yuan, snowflakes swirling around him as he decisively transformed his spiritual energy into a mirror stream form. This transformation startled the second-tier Beast God sect follower engaged with him. Hadn't he just been a young man? How had he suddenly become a woman? Before the follower could process this change, a flash of light struck, and his head was sent soaring into the air. The last glimpse of the blue figure was now the final sight for him. At that moment, Night Xian was singularly contending with 3 followers of the Beast God sect, one of whom was a second-tier practitioner. Suddenly, A chilling wind swept in from behind her, prompting Night Xian to instinctively turn and thrust her gun backward. However, she had only managed to execute half of her strike when she felt her wrist seized, pulling her into a soft embrace. The air was thick with the scent of cold steel, and as Night Xian regained her senses, she discovered that the assailants who had once encircled her had been reduced to mere fragments. Gazing behind her, she saw only a mane of gray-white hair and a blue silhouette against the dark night. The mirror stream transformed into a phantom, gliding like a specter across the battlefield between students and the Beast God sect followers. With limited time to maintain consciousness, the mirror stream hastened its pace, launching attacks and retreating. These followers, lacking even third-tier strength, stood no chance against the mirror stream, with hardly anyone requiring a second strike. As her classmates battled fiercely, they scarcely recognized who had come to their aid before the mirror stream vanished from their sight. Even the keen-eyed students could only glimpse a blue phantom fading into the distance. With the mirror stream's involvement, the students noticed a significant reduction in the pressure exerted by the Beast God sect. The dwindling number of enemies had made it increasingly manageable to confront the followers. Upon dispatching another Beast God sect follower, the mirror stream noticed Yi Yun ensnared in a perilous predicament. A third-tier follower had lifted Yi Yun off the ground, and with the current level of the students' cultivation, they were no match for such an adversary. Even if they banded together, they would merely be crushed. Being attuned to spatial fluctuations due to his affinity with space-type energy, Yi Yun was acutely sensitive to any disturbances within his range. Just as a stone cast into a still pond creates ripples, any movement or sudden appearance would leave traces in the spatial fabric. The third-tier follower had initially intended to stealthily approach and eliminate several students. However, Yi Yun had detected him first, and utilizing the instantaneous movement ability of his Void Blade, he swiftly reached his classmates and rescued them. Unfortunately, as he sought to escape, the third-tier follower intercepted him. Though space-type energy was formidable, it could not grant him immunity from the suppression of realms. Faced with a mid-third-tier practitioner, Yi Yun, possessing only late-stage first-tier cultivation, found no avenue for escape, and his energy was swiftly dispersed by the opponent. Open your defensive spirit artifact, and I shall spare you. Allowing you to join the Beast God sect, the follower sneered, having observed the protective barriers from a distance. Pooh, if you have the guts, kill me. I'd rather die than join your wretched sect, Yi Yun retorted, his tone dripping with scorn. And have you take a look at yourself? With those protruding horns and scaly hide, and that disgustingly long black fur. Just take a look at this face, so handsome it incites envy. Do you truly think your words hold weight? If I were to become like you, I'd rather end my own life before you could even lay a finger on me. What a hideous sight to behold. You should be the one to consider your existence a blight upon this world. Though the Beast God sect follower had him firmly constrained, Yi Yun's tongue was as sharp as ever. Ceaselessly spewing insults. Silence. A gust of wind surged as a curved blade pressed against Yi Yun's neck, the sharp edge inflicting a faint sting. I'll say it once more. Activate your spirit artifact, or I'll simply cut you down, the follower threatened. Hearing this, Yi Yun let out a derisive laugh. Ayan Xiaozhou. Every resident who chooses to become a full-time practitioner has already reconciled with the prospect of death. What I resent is not dying on the battlefield against the demon race, but rather falling at the hands of scum like you. The follower's expression darkened. Scum, you say? Very well, then let us make you one of us. As a rare SSS-level awakened practitioner, Yi Yun's notoriety within the Beast God sect was well known. Like other organizations, they were keen to recruit talent. As for reluctance, it mattered little. Most captured by the Beast God sect were unwilling. Yet once their beast genes were integrated and their minds stamped with the seal of thought, they would become qualified followers. With a clang, the sound of a sword echoed as a beautiful swordswoman suddenly appeared behind the Beast God sect follower, holding Yi Yun captive. Simultaneously, the follower sensed a wave of murderous intent from behind, causing the hair on his body to stand on end. He turned to retaliate, but his arm was severed before he could even raise it. The sound of his severed limb hitting the ground echoed dully. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he attempted to counterattack, but a blade of energy had already arrived before him. With a piercing shriek, the follower, whose body was encased in tough scales, felt the second strike aimed at his eyes. Ah, he screamed, instinctively covering his eyes with one hand while his chest lay wide open. Flying light stream. A cold voice rang out, followed by a stream of icy blue energy slicing through the air, freezing everything it touched. The sword light was sharp and menacing, akin to a ferocious beast emerging from the abyss. Sensing the impending danger, the beast god sect follower instinctively raised his hands to shield his vital areas. Alas, the mirror-streamed sword was swifter than his reflexes. The blade pierced through his chest, instantly freezing the wound, and the chilling energy spread through his limbs, swiftly extinguishing his life force. On the other side, Yiyun collapsed to the ground as the follower who had previously restrained him was swiftly dispatched. Yiyun lifted his head, yearning to glimpse the visage of the man before him. In the engulfing darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes, brimming with a surging intent to kill, fixated on him. No, I am not one of them. I am a good person, he asserted. You saw it yourself. I was captured by him. Why previous mention of joining the Lantern Bearers was merely to provoke him. I truly am an exemplary youth. As my classmates can attest, the gaze, interwoven with ferocity and murderous intent, sent shivers down Yiyun's spine. Fearing that Jinglu might inadvertently harm him as well, he hastily spoke to affirm his innocence. Jinglu merely cast a cold glance at Yiyun before vanishing into thin air, his speed so remarkable that even Yiyun, who was acutely aware of spatial nuances, found it difficult to track. Phew, that was terrifying. As Jinglu retreated, Yiyun exhaled a sigh of relief. Given Jinglu's previous menacing demeanor, he had feared he had leapt from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair. The oppressive aura emanating from that woman surpassed even the one he had felt atop Shirhan Mountain. After a brief respite, finding himself relatively unscathed, Yiyun retrieved the Feng Tian Hua Ji that had fallen to the ground and, with a swift teleportation, rejoined the fray. Meanwhile, after dispatching several beast god cult followers, Jinglu arrived beneath a great tree. With a surge of spiritual energy, the chill dissipated and the murderous aura retracted, transforming Jinglu back into Bai Yuan. Time is still too short. Bai Yuan gasped heavily, estimating that with another 5 minutes, he could have slain all the beast god cult followers besieging the students. However, after rescuing Yiyun, his suppression had reached its limit. Thus, he carved a path through the battle to find a relatively secure location to regain his spiritual energy. Suddenly, Bai Yuan recalled Chu Zhexing and his mysterious power capable of containing his demonic shadow. If he could acquire that power, perhaps he could eliminate the latent threats posed by the demonic shadow. Yet, he quickly shook his head, dismissing the notion. How could he join a cult simply for power? It was no different from aligning with those beast god cult miscreants. Retrieving a vial of potion from his storage ring, not a spiritual energy elixir, but rather a remnant from the assortment Pei Jinyun had gifted him during their previous wilderness venture. Bai Yuan consumed it. Instantly, he felt his weary body rejuvenate, his depleted spiritual energy replenished. The efficacy of the potion was indeed extraordinary. Although it was merely a first-tier potion, its absorption rate and effects surpassed those of an ordinary first-tier spiritual energy elixir. While potions can be concocted given sufficient materials and knowledge, they cannot compare to those refined by individuals who have awakened corresponding spiritual abilities. The potions crafted by awakened individuals yield effects 2 to 3 times greater than those made by non-awakened ones. This is why those with awakened abilities in the fields of alchemy and healing are so highly sought after. One could say that those who awaken such abilities will never find themselves in want. After fully digesting the potion's effects, Bai Yuan drew his sword and advanced once more onto the battlefield. Chapter 51. Encountering the flesh and blood factory armed with a long sword, Bai Yuan charged towards the location of Yixian, intercepting several beast god cult followers attempting to approach her. Are you all right? After swiftly dispatching one of the cultists, Bai Yuan inquired of Yixian, who stood behind him. I'm fine. Nothing serious, she replied, her voice bright and untainted by injury. That's a relief. Knowing Yixian was unharmed, Bai Yuan let out a sigh of relief and tossed her several vials of potions that Pei Jinyun had previously given him. These are potions I prepared during my earlier ventures outside the city. They can temporarily enhance your strength. Unable to elaborate in detail, Bai Yuan casually attributed their origin to his frequent training excursions beyond the city limits. Understood. Without hesitation, Yixian consumed the potion, trusting Bai Yuan would never harm her. Just as the battle remained intense, shadows surged forth from the darkness, startling both students and teachers alike. They were already struggling, and the emergence of more beast god cult followers could spell disaster. However, Upon recognizing the newcomers, their expression shifted to joy. It was the town guard. In fact, upon sensing the threat against them, Shi Hanshan had already sent a distress signal to the town guard of Yun City. As Bai Donglin received the news from below, he promptly dispatched personnel, though their nighttime march had slowed their pace. With the soldiers of the town guard joining the fray, the previously evenly matched battle shifted into a one-sided massacre against the beast god cult. To ensure the city's safety, the town guard soldiers frequently patrolled the surrounding areas to eliminate monstrous beasts, and unlike the still immature students, they were seasoned warriors hardened in battle. Moreover, the number of town guard soldiers was substantial. With 2 fifth-tier spiritual practitioners among them, faced with both overwhelming strength and numbers, the beast god cult had no capacity to retaliate. In less than 15 minutes, the cultists were entirely eradicated, and the focus shifted to tending to the students' injuries. After a quick assessment, the teachers and town guard personnel breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to the protective spiritual artifacts wielded by Bai Yuan and others, there had been no student fatalities. However, 57 students were injured, 13 of whom were severely wounded. Fortunately, military medics accompanied the town guard, stabilizing their conditions, though further treatment would be necessary back in the city. It's not too bad. With the beast god cult dealt with, Bai Yuan approached Yi Xian first. It was her first experience taking a life. Though they were all scoundrels of the beast god cult, it was natural for her to feel a bit unsettled. I'm alright. Yi Xian's complexion appeared slightly pale. During the battle, she had felt little, but now that it had concluded, the aftereffects of her first kill began to manifest. Nevertheless, her mental fortitude remained commendable, while her face was somewhat ashen. Many other students were already retching uncontrollably. Fortunately, the students of Xiazhou generally exhibited strong psychological resilience. The ones retching were predominantly those with auxiliary spiritual abilities, compared to those who awakened combat-oriented powers. They had experienced less bloodshed during training. Thus, the sudden act of killing led to such a shock. After all, they were still not yet of age. The fact that they managed to maintain composure during the fight, without succumbing to chaos from taking a life, indicated that they were indeed qualified warriors, albeit in need of further honing. Let us return to the tent to rest and change clothes. The enhancement potions gifted by Pei Jinyun, while devoid of side effects, undoubtedly fatigued the body. After speaking, Bai Yuan produced his wine gourd and handed it to Yi Xian. If you're feeling particularly ill, have a sip, but don't rely on spiritual energy to dispel the effects of the alcohol. If you get drunk, the memories will fade quickly. Understood, Yi Xian replied, accepting the gourd and heading towards the tent. Oh, and remember not to turn on the lights while changing. Bai Yuan suddenly called out to her again, reiterating his caution. Yi Xian looked back at him, puzzled. There will be shadows, Bai Yuan succinctly explained, finally settling on a suitable descriptor. Yi Xian, not lacking in intelligence, grasped the implication and nodded in understanding as she departed. Once Yi Xian left, Bai Yuan approached the 2 commanders who had led the town guard. Uncle Shi, Uncle Lu. Having been brought to the military camp by Bai Donglin in his youth, Bai Yuan was familiar with these commanders. Little Yuan, are you injured? Seeing the bloodstains on Bai Yuan, Shi Lianzhong and Liliang inquired. No. It's all from those beast god cult followers, Bai Yuan replied, raising his sword, blood still dripping from its blade. Ha, good lad, Liliang chuckled, patting Bai Yuan on the shoulder. Lianzhong, you stay here and keep watch. I'll take some men to investigate further inside. The joint training among the 3 schools had been a last-minute decision, and the beast god cult could not have anticipated it. Their presence here indicated that the cultists had arrived before them, and he needed to delve deeper to uncover any sinister plots. Uncle Lu, I want to accompany you. Bai Yuan shook off the blood from his sword and sheathed it, eager to join them. All right, Liliang nodded, inquiring with Shi Hanshan about the direction from which the beast god cult had emerged. Then led the group deeper into the fray as they pressed onward. Monstrous beasts occasionally charged at them, all swiftly dispatched by the town guard soldiers. The soldiers exhibited remarkable coordination. Any beast foolish enough to show itself was immediately struck down. After more than an hour of vigorous pursuit, the group halted before a structure. The Flesh and Blood Factory. Bai Yuan instantly recognized the building before him as the very factory he had encountered in the Luoying forest. Associated with the beast god cult, attack. With Luo Liang's command, the soldiers adept at ranged combat opened fire on the Flesh and Blood Factory. Uncertain of the threats lurking within, they were not about to recklessly charge inside. Chu Zhexing had been bold enough to charge in, confident in his own strength and possessing a rough understanding of the factory's internal defenses. Following a concentrated barrage, no resistance or cries of agony echoed back. The walls facing them crumbled under the assault. Advance. Upon entering the flesh and blood factory, Lil Yang and his contingent of warriors found no signs of life. Although they suspected the premises might be deserted, their vigilance remained unwavering. Forming into groups of 3, they commenced their search. Following Lil Yang's command, the soldiers swiftly fanned out to scour the various chambers of the factory, while Bai Yuan accompanied Lil Yang as they advanced. Chapter 52. The Unseen Beast. After inspecting several rooms, they found nothing beyond the debris left by their previous assault. All portable experimental apparatus had been removed, indicating that the adherents of the Beast God sect had completely evacuated the facility. As anticipated, other searching warriors returned, reporting similar findings. Nothing of significance remained, and all the immovable instruments had been utterly destroyed, rendering them inoperable. What is this? At that moment, Bai Yuan suddenly spotted a crimson object. Clearing away the surrounding rubble, he uncovered a red tail. As Bai Yuan cleared the stones, Lil Yang and the others turned their attention to him, and several soldiers stepped forward to assist. With their help, the owner of the tail was soon revealed. Judging by its condition, it had likely been dead for quite some time, presumably a failed experiment of the Beast God sect. However, its appearance caused Bai Yuan, Lil Yang, and the others to furrow their brows in contemplation. A fox? At a glance, its face resembled that of a fox, yet its entire body was devoid of fur, covered in a bloody hue as if it had been skinned. Moreover, its size was akin to that of an adult human. While there were indeed giant fox-like beasts, this creature's limbs appeared somewhat disproportionately short. Strikingly, it bore a resemblance to human limbs, creating an unsettling sense of dissonance. Most notably, Bai Yuan had never encountered such a creature in his studies. Unfamiliar with this beast, Bai Yuan turned to Lil Yang. "Do you recognize this creature?" "Strangely enough, I have never seen such a beast either," Lil Yang replied. Having lived for a considerable time, he had encountered many bizarre creatures, including numerous fox-like beasts, yet this one was entirely new to him. If even Lil Yang was stumped, the others were even less likely to have any insights. "Could it be a deformed fox-like beast?" suggested one of the soldiers. Just as human beings could be born with deformities, it was plausible that a few aberrant beasts might exist among their kind. Its awkward limbs and overall disarray certainly lent credence to this theory, making one feel quite uncomfortable. Alternatively, it could be a new experimental product of the Beast God sect. After all, this was their flesh and blood factory. Bai Yuan, however, was skeptical of the deformed beast theory. It was essential to remember that the Beast God sect was backed by the beast tribes. Bai Yuan believed their experimental subjects were likely more abundant than those of humans, rendering the time spent on a deformed creature unnecessary. Furthermore, they were currently in a laboratory within the flesh and blood factory, making the appearance of this fox-like beast here all the more suspicious. The latter hypothesis seemed far more plausible. Well, there is another possibility, that this fox-like beast possesses some extraordinary talent, Bai Yuan mused, but he deemed the likelihood of that slim. Otherwise, it would not have been discarded here. Let us take it back to the Beast Research Center for further examination. After a fruitless deliberation, Lil Yang made his decision. They conducted a second thorough search of the flesh and blood factory, ensuring no concealed doors or tunnels were overlooked. The group then departed, bearing the peculiar fox-like beast back to their encampment. "How did it go?" Upon his return, Si Lianzhong approached Lil Yang. There was a flesh and blood factory belonging to the Beast God sect, but the adherents had long since evacuated, taking most of their belongings with them. Lil Yang summarized. He then presented the peculiar fox-like beast they had brought back. "By the way, have you seen this creature before?" "It was our only find in the factory." Si Lianzhong examined the beast in Lil Yang's grasp. Shaking his head, "I have not encountered it either. However, Teacher Shi has returned from the front lines. He is quite knowledgeable and may recognize this beast." "Indeed, I hadn't thought of that," Lil Yang remarked, his eyes lighting up at Si Lianzhong's suggestion. He promptly turned to seek out Shi Hanshan. "Teacher Shi," he called out. Upon hearing his name, Shi Hanshan turned, spotting one of the military leaders who had previously come to rescue him, approaching with the beast in tow. "Is there something you need, Commander?" Shi Hanshan inquired, as he was unfamiliar with Lil Yang's name. "My name is Lil Yang. You may call me that or simply Old Lu," Lil Yang replied, realizing he had yet to introduce himself. "Very well, Old Lu, you may call me Old Shi." Sure, Hans Han responded amicably. Having both emerged from the military, they shared a camaraderie that allowed for such informalities. By the way, what brings you to me? After their brief introductions, Sure Hans Han asked, "Oh, right. We went to investigate the reason for the beast god sect's presence here." Lil Yang began. "We discovered a flesh and blood factory deep within the forest, but it was entirely deserted. Ultimately, we found this." As he spoke, he gestured to the fox-like beast. "Neither Si Lianzhong nor I have encountered this creature before, so I thought of you, given your extensive experience at the front lines. Perhaps you would recognize it." Listening to Lil Yang's account, Sure Hans Han bent down to examine the fox-like beast. Its crimson body was devoid of fur, resembling a creature that had been flayed, with a flattened head akin to that of a fox. Yet only half the size of a typical fox-like beast. The most peculiar aspect was its limbs. The length of its hind legs was astonishingly twice that of its forelegs. How could it possibly stand? Was it intended to walk on two legs like a human? Most importantly, Sure Hans Han had never encountered this creature before either. "I have not seen this beast before. Could it be a new breed among the beast tribes?" Sure Hans Han mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. His reasoning was not unfounded. Given the current abundance of spiritual energy in the world, new beast varieties seemed to emerge with regularity. However, most of these creatures were not particularly formidable, typically ranking only in the lower tiers of the beast hierarchy. Chapter 53. Yi Yun's embarrassing moment. These newly surfaced beasts generally failed to reach even mid-tier status, let alone rival the strong royal or imperial lineages. It is worth noting that the number of royal and imperial families among the beast tribes is fixed. The 5 major imperial families and 8 royal families are a set quantity. Any lower-tier beast tribe aspiring to ascend to imperial status, or any royal family seeking to become imperial, must challenge an existing royal or imperial family. Success would elevate the bloodline of their entire tribe, transforming them into a new royal or imperial family. Conversely, failure typically results in severe consequences, as the challenged royal or imperial family would not easily forgive the challenger. Those who lose often face annihilation of their strongest members, leaving the remainder to be captured and enslaved for eternity. The reasons behind the fixed numbers of royal and imperial families remain a mystery to this day. You do not recognize it either? Lil Yang exclaimed in surprise. If even Sure Hans Han, who had served on the front lines, was unfamiliar with this creature, it seemed genuinely to be a new breed. Meanwhile, Bai Yuan had returned to the tent, where Yi Xian was resting. She had changed into a fitted t-shirt that accentuated her graceful figure. When Bai Yuan entered, she turned to look at him, holding his wine gourd, her fair cheeks flushed, and the tent was enveloped in a faint aroma of alcohol. However, the scent of the spirit monkey wine, though potent, was not unpleasant. "Are you feeling better?" Upon seeing Yi Xian in such a charming state, Bai Yuan was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. He secured the tent flap and approached her side. "Yes," Yi Xian nodded, turning to take another sip from the wine gourd. Noticing she had become intoxicated, Bai Yuan gently took the gourd from her grasp. "You should rest now. You'll feel better in the morning." When the gourd was suddenly taken away, Yi Xian turned her bleary eyes toward Bai Yuan. Unlike Yi Yun, she did not act inebriated. Rather, she obediently nodded, leaning her head against Bai Yuan's shoulder as she drifted off to sleep. Sensing her breathing grow steady, Bai Yuan understood she had succumbed to slumber. He adjusted his position slightly to make her more comfortable, placing the wine gourd back into his storage ring and covering her with a blanket. After completing these tasks, Bai Yuan closed his eyes, seeking to restore his energy. That night proved to be anything but tranquil. Although the ultimate outcome was their annihilation of the invading beast god cult followers, and there were no fatalities among the students. This incident nonetheless profoundly altered their worldview. It marked their closest encounter with death, and had it not been for the defensive spirit tools brought forth by Bai Yuan and his companions, it is likely that many lives would have been lost. Coupled with the psychological shock of their first experience of killing, few students were able to find peace and sleep that night. However, there were no instances of breakdowns or tears. Silence reigned supreme. After all, as Yi Yun articulated, every student who chose to become a full-time spirit energy practitioner had already come to terms with the reality of death. If they lacked the courage for such acceptance, they would not have embarked upon this path from the outset. The realistic beast siege encountered when they advanced to their final year not only allowed students to grasp the harshness of the front lines, but also served to filter out those with wavering resolve. to immerse them in the most authentic despair. Part of their memories would even be obscured prior to the simulation, leading them to believe they were truly in a real-world scenario. This enabled the students to fully experience the brutality of battling the beasts, as well as the helplessness and despair that followed the fall of the city. Following that simulation, the students were then presented with the choice of whether to commit to becoming full-time spirit energy practitioners and to strive towards that goal. The night passed in silence. The following day, after a night of reflection, the students' mental state had significantly improved. They were no longer as silent as the previous night. Indeed, small groups had begun to gather and boast about their exploits. "Hey, let me tell you, I took down 3 Beast God cult followers yesterday. Point 3. What's so impressive about that? I killed 4 and I was injured while saving someone. Otherwise, I could have taken down 4, maybe even more." All right, enough with the boasting. I got 6. Anyone want to contest that? Oh, come on. 6 and you're bragging. I took down 8. Move aside. I got 20. 20? Why not 100? If you're going to boast, at least make it believable. With such absurd claims, how can we take you seriously? If I'm boasting, shouldn't I take it to the extreme? Suddenly, amidst the banter, a piercing scream of utter despair pierced through the air. Why? Why is this happening? The sorrowful tone was enough to bring tears to one's eyes, infused with an indescribable depth of despair and regret from the speaker. It made one wonder if the owner of that voice might contemplate ending their life in that very moment. Bai Yuan did not need to venture outside. He already surmised that the voice belonged to Yi Yu and At that moment. Yi Xian had also awakened, and the two of them tidied up before stepping outside. They packed the tent and stored it in their spatial rings, while any litter was promptly purified by Yi Xian's southern bright fire, which left no trace of ash. They then proceeded towards the source of the agonizing scream. Upon arrival, they found Yi Yun sprawled on the ground, writhing as if infested with maggots. The soft earth beneath him bore the distinct impression of his contorted form. A number of students surrounded him, some smiling and trembling, while others wore puzzled expressions, unsure of why Yi Yun had suddenly lost control. "What happened?" Yi Xian inquired, having missed the events that led to this state during her previous visit when the students had restrained Yi Yun. "What is going on?" "Oh, he must be recalling his glorious deeds from yesterday," Bai Yuan replied with a smile, having anticipated this scene since he had escorted Yi Yun back to the tent the previous day. "Old Bai, tell me you didn't do this on purpose." At that moment, Yi Yun spotted Bai Yuan watching from the sidelines and sprang to his feet, rushing towards him. His reckless actions had stemmed from drinking Bai Yuan's alcohol. "Stop shifting the blame. I merely suggested you drink a little to recover, not to get drunk," Bai Yuan exclaimed as he and Yi Xian quickly dodged out of the way. "Just kill me. Why didn't I die last night?" Yi Yun lamented, crouching down with his hands clasped over his head. A look of agony etched across his face. He knew that this predicament was not Bai Yuan's fault, but rather a consequence of his own poor tolerance for alcohol. The fierce battle with the Beast God cult had temporarily made him forget, but upon waking that morning, he wished he could have simply perished the night before. Why hadn't he, that Beast God cult follower who had captured him, acted more swiftly and finished him off? Then he wouldn't have to face the consequences of his actions today. It was all the alcohol's doing. Primarily, Yi Yun had been so young that he had scarcely encountered alcohol. Even when he did, it was usually low-alcohol beverages like cocktails, which would not intoxicate him. Consequently, having never experienced drunkenness, he was completely unaware of how poorly he would handle it when he finally did. "I, Yi Yun, swear that I will never touch alcohol again," Yi Yun suddenly shouted to the heavens, causing his classmates, who had been stifling their laughter, to burst out in mirth. Sorry. It's not that we want to mock you. It's just that your situation is too rich in comedic value. What's happening here?" The teachers also noticed the commotion and approached, concerned that something was amiss. Cough. "It's nothing, just a morning exercise to stretch our limbs," Yi Yun quickly asserted, standing up to prevent the story of his exploits from spreading further. "You're making such a racket. One might think you were assaulted." Stone Rock Mountain shot Yi Yun a disapproving glance before turning away. "Phew." Yi Yun placed his hands on his hips, gazing up at the sky and taking a deep breath to calm himself. Just then, a white object plummeted onto his face. "What is this?" Yi Yun wiped it off and brought it to his nose for a sniff. Ugh! The overwhelming stench caused him to retch. Bird droppings. This was the last straw. It felt as though everything in the universe conspired against him. "You dead bird. Just wait. If I can't catch you today to pluck your feathers and grill you, I won't be called Yi Yun anymore. Yi Yun, do you need some water? His disheveled appearance elicited more laughter from the surrounding students, though one compassionate soul offered him a bottle of water. Thank you, Yi Yun said, taking the water to wash his face, grateful for the kindness. It's only right. You've brought us joy, so we should lend a hand when you're in need. The student replied, a genuine smile lighting up his face. There's something I'm not sure if I should say, Yi Yun began, but before he could continue, Stone Rock Mountain's voice rang out from the bus, calling for everyone to prepare to return to the city. This effectively brought the farcical scene to a close, redirecting the student's attention and allowing Yi Yun to escape his embarrassment on the bus. Bai Yuan retrieved his phone, sharing earbuds with Yi Xian as they listened to music. Yi Yun sat nearby, munching on something with a soft crunch that caught Bai Yuan's attention. What are you eating? It smells delicious. Bai Yuan and the others were seated in the last row, with Yi Yun joining them. Grilled bird meat? Want some? Yi Yun waved a skewer in front of him, showcasing perfectly cooked bird meat seasoned with cumin and chili. A feast for the senses. Is this the one you just caught? Bai Yuan inquired, recalling that Yi Yun had stepped away just before boarding the bus, likely to catch the bird. Not quite, Bai Yuan. I've noticed your tongue has become quite sharp lately, Yi Yun remarked, his lips twitching at the absurdity. What do you mean by baptism? Bai Yuan retorted, convinced of his seriousness, yet unable to suppress a smile at Yi Yun's antics. Is this my fault? Yi Yun rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore Bai Yuan. Due to the limited number of troops available, they could not separate the students from the 3 schools for their return. Thus, they had decided that all would first go to Cloud City, from where the local troops would escort the remaining high school students back to their respective cities. Consequently, the joint training exercise of the 3 schools concluded ahead of schedule. Furthermore, this experience led to the emergence of a legend surrounding the Blue Phantom, referring to the swift figure that had assisted in dispatching the Beast God cult followers that day. Initially, Stone Rock Mountain and his team believed the figure to be part of the city's defense force. Having arrived early to lend aid, however, upon confirming with Lu Liang and Shi Lianzhong, they learned that no such individual existed among the defense troops. After questioning all the students and teachers who had glimpsed her, not a single person could recall when she had appeared or vanished. Only aware of her astonishing speed, the followers of the Beast God sect were swiftly dealt with before they could react. Coupled with the enveloping darkness of the night, all they could discern was the blue armor adorning her form, leaving them uncertain of her gender. Initially, she was referred to as the Blue Phantom, but Yi Yun claimed to have glimpsed her face, describing her as a woman of ethereal beauty and a cool demeanor. Given Yi Yun's earnest conviction, the others were soon swayed, and the Blue Phantom was subsequently dubbed the Blue Enchantress. Yet, despite diligent searching, her true identity remained elusive. She seemed to materialize out of thin air, dispatching the followers of the Beast God sect and rescuing the students, only to vanish just as mysteriously. With the enigma of her identity, discussions erupted online after the students from the 3 schools returned. What began as a conversation among the students soon attracted a larger audience, culminating in a myriad of imaginative interpretations. Thus, the urban legend of the Blue Enchantress was born. It was said that when faced with the threat of the Beast God sect in the wilderness, one could call upon her name, and she would arrive to vanquish the foes and deliver you from peril. As for her name? No one knows, my friend. Chapter 55. The bewitching fox. Upon returning from outside the city, Lu Liang and Shi Lianzhong sought out by Dong Lin to report on the fox-like demon beast they had captured. Arriving at the military district of Yun City, they stood before Bai Donglin's office. Knocking on the door, they heard his voice call from within, "Come in, General." They saluted as they entered. "Speak." "What transpired?" Bai Donglin inquired. Having only received vague reports of an attack by unidentified individuals, it was the Beast God sect, Lu Liang recounted the events in the forest, concluding by presenting the fox-like demon beast in his possession. "This is our sole acquisition from the blood factory of the Beast God sect, the bewitching fox." Bai Donglin recognized the creature immediately. "You know of it, General?" "Yes, it is a newly discovered type of demon beast found near Yun City 2 days ago. They possess the ability to bewitch the hearts of men, and upon slaying humans, they can don their skin and assume their identities. By consuming the flesh and blood of their victims, they acquire the memories of the original owner, making them exceedingly difficult to unmask." As he spoke of the bewitching fox's capabilities, Bai Donglin's expression grew serious. The stealth of these creatures is formidable. Had they not employed their demonic powers in the open, even I, a 7th-tier expert, would have been unable to detect any trace of them. The first bewitching fox was discovered purely by coincidence. IT had infiltrated the city, unable to resist the allure of human flesh, and targeted a household devoid of powerful spiritual practitioners. However, on that fateful day, the child's spiritual teacher happened to visit, which spared the family and led to the capture of the bewitching fox. Upon learning of the bewitching fox's abilities, the higher-ups of Yun City were understandably alarmed. The emergence of such a beast posed dire implications, especially if they were to infiltrate the city en masse and eliminate officials. Considering this potential threat, the city's leadership initiated a thorough investigation, but the results were far from satisfactory. Lacking previous experience with such creatures, the authorities had no targeted methods to identify those disguised as bewitching foxes. Furthermore, the inherent talents of these beasts were so refined that, once they donned human skins and refrained from revealing their demonic powers, even advanced detection technology would prove ineffective. They did not merely wear human skins. It was as though they genuinely transformed into the individuals, capable of shedding their skins at will. Despite the ominous nature of the situation, there were some gains during the search. Bai Donglin and his team discovered that bewitching foxes exhibited a heightened craving for human flesh compared to ordinary demon beasts. They struggled to control this insatiable desire, often killing their victims and masquerading as them to deceive acquaintances. The lack of a focused investigation within the city allowed them to remain undetected. However, under the intensified scrutiny of the authorities, traces of their presence were soon uncovered. Although they could impersonate the slain, a single bewitching fox could not simultaneously take on multiple identities. Bai Donglin noted that these creatures were adept at managing their time. Some could impersonate up to 10 humans at once, leaving those close to the victims oblivious. Only after the citywide search did officials identify inconsistencies in the movements of the bewitching foxes, leading to their capture. Yet, due to the extraordinary innate abilities of these creatures, it remained uncertain whether others were still lurking in the city. Moreover, even if all known bewitching foxes were apprehended, there was no guarantee that new ones had not entered the city. Having slain and replaced individuals who had ventured out, it would be impractical to dissect every newcomer, as even minor injuries could incite public outrage if repeated too often. Some had proposed sealing the city temporarily until the Demon Beast Research Center could provide further insights. But after thorough deliberation, this decision was abandoned. The reasoning was simple. As a second-tier city, Yun City experienced significant daily foot traffic, and a lockdown would result in substantial losses. Upon hearing Bai Donglin's explanations, Lil Yang and Shi Lianzhong recalled the recent military inspection. They realized that the timing was coincidental with their rescue of the students from the 3 schools. The general's somber expression hinted at the challenges faced in the ongoing investigation. Although we have captured several bewitching foxes, we currently lack effective methods to combat them. You both must remain vigilant. If you notice any changes in the demeanor of those around you, take heed and stay alert. This warning was initially communicated yesterday, but Lil Yang and Shi Lianzhong had missed the meeting due to their mission. A chill ran down their spines at the thought of familiar faces potentially being replaced by demon foxes. There is no need for excessive worry, Bai Donglin reassured them. According to reports from the Demon Beast Research Center, the bewitching foxes are limited to a maximum of 4th-tier strength. Moreover, our detection systems are robust. For a bewitching fox to infiltrate Yun City, it must first kill an individual and disguise itself in their skin. I share this with you merely to encourage caution. Noticing their anxious expressions, Bai Donglin understood their concerns. Initially, we suspected the emergence of a new type of demon beast in nature, only to discover it was orchestrated by the Beast God sect. His tone conveyed both anger and concern. He pondered the current capabilities of the Beast God sect and whether they could mass-produce such demon beasts. The ramifications of numerous bewitching foxes masquerading as humans within the city would be unfathomable. Fortunately, preliminary research from the Demon Beast Research Center confirmed that these creatures could only reach a maximum of 4th-tier strength, alleviating fears of powerful spiritual practitioners being replaced. The very thought of an entire city's leadership being substituted sent shivers down one's spine. Chapter 56. The cause of the beast egg mutation. After issuing further instructions, Bai Donglin directed Lil Yang to deliver the bewitching foxes' remains to the Demon Beast Research Center. A mere 10 minutes later, upon arriving at the center, Lil Yang was greeted by the staff awaiting his arrival. "Hello, are you Mr. Lil Yang?" As Liu Liang stepped out of the vehicle, a staff member approached briskly. "This is the bewitching fox. The rest is in your hands." Liu Liang opened the trunk and retrieved the creature's body. "We appreciate the assistance of the city guard." The number of captured bewitching foxes was regrettably low, making their experimentation somewhat constrained. Although the addition of one more specimen was beneficial, it was still insufficient. "Not at all," the staff member replied, exchanging pleasantries before Liu Liang departed. The staff member then proceeded to carry the bewitching fox's body toward the research center, oblivious to the fact that the supposedly lifeless creature's eyelids had flickered momentarily. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Bai Yuan was ambushed by a figure rushing toward him. Quick on his feet, he caught Bai Xinyue. "Hee, I knew it was you, big brother, just by hearing your footsteps," she exclaimed cheerfully after being set down. Before Bai Yuan could respond, Bai Xinyue began inspecting him closely. "What are you doing?" he asked, puzzled by her scrutiny. "I heard from Dad that you encountered a suspected attack by the Beast God sect during your training, so I wanted to see if you were injured. That I'm perfectly fine." Bai Yuan raised his arm and spun it around in front of Bai Xinyue, then gave himself a light pat. "What about Sister Yixian?" Noting that Bai Yuan was unscathed, Bai Xinyue inquired again about Yixian's well-being. "She's fine, just a bit shaken from experiencing this for the first time. But she's recovered now." Long before their return, Yixian had already fully adjusted her mindset. "Phew, that's good to hear," Bai Xinyue said, tapping her newly developed little chest, adopting an air of a small adult that made Bai Yuan chuckle. Unable to resist, he reached out and pinched her cheek. By the way, big brother, your Xinbing Yusher's demon beast egg has been returned." Bai Xinyue pulled Bai Yuan into the bedroom, where the blue beast egg was neatly placed at the head of his bed. "Do you know what happened?" After closing the bedroom door, they returned to the living room. Grandpa Yin said it was due to the gene fusion technology of the Beast God sect. Bai Xinyue then recounted in detail what she had heard from Dean Yin. In summary, when the Beast God sect integrates the genes of demon beast eggs or young demon beasts into the bodies of its followers, they utilize technology to loosen the genes within the demon beast eggs, rendering them in a state suitable for fusion, which then merges into the genes of the followers. Since it can merge in, it can naturally also merge out. At that moment, the demon beast egg was interrupted during a special phase, causing its original genes to scatter and absorb instead. To illustrate, the demon beast egg at this time resembled a fusion device in a game. The primary material was the bloodline of the Xinbing Yusher, but one could add other elements to cause mutations in its bloodline. As for whether the final result would be positive or negative after adding other energies, that would only be known once it hatches. While the siblings chatted idly, Bai Donglin and his wife returned from outside at the dinner table. Bai Donglin also mentioned the Huanxin fox to Bai Yuan, advising him to act cautiously during this period. Upon hearing about the Huanxin fox's abilities, Bai Yuan's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. Fortunately, this demon beast could not surpass the 4th tier. Otherwise, its danger level would rival that of the royal demon clans. "Those from the Beast God sect are truly detestable," Bai Xinyue remarked indignantly after hearing about the Huanxin fox. "Though they are human, they do not engage in anything related to humanity. You say you believe in demon beasts. Fine, but why must you force others to believe as well? Is being a dog for the demon clan something to be proud of?" After dinner, Bai Yuan returned to his bedroom. Approaching the bedside, he picked up the Xinbing Yusher's beast egg and scrutinized it for a moment. Suddenly, Bai Yuan thought, since the current demon beast egg can fuse with other energies, could he actively inject energy into it? Observing the blood-red patterns on the surface of the blue beast egg, he decided to conduct an experiment. Moments later, Bai Yuan transformed into the form of Jing Lu. Slowly closing his eyes, Jing Lu attentively sensed within himself. One hand rested on the beast egg, and gradually, blood-red energy surged forth from Jing Lu's palm. Jing Lu furrowed her brow, a painful expression crossing her face, clearly indicating that stimulating the demonic shadow was a significant burden for her. The blue beast egg, however, welcomed the blood-red energy, absorbing it entirely. As the absorbed energy increased, the blood-red patterns on the surface of the blue beast egg multiplied, spreading like a spider's web across its entirety. Under the simple manipulation of the demonic shadow's energy, Bai Yuan was unable to maintain this form for even 5 minutes before reverting. Upon examining the Xinbing Yusher's beast egg, he discovered that the blood-red patterns now covered a quarter of the entire egg. It seemed that it would not be long before it could be hatched. Feeling the fatigue settling in, Bai Yuan returned the Xinbing Yusher's beast egg to his storage ring and proceeded to wash up and sleep. In the dead of night, the staff at the Demon Beast Research Center had long since departed, leaving only a faint glimmer of light flickering in the dark. It was old Zhang, the night security guard. His duties required him to patrol the research center every 2 hours with a flashlight. The demon beast specimens, appearing harmless by day, took on a rather eerie presence by night. Just as he exited the room housing various demon beast specimens, old Zhang felt goosebumps rising on his skin and muttered to himself. Especially unsettling was a particular specimen of a strangely shaped fox-like demon beast, its eyes wide open, staring directly at him as if it were alive. Thud! Who's there? A sound of something dropping echoed, prompting old Zhang to quickly turn around and shine his flashlight in the direction of the noise, but found nothing. How strange. After failing to locate the source, old Zhang turned to continue his patrol. However, just as he turned, he was met with a blood-red fox face suddenly appearing right in front of him. Chapter 57. The Crisis of Dean Yin Wei Peiqin. A newcomer who had just joined the Demon Beast Research Center this year had quickly become Dean Yan's assistant due to her solid foundation and efficient work capabilities. While checking the materials in the storage room for Demon Beast corpses, she stifled a yawn. In recent days, the entire team led by Dean Yin had been preoccupied with the Huanxin Fox incident. This time of year, she would typically be at home enjoying an extra 2 hours of sleep. Furthermore, with the extended hours at work lately, fatigue was clearly etched on her face. As Wei Peiqin entered the area for decomposing materials, she was suddenly hit by a strong metallic scent of blood. Furrowing her brow, she wondered if someone had spilled demon beast blood. Following the direction of the foul smell, Wei Peiqin soon discovered a large pool of blood in the area designated for various demon beast fluids. Who on earth is so careless as to spill demon beast blood without cleaning it up? The blood on the ground had already dried, indicating that someone had accidentally knocked over a container of demon beast blood while collecting experimental materials yesterday. They didn't even bother to clean up? How lazy can one be? Wei Peiqin grumbled as she fetched cleaning supplies to tidy up the mess. However, when she turned around the corner of the table and saw what lay on the ground, she was immediately startled into a scream. There, among the remnants of blood and flesh, lay a gruesome skull, its features mangled and its head severed. This was not the blood of a demon beast. It was clearly human blood. Moreover, upon noticing the torn pieces of security clothing scattered on the floor, she realized this belonged to old Zhang, the security guard from last night's patrol. But this was odd. In the Demon Beast Research Center, there were numerous precious materials, and to ensure the safety of these assets, all security guards were required to hand over their shifts to the guards arriving for duty. If the incoming guard did not receive a handover from the outgoing guard, they were obligated to report it to the security department of the research center immediately. Yet, they had received no report of a guard failing to hand over their shift today, which meant old Zhang had been alive this morning. However, judging by the dryness of the blood on the ground, it was evident this blood had been spilled last night. Huanxin Fox. Almost instantly, Wei Peiqin thought of this demon beast. Having died last night, the only possible explanation for its reappearance this morning was the Huanxin Fox. With a serious expression, Wei Peiqin turned to inform Dean Yin of the situation. But just as she stepped away, she suddenly tripped over something at her feet and fell to the ground. At the same time, she felt something pressing against her cheek, accompanied by a warm breath. Almost instinctively, Wei Peiqin summoned all her spiritual energy and struck out towards the source of the pressure. Yet, her hand met nothing but air, leaving her heart feeling empty. When she looked in the direction of her attack, there was no sign of the Huanxin Fox, only various experimental materials scattered on the floor due to its assault. She was not a full-time spiritual practitioner. Her own cultivation was only at the 3rd tier, and she was not combat-oriented. The Huanxin Fox's strength far surpassed hers. She needed to leave quickly. This Huanxin Fox likely possessed 4th-tier strength, making her no match for it. Just as Wei Peiqin regained her footing, she felt something hard pressing against her back. Without hesitation, her first instinct was to run forward. Only moments ago, there had been nothing behind her. Now, something had appeared. Surely it was the Huanxin Fox. Just as she attempted to move forward, a sharp pain suddenly shot through her neck. In an instant, Wei Peiqin felt her world spin, and she caught a glimpse of her own headless body. The Huanxin Fox had sunk its teeth deep into her neck, severing it completely, her head flying off into the air. In her final moments, Wei Peiqin noticed an empty transparent container. It dawned on her that it was the Huanxin Fox she had received from Luoyang yesterday. She clearly remembered placing it inside. But what confused her was how the Huanxin fox, which she thought was dead, had come back to life. Yet now, no one could answer her questions, and she would not wait for answers. Thud. Wei Peiqin's head fell to the ground, producing a dull thud. Her eyes were wide open, but they had lost all luster. Pat, pat. The Huanxin fox approached Wei Peiqin's head, picking it up. After a brief moment, the sound of chewing began to echo throughout the materials room. A little over 10 minutes later, the door to the materials room swung open. A strikingly beautiful girl clad in a white lab coat emerged, clutching several experimental materials in her hands as she turned and headed towards Dean Yan's laboratory. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the laboratory, Dean Yan was engrossed in his experiments when a sudden knock at the door broke his concentration. Come in, he called out without turning from his work. The laboratory door opened, and Wei Peiqin entered, cradling the experimental materials. Dean, I have brought everything you requested. Just place them on that table over there. I will need them shortly, he replied, gesturing to a table not far from his workstation without lifting his gaze. Understood. Following Dean Yan's instructions, Wei Peiqin set the items down. Please analyze the contents within this, Dean Yan said, handing her a test tube. And check if Zhang Wei has arrived. Ask him to come over. Focused on his work, Dean Yan failed to notice the subtle, enigmatic smile curling at the corners of Wei Peiqin's lips. Suddenly, as he was engaged in his next experiment, Dean Yan felt a chilling gust sweep over him from behind, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Almost instinctively, he attempted to retaliate, but was a fraction too slow. A sharp pain surged through his waist as he turned to find Wei Peiqin wearing a cruel smile. Her hand plunged into his side. Boom! Dean Yan's entire body erupted with spiritual energy, and Wei Peiqin was violently thrown across the room, crashing into a multitude of experimental apparatus. Yet, she sustained little injury and quickly regained her footing. When she had thrust her hand into Dean Yan's body, she had injected a certain toxin capable of suppressing his strength. This was one of the unique abilities of the Huanxin fox. Once the toxin entered the body, unless one possessed a power 2 realms higher than that of the Huanxin fox, their strength would be halved. Chapter 58. The Majestic Xiang Tian. Dean Yan's cultivation was at the 5th tier, while coincidentally, the Huanxin fox was a 4th-tier beast. Realizing the dire situation within his body, Dean Yan's expression darkened. Given his current condition, he was no match for this Huanxin fox. However, what shocked him even more was the realization that a Huanxin fox had infiltrated the Beast Research Center and had stealthily replaced his assistant. Roar! A fierce howl echoed as the Huanxin fox, disguised in Wei Peiqin's skin, charged towards Dean Yan. At this moment, a pair of siblings arrived outside the Beast Research Center. Is there anyone at the Beast Research Center this early? Looking around, Bai Yuan observed that aside from the security booth, not a single soul was in sight. I suspect the center hasn't opened yet. Perhaps we should return in the afternoon. By the time we finish school. The Beast Research Center will still be open, which is quite convenient, no worries. I heard from Grandpa Yin that they have been starting work early these days, so we can just walk in. As she spoke, Bai Xinyue approached the security booth and presented her identification to the guard on duty. Naturally, entry to the Beast Research Center was not permitted for just anyone. This identification was a pass granted to Bai Xinyue by Dean Yan. We're going in, big brother. As the gate swung open, Bai Xinyue waved her arm at Bai Yuan. Coming, Bai Yuan replied, hastening to catch up. The reason the siblings had come to the Beast Research Center was to procure hatching fluid for Bai Xinyue's Crimson Crystal Xian bird. The hatching fluid was a concoction derived from the solutions used in the royal hatching pools of the demon race, which, when applied during hatching, could elevate the initial realm of the beast. The reason humanity was able to obtain samples of the hatching fluid was largely thanks to Xiang Tian, the foremost powerhouse of Xiazhou. Over 20 years ago, a formidable being from the Three Spirits Poison Python clan of the demon race descended upon the border city of Xiazhou, intent on devouring over 100,000 citizens to break through realms. This incited the wrath of Xiazhou's leadership, and the gun god Xiang Tian single-handedly stormed the lair of the Three Spirits Poison Python, slaying the powerful entity within its den. This incident caused quite a stir among the various demon clans, prompting many to dispatch their own powerful beings to besiege Xiang Tian, among whom 5 9th-tier demon entities appeared, seeking to capture this top powerhouse of Xiazhou. The battle was cataclysmic, with Xiang Tian holding his ground against 5 opponents, ultimately departing unscathed. In stark contrast, the 5 ninth-tier demons were left severely injured, with the 9th Tier 3 Spirit's Poison Python having its head blown apart by Xiang Tian's gunshot. This battle sent shockwaves across the world, once again highlighting the gun god's formidable prowess. Some claimed he had touched the threshold of that realm, while others believed he had already taken a step into it. Otherwise, how could he have faced 5 adversaries and slain one while gravely wounding 4 others? Naturally, Xiang Tian's incursion into the snake's den yielded numerous treasures, among which was the hatching fluid from the 3 Spirits Poison Python. It was said he also obtained a high bloodline 3 Spirits Poison Python egg, which he gifted to his grandson. Notably, this egg sparked a considerable controversy. Due to its historical origins, America lacked a legacy of martial arts. Among the 9th-tier powerhouses of the 5 continents, America's 9th-tier warriors were the weakest. Had it not been for America's relatively deep technological foundation, the current hierarchy of the 5 upper continents and 4 lower continents would have been drastically altered. Lacking a strong martial arts heritage, America had naturally turned its focus to its technological prowess. The beast god cult had long been perceived as inextricably linked with America, primarily because it was the first nation to conduct gene fusion experiments. Many from other continents believed the beast god cult was an organization fostered by America, merely disguising their association due to its poor reputation. And of course, America vehemently denied this and condemned the accusations from other continents. The controversy arose when the American government set its sights on the 3 Spirits Poison Python egg that Xiang Tian had brought back. Such a high bloodline royal beast egg had never been seen among humanity. Even the beast god cult could only acquire eggs with a very diluted royal bloodline. The American government expressed willingness to pay a hefty price, hoping Xiang Tian would sell them the egg. After being refused, they resorted to threats and moral coercion, claiming that America's technological prowess remained the world's best and that turning over the egg for research would yield the greatest benefits. Furthermore, they argued that America's advancement would equate to humanity's advancement, making Xiang Tian's refusal to trade an act of selfishness. Some even supported this notion, particularly factions from the Eastern continent, whose origins were rooted in countries like Sakura and Korea. Thus their understanding was somewhat justified. What was perplexing, however, was that some individuals on Xiaozhou's internet also found this reasoning acceptable, arguing that humanity was one big family, with the common enemy being the demon race. If America could maximize the potential of the egg, Xiang Tian should hand it over. In response to America's shameless behavior, Xiang Tian offered a single-word reply: scram. Meanwhile, Xiaozhou's officials issued a unified response to the keyboard warriors online, stating that anyone uncomfortable within Xiaozhou was free to renounce their nationality. They could choose any country they longed for, and in a final act of humanitarianism, Xiaozhou's government would dispatch planes to transport them to their desired foreign lands free of charge. Additionally, with the death of the 9th-tier elder of the 3 Spirits Poison Python clan, coupled with the battle erupting within the snake's den, the clan suffered significant losses. This naturally drew the attention of various demon races, especially those with considerable strength, as it presented a rare opportunity to unseat the 3 Spirits Poison Python from royal status. Days later, at least 7 or 8 demon tribes appeared outside the snake's den, eyeing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ultimately, the 3 Spirits Poison Python clan had to pay a hefty price to enlist the aid of another royal clan to maintain their position, but they emerged significantly weakened. Previously, the 3 Spirits Poison Python ranked among the top 3 within the royal demon clans, yet after this battle, they found themselves at the bottom and uniquely, without a 9th-tier elder. To this day, the 3 Spirits Poison Python clan has remained the most subdued among the demon races, even temporarily setting aside their hatred for Xiaozhou to concentrate on nurturing the next 9th-tier member. Chapter 59. The target of the Huaxin Fox. After all, should any demon race beneath the royal tier break through to 9th tier first, the royal positions would be at stake. Other demon races with 9th tier unparalleled entities would not hesitate to oppose the 3 Spirits Poison Python in order to preserve their own royal standings. In the grand scheme of things, maintaining their royal status took precedence over seeking vengeance against Xiaozhou. Meanwhile, back in the laboratory, boom! A powerful punch was unleashed, catching the Huaxin Fox off guard and striking it hard in the abdomen. Cough, cough. After repelling the Huaxin Fox, Din Yin found himself coughing violently, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, as new claw wounds marred his body, staining his white lab coat crimson. Although the Huaxin Fox had landed a few blows on Din Yin, Its injuries were far less severe compared to his. Particularly, the toxin from the Huaxin fox's claws continued to ravage Din Yan's body, leaving him increasingly frail. Din Yan is acutely aware that if this situation persists, he will ultimately be the one to perish. He must find a way to escape the laboratory. However, since the recent moments, he has made several attempts to break free, each time thwarted by the beguiling fox. Unable to approach the exit, he has contemplated activating the alarm for assistance. Yet this cunning fox had already rendered such facilities inoperative prior to its assault. Gazing at the fox, which is cloaked in human skin, despair unfurls within Din Yan's heart. Is he truly destined to meet his demise here today? Yet, this is not his gravest concern. His foremost dread lies in the possibility that the fox might kill him and then impersonate him. A single fox, masquerading as him while collaborating with others to devise methods against its kind, is a scenario fraught with dire consequences. The fox, with its blood-red tongue, licked its claws while offering Din Yan a cruel smile. "Old man, surrender your struggle. I was prepared long before I made my move. One will come to your aid. How long do you think you can endure, given that you have fallen prey to my illusionary heart poison?" The reason it feigned death to infiltrate the Beast Research Center is that the followers of the Beast God sect were aware of Din Yan's research into countermeasures against the beguiling fox. To prevent Din Yan and his colleagues from uncovering the fox's true nature, they devised a plan to bring this creature to the center, solely to eliminate Din Yan. Otherwise, the Beast God sect would never have launched a sudden attack on the students undergoing training. Such an act would undoubtedly expose the location of their flesh and blood factory. The Beast God sect's survival within the borders of Xiazhou relies on secrecy. They would never willingly disclose the location of their stronghold. The sudden assault on the students was intended to lead the authorities to the flesh and blood factory and retrieve the beguiling fox left inside. Otherwise, why would all the other materials have been taken away by the Beast God sect, while only a single beguiling fox corpse remained? Even if the town guard harbored suspicions, the singular clue unearthed within the flesh and blood factory would surely be taken. Most importantly, the beguiling fox is indeed deceased. Even if Luliang and his companions suspected the Beast God sect of some nefarious plot, their limited understanding of the beguiling fox would make it difficult for them to conceive that it could feign death. This operation serves dual purposes. On one hand, it allows them to achieve their objective by having the town guard discover and take away the beguiling fox's corpse. And on the other, it facilitates the elimination of several students from the 3 academies. A veritable 2-for-1 deal. If they could eliminate a few exceptionally gifted students, that would be ideal. However, if not, it matters little, as their primary goal has already been accomplished. The fact that even Luliang and the others failed to perceive that the beguiling fox was not truly dead is attributable to the fox's innate talents. Not only can it deceive others, but it can also beguile itself. The highest form of deception is to first mislead oneself. Even I believed I was dead. How could you possibly discern the truth? Furthermore, due to the beguiling fox's unique abilities, it exhibits no signs of life during this period, rendering it indistinguishable from true death. Not even a few stabs would elicit a response, akin to how Luliang and his team obliterated the flesh and blood factory without the fox suddenly awakening amidst the rubble. Of course, employing this tactic necessitates a formidable physique. Had the beguiling fox not possessed the strength of a beast, it would have been crushed into pulp beneath the fallen debris in that case. Feigned death would have transformed into actual death. Now, shifting our perspective back to the present, Bai Yuan and his sister have arrived outside the laboratory. Just as Bai Xianyu is about to enter, Bai Yuan suddenly grasps her arm. "Sister, this is the one." Bai Xianyu approaches the laboratory door, producing the identification card given to her by Din Yan and placing it on the scanner. Beep! A resounding mechanical sound echoes as the laboratory's electric door slowly opens. The movement of the door naturally draws the attention of the solitary fox and the individual within, both instinctively glancing toward the entrance. Upon recognizing Bai Xianyu as the visitor, Din Yan's expression shifts dramatically. It suddenly dawns on him that today is the day Bai Xianyu is to collect the incubation fluid. And given the laboratory's construction of the finest soundproof materials, she would have been entirely oblivious to the tumultuous struggle within, thus leading to the current predicament. The beguiling fox, upon witnessing Bai Xianyu at the threshold, lunges forward with a claw aimed at her. "Watch out!" Din Yan shouts, propelling himself toward her. However, in comparison to the fox's swift assault, Din Yan's speed is somewhat lacking. just as the claw is about to strike by Xianyu. A figure dashes in front of her, shielding her from harm. A protective barrier of spiritual energy emanates from the necklace around Bai Yuan's neck, enveloping both individuals and deflecting the fox's attack. Witnessing this, Din Yin exhales a sigh of relief, but before he can fully relax, a fierce claw strike is upon him. In his reckless attempt to save Bai Xianyu, Din Yin had left himself vulnerable, and the beguiling fox seizes the opportunity to strike. In the eyes of the fox, the importance of Bai Yuan and Bai Xianyu pales in comparison to Din Yin. One is merely a second-tier spiritual adept, and the other is an ordinary person without any awakening, hardly worthy of its regard. After eliminating Din Yin, it can deal with the two young humans at its leisure. Chapter 60. No, my sister is in greater peril. In the face of the beguiling fox's attack, Din Yin hastily raises his defenses. However, the fox's sudden onslaught, combined with Din Yin's hurried block and the toxins coursing through his body, results in a swift and devastating blow that sends him reeling. A gash, deep enough to expose bone, appears on Din Yin's arm, flesh tearing and blood splattering. Roar! The beguiling fox, emboldened by its success, charges at Din Yin once more. Clang! Just as Din Yin attempts to counter, a figure appears before him, intercepting the fox's strike. When Din Yin finally recognizes the individual blocking his path, astonishment flickers in his eyes. It is Bai Yuan. Having rushed towards Bai Xianyu, Din Yin had been pushed closer to the door after being struck by the fox. Bai Yuan, positioned perfectly, stands as a barrier against the fox's attack. Protected by 6th-tier armor, Bai Yuan withstands the fox's 4th-tier assault without so much as a ripple. Yet, the immediate crisis remains unresolved, despite wielding a 6th-tier defensive artifact. Its effectiveness relies on the spiritual energy of the user. Though defensive artifacts can store energy for later release, their reserves are not inexhaustible. Thus, they must seek external assistance to overcome the current predicament. Previously, he had attempted to contact Bai Donglin, only to discover the absence of any signal here. Bai Yuan quickly realizes that the signal is being jammed, and to call for help, they would need to escape the Beast Research Center. However, the beguiling fox would not grant them such an opportunity. Din Yin's strength is compromised for reasons unknown, and with Bai Xianyu's low cultivation level, the three of them are simply no match for the fox's speed. To allow someone to escape for assistance, one must remain behind to hold off the fox. Moreover, to prevent the fox from shifting its target, the person who stays must wield the spiritual artifact. Logically, it should be Din Yin, the strongest among them, who covers their retreat. Yet given his current injuries, it is uncertain whether he can endure until help arrives. At this critical juncture in developing countermeasures against the beguiling fox, Din Yin cannot afford to be incapacitated. Thus, the responsibility falls to Bai Yuan. Taking a deep breath, he fixes his gaze intently on the beguiling fox, for he has never engaged in combat with a 4th-tier beast before. However, this time, the fox does not rush to attack. It licks the blood from its claws, its eyes filled with derision as they fixate on Bai Yuan and the others. Xianyu, take this and lead Din Yin to seek assistance. Bai Yuan tosses his spiritual artifact to Bai Xianyu, while a chilling aura begins to emanate from his being. Bai Xianyu senses the coldness radiating from Bai Yuan. She shudders, a look of terror crossing her face as she recalls something. Without hesitation, she seizes Din Yin's hand and pulls him towards the exit. Din Yin, on the verge of protesting, finds his words cut short as Bai Xianyu drags him away. Whoosh! Observing their escape, the beguiling fox charges towards Din Yin and Bai Xianyu. Clang! The sound of a sword being drawn resonates, and the beguiling fox immediately feels an overwhelming aura of murderous intent approaching from behind. Instinctively, it abandons its pursuit of Din Yin and Bai Xianyu, pivoting to block the incoming attack. Amidst the explosive violence of the assault, the fox locks eyes with a pair of crimson eyes brimming with lethal intent. In the face of the 4th-tier beguiling fox, Jing Lu chooses to embrace the darkness, transforming into his demonic form to harness the utmost power. Xianyu, wait! Outside the laboratory, Din Yin grasps Bai Xianyu's arm. Moments ago, he had been caught off guard, resulting in her pulling him away. Otherwise, given that Bai Xianyu has yet to awaken her spiritual energy, even an injured Din Yin would be unable to be moved by her. Of course, he also deliberately restrains his strength to avoid harming her. That is a 4th-tier beguiling fox. Your brother cannot possibly withstand it. Upon concluding her words, Dean Yin prepared to rush back to the laboratory to replace Bai Yuan. The reason Bai Yuan was previously able to fend off the attacks of the bewildering Heart Fox was due to the 6th-tier defensive spirit artifact. However, Bai Yuan currently possessed no such artifact. Just as Dean Yin turned around, he was unexpectedly seized by Bai Xinyue, who clung tightly to his thigh. No, Grandpa Yin, you don't understand. Compared to that bewildering Heart Fox, my sister is the truly dangerous one. Memories of past events surged in her mind, causing Bai Xinyue to shudder involuntarily. She vividly recalled how her sister had mercilessly sliced the beast god cultists to pieces with each swing of her sword. Moreover, after vanquishing those cultists, the murderous gaze her sister cast upon her was forever etched in her memory. Had it not been for her sister's severe depletion of spiritual energy, collapsing to the ground, Bai Xinyue would have been the one commemorated this Qingming festival instead of merely paying respects. Since that day, Bai Xinyue had endured several nights of nightmares, each filled with visions of her sister laughing maniacally while relentlessly pursuing her with a sword. Each strike was distinct, slicing towards her relentlessly, to the point that even she, who had yet to begin her own training, had managed to wield some sword techniques. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Just then, the haunting laughter that Bai Xinyue could never forget echoed in the air, causing her to tremble all over. Without further ado, she seized Dean Yin and urged him to flee. Grandpa Yin, hurry. We need to inform my father first. Otherwise, once my sister slays that bewildering Heart Fox, we will be next. Dean Yin, bewildered by Bai Xinyue's insistence, nevertheless followed her toward the exit. He had just sensed an overwhelming force emanating from the laboratory, one that rivaled a 4th-tier strength, filled with brutality, bloodlust, and deep-seated hatred. Although Dean Yin did not comprehend the events unfolding within, he was certain that this new force could not possibly belong to the bewildering Heart Fox, given that the laboratory only housed Bai Yuan and the bewildering Heart Fox. It had to be Bai Yuan who was responsible. Yet, how could Bai Yuan, who was only at the 2nd tier, suddenly unleash a power on par with the 4th tier? Upon recalling Bai Yuan's identity, Dean Yin speculated that it was not implausible. If one could carry a 6th-tier defensive spirit artifact, possessing a temporary enhancement artifact to elevate one's strength to the 4th tier seemed quite reasonable. However, Dean Yin was perplexed by Bai Xinyue's repeated inquiries about her sister and the implications of her being more dangerous than the bewildering Heart Fox. Regardless, he concluded that with the emergence of the new power in the laboratory, it should be feasible to withstand the 4th-tier bewildering Heart Fox. Chapter 61. Dad, my sister has gone mad again. With this in mind, Dean Yin surrounded Bai Xinyue with his spiritual energy and swiftly whisked her outside. Although Bai Yuan had momentarily attained 4th-tier strength and could confront the bewildering Heart Fox, Dean Yin was uncertain how long this state could be maintained. The most prudent course of action would be to summon reinforcements as swiftly as possible. As a 5th-tier spiritual practitioner, even under the suppression of toxins. It took Dean Yin less than 2 minutes to reach the entrance of the Beast Research Center. Dean. Upon arriving outside, he was met with a chorus of startled exclamations. Looking toward the source of the commotion, he noticed a few individuals entering the courtyard of the Beast Research Center. Considering the time, it was nearly the start of work hours there. Dean, how did you get injured like this? A middle-aged man wearing glasses approached Dean Yin, and upon seeing his injuries, immediately placed a hand on his shoulder, channeling spiritual energy into him. Zhang Han, don't worry about me, head to my laboratory. There is a live 4th-tier bewildering Heart Fox. Seeing the man before him, Dean Yin's eyes lit up. Zhang Han was one of the 3 vice deans of the Beast Research Center, possessing late 4th-tier cultivation. Understood. Recognizing the severity of the situation from Dean Yin's injuries, Zhang Han turned to dash into the center. However, just as he was about to move, he suddenly felt a small hand tugging at the hem of his clothing. Turning around, he discovered that it was the little girl who had emerged with Dean Yin moments earlier. No, you cannot go in now. Though Bai Xinyue was still an ordinary person, she recognized Zhang Han from his frequent television appearances and was aware of his 4th-tier late-stage status. Charging into the fray without being a 5th-tier practitioner would be tantamount to delivering herself as a meal to her sister. Xinyue, stop this nonsense. Your brother is still inside. While he can temporarily reach 4th-tier strength, it doesn't guarantee he can truly handle that bewildering Heart Fox. Dean Yin was equally perplexed. From his perspective, The bond between the siblings seemed exceptionally strong. Yet now she was impeding their efforts to rescue her brother. Were it not for his understanding of Bai Xinyue's character from the past few days, he would have almost envisioned a melodramatic scenario unfolding in his mind. Ah, this is too complicated to explain right now. My brother has lost all sense of kinship. Anyone who enters will be attacked by her. She is still my brother. I cannot endanger him, she resolutely declared. You absolutely cannot go in. In this dire situation, her father was the only one who could help. Without further ado, she picked up her phone and called Bai Donglin. Ding Yin and Zhang Han exchanged glances. Having grasped that Bai Yuan had temporarily attained 4th-tier strength but was unable to control herself. Though Bai Xinyue did not elaborate on the specifics, it was evident that she would not harm her own brother. At that moment, Bai Xinyue had already connected with Bai Donglin. Xinyue, what is the matter? In less than 2 breaths, the call was answered, and Bai Donglin's voice resonated through the line. Dad, at the Beast Research Center. Hurry, my sister has gone mad again. Hearing Bai Donglin's voice, Bai Xinyue spoke hurriedly, panic evident in her tone. Stay calm, try to keep others at a distance. I will be there shortly. Bai Donglin's reassuring words came through the phone, followed by the sound of shattering glass. What? Stay calm? How can I stay calm? My sister doesn't hold back with her strikes just because I'm her sister. Gripping the still-connected phone, Bai Xinyue's face contorted into an indescribable expression as she involuntarily recalled the scenes from her nightmares, where her sister relentlessly pursued her with a sword. Ugh, Bai Xinyue gasped sharply, unable to suppress a shiver that coursed through her body. Yet, she recognized the gravity of the situation. If her sister truly went on a rampage and harmed several people, the consequences would be dire. Today's Xiazhou was unlike that of a millennium ago. The reasons remained unknown to Bai Xinyue, yet the nuances of human relationships were no longer as they seemed. It felt as though a pair of mysterious eyes watched over this land from above, maintaining its tranquility. While it was unlikely that every illegal act would go unpunished as in the tales of old, those who committed crimes, regardless of their status or family power, had not escaped legal repercussions. Ordinary people might struggle to comprehend why those in high positions or with exceptional backgrounds complied so readily. Yet Bai Xinyue had once been puzzled and questioned by Donglin about it. He merely smiled and remarked, because, in Xiazhou, there hangs the sharpest sword. Though Bai Xinyue wished to inquire further, Bai Donglin refused to elaborate. She sought answers from her mother, Gu Yuzhu, but all she received was a smile that left her curiosity unsatisfied. Her mother simply told her that one day, if she made sufficient contributions to Xiazhou, she would come to understand. Well, putting that aside, it was evident that taking lives without cause was a crime. While there might be mitigating circumstances, it was unlikely to be treated lightly. If her sister's powers were deemed uncontrollable and overly dangerous, it was not inconceivable that she could be imprisoned for life. With these thoughts weighing on her, Bai Xinyue no longer hesitated. She raised her voice, calling out to the growing crowd approaching the research building. Step back. Everyone retreat. Do not come near. Exit the Beast Research Center at once. Without regard for the puzzled expressions of those around her, she pulled Ding Yin and Zhang Han along as they fled. As they ran, she turned to Ding Yin and shouted, Grandpa Yin, you must order everyone to leave the Beast Research Center immediately. Though she was still just a child and her words might not carry weight, Ding Yin, as the director of the Beast Research Center, would surely command respect. After all, regardless of whether something was indeed amiss inside, if the director instructed others to leave, who would dare to remain? Although Ding Yin was still somewhat bewildered, he felt confident that following Bai Xinyue's lead was the right choice. Despite Bai Xinyue not using the speakerphone, he, as a 5th-tier practitioner with keen senses, had overheard Bai Donglin's earlier remarks through the phone. Chapter 62. The bewildering heart fox reduced to a pile of flesh since Bai Donglin had advised Bai Xinyue to stay calm. It indicated that her approach was sound. Everyone, evacuate the Beast Research Center immediately. Ding Yin summoned his spiritual energy, infusing it into his voice to ensure that all present could hear him. Upon hearing Ding Yin's voice, whether it was the staff of the Beast Research Center heading to work or those drawn by the commotion, they all retreated hastily from the vicinity of the center. Observing the crowd dispersing, Bai Xinyue felt a sense of relief wash over her. Thankfully, they were a group willing to heed advice. She was genuinely concerned that a few headstrong individuals, or those whose curiosity outweighed their sense of self-preservation, might insist on pressing forward to satisfy their intrigue. Fortunately, in these times, rational individuals still outnumbered the reckless. It seemed she ought to watch fewer dramas. What were those productions even about? Each character seemed possessed, masquerading as protagonists while engaging in villainous deeds. Once she returned, she would lodge a complaint against them for causing her such unnecessary anxiety. How could they produce such travesties, and those endings, those insufferable happy resolutions? Did the events portrayed even resemble reality? It was a blatant insult to one's intellect. Outside the experimental building, Baishinua's face was etched with concern. At that moment, she found herself wishing for the Hua Xian Fox to possess greater strength, hoping it would not be like those beast god cultists who appeared formidable only to be swiftly vanquished by her elder sister. The notion that the Hua Xian Fox could slay Jinglu had never crossed her mind. Bai Donglin had previously mentioned that Jinglu harbored an exceedingly potent life force, an endless wellspring. Although Jinglu's current strength was still insufficient, limited by her own cultivation level, this vitality could not be fully unleashed. Consequently, while Jinglu possessed commendable self-healing abilities, they were not extraordinary. However, given the existence of such energy, killing her would be exceedingly difficult. With the Hua Xian Fox at the 4th tier, it was simply impossible for it to do any significant harm to Jinglu. As for the Hua Xian Fox's innate ability to bewitch, Baishinue recalled her sister's eyes, filled with madness and murderous intent. Attempting to bewitch her sister would be akin to seeking to end her life. In Baishinue's view, the Hua Xian Fox had no chance of winning. It was merely a matter of time before it succumbed to her sister's onslaught. She silently prayed for her father to arrive swiftly. If her sister burst forth, she would be powerless to intervene. Ideally, Baishinue envisioned her sister wreaking havoc within the experimental building after dispatching the Hua Xian Fox, rather than emerging directly. While vandalism of public property was hardly commendable, it could be justified under the circumstances, and the subsequent compensation would pose no issue for their family. Baishinue, what is the current condition of your brother? After emerging, Din Yin hastily retrieved several vials of potions, consuming them to heal himself while purging the toxins from his body. Although the poison was repugnant, it was not particularly potent, and Din Yin swiftly expelled it from his system. At this moment, his injuries had substantially improved. While he could not compare to his prime, unleashing 4th tier strength was still within his capabilities. However, considering Baishinue's earlier anxiety, Din Yin hesitated to enter and offer support without understanding the full situation, and thus he inquired of her. Meanwhile, Zhang Han, upon hearing Din Yan's question, turned his gaze towards Baishinue. He remembered this young girl, the daughter of General Bai Donglin from Yunqing Town, who had been frequently visiting the Beast Research Center these days due to the beast egg gifted to her by Din Yan. Upon hearing Din Yan's inquiry, Baishinue's expression faltered. Logically, she should not disclose her sister's secret so casually, but should her sister truly emerge in a fit of rage, it would be essential for Din Yan and Vice Din Zhang to intervene. If something were to go awry due to a lack of information, the consequences would be dire. Baishinue grappled with her thoughts. Contemplating a brief explanation of Jinglu's situation, a sudden streak of light shot across the sky. Heading directly towards the experimental building, it was her father. Instantly, Baishinue resolved her inner conflict and sprinted towards the building. With her father present, even if her sister lost control, he would be able to manage the situation. Following closely, Din Yin and Zhang Han also recognized Bai Donglin and hurried after Baishinue towards the experimental building. Just as the three of them entered, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged from the direction of the laboratory. The intense killing intent left Baishinue, an ordinary person yet to awaken, momentarily breathless. Din Yin, quick on his feet, shielded Baishinue with his spiritual energy, alleviating her distress. However, her complexion remained pale, and she gasped for breath. The killing intent, though fierce, dissipated as swiftly as it had arrived. Concurrently, an extraordinarily powerful presence erupted forth. It was Bai Donglin's strength. The initial wave of murderous intent rapidly shattered and vanished. The sound of footsteps echoed, drawing the trio's attention towards the laboratory. They beheld Bai Donglin approaching, cradling an unconscious girl in his arms. Din Yin glanced behind Bai Donglin but did not see Bai Yuan. His eyes fell on the girl he held, noting several claw marks marring her skin. Some of these wounds had begun to heal, while the rest were slowly recovering. However, having recently endured similar injuries himself, he immediately recognized them as the result of the Hua Xian Fox's attack. Seeing the claw marks on Jinglu, recalling the missing Bai Yuan, and reflecting on Bai Xinyue's earlier reactions and her bewildering words, Din Yin suddenly realized he seemed to grasp something significant. However, the sudden surge of power that allowed Bai Yuan to rival the fourth tier, yet remained uncontrollable, was likely his spiritual energy. Despite having never met Bai Yuan prior, Din Yin was aware of some of his exploits. After all, he was quite renowned. On the day of his awakening, a radiant light enveloped all of Yunqing, and after awakening, for reasons unknown, he had never utilized his spiritual energy, relying solely on his swordsmanship to ascend into the top 10 of the high school rankings. Each of these events could spark considerable discourse. It was hard to believe anyone in Yunqing was unaware of Bai Yuan's name. Thus, it seemed that Bai Yuan refrained from using his spiritual energy due to his inability to control it, leading to a complete loss of rationality during bloodshed. Additionally, there was the possibility that using spiritual energy transformed him into a woman. Perhaps that was a concern. He recalled a metaphor he had made while researching the mysterious Ice Jade Lion's beast egg at the Bai household, during which both Bai Yuan and his sister had exhibited unusual expressions. He had assumed it was his metaphor that had struck them as odd, but it turned out to be something entirely different. The matter had been resolved, yet the Hua Xian Fox could no longer serve as experimental material. Bai Donglin, holding Jinglu, addressed Din Yin as he entered. It is of no consequence. We owe a great deal to General Bai for this incident. Upon hearing Bai Donglin's voice, Din Yin shifted his gaze from Jinglu, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Bai Donglin. I must ask both of you to keep this matter confidential. Seeing Din Yin's expression, Bai Donglin understood he had likely deduced something important. Rest assured, General Bai, I am not one to blabber. Din Yin smiled, assuring him that this matter would remain unspoken. Although Zhang Han was somewhat perplexed, he nodded in agreement. I will arrange for someone to assess the damages at the Beast Research Center shortly and ensure the funds are transferred afterward. Upon Bai Donglin's arrival, the entire experimental building had sustained numerous breaches, with walls, floors, and ceilings riddled with holes caused by Jinglu. The center would likely require extensive reconstruction before it could be operational again. Bai Donglin estimated that had he arrived a minute or two later, the entire structure might have collapsed under Jinglu's assault. And no need for that. The child acted to save me. Had your son not intervened in time, I would have surely perished here. Hearing Bai Donglin mention compensation, Din Yin waved his hands in refusal. It is my responsibility to fund the repairs of the Beast Research Center. This incident had arisen because Bai Yuan had sought to save him. How could the Bai family be held accountable for the costs? Initially, Lil Yang and his companions brought the Hua Xian Fox to find me, but I failed to realize it was feigning death at that time, thus directing Lil Yang to deliver it to the Beast Research Center, leading to the current predicament. Bai Donglin admitted his oversight in this matter. That is not the case. Had we been more vigilant, the alarms at the city gate and the Beast Research Center would have alerted us. Din Yin countered. Even I, who knows beasts better than anyone in Yunqing, failed to notice the signs. How could we expect you to? While Bai Donglin's cultivation level surpassed his own, specialization in fields meant that Din Yin believed himself to have the upper hand regarding beasts. Seeing Din Yin's steadfast attitude, Bai Donglin did not press further. I will take the two young ones home now. The remaining matters shall be entrusted to you, Din. The subsequent affairs could be resolved by the personnel of the Beast Research Center and the City Lord's office without his further involvement. Very well. The health of the children is paramount, General Bai. Please take them home to recuperate. Din Yin was unaware of Jinglu's remarkable regenerative abilities, which caused him to cast a somewhat apprehensive glance in her direction. By the way, Xian, you came to see me today regarding the hatching fluid, didn't she? As Din Yin spoke, he retrieved a storage ring from his pocket. This is the hatching fluid I prepared in advance, sufficient for the incubation of the crimson crystal Xian bird. He handed the storage ring to Bai Xian, which he had prepared prior to her arrival. Thank you, Grandpa Yin. Receiving the storage ring from Din Yin, Bai Xian beamed, sweetly expressing her gratitude. After bidding farewell to Din Yin, Bai Donglin led Jinglu and Bai Xian away. I had not heard that General Bai had two daughters. Meanwhile, after the trio's departure, Zhang Han remarked in confusion. Bai Donglin's family situation is not a secret. He distinctly remembered that the Bai family had one son and one daughter. Let's not dwell on that. We should first investigate what's happening inside. Diverting Zhang Han's attention, the two made their way toward the laboratory. Upon arriving at the laboratory entrance and witnessing the scene within, both men gasped in shock. Dean Yin also began to comprehend what Bai Donglin meant earlier when he said that the corpse of the bewildering heart fox could no longer be used for experimentation. Inside the laboratory, the body of the bewildering heart fox lay in disarray, having been cut into pieces. Blood coated the floor, and bits of flesh were scattered everywhere. Additionally, the remains of Wei Peiqin had also been torn apart. Dean Yin had initially considered collecting Wei Peiqin's remains, but it was now evident that was no longer feasible. How brutal! He now somewhat understood why Bai Xianyu had been so frantic earlier. If he and the others had been a moment slower, might they have also ended up as an indistinguishable puddle on the floor? He also grasped the reason for Bai Xianyu's urgency. If Jing Lu were to venture outside in such a state, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos. Furthermore, the laboratory appeared akin to a half-demolished building, with large holes punctuating the walls, and all experimental equipment lay in ruins. Remnants of solid ice still clinging to them. Seems this place can no longer be utilized. I recall the old experimental building is still intact. Let's move everything there for the time being. It will have to suffice. On the other side, Bai Donglin returned to the villa with Jing Lu and Bai Xianyu. After placing Bai Yuan on the bed, they discovered that Jing Lu's injuries had remarkably healed significantly. Sister's self-healing ability has indeed grown stronger. Witnessing Jing Lu's impressive regenerative capability left Bai Xianyu astonished. She distinctly remembered that when their father carried her sister out, there had been several deep wounds on Jing Lu's arm, exposing bone. Now, however, flesh had regrown, and it seemed that in no more than 10 minutes, she would be fully healed. It must be due to her recent surge in power. Bai Donglin was not particularly surprised. He understood more than Bai Xianyu the magnitude of the power residing within Jing Liu. In fact, he had never fully gauged just how formidable that power was. Bai Donglin felt that if Jing Lu could harness that power entirely, he would likely struggle to withstand even a single strike from her. He must continue to train and grow stronger. He cannot allow his daughter to surpass him so easily in his 40s. It is indeed a time for striving. Chapter 64. This is my real father. First, apply the medicine to your sister. Bai Donglin produced a bottle of healing potion and handed it to Bai Xianyu, instructing her to tend to Jing Lu while he exited the room. Although Jing Lu could recover independently, it was naturally preferable for his daughter to endure as little suffering as possible. Even if she were currently unconscious, their family had no shortage of healing potions. Why rely solely on self-healing abilities? Minutes later, Bai Xianyu emerged from Jing Lu's room. Reflecting on the earlier scene, her expression was somewhat peculiar. Her sister's self-healing abilities were truly astonishing. She even wondered if she had been a moment slower in applying the medicine, would her sister's wounds have healed on their own? Dad, do you think my sister's self-healing ability will eventually reach a level where she could be reduced to a mere pile of ashes and still resurrect in full health, ultimately evolving into an immortal being? Wouldn't that be extraordinary? It likely won't reach that level. To be honest, Bai Donglin was uncertain what level Jing Lu would achieve in the future, but what Bai Xianyu suggested was indeed rather exaggerated. That moment. In the bedroom, Jing Lu gradually awoke from her stupor. Supporting herself with one hand, she sat up and brushed her hair behind her ear. Suddenly feeling a chill, she turned to discover her clothes set aside. Hastily dressing, Jing Lu reverted to Bai Yuan's form. Dad, Xianyu. Opening the door, she found her father and sister seated on the sofa. Do you feel any discomfort? Inquiring with concern, Bai Donglin asked as Bai Yuan emerged. No. Bai Yuan shook his head, sensing that his body felt quite well. That's good. You two should rest at home. I have matters to attend to and must return to handle them. Seeing that Bai Yuan was fine, Bai Donglin rose to leave. Knock, knock, knock. Shortly after Bai Donglin's departure, a knock sounded at the door. Bai Yuan opened it to find Yi Xian standing outside, her expression fraught with urgency. Upon seeing Bai Yuan, she quickly scrutinized him from head to toe. What's wrong? Bai Yuan stepped aside, allowing Yi Xian to enter. Sister Yi. Noticing the newcomer was Yi Xian, Bai Xianyu raised her hand in greeting. Why? Yi Xian nodded in acknowledgement before turning her attention back to Bai Yuan. I heard from Uncle Bai that you encountered a fourth-tier bewildering heart fox and sustained considerable injuries. Bai Yuan replied, This is my real father. Cough, cough. I'm much better now, just a little weak. Bai Yuan coughed a couple of times. Feigning a state of frailty, don't just stand there. Come sit down. Seeing Bai Yuan's demeanor, Yi Xian genuinely believed he was still injured and promptly offered her support as she led him to the sofa. Bai Xianyu, observing her brother's exaggerated display, couldn't help but reveal a teasing glint in her eyes. She had just thoroughly checked her sister's body and knew there were no lingering wounds. What exactly happened? Earlier, she had merely received news from Bai Donglin about Bai Yuan's encounter with the fourth-tier bewildering heart fox and the injuries he had sustained. However, the details were not very clear. Thus, Bai Yuan recounted the events that transpired at the Beast Research Center to Yixin. Feigned death. I have seen that bewildering heart fox in the area where it was training. It appeared genuinely dead at the time. I never expected it to be a ruse. Furthermore, it even evaded detection at the city gate. The danger level of this bewildering heart fox must be elevated another notch. Meanwhile, Knight Jiping, the Lord of Yun City, had also learned about the events at the Beast Research Center from Bai Donglin. Upon discovering that the center had been utterly devastated, he immediately declared that the reconstruction would be funded by the government. To prevent similar incidents from occurring in the future, Bai Donglin had instructed Liu Liang and Shi Lianzhong to lead a team of over 100 personnel to guard Din Yen around the clock, ensuring his safety. Damn it, we failed that eye in a dark cave not far from Yun City. Several figures cloaked in black robes sat in shadowy silence. The dark attire blended seamlessly with the black environment, leaving only a few pairs of differently colored eyes visible within the cave point. One of the black-robed figures roared in anger, smashing a stone before him with a fist. Enough. This was merely an attempt. A sultry voice responded to the furious figure, its seductive timbre causing shivers to run through those present. Our intention this time was to infiltrate and sabotage the important instruments at the Beast Research Center. The plan to assassinate the center's dean was merely a secondary objective. A delicate, alabaster hand emerged from beneath the black robe and rested upon the furious beast god cultist's hand. As long as we can delay their progress in developing methods to combat the bewildering heart fox, our plan will be half accomplished. The 9 provinces' grand examination is about to commence. They still need to transport new instruments, and there is no time left. As she spoke, the woman's fingers playfully teased the man's palm. You seductive harlot, rein in your allure, lest I ensure you cannot leave your bed tonight. Provoked by the woman's teasing, the black-robed figure hissed through clenched teeth. Come on, brother. What requests do you have? I will fulfill them. I have recently learned a few new tricks that are sure to please you. Hearing the beast god cultist's venomous tone, the fox god cultist showed no signs of fear. Instead, she giggled, her laughter laced with seduction and temptation, igniting a primal fire within all present. The others also turned their gazes toward the fox god cultist, their eyes reflecting the flames of desire. Yet, rather than recoiling from their unabashed stares, the fox god cultist reveled in the sensation. Enough. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed through the air, compelling all the followers of the beast god sect present to sit up straight. Hu Rue, Liu Yuan, regardless of your primal instincts, I expect you to rein them in during this period. The mission takes precedence above all else. The 3 students from Yun City who have awakened SSS-level psychic abilities must either be taken away or eliminated. If they cannot be, they must not become obstacles to the future development of the beast god sect. If any of you allow your primal instincts to hinder the mission, I trust you understand the consequences without further elaboration. After delivering this admonition, I cast a few scrutinizing glances around the room, my eyes laden with menace. Chapter 65. Wang Qingguang. Very well, Brother Chongxian. I shall keep myself in check, but once this matter concludes, might I have the opportunity to experience the power of the turtle? After all, such a sensation is one I have yet to savor. As she spoke, Hu Rue extended her moist tongue to caress her crimson lips. Though the environment was shrouded in darkness, the few individuals present, all possessing cultivation, could see quite clearly. Instantly, the suppressed wicked desires surged forth once more. Yet, mindful of Brother Chongshuan's earlier words, they dared not act rashly, forcing themselves to stifle the rising cravings within. Hee. Noticing the shift in atmosphere among those around her, Hu Rue giggled incessantly. Liu Yuan remained silent, yet the serpent-like pupils in the darkness glinted with a cruel light. That damned big turtle, ever since our first encounter, has been bossing us around. Is it not merely because he possesses a higher cultivation? Sooner or later, I shall bite off that turtle head of his to use as a drink accompaniment. Enough, return to your own affairs. Not wishing to continue sparring with this woman, Chongxian snorted coldly and issued an expulsion order. Then I shall see you in a few days, Brother Chongxian. Upon hearing his words, Hu Rue was the first to rise, swaying her enchanting figure as she made her way toward the cave entrance. The others followed suit, gradually departing the cavern. I in the pitch-black cave, watching the retreating figures, disdain flickered in Cheng Xuan's eyes. Each one acted as if they had never encountered a woman before. Such individuals are destined to achieve little. Perhaps one day, they might perish at the hands of a woman. I shall not dwell on their affairs. As long as they do not impede the mission, they can do as they please. Do you know how the bewildering Heart Fox met its end? At that moment, a raspy voice resonated within the cave. To my surprise, there was yet another person in this cavern, one whom Hu Rui and the others had failed to detect. From the dim ground, a shadow as dark as ink coalesced, and soon a figure began to rise from below. The newcomer was a middle-aged man clad in black, his face marred by several grotesque scars. I do not know. I can only vaguely sense the direction of the bewildering Heart Fox, but I cannot fully share its perceptions. I only felt a formidable murderous intent arise before the bewildering Heart Fox was slain. One that even I found troublesome. As he spoke, Cheng Xian furrowed his brow. He could sense that the assailant did not exhibit a strength commensurate with such murderous intent. However, the sudden appearance of this individual instilled a modicum of concern within him. Lord Wang, having commanded the city guard of Yun City for so many years, do you know if anyone in the city possesses such lethal intent? Cheng Xian directed his gaze toward the man in black, seeking information from him. During my tenure as the commander of the city guard, there were no prominent practitioners of slaughtering techniques. The individual you sensed is likely someone who has recently emerged or perhaps hails from elsewhere. After pausing briefly, the man in black continued in a somewhat hoarse voice. Of course, it is also possible that it is someone from that side. The man in black spoke through clenched teeth, his voice brimming with hatred. The lantern lighters? Upon hearing the tone of the man in black, Cheng Xian deduced precisely whom he was referencing. The man in black, named Wang Chengguang, was the previous general of the city guard of Yun City. 20 years prior, he had been besieged by the lantern lighters, resulting in the massacre of his entire family, along with all his loyal soldiers. Wang Chengguang had narrowly escaped due to possessing a special item with spatial abilities. But he had sustained severe injuries. Even after recovering, his strength could never return to its former peak. For years, the lantern lighters had sought his whereabouts, intent on eliminating him. Wang Chengguang dared not reveal himself. Instead, wandering among various refuges for the dispossessed, a few months ago, he encountered members of the Beast God sect and forged an alliance, conspiring together for the upcoming 9 Continents Grand Examination in Yun City. Though Wang Chengguang's current situation was dire, having served as the general of the city guard for many years, he possessed extensive knowledge of the city's defensive structures. It was precisely due to Wang Chengguang's assistance that the bewildering Heart Fox could so easily infiltrate Yun City. Otherwise, how could the Beast God sect, lacking familiarity with the defenses of the Xiazhou city, devise a means to evade the surveillance systems of Yun City? Forget it. While that person harbors a peculiar murderous intent, his actual power is not formidable. Ultimately, it does not pose a threat to our plans. Since the mirror flow did not annihilate the bewildering Heart Fox in one fell swoop, Cheng Xian speculated that the individual's strength likely did not exceed the 5th rank. Yet, before them, what chaos could a mere 5th rank psychic cause? Unless that individual happened to be a participant in this year's 9 Continents Grand Examination. However, even considering this, Cheng Xian found it absurd. Could a high school senior suspected to be 5th rank truly exist? Throughout history, there have been no students who cultivated rapidly, with the highest typically reaching only the early stages of the 2nd rank. Even the most exaggerated cases barely achieved the mid-2nd rank. Let alone the 4th or 5th, I hope you succeed. Just do not be expelled like dogs. Wang Chengguang scoffed and melted back into the shadows below, departing. Merely a stray dog dares to bark before me. Once this matter concludes, I shall make a feast of you. Cheng Xuan's eyes were filled with derision. Wang Chengguang's current strength amounted to little more than the 5th rank, putting on airs for whom? At that moment, only Cheng Xian remained in the cavern. He slowly closed his eyes, and soon the sound of soft snoring echoed within the cave, so faint that it would be inaudible to anyone not listening intently. Outside the cave, Hu Rui strolled with her hands clasped behind her back, swaying her hips gracefully as she ventured deeper into the forest. Suddenly, a hurried footstep echoed from behind her. Hu Rui's lips curled into a sly smile as she recognized the figure trailing her. Yet she did not turn around, her pace unbroken. However, After taking only a few steps, she felt a firm grasp around her wrist from behind. Is this not Brother Lu? What brings you to seek me? Hu Rui turned to face Lu Yuan, who held her delicate wrist, feigning innocence as if unaware of his intentions. You sly fox, cease your pretense. Do you not wish to know of my prowess? Allow me to demonstrate. Seeing Hu Rui maintain her smiling facade while feigning ignorance, Lu Yuan's expression darkened. With a swift motion, he pulled Hu Rui into his embrace, his hands exploring her form. Chapter 66. A 1000-Year Transformation. Oh dear. I am indeed curious to witness it, but Brother Chongxian has forbidden me from acting recklessly, so I have no choice. Hu Rui did not resist, allowing Lu Yuan to draw her closer, her soft body nestled against him. Although she feigned refusal, her actions remained provocatively enticing, the scent of her breath wafting tantalizingly in Lu Yuan's direction. Already struggling to suppress his wicked desires, Lu Yuan could scarcely withstand such temptation. Yet, just as he sought to seize her, Hu Rui slipped away from his grasp. Casting a flirtatious glance back at Lu Yuan, she retreated a couple of steps, tauntingly remarking, "Humph, sly fox, do not think I am unaware of your nature. You will obediently heed the words of that old tortoise. Can you truly endure it?" With Hu Rui evading him, Lu Yuan's countenance grew darker as he muttered an invective, stepping forward to capture her. This time, however, Hu Rui deftly sidestepped him, leaving Lu Yuan grasping at air. What nonsense are you spouting, Brother Lu? Why would I need to endure? Have you forgotten how I persuaded the Howling Moon Wolf King to assist us against the high-ranking psychics in Yun City? The Howling Moon Wolf King and his son are formidable indeed. Hu Rui raised a delicate hand to cover her mouth, speaking in a coy tone. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yuan's expression darkened further. A fierce and ruthless aura oozing from him. His eyes transformed into serpent-like slits, glaring at the quivering Hu Rui with malice. I still need to visit the Howling Moon Wolf King in a few days. So I shall take my leave for now. Once this matter is resolved, I shall indulge in ample play with you, Brother Lu. With that, she did not wait for Lu Yuan to respond, turning on her heel and sashaying deeper into the forest. Wretched woman! Watching Hu Rui's retreating silhouette, Lu Yuan cursed under his breath, his spiritual energy surging violently. Nearby boulders shattered under the pressure, sending debris flying, while distant trees creaked ominously, as if on the verge of snapping. At that moment, Lu Yuan suddenly sensed a wave of danger from behind him. Instinctively, he turned to defend himself, but it was already too late. Bang! A tremendous force struck Lu Yuan's back, sending him hurtling through the air, crashing into and snapping a dozen trees along the way. Damn it! Lu Yuan exclaimed as he emerged from a tangle of dry branches and decayed leaves, his eyes transforming into serpentine slits, and vibrant green scales enveloping his form. With fury burning in his gaze, he glared towards the cave's entrance, intent on charging in to avenge the slap he had just received. Humph! A cold snort echoed from within the cave, followed by an overwhelming pressure that pinned Lu Yuan to the ground. The terrifying weight pressed upon his bones, causing them to creak ominously, as though they might shatter into fragments. Lu Yuan's eyes reddened with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed with all his might towards the cave. Zhongxian, I was wrong. Please spare me this once. As his voice faded, another gust of wind surged from the cave, striking him forcefully and sending him sprawling far away. Yet, the oppressive force that had enveloped him dissipated, leaving only Zhongxian's deep voice resonating in the air. This is the only time. Do not expect leniency again. Filled with resentment, Lu Yuan dared not express his feelings any further. Previously unaware of Zhongxian's true cultivation level, he had assumed it was only slightly superior to that of himself and his peers. However, it was now evident that Zhongxian's prowess was on an entirely different plane, making it effortless for him to crush them. Thank you, Brother Zhongxian, for your mercy, Lu Yuan said, clasping his fists in a respectful gesture before hastily departing. As he left, the sound of Hu Rui's laughter reached his ears, revealing that she had not strayed far, but had been lurking in the shadows, likely seeking to gauge Zhongxian's strength through him. Regardless, he recognized that he had been played by this cunning vixen. Gritting his teeth, he yearned for revenge against Hu Rui, yet the recent lesson from Zhongxian rendered him too cautious for any reckless moves. Ultimately, he could only cast a fierce glare in the direction of her laughter before continuing on his way in the depths of the forest. Hu Rui watched Lu Yuan's retreating figure, her smile gradually fading. She had anticipated that he might succumb to his anger and seek her out, but it appeared that this serpent-like man possessed some sense, however, true to the inherent traits of serpentine beings. She knew he would inevitably come to trouble her again. To mitigate future complications, she would need to find an opportunity to eliminate him. I wonder if the young master of the Xiaoya Wolf King family would delight in snake stew. With that thought, she turned her gaze towards the cave, as a fox spirit. Her mental acuity surpassed that of other beings of the same realm. With only mid-stage 5th-tier cultivation, she pondered whether Brother Zhong Xian could resist her enchantments. Licking her lips with her pink tongue, Hu Rui set off towards the lair of the Xiaoya Wolf King. Meanwhile, within Yun City, in the classroom whereby Yuan was situated, the homeroom teacher, an Xian, was briefing the students about the impending 9-continent grand examination. This tale, however, must begin with the cataclysmic events that transpired 1,000 years prior on Blue Star. On a fateful night, a magnificent meteor shower, rare for millennia, streaked across the night sky. Countless individuals closed their eyes, making wishes upon the celestial display, while others took the opportunity to confess their affections to loved ones. Children long absent from home called their parents to express their longing. And elderly couples snuggled together, gazing at the shooting stars. Yet, this meteor shower was not a harbinger of blessings, but rather the key to calamity in the wake of fleeting warmth. It was as if a switch had been flipped, causing the earth to tremble violently. The ground quaked, buildings collapsed, and the world was filled with the screams and wails of the terrified. When the chaos finally subsided, bloodied hands clawed through the rubble. Emerging from the debris, the first sight that met their eyes was an extraordinarily beautiful night sky, with a full moon, twinkling stars, and the Milky Way, all appearing within reach, as if one could simply stretch out a hand to touch them. Compared to the polluted sky scattered with mere glimpses of stars, the night now resembled a fairy tale. Yet, in that moment, no one had the heart to admire the enchanting sky. Those who emerged from the ruins called out for their loved ones, stumbling through the wreckage in search of them. Sweet confessions were replaced by cries of despair, warm whispers turned into the incessant beeping of phones, and tender embraces morphed into frantic shouts of each other's names amidst the ruins. In an instant, paradise had transformed into hell, and the specter of death loomed over the world, with hysterical wails becoming the dominant melody. Be why the time humanity regained its senses from this unprecedented global earthquake. Months had passed, however, before they could fully process the grief of losing friends and family. A new crisis had quietly descended. The animals of Earth began to evolve, ultimately transforming into monstrous beasts that invaded the cities. At that time, most cities lacked fortifications. Although the initial wave of these beasts was weak, they easily breached urban boundaries. Even the feeblest of these creatures surpassed the strength of ordinary tigers and lions. In the face of these beasts, unarmed humans residing in cities were no match. Some urban areas with military presence fared better, as troops swiftly neutralized the invading monsters. However, in cities without military support, by the time help arrived, the losses were often catastrophic. In subsequent assessments, some cities reported a staggering population decline of 50% after these two disasters. Among the beasts responsible for the most human fatalities were rats. Rats, being ubiquitous, were the first to make their presence known to humanity upon their evolution into monstrous forms, growing to the size of small cats. Their sharp teeth could easily pierce wood and human bones, and 10 of them could reduce a living person to a skeleton in mere seconds. Coupled with their rapid movement, no one could escape once they were spotted. Even after the establishment of various defensive lines, instances of rat hordes laying waste to cities still occurred. Moreover, there were also domesticated animals like cats and dogs in rural areas. These pets rarely turned against their owners. Indeed, they often defended their humans against attacking beasts. In contrast, those in urban settings faced dire fates, as most pet dogs and cats, upon transforming into monstrous forms and gaining intelligence, promptly turned on their owners. After all, the vendetta against their castrators was not to be forgotten. When they were still ordinary pets, their lack of intelligence meant they could be placated with food. But upon awakening as beasts, their intellect surged, reminding them of the humans who had altered them, inciting a fierce desire for vengeance. The power disparity was already substantial, and the element of surprise left few owners able to escape unharmed. More tragically affected were the veterinarians who had once wielded knives. Can you imagine? At dawn, stepping outside only to find the front of a pet clinic teeming with dogs and cats the size of wolves, their fierce gazes fixed upon you, before they all lunged forward, tearing you apart in a frenzy of fury. Following the military's intervention and the extermination of these urban beasts, it was decreed that all human settlements must erect walls, and they must be built high. While some aerial beasts still eluded capture, the overall influx of monsters into cities was significantly reduced, and casualties across the board were finally brought under control. Naturally, alongside these measures, firearms were distributed, and shooting ranges sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Faced with the transformed animals, it was unrealistic for ordinary people to arm themselves with kitchen knives and charge into battle. In light of public safety concerns, the government of Xia had no choice but to lift the gun ban and distribute a vast quantity of firearms. However, a critical stipulation was put in place. Neither firearms nor ammunition could be bought or sold privately. Should someone run out of bullets or encounter issues with their weapon, they were required to obtain replacements from officially designated locations, with private transactions strictly prohibited. Each firearm was registered with a serial number and the owner's name at the time of issuance. If someone other than the registered owner attempted to exchange weapons, they would face arrest and interrogation. Yet, the disaster was far from over. As time progressed, the animals continued to evolve, and the monstrous beasts grew ever more powerful. Eventually, these formidable creatures no longer feared conventional firearms. While bullets could still pierce them, inflicting lethal injuries became increasingly difficult. Consequently, tanks, artillery, and heavy armored vehicles were gradually deployed to the garrison forces in various cities. However, everyone recognized that this approach was not sustainable. As the evolution of the beasts showed no signs of abating, if this continued, the day would inevitably come when ordinary shells would be ineffective against them, leaving no option but to resort to missiles. Yet, confronting beasts in the wild was one thing. If they drew near to urban areas or breached city walls, launching missiles at the city itself was hardly an option. In that case, the demon beasts would have been eradicated. But it is likely that the inhabitants residing in the cities have turned to ashes as well. Fortunately, at this moment, the Research Institute has finally yielded results, providing humanity with a viable path to survival. As early as the discovery of animal evolution, scientists speculated that some mysterious force must have emerged on Blue Star after a great upheaval, enabling these creatures to evolve. The question of why this mysterious force spurred the evolution of animals worldwide while seemingly neglecting humanity has sparked myriad theories. Among the most vociferous were those from the Western churches, who proclaimed that humanity had continually ravaged the world, leading to divine abandonment by God. They insisted that the current state of affairs represented a divine punishment. Some extreme believers even resorted to suicide at home in acts of penance, while others, brandishing knives, took to the streets to randomly slay passers-by, only to shout "Long live God," as they were surrounded by the police, their blood spilling onto those nearby. However, the truth could not possibly be as absurd as this rationale. According to scientific research, this mysterious force had, in fact, influenced every living being on Blue Star since its emergence. The evolution required the host to unconsciously accept it, subsequently nourishing their transformation through the mysterious force. For animals with generally lower intelligence, when they felt the comfort of this force, they instinctively embraced it. After gaining its nourishment, these empowered creatures would naturally seek out this force, and those who had already undergone an energy absorption would find it significantly easier to do so again. Yet, humanity was different. Over the vast expanse of time on Blue Star, humans were the most perfectly evolved beings. In comparison to other animals, humanity resembled an anomaly. Due to their higher intelligence and capacity for thought, humans understood that evolution is often a protracted process. Unlike animals, which instinctively absorbed this sudden influx of mysterious power due to their lower intellect, humans, burdened with elevated intelligence, developed a unique defense system that regarded this power as a negative presence. They perceived it as an abnormal and potentially harmful substance, instinctively rejecting the sudden appearance of this mysterious force. This resulted in humanity being left behind by the evolutionary caravan due to their heightened intellect. While this may seem somewhat idealistic, it encapsulates the essence of the situation. Fortunately, human wisdom can, in most cases, address the majority of challenges. After domestic scientists finally identified this mysterious force, they began experimenting with its application to humanity. Furthermore, they They enlisted numerous experts from Taoism and Buddhism to explore whether they could indeed discover methods of cultivation. In reality, the practitioners of Taoism and Buddhism in Xia had, even prior to the scientists, recognized this mysterious force and discovered that it resonated with the scriptures they had studied, granting them extraordinary power. Nevertheless, only a handful truly grasped the scriptures and cultivated successfully. Many disciples, although familiar with the principles from their mentors, struggled to actualize them. It was akin to understanding with the eyes, but failing to execute with the hands. When government officials approached them, the practitioners of both faiths readily acquiesced to the official request after a moment of contemplation. Through the collaborative efforts of several adept Taoists and monks who comprehended the paths of cultivation, alongside a multitude of scientists, they ultimately formulated a method that enabled ordinary individuals to cultivate. Thus, the first cultivation method of Xia, titled Transformation of the Mundane, was successfully unveiled. Transformation signifies shedding the ordinary flesh, awakening spiritual potential, and achieving the extraordinary. Although, as time passed, increasingly powerful cultivation methods emerged, transformation of the mundane held a unique status among all of Xia's populace. It represented the first flicker of light in an era marred by devastation, illuminating a path forward for the people of Xia. Today, the first edition of Transformation of the Mundane is preserved within the National Museum, surrounded by a protective barrier crafted by the five supreme beings of Xia. The rapid emergence of this cultivation method owes much to the assistance of Taoism and Buddhism, combined with its inherently mystical qualities. Consequently, the mysterious force that appeared on Blue Star was designated as spiritual energy. Thus began the era of cultivation, or what might be termed the age of spiritual power. Upon its release, Transformation of the Mundane was implemented nationwide. With the promotion of this method, spiritual practitioners in Xia began to emerge like bamboo shoots after a rain, granting the populace, who previously could only flee from demon beasts, the ability to resist. Yet, this did not signify the end of calamity, but merely the commencement of a new chapter. The evolution on Blue Star was far from over. An increasing number of animals transformed into demon beasts, while those already classified as such grew ever stronger. As the number of demon beasts proliferated, the military faced a shortage of personnel, prompting the state to call upon retired veterans to return to the front lines. In response to their homeland summons, these veterans eagerly took up arms once more, charging into battle to erect an impenetrable wall of defense for the citizens of Xia. In the aftermath, as veterans fell in battle, the government was compelled to recruit from those newly awakened to spiritual energy to replenish their ranks. Due to the urgency of the conflict, those who had recently awakened did not enjoy the same training environment as present-day practitioners, who could gradually cultivate to the third tier before deciding whether to join the front line. Individuals of that time were often thrust into the fray almost immediately after awakening, receiving rapid transmission of cultivation techniques and strategies for combating demon beasts, followed by a mere 7 days to prepare. During this period, as long as they did not violate the law, they could engage in any activities they wished, be it spending time with family or simply lounging at home. After 7 days, they would venture beyond the city to confront demon beasts, becoming a crucial force in protecting the populace. Naturally, the government did not impose unreasonable demands. If an individual truly wished to abstain from participation, they would not be coerced. However, should they choose such a path, they would likely face scorn from their peers. Moreover, upon their rejection, the government would withdraw its protection. Should they subsequently encounter demon beasts, the military would no longer intervene. If one refused to stand up for the safety of the people after gaining power, they would equally forfeit the right to be protected by those who did. Allowing them to fend for themselves was the government's final act of mercy. Regardless of wealth or status, everyone faced the same treatment. It was an era where every citizen became a soldier. Those awakened to their powers engaged in combat while the unawakened provided logistical support. Ever ready to assist their frontline comrades in the struggle between races, there was no retreat. Either they would repel the demon beasts and safeguard their homeland, or they would become sustenance for the beasts. Their lands transformed into the beasts' paradise. Those were days of relentless death. One could be joyfully conversing in the morning only to find their name on the casualty list by afternoon. It was a brutal era, characterized by blood, fire, and cries, where sorrow and screams were the prevailing symphony. The war between humanity and demon beasts raged on for over 400 years. Throughout this period, humanity ultimately established a comprehensive defense system. keeping the demon beasts at bay. The demon beasts, once fragmented and disorganized, evolved into cohesive tribes, with the 13 strongest among them emerging as the 5 great royal families and 8 noble clans. After the war's conclusion, humanity once again launched satellites into the sky, eager to glimpse the state of the world. When the images from the satellites returned, the researchers gathered before the screens were left utterly astonished. Compared to Blue Star before the upheaval, the current version had expanded by at least tenfold. Although, following the seismic events, people had noticed the ground beneath their feet had grown, they could scarcely fathom its magnitude. In the ensuing years, while tensions between humans and demon tribes persisted, the human side primarily focused on recuperation. According to contemporary statistics, by the end of the war, less than 40% of the original human population on Blue Star had survived. Chapter 69. The 9 continents. During this time, the various human factions underwent a significant reshuffling. With such an expansion of territory, the powers no longer referred to themselves as nations, instead adopting the term continents. The former Xia Kingdom was rebranded as Xia Continent, the Bear Nation became the Ura Continent, the Ship Nation transformed into the Britannica Continent, the Gallia Nation became the Francilia Continent, and the Beautiful Nation was renamed the Ameridia Continent. As for the smaller nations, those in the east united to form the Eastern Continent, while the smaller nations in the south coalesced into the Southern Continent. Additionally, the Western Xia and Eastern smaller nations joined forces to create the Western Continent. Thus, humanity's territorial divisions were established as the 9 continents. Among them, Xia, Ura, Britannica, Francilia, and Ameridia were designated as the upper 5 continents, while Eastern, Southern, Western, and Northern were regarded as the lower 4 continents. The former United Nations was dissolved and replaced by a new organization, the Hall of 9 Continents. The internal structure was not vastly different. It still comprised a council formed by the upper 5 continents, akin to the previous permanent 5. The distinction lay in Xia's augmented power, granting it significantly greater influence within the Hall of 9 Continents Council. Each year, the college entrance examination would be conducted simultaneously across the continents, and rankings would be established, leading to the examination being colloquially termed the Great Examination of the 9 Continents. This examination was divided into literary and martial assessments. Students aspiring to attend liberal arts universities were exempt from the martial examination, allowing them to return home after completing the literary portion and await their results. Conversely, students wishing to enroll in spiritual energy universities were required to participate in both the literary and martial examinations, with the literary portion conducted alongside those seeking admission to liberal arts universities. As for the martial examination, it is uniformly administered by the Jiuzhou Hall, which ultimately ranks candidates based on their scores. Notably, the written exam accounts for only 30% of the total score, while the martial exam constitutes 70%, culminating in an overall score. I believe you are all quite familiar with the Jiuzhou Grand Examination, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. What I wish to address now is a matter of mindset. Over the years, numerous students have faltered in the Jiuzhou Grand Examination due to excessive anxiety. Some have been known to become so overwhelmed during the written exam that they are unable to maintain composure, while others tremble uncontrollably even while wielding their weapons in the martial exam. Therefore, dear students, as you prepare for the Jiuzhou Grand Examination, it is imperative to cultivate a calm mindset. After all, it would be disheartening to see years of hard work undone by your own nervousness. Wouldn't you agree? Furthermore, during the days leading up to the examination, it is crucial not to disrupt your established routines. Maintain your previous habits. Do not let the impending Jiuzhou Grand Examination lead you to neglect your health. Ensure you eat well and avoid excessive sleeping. Such behaviors can lead to complications during the examination, particularly with regard to your diet. Imagine the discomfort of an upset stomach during the exam. How distressing that would be. I must particularly caution those participating in the martial examination. Each year, there are students who underestimate the situation, believing their physical fitness will shield them from gastrointestinal issues. Yet, when they arrive at the examination venue, they often find themselves unwell, forced to seek relief in haste. At that moment, when you are feeling spry and ready to unleash your abilities, what will you do if a beast suddenly confronts you? Will you hastily pull yourself together and engage it, or will you stand there and fight while in a state of distress? Meanwhile, the class instructor continues to impart wisdom from the podium, while the students below listen with a lack of enthusiasm, occasionally glancing out the window or engaging in light conversation with their neighbors. It is understandable. Ever since this week began, the instructor has reiterated these points after every morning class. Initially, the students paid close attention, but as the repetitions continued, fewer remained attentive. The instructor, well aware of the students' disengagement, nonetheless persists in his reminders each day. Unfortunately, no matter how diligently you advise, there are always one or two students who find themselves in absurd predicaments before the examination. Some discover they are locked inside their homes just as they are about to leave, while others oversleep and awaken to find the examination already concluded. It must be noted that in such cases, the parents also bear some responsibility. Knowing their child has an important examination, how could they possibly lock the door? Thankfully, that particular student was set to participate in the Marshall exam and managed to kick the door down, racing to school without delay. However, the most bewildering incidents involve issues with examination permits. When such situations arise, the entire faculty is at a loss for how to react. Nowadays, physical examination permits have become obsolete. One need only enter their information on a mobile device to generate an electronic permit. Moreover, there is no necessity to bring the device to the examination hall, as facial recognition allows entry. Yet, in this case, the student forgot to log in on their phone, and upon arrival at the examination venue, they were met with the disheartening news that they were not registered. That moment, attempting to log in again proved futile, as the system had already shut down. One must wonder how someone could forget such a crucial detail. And despite teachers reminding students nearly every day in the week leading up to the examination, this individual still failed to prepare adequately. Originally scheduled to finish class at 11:20, the instructor ended up extending it until noon. After lunch, Bai Yuan and Yi Xian made their way to the martial arts room. However, this time they were not the first to arrive. Upon entering, they found Yi Yun already present. Stripped of his shirt, he revealed a physique honed through rigorous training, brandishing a halberd with vigor as sweat cascaded down his face, splattering the ground below. It is noteworthy that Yi Yun's newfound dedication stemmed from the recent school rankings, where he was eclipsed by Bai Yuan. The previous ranking battle was the last before the Jiuzhou Grand Examination, and it surprised everyone when Bai Yuan ascended from 8th to 1st place. It is well known that Bai Yuan possesses exceptional martial skills, a fact acknowledged even by teacher Shi, who remarked on Bai Yuan's prodigious talent. It is anticipated that soon, even he, a seasoned instructor who has long since left the front lines, may find himself outmatched by Bai Yuan. However, despite Bai Yuan's prowess, he does not utilize spiritual energy in his techniques. This is akin to a scenario in a game where, under normal circumstances, one player may have superior stats, yet another can amplify their attributes through enchantments. Consequently, while all are aware of Bai Yuan's strength, many believe he cannot surpass Yi Xian and Yi Yun, both of whom have awakened SSS-level spiritual energy and engage in combat without Bai Yuan employing his own. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, during the duel with either Yi Xian or Yi Yun, Bai Yuan effortlessly severed their spiritual energy with naught but a sword. This revelation left all present in utter shock, including teacher Shi, who took a moment to regain his composure. What followed was a statement that rendered the students speechless once more. Bai Yuan, has your martial prowess reached the pinnacle of mastery? Instantly, all eyes gravitated toward Bai Yuan, and upon his nod of affirmation, the martial arts room erupted with gasps of astonishment. Achieving such mastery at the tender age of 18 is an accomplishment that even the legendary gun god, Xiang Tian, did not attain. That battle served as a catalyst for Yi Yun, who, upon returning from the recent field training, had acutely felt the inadequacy of his own skills. After several days of diligent practice, he had managed to break through to the early second stage. He had hoped to triumph over Yi Xian in this final school ranking battle, yet to his dismay, his spiritual energy was cleaved by Bai Yuan's blade. In Bai Yuan's presence, even the attempt to teleport was futile. Bai Yuan could slice through the pathway of his teleportation, pulling him back to reality. Throughout the match, Bai Yuan executed only 4 strikes. The first severed Yi Yun's teleportation space. The second disarmed him of his halberd. The third split Yi Yun's full-force attack in 2, and the fourth sent him out of the competition. The conclusion of the battle was so abrupt that the surrounding students had yet to grasp the situation before Yi Yun found himself at the mercy of Bai Yuan's blade. Following this, Yi Yun faced defeat against Yi Xian as well. It was evident to Yi Xian that Bai Yuan had reached the apex of martial mastery, a fact he had already recognized from their previous sparring sessions at home. However, Yi Yun was still reeling from his swift defeat at Bai Yuan's hands, and with Yi Xian having also advanced to the early second stage, it was only natural that Yi Yun would fall. Yet, Yi Yun was no longer preoccupied with these matters. He felt profoundly impacted by Bai Yuan's display of strength. Why, when they both possessed SSS-level spiritual energy, was Bai Yuan so formidable? Although Bai Yuan had always been strong, in their previous encounters, he had consistently been bested due to his lack of spiritual energy. Thus, while Yi Yun acknowledged Bai Yuan's strength, he had not fully grasped the extent of it. However, this time, the decisive defeat he suffered at Bai Yuan's hands served as a wake-up call. Both were exceptional talents awakened with SS-level spiritual energy, and logically, they should be on equal footing. Yet, Bai Yuan had managed to defeat him without employing any spiritual energy whatsoever. This realization prompted Yi Yun to reflect on whether he had been too complacent. He began to recognize that even in a hypothetical scenario where he faced Yi Xian in optimal condition, his chances of victory were slim. Yi Xian's martial skills surpassed his own, and he began to question whether he would be left behind among the trio of S-level prodigies. Consequently, from that day forth, Yi Yun devoted himself to rigorous training in martial arts. He even approached Bai Yuan, requesting to join him for training, but was promptly declined. Bai Yuan could push himself to such extremes due to his reliance on the recovery abilities of the demon shadow body. Otherwise, overexertion could lead to detrimental consequences. Not even Yi Xian was permitted to train alongside Bai Yuan, let alone Yi Yun. After regaining his composure, Yi Yun acknowledged his previous impulsiveness. Ultimately, he sought out Shirhan Shan for assistance in enhancing his training regimen. When Yi Yun approached Shirhan Shan with his desire for improvement, the instructor was naturally delighted. Although the Jiuzhou Grand Examination was fast approaching, Shirhan Shan did not deem Yi Yun's awakening to be tardy. As the ancients wisely stated, when you think it is too late, it is precisely the right time. Yi Yun is still merely a high school student, with a long journey ahead of him, making this moment quite early in the grand scheme of things. Moreover, despite his earlier lethargy, Yi Yun had consistently completed the tasks assigned to him with diligence and quality. Otherwise, if he truly were a slacker who did nothing at all, the principal would surely come to have a word with him. Having awakened 3-level spiritual powers, he has already boasted about his prowess. If it turned out that he had succumbed to a life of mediocrity, his old face would surely be trampled into the ground. Moreover, even considering this young man's talent, it would be inconceivable for him to simply give up. Thus, we arrive at the scene witnessed by the two. Upon seeing Yi Yun diligently practicing his spear techniques, Bai Yuan and his companion refrained from interrupting, instead choosing to take down long swords and spears from the weapon rack to begin their own practice. Although Yi Yun was exerting himself in his training, he lacked the formidable recovery abilities of Bai Yuan's magical shadow body, necessitating periodic breaks after practicing for a while. Class monitor, are you training so hard to catch up to Bai Shen? Bai Shen is the nickname given to Bai Yuan by the martial arts class students, ever since they learned that his martial skills had reached unparalleled heights. What nonsense is that? I simply don't wish to fall further behind. Yi Yun retorted with a roll of his eyes. Though Yi Yun often considered himself a prodigy, he remained acutely aware of his own limitations. After all, Bai Yuan's achievements were such that even the legendary gun god, Xiang Tian, had not reached similar heights at this age. The notion of catching up to Bai Yuan was utterly unrealistic. Moreover, to be practical, he had only recently pushed his spear techniques to an intermediate level. And with the college entrance examination looming just days away, the chances of closing the gap in such a short time were slim. There were only two possibilities. The first would be akin to a character from a novel who possesses an extraordinary past life, awakening the wisdom of that former existence. The second was simply to sleep, for in dreams, anything is possible. Let the 9 prefectures examination come quickly. Once the exams are over, I shall rid myself of this fellow and cease competing with him. Yi Yun sighed dramatically. Class monitor, with your abilities, you'll both be heading to Shoujo University, right? You'll still be classmates then, a nearby student quietly reminded him. Who said I'm going to Shoujo University? Though Lingwu University may be slightly inferior, it is still quite respectable. Most importantly, Lingwu University is far from Shoujo University, Yi Yun declared, having already resolved to apply to Lingwu University after the 9 prefectures examination, thus liberating himself from Bai Yuan's shadow. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shirhan Shan, who was observing the students practicing martial arts, stood not far from Yi Yun and his companions and overheard their conversation. Upon learning that Yi Yun intended to forego admission to Shoujo University in favor of Lingwu University to avoid being in the same school as Bai Yuan, he chose not to approach Yi Yun to dissuade him. This was not due to a lack of regard for Yi Yun's talents, nor was it a matter of respecting a student's choices. Rather, he understood that when Yi Yun communicated his decision to his family, someone would inevitably provide him with heartfelt guidance. He firmly believed that after enduring his father's earnest counsel, Yi Yun would eventually come to realize his error, shedding tears of remorse and obediently applying to Xiuzhou University. Only when twilight descended did Bai Yuan finally return the practice sword to the weapon rack. As usual, Yi Xian brought him a towel and a water bottle. While Bai Yuan drank, she meticulously wiped the sweat from his brow. "Let us go," she said, handing him the towel as they walked side by side out of the martial arts room. In the evening, Bai Yuan and Yi Xian strolled home, allowing the gentle evening breeze to caress them. The coolness gradually alleviated the fatigue from their recent training, and Bai Yuan squinted slightly, taking a deep breath. After a brief walk of over 10 minutes, they arrived at their doorstep and bid each other farewell. "Bai Yuan, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow." Upon reaching his front door, Bai Yuan pressed his finger against the lock for fingerprint authentication. "Administrator number 003, please press the handle to open the door." Entering the foyer, he removed his shoes and slipped on a pair of slippers. "Brother!" Hearing the sound of the door opening, Bai Xinyue rushed out from the room. "Come quickly," just as Bai Yuan set down his bag. Bai Xinyue grasped his hand and dashed toward his bedroom. "What with all the excitement today?" he inquired, puzzled. "Brother, your ice crystal lion is about to hatch. Hurry, hurry!" Bai Xinyue exclaimed without looking back. Bai Yuan was taken aback. "So that was the reason. You too, it's almost time for dinner," Gu Yuzhu called out as she observed the frolicking siblings. "Got it? We'll be quick," Bai Xinyue shouted back, as they both raced into Bai Yuan's bedroom. Inside, Bai Yuan smiled at the sight of Bai Xinyue's eager anticipation and retrieved the ice crystal lion's egg from his storage space. Bai Xinyue kicked off her slippers and hopped onto Bai Yuan's bed, propping herself up with her hands as she gazed at the beast egg in his possession. Without further ado, an icy aura emanated from Bai Yuan, causing snowflakes to swirl around him. As the flurry subsided, Bai Yuan transformed into a stunning figure with a crescent moon eye mask and long, pale blue-gray hair. Soon after, a familiar chilling aura surged from his palm, flowing gently into the ice crystal lion's egg. Upon sensing this energy, Bai Xinyue instinctively took a couple of steps back. Glancing up to sneak a look at Bai Yuan, she noticed no signs of him losing control and cautiously returned. The many days of nightmares under his sword had left her on edge. As Bai Yuan's power nourished the egg, it began to emit a soft glow, with crimson patterns spreading across its surface. Approximately 15 minutes later, the egg was completely covered in crimson markings. Thanks to the ice crystal lion's egg's ability to absorb this energy, Bai Yuan showed no signs of losing control. Nevertheless, Bai Xinyue continued to inch backward, wary of any potential mishaps that might occur before she had a chance to escape. This was no dream. If it shattered, it would truly be shattered, and she certainly did not wish to end up in pieces. Crack! Finally, the hatching of the ice crystal lion was complete. With a sound of shattering, the blue egg was riddled with cracks. A piece of the shell popped out and fell to the ground as Bai Yuan gently placed the egg on the bed. No longer needing to channel energy into it, "Sis, should you transform back first?" Bai Xinyue's cautious voice piped up from the side, and Bai Yuan looked up to see her retreating to the door. Seeing Bai Xinyue's timid demeanor, Bai Yuan couldn't help but smile. She enjoyed this form of his. Whenever he transformed, she would eagerly approach him, playing around in front of him. Yet, as the 15-minute mark approached, she would scurry away like a frightened rabbit, clearly indicating the lasting impact of that earlier incident. Releasing his spiritual energy, Bai Yuan reverted to his original form. Only when Bai Xinyue saw him transform back did she dare to approach. Climbing onto the bed to gaze at the hatching ice crystal lion. "Big brother, come sit here so it can see you the moment it hatches," Bai Xinyue beckoned, urging him to sit on the bed. "Brother, I must tell you, when a magical beast hatches, it feels timid in the face of the new world, so you need to speak to it gently," she added. "Also, the first creature it sees upon hatching will be regarded as its kin." Having her own crimson crystal bird egg, Bai Xinyue had immersed herself in knowledge about magical beasts during this time. In Gu Yuzhu's words, if Bai Xinyue could maintain such enthusiasm in her studies, achieving the top rank in school would be a certainty. Crack! Just as they were conversing, the blue egg finally split in two, and a pure white little lion leaped out. Bai Yuan and Bai Xinyue both froze at the sight of the white lion before them. The ice crystal lion, inherently capable of wielding the power of ice, typically bore blue fur and blue pupils due to this elemental influence. Yet, the creature before them was entirely white, adorned with a blood-red diamond crystal on its forehead. And its pupils were likewise Is this the ice crystal lion? Bai Xinyue asked Bai Yuan. One hand propped on the bed while the other pointed at the creature, her face filled with confusion. This didn't seem right. It bore no resemblance to an ice crystal lion from head to toe. Was the book she read a counterfeit? Or was this not even an ice crystal lion egg? But that couldn't be, as Grandpa Yin had previously examined the ice crystal lion's egg. How could he possibly have made a mistake? In that moment, Bai Xinyue, who had diligently studied magical beasts for an extended period, found herself utterly bewildered. Chapter 72. It must be the way it hatched, however. The situation did not end there. Just as they were both lost in thought, a slightly cheeky voice broke the silence. Hey boss, why not give this little lion a name? Bai Yuan and Bai Xinyue turned toward the source of the voice, only to see the little ice crystal lion waving its paw at them. Bai Yuan, Bai Xinyue. A newly hatched magical beast? Timid? Afraid of strangers? What nonsense was this? As she recalled how confidently she had spoken to her brother moments ago, Bai Xinyue felt her face flush with embarrassment. Reaching for the eggshell on the bed, it was promptly placed upon the little lion's head. No. It must be due to its improper hatching. Let's try again. Bai Xinyue firmly believed that it could not possibly be her fault. It had to be the peculiar nature of this Xianbing jade lion. Just look at how it differs from a typical Xianbing jade lion, both in appearance and temperament, which diverges from what the books describe. Oh dear, why has it suddenly grown dark? Who turned off the lights? Boss, come quickly. Someone has stolen the light bulb. Big sister, what are you doing? The Xianbing jade lion was suddenly covered by Bai Xinyue. Its fluffy little paws flailing about. Big sister? Bai Yuan's lips twitched in disbelief. Where on earth did it learn such antics? Moreover, it had only just hatched. Where could it have found the time to learn these things? A born rascal? Enough of this nonsense. Bai Yuan removed Bai Xinyue's hand and lifted the eggshell from the lion's head. With the eggshell removed, the Xianbing jade lion finally regained its sight, but immediately let out a loud cry. Bai Yuan and Bai Xinyue hurriedly turned their attention to the lion, with Bai Xinyue fearing she had inadvertently hurt it, a flicker of guilt crossing her eyes. But at that moment, they suddenly heard the Xianbing jade lion exclaim, "It's all the big sister's fault. My magnificent fur has been flattened down." As it groomed its own fur, it spoke with a tone of grievance. Slap. Bai Xinyue smacked her palm against her face, blocking her view. Surely, this cannot be the reincarnation of some old rascal. Seeing Bai Xinyue's defeated demeanor, Bai Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. The Xianbing jade lion, nourished by the power of the mirror stream, was born with the cultivation of a late-stage second tier. How could it possibly be harmed by Bai Xinyue, an ordinary person who had yet to awaken? Bai Yuan, Xinyue, come out for dinner, that moment. The voice of their mother, Gu Yuzhu, echoed from outside. What? Is it time for dinner? Is my first meal in this world about to begin? Upon hearing the word dinner, the Xianbing jade lion, who had been delicately tending to its fur, suddenly sprang up from the bed. Aren't you going to eat your eggshell? Bai Xinyue pointed at the eggshell with a curious expression. Due to the nourishment of power, the eggshell of a magical beast also contained a significant amount of energy. Therefore, it was common for magical beasts to consume their own eggshells right after hatching in a rush. While those eggshells can provide me energy, they lack flavor. I'll indulge in them later, after I've filled my belly. The Xianbing jade lion looked at the eggshell with disdain, thinking that if it weren't for the eggshell's utility, it would have tossed it aside without hesitation. Without waiting for Bai Yuan and Bai Xinyue's reactions, it leaped off the bed and dashed towards the bedroom door. My first meal of beast life. Here I come. Watching the Xianbing jade lion dart away, Bai Xinyue felt a sense of numbness. Brother, my red crystal phoenix won't turn out like this in the future, will it? Imagining her red crystal phoenix flying up to her, speaking with an air of arrogance, Bai Xinyue felt utterly defeated. Well, that's hard to say. Bai Yuan was also uncertain. His research on magical beasts was limited to their appearances, habits, and weaknesses. Bai Xinyue's question clearly exceeded his area of expertise. How about you try egg education? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yuan said somewhat hesitantly. Egg education? Bai Xinyue asked, puzzled. Cough. Don't we humans have prenatal education? You could do something similar with the egg, he explained. when you are hatching your red crystal phoenix. Instill it with the right values and tell it uplifting stories, nurturing it into a bird of integrity. Bai Yuan coughed a couple of times. Is that really feasible? Bai Xinyue's expression reflected skepticism. She had never heard of such a method for raising pets. Why not give it a shot? There's no harm in trying. Otherwise, you'll have to leave its temperament to fate. Bai Yuan shrugged, admitting his own limitations. Perhaps you could ask Dean Yin. All right, starting tomorrow, I'll recite the core values of socialism to it every day. Bai Xinyue clenched her little fist, determined to raise a bird with sound thoughts and behavior. As they spoke, they made their way to the living room, where they found the Xinbing Jade Lion following Gu Yuzhu closely. Hello, beautiful lady. From today onwards, I am a member of this household. My name has yet to be decided. I am somewhat handsome, adorable, powerful, and majestic, and my only flaw is that I have no flaws. You may call me Little Handsome or Little Adorable, and I look forward to your kind guidance. Bai Donglin emerged from the study. Having set aside his documents, upon seeing the Xinbing Jade Lion prancing around Gu Yuzhu's feet, he turned to Bai Yuan. Your spirit pet is quite extroverted, and I suspect it has something to do with Xinyue often lounging in my room watching comedies. After all, every time he infused energy into the Xinbing Jade Lion, he would place it directly on his bedside. Bai Xinyue enjoyed playing in his room, lying on the bed while watching comedies. Perhaps the lion had overheard her. Is that even possible? Didn't Grandpa Yin say they cannot perceive the outside world before hatching? After all, they are fully formed before hatching. What can an embryo comprehend? Theoretically, a fetus in the womb cannot understand external speech, so why does prenatal education exist at all? Bai Xinyue. You make a valid point. Could it truly be that her frequent viewings of comedies in front of the Xinbing Jade Lion's egg had influenced it? Suddenly, a sense of self-doubt washed over her. Unintentionally, Bai Xinyue's gaze at the Xinbing Jade Lion became tinged with guilt. Just teasing you. Observing Bai Xinyue's change in expression, Bai Yuan chuckled as he ruffled her hair. Come on, it's time to eat. Bai Yuan. Stop right there. Bai Xinyue raised her hand, attempting to strike Bai Yuan, but he easily dodged. Watching the playful banter between the two siblings, Bai Donglin smiled and joined them at the dining table. The table was already set with a simple yet warm meal of 5 dishes and a soup. Chapter 73. This is called strength. Oh, dear mother, your culinary skills are simply superb. The dining table. The Xinbing Jade Lion praised Gu Yuzhu profusely as it devoured the meal she had specially prepared for it. If it's delicious, eat plenty. Gu Yuzhu felt flattered by the lion's compliments, frequently offering it more dishes. Oh, my beloved mother, you are simply the best. I love you so much. As the lion's bowl filled with food, it showered her with endless praise. Gu Yuzhu was amused by the Xinbing Jade Lion's antics, clearly enjoying this extroverted little lion. Old Bai, your status is under threat. Bai Yuan and Bai Xinyue exchanged glances, relishing the sight of Bai Donglin being sidelined. Childish. Bai Donglin scoffed at the two siblings before turning his attention back to Gu Yuzhu. Dear, I want some too. Bai Donglin pushed his bowl towards Gu Yuzhu. All right, you have some too. Gu Yuzhu smiled as she placed a piece of meat into Bai Donglin's bowl. As he retrieved his bowl, he couldn't resist casting a triumphant glance at the siblings. Bai Yuan, Bai Xinyue. Childish. They both extended their bowls towards Gu Yuzhu, mimicking Bai Donglin's tone. Mom, we want some too. How old are you to still be asking your mother to feed you? Serve yourself. Gu Yuzhu glanced up at the two siblings. Bai Yuan, Bai Xinyue. After dinner, Bai Yuan returned to the bedroom with the Xinbing Jade Lion. Now, let us give you a name. Upon hearing this, the Xinbing Jade Lion perked up with excitement. Boss, you must give me a name that sounds impressive. With my majestic aura, an unattractive name will lower my prestige. As it spoke, the Xinbing Jade Lion stood tall, puffing out its chest and howling a couple of times, exuding confidence. To be honest, Bai Yuan had considered naming the lion Shua Shui, but at that moment, he felt it unworthy of such a name. After contemplating, he ultimately decided on the name Shua Shui. After all, he was at a loss for names. Coming up with a name was exhausting. It was easier to choose an existing one. We have a name now. Shua Shui. A splendid name. Upon receiving its name, the Xinbing Jade Lion expressed great enthusiasm. Bai Yuan. What makes it splendid? Xinbing Jade Lion. It's splendid because cough, it's getting late. Boss, let us go to sleep. Bai Yuan. The next day, as usual, Bai Yuan woke up early. Shua Shui, who had been sleeping beside him, sensed Bai Yuan's awakening and stood up as well. I'm going out for morning exercises. Dio, you want to join? Bai Yuan asked, looking at the yawning Shua Shui. Out of course, I am destined to be the Lion King. Shua Shui shook its head vigorously, shaking off its drowsiness. 10 minutes later, the duo stepped outside. Just then, Yi Xian walked out of her house and spotted the Xinbing Jade Lion at Bai Yuan's feet. Hello, beautiful. My name is Shua Shui, the new member of this household. Upon noticing the gaze of Yi Xian directed towards her, Shua Shui enthusiastically greeted her. Hello, I am Shua Shui. Faced with the fervent little lion, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback before responding. Yi Xian, what a lovely name. Just like your appearance, beautiful and stunning. Before Shua Shui could finish her compliment, she was abruptly lifted by the scruff of her neck by Bai Yuan. This one is mine. Rest assured, boss, I understand. One must not offend a friend's wife, Shua Shui replied, giving Bai Yuan a thumbs up as she dangled from his grip. It was quite hard to imagine how a lion's claws could form such a gesture, but what left Bai Yuan utterly speechless was her subsequent remark. Damn. What do you usually watch? Bai Yuan turned to Bai Xinyu. Shaking his head in disbelief, it's not me. I swear that I've never seen sister-in-law. I'm talking about my brother. Is this the Xinbing Yu lion? Yi Xian approached Bai Yuan, her tone uncertain, recalling that the Xinbing Yu lion did not look like this. However, she remembered Bai Yuan mentioning that his Xinbing Yu lion had undergone some mutation. Yes, it just hatched last night, Bai Yuan replied, releasing his grip, allowing Shua Shui to execute a smooth backflip onto the ground. While on a morning run, Bai Xinyu suddenly sighed, catching the attention of both Bai Yuan and Yi Xian. Alas, big brother, you and sister Yi are about to take your college entrance exams. Once you start university, who will accompany me on my morning runs? The thought of waking up early alone to jog under a sky that was yet to fully brighten made Bai Xinyu feel a tinge of melancholy. But you have that Qijing Xian Yao. It can accompany you on your morning runs, Shua Shui interjected. What bird are you talking about? Can it be eaten? Bai Yuan responded dismissively. Just run your own race. He added, Piffed. Bai Xinyu chuckled. Later that morning, Bai Yuan arrived at school with Shua Shui in tow, naturally causing quite a stir, especially during martial arts class when a group of students abandoned their practice to gather around Shua Shui. Bai Xin, you said this is the Xinbing Yu lion. Ouyang Xiaoping's voice was filled with envy as he gazed upon the majestic Shua Shui. That's one of the 5 royal families. And it's a mutated version. Generally, unless one is extraordinarily unlucky, mutated beasts tend to be stronger. Shua Shui, may I pet you? A girl with starry eyes asked excitedly. You cannot touch, but if you compliment this lord on my handsomeness, I might grant you a kiss, Shua Shui replied, playfully flicking her hair with a flourish. Damn, Bai Yuan, how come your spirit pet is so brazen? Nearby, Yi Yun overheard Shua Shui's words and couldn't help but tease Bai Yuan. However, he was even more surprised by the girl's enthusiastic reactions. Shua Shui, you are so handsome. Shua Shui, you are so majestic. Shua Shui, you are incredibly charming. Ha ha ha, everyone calm down, one at a time, one at a time. There's enough for everyone. Shua Shui's boisterous laughter echoed, making Bai Yuan's eye twitch in annoyance. Quite lewd, Yi Yun remarked, you're mistaken, my friend. Only those who yearn for what they cannot have are truly lewd. Shua Shui here is just powerful. Ouyang Xiaoping countered. Before Ouyang Xiaoping could finish, Yi Yun clamped a hand over his mouth. Turning with difficulty, he glared at him, speaking slowly, quickly take back your words. I have a friend who is on edge. I warn you, if he snaps, I cannot be held responsible. With a raised lip and chin, Yi Yun cast a disdainful glance at Ouyang Xiaoping. Cough, Yi Gu, there's no need for that, with your charm. Attracting admirers is merely a matter of time. Ouyang Xiaoping attempted to divert the conversation, but it was futile. Himph, do you think I am so shallow? Yi Yun scoffed, releasing Ouyang Xiaoping with an air of superiority. I merely spoke a few words, and you treat me like a loser. Ha ha, Ouyang Xiaoping replied. By the way, Bai Yuan, I feel that this Xinbing Yu lion is rather lewd, and it does not suit your noble demeanor. Perhaps you should let me handle it for you. Yi Yun threw an arm around Bai Yuan's shoulders, grinning. So you think you're a better fit? Bai Yuan retorted dryly. If you utter those 4 words again, we redone. Upon hearing Bai Yuan's words, Yi Yun reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, his entire demeanor bristling. What are you looking at, Yi Xian? Bai Yuan asked, noticing that Yi Xian had been fixated on her phone without uttering a word. The Seed Player's Handbook for Yun City, she replied, waving her phone in front of Bai Yuan. Each year, just before the Jiuzhou Grand Examination, cities compile a list of their local prodigies for public viewing. Notably, the authorities set up a small betting pool based on the students in this handbook to enhance the entertainment during the examination. Of course, since it is officially sanctioned, there are betting limits to prevent anyone from losing their fortune. The most serious outcomes only entail losing half a month's salary for an average worker, while winners might earn 1 or 2 months' worth. Oh, it's out already. Bai Yuan thought it would take a few more days. So he pulled out his phone to check. Name: Bai Yuan School, Yun City Number 1 Middle School Cultivation Level, Early Stage 2nd Rank Spiritual Energy, Unknown Martial Arts Proficiency, Mastery Title, Young Sword Immortal in Truth. The levels listed were outdated, as Bai Yuan's cultivation had reached the peak of the 2nd rank, and his martial arts skill had attained the pinnacle of mastery. This was due to Shi Han Shan's advice. After learning that Bai Yuan's martial arts had reached such heights, Shi Han Shan lamented his extraordinary talent and considered a grave concern the presence of the bewitching foxes infiltrating Yun City. Although their primary motives remained unclear, the beast god cult had a long-standing principle of targeting human prodigies, either to eliminate them or brainwash them into becoming members. Achieving mastery at 18 was something even Xiang Tian had failed to accomplish in his youth. If this information were to leak, Shi Han Shan feared that the bewitching foxes might shift their focus to Bai Yuan. Despite knowing that Bai Yuan had defensive spiritual artifacts and that his parents were powerful, he was still cautious about the potential threat. As the Jiuzhou Grand Examination approached, the thought of any mishap delaying the exam was a lifelong concern. It would be foolish to seek the admiration of others while placing oneself in potential peril. Besides, it would only be a few days. Once the examination was over, he could say whatever he pleased. After all, when Bai Yuan was safely at home, could the mere 4th-rank bewitching fox dare to invade the residence of a general in Yun City? Thus, after Bai Yuan's martial arts prowess was exposed, Shi Han Shan had instructed all classmates to keep quiet about Bai Yuan's breakthroughs. Consequently, the outside world remained unaware of the true extent of Bai Yuan's martial arts abilities. As for his cultivation level, Bai Yuan chose not to disclose it, planning to surprise everyone participating in the examination. Of course, even without revealing his rank, Bai Yuan was still highly regarded. Young Sword Immortal. What does that signify? In Xiazhou, the status of a Sword Immortal is akin to that of a Sword Saint abroad, indicating that Bai Yuan might one day reach the realm of martial arts where technique approaches the Tao, potentially becoming the 4th martial sage in the world. Just then, they heard Yi Yun cursing under his breath. Bai Yuan turned to see Yi Yun scowling at his phone. The trio curiously leaned in to see Yi Yun's screen, which displayed the Yun City Seed Player's Handbook. Name: Yi Yun School, Yun City Number 1 Middle School Cultivation Level, Early Stage 2nd Rank Spiritual Energy, Void Blade Martial Arts Proficiency. Entry-level titles: Extreme Birdwalking, Bird Fishing Shadow Wolf, Void Bird. Wow, you have quite a few titles, Bai Yuan remarked, noting that generally, one would only have 1 title, yet Yi Yun had 3. Damn it, is this some kind of joke? Yi Yun snapped, shutting his phone with a look of indignation. This handbook isn't limited to domestic circulation. Anyone abroad with internet access can see it. Does that mean my affairs could reach overseas? Suddenly, Yi Yun once again found himself contemplating death. Don't dwell solely on the negative. At the very least, you are the only person in history to hold 3 titles, which is an achievement far surpassing that of the White God. Ouyang Xiaoping remarked, patting Yi Yun on the shoulder, his words seemingly comforting yet laced with sarcasm. Yi Yun glared at Ouyang Xiaoping through gritted teeth, for he was on the verge of escaping the situation, only to have Ouyang Xiaoping expose him. The reason he had descended into this current state of social embarrassment was none other than Ouyang Xiaoping. The more he gazed at Ouyang's face, the angrier he became, and the more he felt the urge to strike out. Finally, he reached out, summoning the power of space, causing the Feng Tianhua halberd from the weapon rack to materialize in his hand. Yi Yun tilted his head from side to side, producing cracking sounds, his gaze dangerously fixated on Ouyang Xiaoping. Chapter 75. The Great Examination begins. Hey, what are you planning to do? Let me tell you. Yi Yun, you are still young, an SSS-level spiritual awakener with a bright future ahead. You must absolutely refrain from engaging in any unlawful activities, as they could ruin you. Observing Yi Yun's fierce demeanor, Ouyang Xiaoping appealed to reason and emotion, earnestly outlining the dangers of confronting him, his tone sincere and moving. The halberd can sever mountains and rivers. Ah, stop right there. Help, Sarilang, Sorry, Lang. These two individuals. Bai Yuan shook his head. They were always a pair of comedic rivals at school. Were it not for the fact that both were male, he might have been tempted to entertain other notions, as time passed amidst the students' final efforts. The days swiftly rolled by, and soon the day of the 9-continent examination arrived. The second opportunity to determine their fates had come, drawing the attention of people from all 9 continents to the annual 9-continent examination. In the face of this event, Bai Yuan's routine remained unchanged. He continued to rise early, jogging with Yixian, his sister, and Shua Shui. After showering and having breakfast, he accompanied Yixian to school. "Brother, let me walk you there," Bai Xinyue said, jumping off her chair and running up to Bai Yuan after swallowing her last bite. The 9-continent examination was also a significant occasion for students below the 3rd year of high school. As they would enjoy a break during the examination days, "It's so hot outside. Why do you want to come along?" The June weather was sweltering, akin to standing in a sauna for too long. "Hmph, I've come prepared," Bai Xinyue replied with a grin, pulling out a necklace from her pocket and waving it before Bai Yuan's eyes. This functional spiritual artifact didn't serve much purpose other than to regulate temperature within a certain range. As long as she wore it, she would remain comfortable regardless of the harshest winter or summer heat. "Isn't it tiring to stand outside?" "It's fine. I can wait at a CAF near your school." "All right then." Bai Yuan relented, allowing Bai Xinyue to accompany him. As Bai Xinyue decided to join, Shua Shui also jumped down from the table and followed closely behind them. Thus, Bai Xinyue and Shua Shui trailed behind Bai Yuan and Yixian, resembling two little tails as they made their way to school. For the written examination, 3rd-year students were randomly assigned to test centers across several high schools in Yun City. Bai Yuan and Yixian were fortunate, both being assigned to their alma mater, Yun City No. 1 High School. Although it was uncertain whether there was a home field advantage in such matters, being in their own school likely provided some psychological edge. Upon arriving at the school, they noticed a multitude of soldiers stationed outside, with a yellow line cordoning off a section near the entrance. Parents stood beyond the yellow line, some incessantly advising their children, others offering words of reassurance, and still others waving goodbye to the children who had already entered the school. "You two should wait at that CAF on the right side of the school. We'll call you when we're done." Just before entering, Bai Yuan instructed Bai Xinyue and Shua Shui. "Got it, older brother. Once you and Sister Yi enter, we'll leave. Brother, Sister Yi, good luck. Boss, as the leader of our Lion Pride, you must secure first place." Bai Xinyue and Shua Shui both offered their well wishes. After exchanging farewells, Bai Yuan and Yixian proceeded into the school. "Look, that must be Bai Yuan. I've heard his martial arts skills have reached an extraordinary level." "Impressive, an extraordinary level at just 18. That's a realm only the legendary gun gods could achieve in their youth. And the beautiful girl beside him must be Yixian, also an SSS-level spiritual awakener. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match. It's truly enviable. I wish I could have such a beautiful girlfriend. After the 9-continent examination, I'll quickly return home to wash up and sleep. I could also create one in the virtual world." The surrounding murmurs were not hushed and naturally reached the ears of Bai Yuan and Yixian. It seemed they had garnered quite a reputation. Bai Yuan chuckled at Yixian. "It appears we are rather well known. You are the one with greater fame. Achieving an extraordinary level at 18 inherently signifies notoriety. If they were to discover that your prowess is not merely extraordinary but rather peak excellence, it would likely transcend fame into adoration." "Not necessarily. Generally speaking, beauty tends to attract more attention than handsomeness." The two bantered playfully, unfazed by the impending 9-continent examination. Considering their SSS-level spiritual abilities, they already possessed a bright future. Provided they refrained from any treacherous deeds against humanity, the achievements they could attain in the future were undoubtedly promising. The two did not share the same examination room. Upon entering the teaching building, they separated to locate their respective examination venues. Bai Yuan's examination room was number 18, situated next to a window. He settled into his seat, resting his head on one hand while gazing out the window, from where he could observe the happenings at the school gate. With the ringing of a bell, the first examination commenced. After receiving the test paper, Bai Yuan wrote his name and examination number. Noting that he had 5 minutes before he could begin answering, he glanced out the window again, spotting students rushing in. It was still relatively early, and after exchanging a few words with the soldiers at the gate, they were eventually allowed entry. As the time ticked by, Bai Yuan turned his focus to the examination, which turned out to be relatively simple. consisting mainly of content that required rote memorization. For someone with exceptional memory like Bai Yuan, these were essentially easy points, and before even halfway through the examination time had elapsed, he had completed his answers. To prevent students from being influenced by external factors, they were not permitted to submit their papers early. After checking his work twice, Bai Yuan, feeling rather bored, glanced out the window once more. To his surprise, he noticed a student arriving late. Despite the examination having commenced for quite some time, the student was blocked at the entrance by the soldiers. No matter how much he pleaded, the soldiers would not let him in. Bai Yuan watched as the student and his parent knelt down, but to no avail. Had the exam just started, there might have been some leniency. But now that nearly half the time had passed, allowing a latecomer in would be a dereliction of duty. This must be what the homeroom teacher referred to as the annual occurrence of the hidden talents. He mused. Chapter 76. The written examination concludes with 2 sessions of exams conducted in the morning. The final bell signaled the conclusion of the morning's assessments. The examination has concluded. All students must put down their pens. Continuing to write will be regarded as an act of cheating. The emotionless electronic voice echoed, prompting all examinees, whether they had completed their papers or not, to dutifully set their pens down. Numerous prior warnings had taught them that daring to write after the bell would indeed result in a score of 0. Once the teachers collected the test papers, Bai Yuan capped his pen and placed it in his pocket. Exiting the classroom, he met up with Yi Xian at the entrance of the teaching building, and they both walked towards the exit. Around them, students were engaged in discussions about answers, alongside lamentations of regret. The two remained silent about the examination. On one hand, they were confident in their abilities, and on the other, the exam was over, rendering any further discussion moot. Regardless of their performance, they treated their answers as flawless and planned to indulge in leisure for a few days before the results were announced. They intended to revel and enjoy themselves, for once the scores were released, it might not be so easy to smile, brother. How did it go? As soon as they stepped out of the school, Bai Xinyue and Shua Shui rushed up to them. Nothing to worry about, Bai Yuan replied, giving Bai Xinyue a thumbs up and winking. Let us head home. Mom has prepared a meal. Rest well and perform your best this afternoon. The 9-continent examination consisted of 2 days of written assessments followed by 3 days of martial examinations. Time passed quickly, and before long, 2 days had flown by. 4 students applying to liberal arts colleges. The conclusion of the written examination signified the end of their high school journey. ASA final farewell. All students who had completed their exams returned to their alma mater. In the expansive grounds of Yunqing One high school, the once vibrant sounds of students diligently studying have faded, replaced by the youthful laughter and playful antics of students chasing one another. One intervenes. Even the teachers have joined in, relishing these final moments of the senior students at school. In the liberal arts classroom, students gather in small groups, engaged in lively conversations, some playing cards or chess. Classmates, guess what I've brought? Yi Yun's voice rings out from outside, prompting the students within to turn their heads in unison, only to see Yi Yun entering with a grand cake. The students eagerly rise, pushing nearby tables together. Yi Yun sets down the cake and removes its outer packaging, revealing a magnificent 3-tiered confection adorned with red jam that reads, "Wishing all graduating seniors a joyous graduation and a brilliant future." Yi Yun tosses a plastic cake cutter to Bai Yuan, exclaiming, "Come, let our future sword immortal slice this cake for us." Bai Yuan catches the plastic cutter and, with a flourish, swiftly divides the cake into portions, his speed so remarkable that the other students scarcely catch a glimpse of his movements. Ha ha ha, cake time. This cake was cut by our future sword immortal. We can boast about this later. Yi Yun chuckles as he begins to distribute the cake, with Bai Yuan and Yi Xian assisting. I have juice here, Bai Yuan announces, retrieving several large bottles of beverages from his storage ring. Some juice, some carbonated drinks, prepared while Yi Yun was out buying the cake. Let us skip the alcohol. We have classmates who need to prepare for the martial arts examination tomorrow. We can celebrate properly once it's all over. While revelry and relaxation are welcome, they must not interfere with their responsibilities. Although a little indulgence is acceptable, there is always the fear of encountering a hidden genius, much like the one who was barred from entry on the first day of exams. Should they return in a daze from drinking, it could jeopardize their readiness for the martial arts examination, which operates under a different format than the written exams. During the 3 days of the martial arts examination, students are not allowed to leave the examination hall. Any departure during this period is deemed a forfeiture, rendering their scores null and void. Look outside. Just as the students begin to enjoy the cake, a voice suddenly calls out, and Bai Yuan and the others bring the cake to the window. Outside, snowflakes begin to drift down, a spectacle that, of course, is not genuine snow, but rather the artificial flurries that follow the conclusion of the written exams each year. Quick, let us tear some pages, Ouyang Xiaopeng. Unable to contain his excitement at the sight of the swirling snow, sets his cake aside and quickly retrieves his textbooks. He is not alone in this fervor. After enduring the torment of these books for 3 years, the opportunity for revenge has finally arrived. At this moment, Ouyang Xiaopeng steps back, then dashes to the window, throwing the torn pieces of paper outside with vigor, adding his own flurry to the scene. Bai Yuan, holding the cake, steps aside to allow them space to play, not intending to join them. For him, these moments are memories to be cherished and revisited in quieter times, where once weary complaints will transform into fond recollections. Similarly, Yixin retreats to join Bai Yuan, while Yi Yun, not to be left out, uses his power to scatter the remnants of his pages further afield. Yet, just as they toss their paper scraps, the voice of the disciplinary director booms from below. All students who tear or throw books must stay after school to clean up. The fierce admonition sends those still holding onto their books hastily retreating. Yi Yun and Ouyang Xiaopeng, however, remain frozen at the window, staring at their hands and then at the fluttering paper. Don't worry. With so many scraps down there, the director won't be able to discern who threw what. Just make a run for it when the time comes, Bai Yuan reassures them, patting their shoulders. Yet, the two turn to him with expressions of despair. The problem is, I intentionally didn't tear the part with my name. Ouyang Xiaopeng laments. Only with a name can we let the juniors know this is a gift from their senior. Bai Yuan responds with a sigh. Well, good luck. In Bai Yuan's previous world, even if a name was present, teachers would struggle to identify the culprit among the scattered remnants. But this is a fantastical realm, where a mere sweep of a teacher's spiritual energy can reveal the names with startling clarity. Chapter 77. The Conspiracy of the Beast God Sect. Why? Last time, we were the ones cleaning up after the previous senior class. Ouyang Xiaopeng protests, taking a seat, his expression one of indignation. He had torn off the name entirely. A lesson learned from the last class. Haven't you heard the saying? Bai Yuan approaches with a cup, pouring Ouyang Xiaopeng some cola. What? Ouyang Xiaopeng asks, puzzled. When we were freshmen, we watched the sophomores and seniors play. As sophomores, we watched the freshmen and seniors play. And now, as seniors, we can only watch the freshmen and sophomores enjoy themselves. Bai Yuan reflects profoundly on their high school experience. Well, you're not wrong. It does seem to be the case, Ouyang Xiaopeng concedes, and the other students, upon hearing Bai Yuan's words, nod in agreement. Indeed, we missed out on all the good times, yet we borne the brunt of every burden. As they reminisce, a collective sigh arises, each student pouring themselves a glass of cola. The day wears on, and as dusk approaches, students gradually begin to leave the school. In the end, the disciplinary director does not compel Ouyang Xiaopeng and the others to truly clean up. With a wave of his hand, he magically sweeps the litter into the trash. Nevertheless, Yi Yun and Ouyang Xiaopeng remain disgruntled, recalling a time when they did not receive such leniency. At his secret entrance to a mystical realm in Yunqing. Designated as the site for tomorrow's martial arts examination, hundreds of soldiers stand guard, inspecting all who approach. Should anyone be found with ulterior motives, they would be promptly subdued and taken for further investigation. Suddenly, a burst of white light emanates from the entrance, and a dozen middle-aged officials emerge, members of the Yunqing Education Department, conducting a final inspection of the examination venue to ensure no oversights remain. Once they exit, the realm will be sealed until the commencement of the martial arts examination tomorrow, preventing any further entry. Comrades, we appreciate your cooperation. Zhang Haitao, the head of the education department, addresses the nearby soldiers. Duty calls. The soldiers respond in unison, maintaining their gaze forward, ignoring Zhang Haitao and his colleagues. Let us depart, Zhang Haitao instructs his fellow officials, and the group walks away from the area. Yang Haixin, a deputy section chief of the education department, heads straight home after parting ways with Zhang Haitao. Daddy, you're back. His 9-year-old daughter rushes to embrace him as he enters. Sweetheart, you've returned just in time for dinner. A gentle voice calls from the kitchen. You all start without me. I have some work to finish up. I'll be out shortly. Yang Haixin gently sets his daughter down, ruffles her hair, and heads to his study. He retrieves his phone and dials a number. The line connects, but no immediate response comes from the other end. Yang Haixin remains silent until 10 seconds pass, followed by a series of dry coughs from the other party. After another 5 seconds, Yang Haixin joins in with a few coughs of his own, and finally, a deep voice resonates through the phone. Have the matters been resolved? The items have been placed accordingly. You can enter the mystical realm based on the spatial coordinates at the designated time. Yang Haixin's voice, high-pitched and jarring, would raise suspicions among acquaintances. However, he continues, I couldn't manage the entrance. There are too many humans stationed there. If I make a move, I'll be discovered. To prevent outside interference from entering the mystical realm for rescue. That responsibility lies with you. The so-called mystical realms formed naturally after the upheaval of Blue Star, containing independent spaces. Within these realms, a core emerges. Whoever refines the core becomes the master of the realm, capable of opening or closing it at will. Within the enigmatic realm of Yun City, the core of its secrets lies firmly in the grasp of the city lord, Yi Zhiping. However, Yi Zhiping is also a formidable 7th-tier spiritual adept, while one is merely at the 4th tier. Attempting to infiltrate Yi Zhiping's domain to seize the core would be nothing short of courting death. Thus, the notion of utilizing the core to seal the entrance of the secret realm is but a fanciful dream. To temporarily deter others from entering, one must devise a strategy at the entrance of the secret realm. Yet, among the soldiers stationed outside, there are no fewer than 5 5th-tier spiritual adepts, leaving no opportunity for covert actions under the watchful eyes of such powerful beings. Rest assured, we have brought a damaged sealing stone. Although it can only temporarily seal the entrance, it will suffice. The voice of Chong Xian resonated, clearly indicating they had prepared extensively for this venture. I shall await your good news, Yang Haixin replied, his high-pitched voice laced with a hint of mirth, evoking a sense of dread. This time, we shall not fail. Chong Xian's deep and confident voice emanated from the phone. Good luck to you. Yang Haixin concluded the call, flames erupting from his hand to reduce the phone to ashes. With a flick of his wrist, the remnants were sent drifting out of the study window. Just as Yang Haixin disposed of the phone, the door to the study swung open, revealing a delicate little head peeking in. Daddy, why aren't you coming out yet? I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Yang Haixin replied with a smile, you'd better hurry, or we'll eat everything and leave none for you. The little girl chimed in with a sweet voice before retreating, carefully closing the door behind her. Once the girl departed, the amiable smile on Yang Haixin's face morphed into a sinister and cruel expression. Today, we have 2 grand feasts to savor. As he spoke, a crimson tongue flicked out, moistening his lips. Chapter 78. We are special envoys in a cave atop a mountain outside Yun City. Chong Xian ended the call. Wang Chengguang, go and remind the Howling Moon Wolf King. Do not forget tomorrow's event. Chong Xian addressed Wang Chengguang, who was concealed in the shadows. Chong Xian, I have told you many times, do not command me. Wang Chengguang's chilling voice echoed within the dark cave. What's the matter? Have you lost your thirst for vengeance? Though the lantern-bearer had destroyed Wang Chengguang's life years ago, his greater hatred was reserved for the current general of Yun City's military, Bai Donglin. Furthermore, Bai Donglin's son was among the candidates for the upcoming 9 provinces examination. Humph, only this once. Wang Chengguang's dark voice responded before he turned and vanished into the depths of the cave. Pathetic, Chong Xian muttered derisively after Wang Chengguang's departure, before succumbing once more to slumber. Deep within the mountains, a cacophony of lewd sounds emanated from a vast cavern. This was the lair of the Howling Moon Wolf King. A woo! A howl echoed from outside the cave, prompting the Howling Moon Wolf King to halt its previous actions. Let him in, it commanded to the Howling Moon Wolves outside the cave. At that moment, the Howling Moon Wolf King felt a sense of ennui, tossing a limp Hurue to its offspring. Use her, she is too weak. Afterward, ensure the Beast God sect sends over a few 6th-tier fox-type demon gods. If a 7th-tier one could be arranged, that would be even better. Upon being granted entry by the Howling Moon Wolves outside, Wang Chengguang made his way into the cavern. Upon entering, he beheld the imposing figure of the Howling Moon Wolf King, its silver-white fur glistening, robust limbs, and muscles exuding a primal beauty. At the center of its forehead lay an ice-blue crescent moon. Harboring some mysterious power, the Wolf King's azure eyes were fixed upon Wang Chengguang, instilling within him a palpable sense of pressure, the oppressive aura of a 7th-tier demon. Besides the Howling Moon Wolf King, Wang Chengguang also observed Hu Rui and the Wolf King's progeny engaged in fervent battle. He quickly averted his gaze, recognizing the extraordinary prowess of the fox-type demon gods from the beast god sect. Human, state your purpose. The Howling Moon Wolf King's authoritative voice pierced through Wang Chengguang's momentary daze. Tomorrow marks the time for action. The sect has sent me to remind the Wolf King of this. Do not forget, Wang Chengguang replied respectfully, bowing slightly. My memory is not so poor. The Howling Moon Wolf King discerned that the Beast God sect was not concerned about its memory, but rather feared a potential last-minute withdrawal. Since I have promised you, I shall not go back on my word. Now, leave. Feeling the disdain emanating from the Howling Moon Wolf King, Wang Chengguang's heart brimmed with humiliation. Once, he too had been a mighty 7th-tier spiritual adept. And even among his peers, he had been considered formidable. In those days, he had possessed the standing to confront the Howling Moon Wolf King on equal footing. All of this had been shattered by the Lantern Bearer. And in comparison to his former glory, his current plight intensified his hatred for the Lantern Bearer. Simultaneously, his loathing extended towards Bai Donglin, the general of Yun City's military. Bai Donglin and Yi Zhiping had once been the prodigies of Yun City, and as the former military general, Wang Chengguang was well acquainted with them. The brash youth of yesteryears had usurped his position, occupying the very place he once held. Having taken his spot, Bai Donglin was complicit in the misfortunes that now befell him. Humph, I hear his son is also participating in this martial examination, and he is an exceptionally rare SSS-tier spiritual adept. I shall ensure his precious son receives special attention, Wang Chengguang murmured, an expression of hatred clouding his gaze. Bai Donglin, you too shall experience the despair I once endured. Wang Chengguang ruminated on these thoughts. He was also cursing the Howling Moon Wolf King in his heart. Once this mission was complete, he could undergo genetic fusion with the Beast God sect, restoring his health and reclaiming his former strength. At that time, he would seize the Wolf King as his mount to avenge today's grievances. Human, halt! Just as Wang Chengguang was lost in his thoughts, the Howling Moon Wolf King's voice rang out from behind him. Wang Chengguang's hairs stood on end, dread washing over him. Why the sudden command to stop? Could the Wolf King have discerned his inner thoughts? Was it possible for the Howling Moon Wolf King to possess such abilities? It was said that the crescent moon on its forehead harbored mystical energies, making this possibility all the more plausible. Should he flee? But with his current 5th-tier status, could he escape the clutches of a 7th-tier Howling Moon Wolf King? The Wolf King, unaware of Wang Chengguang's tumultuous thoughts, paid no heed to his failure to turn around. Inform the Beast God sect to prepare 10 6th-tier fox-type demon gods for me once this matter concludes. Hearing the Howling Moon Wolf King's request, Wang Chengguang exhaled deeply, turning to face the Wolf King and clasping his fists in respect. I shall convey the Wolf King's request. The Howling Moon Wolf King disregarded Wang Chengguang, reclining upon a massive stone within the cave. Raising a paw to gesture him away, without daring to linger, Wang Chengguang hastily exited the Wolf King's lair. Once he had distanced himself significantly, he paused, still able to hear Hu Rui's faint sounds from within the cave. The fox-type demon gods are truly extraordinary. Wang Chengguang cast a glance back at the Howling Moon Wolf King's cave before leaping into the shadows of the surrounding trees, heading toward Chong Xian's location. As he did, he contemplated that once his strength was restored, he too would relish the experience of the fox-type demon gods. In Yun City, night had fallen, enveloping the entire city in an expansive silence. Outside the entrance to the martial examination's secret realm, numerous soldiers stood resolute, ever vigilant to the changes around them. Who goes there? Suddenly, the squad leader on duty bellowed, directing his gaze towards 7 individuals who had appeared at a distance. The others swiftly raised their weapons, aiming at the unexpected arrivals. Stay calm, stay calm. We are allies, special envoys. The leader of the 7 raised his hands in surrender. This is my identification, Chu Zhising proclaimed, reaching into his chest pocket and tossing a palm-sized booklet toward the squad leader. Chapter 79. The Night Watch Army. The squad leader did not directly reach out to catch Chu Zhising's identification, but instead summoned his spiritual power to create a hand that intercepted it. This precaution was to ensure that the document was not tampered with, as it could potentially conceal a bomb or smoke grenade. A scenario reminiscent of old, Klitsch details. After confirming that no foul play had been enacted upon the identification, the leader finally brought it closer for inspection. Chu Zhising displayed no impatience at the leader's caution. This was the demeanor expected of a soldier on guard. Upon opening the identification, the leader beheld an image of a sharp sword, adorned with a crescent moon on its hilt. This was the insignia of the Night Watch Army, the sharpest blade on the battlefield between Xiaozhou and the demon races. The Night Watch Army comprised merely 10,000 members, a paltry number compared to other military forces. However, they are the most formidable and invincible beings on the front lines of Xiaozhou, each an elite selected from various military divisions. To join the Night Watch Army, one must possess at least a 4th-tier cultivation. Moreover, 4th-tier individuals are generally only considered reserve members. To become a full member, one must elevate their cultivation to the 5th tier. Additionally, they must independently slay 10 5th-tier demon beasts without external assistance. It is important to note that these 10 demon beasts must not be defeated one by one, but rather in a single encounter. To put it simply, one must confront and conquer 10 demon beasts single-handedly. Furthermore, there are specific criteria regarding the selection of these beasts. First, they must be weaker than the challenger. Second, they must not possess a weak bloodline. And finally, they cannot be injured to the extent that they cannot exert their full strength. Of course, once the assessment commences, one is permitted to employ poison or other methods to diminish the demon beast's combat capabilities, provided that all techniques used are of one's own devising. For instance, if one utilizes poison, it must be proven that it was obtained independently, whether through awakened toxic abilities or by concocting it from spiritual herbs. However, purchasing it or having someone else prepare it is not permissible. Otherwise, should one exhaust their methods on the battlefield without the means to replenish them, it would lead to inevitable demise. Another crucial point is that any individual may only attempt the Night Watch Army assessment once. Should they fail, they shall never be afforded a second opportunity. This regulation was personally established by the founder of the Night Watch Army, who famously stated that a life on the battlefield is singular. Misjudging one's own strength is inherently a fatal flaw. Upon seeing the emblem of the Night Watch Army, the commander could not help but gaze in astonishment at Chu Zhishan. Chu Zhishan was not the least surprised by the commander's astonishment. It was entirely normal. The Night Watch Army, after all, is adorned with countless accolades, the guardians of the Great Xia, the sharpest sword on the front lines of Xiaozhou, the idol of all military personnel, and the pride of the people of Xiaozhou, a dream cherished by countless youths. Unlike certain individuals who, despite performing noble deeds for the country and its citizens, are plagued by notorious reputations, reviled like rats scurrying through the streets. What bad luck! To think they are friends of the Night Watch Army. I had no idea I would offend you earlier, nor did I expect your presence here in the inland region for a mission. After verifying that there were no issues with the identification, the guard commander's demeanor underwent a complete turnaround. The gazes of the other soldiers involuntarily drifted toward them. After all, it was the Night Watch Army. Who among the youth has not harbored fantasies about them? Yet, in reality, most could only catch glimpses of the Night Watch Army through videos, as the likelihood of encountering them in person is slim for most. Of course, should one ever step onto the front lines, they would have the opportunity to see the Night Watch Army frequently. What are you staring at? Stand guard properly. If I catch anyone slacking off, I'll have the whole squad undergo additional training for a week. Just as some soldiers turned their gazes, the commander, seemingly having eyes in the back of his head, abruptly turned around and scolded. Instantly, many soldiers snapped their heads back to face forward, not daring to show even a hint of laxity. If their negligence led to an entire squad facing a week of additional training, then for the following month, they would undoubtedly be subjected to the collective scrutiny of their peers. Though inwardly cursing the commander for being unreasonable, no one dared to glance in that direction again. Ahem, these youngsters still need to be tempered, the commander remarked, turning back and clearing his throat. It's all right. Who hasn't he gone through this stage? Chu Zhishan smiled and replied. However, observing the commander's enthusiasm and the earlier actions of those soldiers, he felt an inexplicable discomfort. If they were to come in their true identities, they would surely be met with gunfire from the collective. Wasn't he there that recent incident involving the new type of demon beast? It is difficult to guarantee that the Beast God sect does not possess any special means of infiltrating the secret realm. Our advance into the area serves as a precaution against the Beast God sect while providing some assurance for this year's candidates. It is best if nothing occurs. However, should a crisis arise, we would be prepared to respond. After a courteous exchange, Chu Zhishan articulated the purpose of their visit. Though they were currently using false identities, The task he mentioned was genuine. I see, the commander replied, understanding Chu Zhishin's reference to the recent disturbances caused by the bewildering fox, which had stirred quite a commotion in the city. Not long ago, it was reported that it had attacked the director of the Beast Research Center, and it was only due to General Bai's timely intervention that the director was spared. With so many candidates set to enter tomorrow, if a bewildering fox were to infiltrate, it could spell disaster. Primarily, they could not simply skin a candidate each time one entered. Allowing a fourth-tier bewildering fox to enter would lead to significant trouble. Facing candidates whose strength barely reaches second tier, if a fourth-tier bewildering fox were to erupt in violence, they would have no time to render assistance. Although there had been reports of progress at the Beast Research Center, any results would not materialize until after the 9 provinces' Great Examination. Initially, the commander had been rather concerned about this matter, as his daughter was one of the candidates for this year's examination. To his surprise, the higher-ups dispatched the Night Watch Army to handle the situation, which alleviated the commander's worries entirely. After all, the Night Watch Army is the sharpest sword on the Xiaozhou battlefield. With their presence, what waves could the Beast God sect possibly stir? Thank you for your hard work. For the next 3 days, those children will be in your hands, the commander said sincerely, saluting Chu Zhishin. Chapter 80. In truth, you are the anomaly. It is only right. They are the flowers of our homeland, the future pillars of Xiaozhou. Moreover, they are the ones we must protect, regardless of how they are perceived by the world. At their core, their will aligns with that of the Night Watch Army. One-side battles on the battlefield, severing the blades of all who dare threaten Xiaozhou, while the other lurks in the shadows, purging the nation of all emerging afflictions. Their reputations may not shine as brightly as that of the Night Watch Army, but their aspirations have never wavered. So, we entrust this to you. Returning the identification to Chu Zhishin, the commander made way for them. All present, salute. With the commander's directive, all those gathered near the entrance to the secret realm saluted Chu Zhishin and his companions. Facing the collective gaze of the soldiers, Chu Zhishin and his 7 companions strode proudly into the martial examination's secret realm. What a thrill! Upon entering the secret realm, a youth clad in a white short-sleeved shirt adorned with ink-wash paintings clenched his fist and exclaimed, "Keep it down!" A woman with mid-length pink hair and a crop top beside him lightly tapped his head, her ample bosom swaying with emotion. "What is there to fear, sister you? Besides, no one outside can hear us now." Zhang Xian waved his hand dismissively, noting that the internal space of the secret realm was isolated from the outside. As long as they remained inside, even if he were to set off fireworks at the entrance, the external world would remain oblivious to any commotion. But what if someone suddenly enters from outside? Inu pinched Zhang Xian's cheek, envious of his fair skin. Does Taoist energy have such remarkable effects on skin care? Sister Yu, please stop pinching my face. What if it gets deformed and I'm no longer handsome? Zhang Xian replied, fully aware of Inyu's intentions, yet he genuinely had no means to maintain his appearance. Each time he broke through to a new realm, it felt as though his body underwent a thorough cleansing. Not only did his physique grow stronger, but his skin became increasingly fair and delicate. Boss, I'm applying to withdraw now. Is it too late to join the Night Watch Army? Zhang Xian released Inyu's hand and turned to Chu Zhishin. What a foolish thought. I'd love to join the Night Watch Army myself. Chu Zhishin shot Zhang Xian a disapproving glance, thinking that if such an opportunity existed, he would have seized it long ago, rather than allowing this brat to inquire. It's all your fault for letting the boss deceive you back in the day. Otherwise, with my talent, I would have been a reserve member of the Night Watch Army by now, destined to become a full member in the future. This was not mere boasting. Zhang Xian had awakened with SS-tier Taoist energy. As long as he did not falter and train diligently, he would undoubtedly be able to join the Night Watch Army in the future. Shut it. Weren't you the one who claimed that heroes in the darkness are cooler and wanted to join the Lantern Bearers? Chu Zhishin retorted, speechless. While he hoped some talented individuals would join the Lantern Bearers, he would never resort to coercive or deceptive tactics. After all, the Lantern Bearers occupy an awkward position, and many of their tasks are not as safe as those undertaken by the Night Watch Army on the battlefield. Even out of a sense of conscience, he could not employ forceful or deceptive methods. At most, he could offer some enticing prospects, but he had fulfilled every promise made. Zhang Xian's decision to join the Lantern Bearers stemmed from an earlier incident when his city was besieged by a horde of beasts. Chu Zhishin and his team were on a mission there and, upon witnessing the danger faced by the city's inhabitants, intervened as free agents of the Hero Alliance to assist in repelling the beast tide. At that time, Zhang Xian had just broken through to the 3rd tier and was enjoying a summer break, fighting against the beasts beneath the city walls. Due to his lack of combat experience, he found himself surrounded by frenzied beasts. In a moment of crisis, it was Yin Yu who saved him. Their second encounter occurred at Zhang Xian's university, where he was out with his roommates after a late-night snack. On the way back, I caught sight of a familiar figure. Upon pursuing it, I discovered that it was indeed Yin Yu, the one who had saved me at that time at that moment. Yin Yu was engaged in a mission. And later Zhang Xian also uncovered the identity of the lantern bearer. Perhaps due to the fact that Yin Yu had once saved him, Zhang Xian refrained from immediately calling for violence against her. Ultimately, upon learning the true identity of the lantern bearer, he expressed a desire to join them and become one of their ranks. Of course, one cannot overlook the element of Chu Zhexing's persuasive charm in this matter. Yet he could swear that there was no deceit in any of his words. Speaking of which, how did you master the art of persuasion so well, boss? To be honest, Zhang Xian admitted that he had been somewhat naive at that time. But Chu Zhexing's rhetoric had indeed stirred his blood. Even now, recalling it brings a slight thrill to Zhang Xian. Upon hearing his words, Chu Zhexing cast him a sidelong glance. Oh, you think I just waltzed into the lantern bearers? Zhang Xian retorted, TCH, we're kindred spirits, and you still have the audacity to say that. What about you, Sister Yu? What prompted you to join the lantern bearers? Zhang Xian inquired, tilting his head towards Yin Yu, who was savoring a lollipop. Dummy? I am an orphan, raised by the lantern bearers since childhood, so naturally, I joined. Yin Yu said nonchalantly, holding the lollipop in her hand after removing it from her mouth. Although the lantern bearers do not impose their will upon them, most ultimately choose to join. Perhaps it is the environment in which they were raised that instills in them a greater sense of responsibility than others. Ah, I apologize. Upon hearing Yin Yu's revelation of her orphan status, Zhang Xian quickly offered his apologies. It's fine. In truth, a significant portion of the lantern bearers are orphans. The other part consists of former soldiers who, after achieving certain merits, learn of the lantern bearers' true identity and resolutely shed their military garb to become part of the lantern bearers, safeguarding the peace of Xiazhou under the cover of night. Yin Yu did not dwell too much on the sorrow of her childhood. The older brothers and sisters within the lantern bearers treated them well. They would play with them and tell them stories. And they grew up enveloped in love. However, sometimes a single farewell could turn into a permanent separation. Thus, as they matured, they naturally inherited this resolve to protect the tranquility of their land. Moreover, she felt that those who transitioned from the military deserved greater respect. The lantern bearers are primarily composed of these two groups. Individuals like Zhang Xian are, in fact, the exceptions. Savoring her lollipop, Yin Yu turned to Zhang Xian and remarked, after all, students with talents like yours naturally aspire to join the Night Watch army. Even upon discovering the true nature of the lantern bearers, they would most likely still choose the Night Watch army. One is the esteemed first strong army of the Great Xia, respected by all the people of Xiazhou. The other is a notoriously infamous cult. It's clear which path they would choose. Chapter 81. Let us ambush them. Reinserting the lollipop into her mouth, she stretched her arms lazily, causing the objects in front of her to sway with her movements. Zhang Xian remarked, all right, after all this, it seems I've become the outsider. Huh. By the way, boss, you also. Just as Zhang Xian was about to suggest that Chu Zhexing was in the same boat as him, he heard Chu Zhexing say, I came from the military. Back then, I was about to step into the Night Watch army, deceived by that old coot. Had it not been for the fact that the old coot was his father, he would have undoubtedly staged a grand performance. Although he was certainly no match, he could still spit some venom. All right, enough of that. How did you learn about the Beast God cult's intentions regarding the examination students? Shaking his head vehemently, Zhang Xian wished to steer clear of that topic. I don't know. Chu Zhexing shrugged, adopting an expression that suggested, why would you think I would know? Zhang Xian replied, those rascals from the Beast God cult have only two schemes to infiltrate the city, either wreaking havoc within or targeting the outstanding students of the human race, effectively sabotaging this year's Zhuozhou Grand Examination. With the City Lord's office and the town's military on guard, we need not worry about that. We only need to prepare against the Beast God cult's attempts on this year's examinees. If they do not come, consider it a 3-day holiday. If they do, we will ambush them. Noticing the puzzled expression on Zhang Xian's face, Chu Zhexing added, you've still got that flair, boss. Zhang Xian gave Chu Zhexing a thumbs up. You understand nothing. This is called strategy, planning ahead. Do you comprehend? Chu Zhexing attempted to kick Zhang Xian, but Zhang Xian nimbly dodged. All right, scatter now. Each person is responsible for a designated area. Contact each other using the communication wristbands if anything arises. With a wave of his hand, Chu Zhexing signaled, and the members of the team dispersed. The following day, early in the morning, the area outside the Martial Examination secret realm was teeming with people. The personnel from the Ministry of Education had yet to arrive, and students were unable to enter the secret realm, so they gathered in small groups to chat, alleviating their nervousness. Bai Yuan and Yi Xian stood in a relatively less crowded spot, accompanied by Bai Xinyue and Shua Shui. I told you, there's no need to see me off. Every session of the Martial Examination is broadcasted live worldwide. You could just watch from home. Observing Bai Xinyue trailing closely beside him, Bai Yuan felt that she was even more eager about the Jiuzhou Grand Examination than he was. How could that be? The Jiuzhou Grand Examination is a once-in-a-lifetime event, such a significant occasion. How could I, as your sister, not be here to send you off? Bai Xinyue said earnestly, hands on her hips. That's not necessarily true. If you don't pass and need to repeat a year, you will end up with 2 chances, Bai Yuan chuckled. Pa. What kind of pessimistic talk is that, brother? How could you possibly fail? Quickly dismissing the ill fortune, Bai Xinyue insisted, and as she spoke, she pulled Bai Yuan to join her in the gesture. Surprised that Xinyue believed in such things, Bai Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at the memory of his own past encounters with Confucius. However, upon seeing Bai Xinyue puffing her cheeks, looking adorably fierce, he joined in the pa as well, along with Yi Xian, who was dragged along by Bai Xinyue. When it's my turn for the Jiuzhou Grand Examination, you must come to send me off. Okay. After Bai Yuan and Yi Xian finished their Bai Xinyue assured them that of course, when our Xinyue participates in the Jiuzhou Grand Examination, I will definitely come back to see you off, Bai Yuan replied. By the time Bai Xinyue was to take her Jiuzhou Grand Examination, Bai Yuan would already be a third-year student. With ample free time, returning to see Bai Xinyue off would be no trouble at all. And I will return to see you to the examination hall as well, Yi Xian chimed in. Just then, a commotion arose in the distance. Bai Yuan and the others turned to see the source of the disturbance. It was the personnel from the Ministry of Education. The bald-headed man at the forefront was Lu Guotao, the head of the Education Department of Yunqing. Everyone, quiet. Lu Guotao's voice, imbued with spiritual energy, resonated, causing the surrounding crowd to fall silent. Hello everyone, I am Lu Guotao, the head of the Yunqing Education Department. I trust you are all somewhat familiar with me. Now, I will explain the rules of the Martial Examination. At this point, Lu Guotao paused briefly, observing the majority of the students' attention on him before continuing. For the Martial Examination, examinees are only permitted to bring weapons that meet the specifications of the examination. Other items, such as spiritual tools and potions, are prohibited. Any violations will be treated as cheating, leading to the nullification of all exam scores and a 3-year ban from participating in the Jiuzhou Grand Examination. We possess the most sensitive instruments. So please do not harbor any thoughts of luck. This is your last opportunity. Students with any hidden intentions should quickly take out their items and place them outside. It is not yet too late. Once caught, there will be no chance for recourse. Having delivered this warning, Lu Guotao paused once more, granting the students one last chance to rectify their mistakes. Yet no movements were detected from the crowd below. In truth, incidents of cheating had not occurred for many years. As the head of the Education Department stated, the examination grounds were equipped with the most sensitive instruments. There was once a fellow who attempted to hide potions in a rather unspeakable location, hoping to deceive the system, but ultimately, he was caught. Not only did he embarrass himself before a global audience, but he was also banned from the Jiuzhou Grand Examination for 3 years, leaving a mark on his record. Well, I trust each and every one of you. Now, I declare the Martial Examination officially commenced. All students, please come forward to collect the map of the supply stations, the scoring device, and the distress wristbands. Finally, wishing all the graduating class of 2020 great success in their martial endeavors, Lu Guotao concluded his speech and departed from the entrance of the secret realm, making way for the incoming examinees. In front of the entrance to the secret realm stood a detection gate, 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide, capable of identifying whether students were carrying spiritual tools or potions. After passing through the detection gate without incident, the examinees proceeded to collect their scoring devices, wristbands, and maps from the teachers before entering the secret realm. After bidding farewell to Bai Xinyue, Bai Yuan and Yi Xian made their way towards the detection gate. Having successfully passed through the gate, they received their scoring devices, wristbands, and maps from the teacher and subsequently entered the secret realm. As soon as Bai Yuan stepped inside, the world before him transformed into a dazzling expanse of white, accompanied by a fleeting sensation of dizziness. Once his vision cleared and the disorientation subsided, Bai Yuan found himself within the secret realm. Chapter 82. The martial examination commences. Bai Yuan turned to glance behind him but found no trace of Yi Xian. It appeared they had been teleported to different locations upon entry. He retrieved the electronic map from his possession to ascertain his position and then dashed towards the nearest supply station. Over the course of the past 3 days, their sustenance and water sources had predominantly derived from these supply stations, of course. One could also consume wild spring water or the flora and fauna within the secret realm. Yet the risks of improper preparation or the ingestion of toxic substances could lead to disqualification. Moreover, being the first to locate a supply station allowed one to claim the necessary provisions while destroying the remainder, rendering it impossible for other candidates to procure supplies and forcing them to seek sustenance within the realm. However, such underhanded tactics were rarely employed. High school students typically remained in a relatively naive stage, lacking the inclination to devise such sinister strategies. Additionally, supply stations were not singular in number within the secret realm. Even if 1 or 2 were destroyed, it would be of little consequence. In fact, such actions might incite the ire of other candidates, leading to retaliation. Historically, during the 9 prefectures grand examination, a similar incident had indeed transpired, involving a candidate who had awakened speed-based abilities. Capitalizing on his swiftness, he raced towards a supply station upon entering the secret realm, only to set fire to it without taking any supplies. Although he ultimately failed to destroy all the supply stations, the few that remained were insufficient for the multitude of candidates. He believed that with ample food and water, he would secure a top position in the examination. However, this individual ignited widespread anger and was swiftly eliminated by the collective efforts of his peers. Meow meow. After a series of sharp feline cries, 5 pitch-black cats emerged from the shadows beneath a tree beside Bai Yuan. Cloaked in darkness, they possessed golden eyes, measured nearly a meter in length, and were shrouded in a faint black mist. These were shadow cats, creatures adept at concealing themselves in shadows, springing forth to hunt when prey approached. Their speed rendered them one of the most perilous predators in the dark. However, within the secret realm, their rank was merely first tier, and in Bai Yuan's eyes, they posed little threat. Clang. With a swift motion, Bai Yuan drew his sword, unleashing 5 strikes in the blink of an eye. They were fast, but Bai Yuan's speed surpassed theirs. Each of his strikes moved so swiftly that only afterimages remained, leaving those watching the live stream bewildered as Bai Yuan sheathed his sword. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the shadow cats plummeted to the ground, lifeless. Without pausing, Bai Yuan continued his sprint towards the supply station. Meanwhile, the timer on his wrist displayed the number 50. The primary objective of the martial examination was to hunt the beasts within the secret realm to earn rewards. Slaying a first-tier initial stage beast granted 10 points. A mid-stage beast awarded 50 points, a late-stage beast yielded 100 points, and a peak-stage beast brought in 150 points. Additionally, there were 5 initial stage second-tier beasts in the secret realm, and any candidate who managed to hunt one could directly earn 500 points. To prevent these second-tier beasts from harming less capable candidates, their movement was confined to a specific area, marked on the map. What speed and ferocity in his swordplay! Truly, Bai Yuan is remarkable. Even with adrenaline coursing through my veins, I cannot match his striking speed. I've heard his martial arts have reached an extraordinary level. At such a young age, achieving this mastery is something only the likes of Gun God, Sword Saint, and Axe Sovereign have accomplished. It's possible that a sword immortal may emerge from Xiaozhou in the future. The comments in Bai Yuan's live stream flooded the screen, each one expressing awe at his swordsmanship. As Bai Yuan distanced himself, a shadow stirred beneath the large tree where he had dispatched the shadow cats, and a woman wearing a half-mask that obscured the lower half of her face emerged. She was the talented individual that the captain had taken a keen interest in. How could such a genius possibly join our lantern bearers? Not everyone possesses the naivety of Zhang Xian. After lamenting the captain's unrealistic aspirations, the woman receded back into the shadows. She had always believed that Zhu Zhixing's confidence in recruiting Bai Yuan was merely a fantasy instilled in him by Zhang Xian in his youth. As a master assassin, she could acutely sense the lethal aura that Bai Yuan had exuded earlier. A youth bearing such murderous intent could hardly be compared to someone like Zhang Xian, who was lost in his own delusions. Approximately 10 minutes later, a cobalt blue warehouse came into view for Bai Yuan. The supply station? He had found it. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed that the door was locked, indicating that he was the first candidate to arrive at this particular supply station. The lock was a combination lock, and behind it lay a riddle. Solving it would grant access to the supplies within. Clang, bang, with a resounding clash, Bai Yuan's sword struck the combination lock, it shattered, metal fragments flying, as he cleaved through the lock that secured the supply station's entrance. It's such a moment. Only a fool would squander time deciphering riddles. Pushing the door open, the interior of the supply station unfolded before him. Numerous shelves lined the room, filled with drinking water and food. Upon closer inspection, he found the variety of provisions quite abundant. At the far end of the station, 3 rows of shelves held tents and sleeping bags for nighttime use. Without lingering excessively, Bai Yuan grabbed a bag, filled it with food and water, took a tent and sleeping bag, then swiftly exited the supply station. Every candidate entering would immediately seek out a supply station. This was hardly a safe environment. It was crucial to remember that within the martial examination, aside from hunting beasts for points, candidates could also engage in combat against one another. Defeating an opponent allowed one to claim all their accumulated points. Fortunately, candidates who were defeated would not be immediately disqualified. They still had the opportunity to start anew. And Bai Yuan was not the only candidate heading towards the supply station. Although he was not intimidated by others given his strength, he preferred to avoid exhausting himself in a potential skirmish. Chapter 83. The looming crisis. Meanwhile, at another supply station within the martial examination's secret realm, Yi Yun wore a constipated expression as he stared at the lock on the door. In a contest of defecation between a lion and a bear, who would emerge victorious? What on earth was this? Spitting out the dogtail grass he had been chewing, Yi Yun stood up and stomped his foot in frustration. In truth, possessing spatial abilities, Yi Yun had arrived at the nearby supply station even earlier than Bai Yuan. Yet, nearly half an hour had elapsed since he found the supply station, and he still had not gained entry. Isn't the written examination already over? Why are there still these puzzles? Damn, lacking even the slightest clue. Yi Yun, in a fit of anger, delivered a robust kick to the door. Clang, to his astonishment. One of the door handles came loose upon impact. Creak. With the sound of turning hinges, the supply station's door slowly swung open. Yi Yun, it can be done this way? Surprised, Yi Yun gazed at the door he had just kicked open, glanced around, and stepped inside the supply station. This kid is a bit too straightforward. As a fellow SSS-ranked ability wielder, Bai Yuan arrived over half an hour later and has already taken his supplies and left, while he has just entered. Which teacher taught him this? Do they only teach combat skills and neglect critical thinking? Hurry, hurry, record this. This is priceless material. When our genius Yi dominates in the future, this will serve as a fond memory. Exactly, we can edit it later. I graduated from a liberal arts university, majoring in film. Leave this to me, and I assure you it will look good on screen. Ha ha ha, the pandas on the mountain must have starved to death because of you guys. At that moment, back at Yi Yun's home, his father, Yi Lao, wore a dark expression as he watched his somewhat dim-witted son. Usually, he seemed clever and cunning, but when it came to crucial moments, he faltered. It's all your fault. You only train, train, train. You've nearly made our son a fool. Sitting beside him, Yi mother cast an unhappy glance at Yi father. How can you blame me? You know very well that this kid is always so cunning. Yet when it matters most, he acts like a fool. How can I be at fault? Yi father vehemently disagreed, arguing that if rigorous training were to blame, then the boy from General Bai's family trained just as hard. Yet he wasn't this foolish. Meanwhile, Yi Yun had emerged from the supply station, still preoccupied with the thought of how he had kicked the door open. He gazed at the half-broken doorknob that had fallen from the door. His expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Could it be that the supply station required no decryption at all? Meanwhile, in Yi Yun's live streaming room, the audience was already in fits of laughter. Concurrently, the oppressive atmosphere in Yi Yun's household made their dog, De Huang and cat, Xiaohua, tremble in the corner. As they watched, curious about what Yi Yun would come up with next. He set down everything in his hands and dashed back into the supply station. A few minutes later, Yiyun emerged with glue and a marker. First, he securely closed the supply station's main door and used the glue to reattach the doorknob he had kicked off. Finally, he took the marker and boldly wrote a line of large characters beside the decryption lock. Candidates who destroy the decryption lock with violence will have 1,000 points deducted. Perfect. Looking at his handiwork, Yiyun nodded in satisfaction. He packed away the marker and glue and left, filling his live stream with joyous laughter once more. Wow, this kid is quite mischievous. It seems he has channeled all his intellect into this. No wonder he took so long to figure things out. Haha, he may be simple-minded, but he is quite crafty. In front of the screen, Yiyun's parents wore expressions of utter dismay. When he returned, he must be disciplined. Count me in. Once he is back, we should restrain him to prevent any escape. Remember to suppress his psychic energy. His space abilities are as slippery as an EL. At this moment, Yiyun, humming a cheerful tune, bounded away, blissfully unaware of the storm awaiting him upon his return home. In the cave where Chongxian resided, a broad-shouldered man sat with his back turned to him. Chongxian knelt upon the ground, his eyes filled with reverence. Elder Shang, everything is prepared. We can launch an assault on Yun City at any moment. After Chongxian spoke, there was a brief silence before Shang Yuanhai's voice emerged. How is the Wolf King faring? All is in readiness. Once the elder departs, the Wolf King will follow closely behind. After a further 10 minutes, Shang Yuanhai's voice resonated again. Let us move. At the same time, a formidable and dense aura emanated from Shang Yuanhai. He soared into the air, breaking through the cave and hurtling towards Yun City. Awoo! As Shang Yuanhai flew towards Yun City, a resounding wolf howl echoed from the mountain peak. Soon after, a terrifying aura of a 7th-tier great demon spread forth, causing all the beasts within the mountain range to stir restlessly, frantically fleeing in the opposite direction of the demonic presence. The Howling Moon Wolf King controlled his aura, driving the beasts towards Yun City. With a powerful leap, he exited the cave, merging his demonic energy with his howl. He cried out towards the heavens. Awoo! 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 All the Howling Moon Wolves responded in kind to their king's roar. Son, wait at home. Once this matter is settled, your father will bring back a few stepmothers for you. Leaving a word of caution, the Howling Moon Wolf King dashed towards Yun City, followed by a throng of Howling Moon Wolves, herding all beasts along the way towards Yun City. After the Howling Moon Wolf King departed, a weak voice emerged from beneath the Wolf King's offspring. Your Highness, the time has come. I must fulfill my duties within the sect. Without waiting for a response from the Wolf King's offspring, she activated her psychic energy and swiftly departed from the Howling Moon Wolf King's cave. The past few days had exhausted her. Her cultivation was still too weak, and if this continued, her health could truly deteriorate. Even with the innate gifts of the fox demon gods, the gap in cultivation could not be bridged. If it were merely the Wolf King's offspring, she would not be afraid, but with the addition of the Howling Moon Wolf King, she stood no chance against two. After Hu Rui fled, the Wolf King's offspring gazed towards the cave entrance, murmuring softly before leaping onto a large rock to rest. Chapter 84. The Beast-Tide Assault. Meanwhile, others from the Beast God sect utilized instruments to activate a teleportation array. Are we not waiting for Hu Rui? Someone suddenly inquired as the members of the Beast God sect prepared to enter the teleportation array. Which lewd fox do you think is still busy with her own affairs, completely disregarding the mission? Lu Yuan's tone dripped with disdain. Brother Lu, speaking ill of others behind their backs is not a commendable behavior. A sultry voice chimed in just as Lu Yuan finished. The group turned to see Hu Rui, clad in high heels, swaying her alluring figure towards them. If one looked closely, they might notice her legs trembling slightly. Humph! Caught red-handed, Lu Yuan felt no embarrassment but merely huffed dismissively, ignoring Hu Rui. Brother Lu, don't be so angry. Once this matter concludes, how about I entertain you properly? Hu Rui approached the group, casting a flirtatious glance at Lu Yuan. With her cheeks still slightly flushed, she exuded even more allure. However, Lu Yuan had already been tricked by her once and was not easily fooled again. Glaring coldly at Hu Rui, she remained unfazed. Her smile unwavering, though a hint of malice flickered in her eyes. Enough bickering. Let us proceed with the mission. Anyone who makes a mistake will have to face the consequences, Chongxian interjected, his voice cold. All right then, let us heed Brother Xian's words, Hu Rui replied with a smile, yet her gaze towards Lu Yuan still brimmed with provocation. Humph! Lu Yuan coldly snorted and said nothing, after having been taught a lesson last time. He dared not provoke Chong Xian again. The squabble ended, and Chong Xian took the lead, with the members of the Beast God sect proceeding into the teleportation array one after another. Moments later, Chong Xian and the others arrived at the secret realm where this martial examination was to take place. Their plan was straightforward, led by Shang Yuanhai and the Howling Moon Wolf King. They would launch a beast-tide assault to distract the Lord of Yun City and the military generals. Meanwhile, they would utilize the positioning compass previously placed in the secret realm to activate the teleportation array and enter the martial examination's secret realm. They aimed to abduct the talented candidates from this martial examination, leaving no survivors if they could not be captured. I will seal the entrance to the secret realm. You all go find the talented candidates in this martial examination and bring them back. Remember to pay special attention to those 3 candidates who have awakened SSS-level psychic abilities. After giving instructions, Chong Xian dashed towards the entrance of the secret realm. Brother Xian has left. Does Brother Lu wish to engage in a battle with me? Hu Rui provocatively teased Lu Yuan, sticking out her tongue to lick her enticing red lips. Lu Yuan shot her a cold glance, choosing a direction and departing without a word. How dull. Seeing Lu Yuan leave, Hu Rui also retracted her seductive demeanor and turned to leave. The other members of the Beast God sect exchanged glances before setting off to search for this year's candidates. Within Yun City, Yi Jiping was watching his daughter's martial examination livestream in the Lord's mansion. Yi Xian's luck was significantly better than Bai Yuan and the others, as she was teleported right next to the supply station. After kicking open the supply station's door, Yi Xian quickly grabbed what she needed and made her exit. Just as Yi Jiping was showering his daughter with applause in the live stream, a sudden alarm blared outside. Instinctively, Yi Jiping sprang up from his chair. Bang! The office door swung open, and a frantic staff member rushed in. My lord, it's bad. The beasts are attacking the city. Outside the city, a swarm of beasts surged towards Yun City. The thick aura of demons gathered ominously, darkening the sky. Open fire! Eliminate as many beasts as possible before they reach the city gates. At the command of the city's defensive military leader, soldiers on the city walls began to fire systematically at the approaching tide of beasts. A woo! Accompanied by a resounding wolf howl, a massive wolf shadow raced towards Yun City, emanating a terrifying pressure that caused the surrounding beasts to part in mere moments. The colossal wolf reached the gates of Yun City, its massive claws striking towards the city's protective array. Stop it! Realizing the intention of the Howling Moon Wolf King, the city's military leader roared in fury, directing his forces to fire upon the Wolf King. Yet, to the 7th-tier Howling Moon Wolf King, these attacks were little more than a child's play. His eyes filled with mockery, he allowed the assaults to strike him, while his colossal claws continued their descent towards the protective array. Roar! From a distance, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed, followed by a blazing fire dragon surging towards the Howling Moon Wolf King. Boom! The enormous wolf claw collided with the fire dragon, producing a deafening explosion. Without engaging directly with the fire dragon, the Howling Moon Wolf King leaped backward, evading the dragon's frontal assault. As the Howling Moon Wolf King landed, he lifted his gaze towards the interior of Yun City, where 4 figures descended from the sky, having rushed over upon receiving the news. They were none other than Bai Donglin and his wife, along with Yi Jiping and his wife. As the 4 individuals arrived, a chilling aura descended upon them, heralding the presence of an elder from the turtle clan of the Beast God cult. Shang Yuanhai, I spared you last time. Shall we test the resilience of your shell once more? Knight Jiping spoke, clearly familiar with the newcomer. Lord of the Night City, we have met before. When have you ever breached my defenses? Shang Yuanhai retorted dismissively, his tone laced with mockery. It seems the turtle clan possesses not only a thick shell but also an impenetrable face. Knight Jiping had encountered Shang Yuanhai previously, just as he was about to shatter the latter's shell, only to have Shang rescued by another member of the Beast God cult. Had it not been for that timely intervention, Knight Jiping would have relished the prospect of roasting a turtle. It's quite audacious to claim you can withstand my attacks. Escaping swiftly counts as a defense, does it not? Today, I shall shatter your turtle shell completely. With a sweeping motion of his spear, a fierce blaze erupted from Knight Jiping, surging towards Shang Yuanhai. Simultaneously, Bai Donglin approached the howling Moon Wolf King, sweeping his long sword to conjure a curtain of water that cascaded down upon the beast. Within Bai Donglin's vicinity, a misty rain fell, accentuating his presence like a celestial swordsman amidst a downpour. Chapter 85. The Seven-Tailed Demon Fox. While the Howling Moon Wolf King and Shang Yuanhai faced off against Bai Donglin and Knight Jiping, Gu Yuzhu and Gu Qiuting prepared to assist in quelling the beast tied at that moment. Urgent alarms echoed throughout the city. Gu Yuzhu and her companion's expressions shifted dramatically. It was the alarm from the martial examination's secret realm. Something had gone awry. Just as Gu Yuzhu resolved to investigate the martial examination's secret realm, a broad figure blocked her path. It was Shang Yuanhai, who had been engaged in battle with Knight Jiping. A massive blue turtle shell appeared behind him, which he wielded to obstruct Gu Yuzhu's advance. Old turtle, you can only cower in my grasp. Do you truly believe you can hinder us three? Gu Yuzhu and Gu Qiuting were not mere decorative vases. Both possessed formidable seventh-tier cultivation. All four had once been adept members of the Night Watch army, none of whom were weaklings. I am not alone in this endeavor. Have you not seen the others arriving? With Shang Yuanhai's words, two more powerful presences descended upon Yun City. Knight Jiping and his companions turned to the newcomers. One was a white-haired man, exuding a terrifying murderous intent, clearly a member of the Beast God cult, specifically the fierce White Tiger clan, albeit one of mixed blood. Nonetheless, his strength was formidable, a seventh-tier elder named Situ Li. The other was an extraordinarily alluring woman, her entire being radiating an enchanting aura, her seven fluffy tails swaying behind her. The seven-tailed demon fox. Upon seeing her, Knight Jiping and the others raised their brows in surprise. They had not anticipated that the final figure would not be from the Beast God cult, but rather a member of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Has the seven-tailed demon fox dared to cross the front lines and infiltrate the territory of Xiazhou in search of a burial ground? Knight Jiping stood firm, enveloped in flames that distorted the very fabric of space. You jest, Lord of the Night City. I aspire to attain the status of a nine-tailed fox. Why would I seek death? The seven-tailed demon fox giggled softly, her laughter illuminating the air around her, her allure unmistakable. Moreover, with my beauty, do you truly think you could harm me? Why not lay down our weapons and indulge in a delightful encounter instead? The seven-tailed demon fox gazed at Knight Jiping with eyes so tender they seemed to glisten with tears. Given the innate charm of her clan, any wavering heart would likely succumb to her enchantment, even willing to offer their very hearts to her. However, Knight Jiping suddenly roared in fury, sweeping his spear with flames surging forth, a crimson fire dragon roaring towards the seven-tailed demon fox. Showcasing his intent to hold nothing back. Demon, conceal your repugnant visage. Your actions disgust this lord of the city. Knight Jiping's voice was thunderous, filled with loathing as though he had just been subjected to the most vile of topics. The raging fire dragon surged forth, prompting the seven-tailed demon fox to emit a soft yelp. Her seven tails expanded rapidly, intercepting Knight Jiping's assault. Without granting the seven-tailed demon fox another opportunity to speak, Knight Jiping charged forward, yet someone faster than him was already on the move, Gu Qiuting, who had been by his side. This one is mine. With a Tang Dao materializing in her hand, Gu Qiuting unleashed a tempest, transforming it into a razor-sharp blade aimed at the seven-tailed demon fox. Indeed, my lady, let us teach this foul-mouthed creature a lesson it shall not forget, preferably rendering it incapacitated. Knight Jiping shouted encouragement for his wife before pivoting to assault the now-frightened Shang Yuanhai. Meanwhile, Gu Yuzhu smirked, wielding an ice-blue long sword, her spiritual energy surging, causing the surrounding air temperature to plummet. Sharp ice spikes, glimmering with cold brilliance, appeared around her, launching towards the approaching tiger-like demon. Roar! In the face of Gu Yuzhu's onslaught, Situ Li let out a thunderous bellow, brandishing a dark red spear that radiated a chilling malice. Its hue reminiscent of congealed blood, clearly a weapon of countless murders. Within the secret realm, Zhong Xian stealthily evaded the proctors, reaching the exit of the secret realm. He retrieved a piece of jade from his storage ring. It was jet black with flickering blue star-like specks. At first glance, it resembled an exceedingly valuable gem, yet it bore 3 narrow cracks upon its surface. He cast the sealing stone into the air, and with a burst of black light, a network of patterns emerged from the stone, rapidly expanding and enveloping the exit of the secret realm. Something's amiss. The commotion drew the attention of the proctors nearby, who immediately rushed to intervene upon witnessing an attempt to seal the exit. Zhong Xian swiftly positioned his turtle shell to deflect their attacks. All of you, join forces. We cannot allow him to seal the exit. The proctors drew their weapons, intent on subduing Zhong Xian, though their primary aim was to destroy the sealing stone. Yet, with their highest-ranked proctor barely at the peak of the 4th tier, even united, they could not hope to breach Zhong Xian's defenses in a short span. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as the power emanating from the sealing stone progressively enveloped the exit until it was completely shut. Seeing the sealing stone successfully secure the exit, Zhong Xian ceased his engagement with the proctors. With a resounding stomp, he struck the ground, creating a deep crater as his immense spiritual energy erupted forth, sending the encroaching proctors reeling. Consider yourselves fortunate that I have no time to squander with you. Casting a fleeting glance at the proctors, Zhong Xian seized the moment to make his escape. Though he belonged to the Turtle Clan, his speed was anything but slow, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from their sight. While he possessed the capability to eliminate all the proctors, doing so would inevitably waste precious time, and the sealing stone was already damaged, unable to maintain its blockage for long. He needed to locate the 3 students who had awakened their SSS-level spiritual powers. With no time to waste on the proctors, Chapter 86, Drizzling Sword. After Zhong Xian's departure, the proctors rushed forward to assess the situation at the secret realm's exit. This is untenable, with our strength. We cannot break even the damaged sealing stone. We must wait for those outside to breach this barrier. Despite its damaged state, the sealing stone was of high quality, and had it not fully activated, they might have had a chance to disrupt it. However, it was now in effect, and with their 4th-tier capabilities, their attacks barely stirred a ripple. The exit is sealed, and we cannot establish contact with the outside world. One proctor attempted to reach out, but no communication devices could transmit signals. Once the entry and exit of the secret realm were sealed, all connections between the outside and the inside were severed. With the exit sealed, the live broadcast of the martial examination would also be interrupted, and soon the outside world would notice something amiss. Our priority must be to ensure the safety of the candidates. The individual we encountered was associated with the Beast God cult, and they must be targeting this year's candidates, especially Bai Yuan, Yi Xian, and Yi Yun. From the turtle shell, it was evident that the assailant was a member of the Beast God cult, and their intentions were unmistakable. Let those outside handle the sealing issue. We must search for the candidates. With that, a proctor produced a monitor displaying the current locations of the candidates within the martial examination secret realm. However, in order to prevent the possibility of proctors aiding students in cheating, the coordinates of the candidates displayed on the monitor are represented as individual red dots. Thus, even if they wish to focus on locating Bai Yuan and his companions, it is rendered impossible. The proctors dispersed to search. Each of them grasped their monitors, directing their attention towards the candidates' locations. To be frank, having just experienced a brief skirmish with Zhong Xian, they were acutely aware that should they encounter him again, death would await them. Yet, as educators, their unwavering belief lies in safeguarding their students. Meanwhile, the live feeds from various candidates outside were in an uproar. What is happening? Why has the live feed gone dark? Is it just this one live feed, or are others experiencing the same issue? All are blacked out. I just came from another feed and have checked several, and they all show the same situation. There must be an incident occurring within the martial examination secret realm. We need to urgently notify the relevant authorities. I heard an alarm earlier. It seems there are demonic beasts attacking the city. Could it be related? Impossible. There's a city defense formation in place. No demonic beasts have breached it yet, so how could it affect the secret realm? As the inquiries in the live feeds escalated, calls flooded into the relevant departments of the Ministry of Education. Most were from the parents of this year's candidates, suddenly gripped by anxiety over the unforeseen issues within the martial examination secret realm. Outside Yun City, fierce battles raged in the skies, waves of terrifying energy cascading. Hello, Donglin, is everything truly all right on the secret realm side? Knight Xiping inquired, transmitting his voice to Bai Donglin amidst the chaos. Rest assured, our people have long since taken up ambush positions. The Beast God cult has walked right into a trap. In contrast to the other 3, Bai Donglin found his battle relatively effortless and graceful. With one hand wielding a sword and the other resting behind his back, he relentlessly drove the Howling Moon Wolf King to retreat. During the fierce confrontation with the Wolf King, he occasionally extended his hand to assist the soldiers below in clearing the beast's tide, alleviating their burden as best he could. At that moment, the Howling Moon Wolf King was battered and bruised, questioning its own existence. Wasn't it said that the general of the city defense army was merely at the mid-level of the 7th rank? Yet here it was, a peak 7th rank Wolf King, and it felt as if it were being struck like a mere child. The Howling Moon Wolf King, now covered in wounds, found Bai Donglin's sword strikes to be akin to sharp blades, leaving a trail of injuries upon its body. Each of Bai Donglin's strikes was life-threatening. Were it not for the beast's formidable physique, it would likely have been reduced to a sieve by now. Damn it, those scoundrels from the Beast God cult dare to deceive me. The Howling Moon Wolf King cursed inwardly while dodging Bai Donglin's attacks. Yet it was not entirely the fault of the Beast God cult. Bai Donglin and his companions originated from the Night Watch army, their identities and strengths meticulously kept under wraps. It was reasonable that the Beast God cult could not ascertain Bai Donglin's true power. Bai Donglin had earned the moniker of Drizzle Sword during his time in the Night Watch army, where his sword would rain down like water, slaying an 8-tailed demon fox on the front lines with devastating precision. All right, I can rest easy now. Upon hearing Bai Donglin's reassuring tone, Knight Zhiping's anxieties dissipated as he focused on his own battle. Bai Donglin continued to engage the Howling Moon Wolf King, who had attempted to flee several times but was driven back by Bai Donglin's relentless strikes. Today, he was determined to behead this Wolf King while his sword transformed into a multitude, piercing towards the demonic beasts relentlessly charging at Yun City. Meanwhile, the city defense army had assembled atop the city walls, ready to confront the enemy, while the city guards provided support from above. Coupled with Bai Donglin's aerial firepower, the once menacing tide of beasts posed little threat now. Within the martial examination's secret realm, a sharp sword light cleaved through, piercing the heart of a demonic beast already on the brink of death, extinguishing its life. Simultaneously, the scoring device in Bai Yuan's hand shifted from 360 points to 380. Ignoring the now lifeless beast, Bai Yuan propelled himself swiftly towards a thicket. The icy blue sword light shimmered with a chilling brilliance, aimed directly at the rear of the bushes. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed as a woman with fox ears and an alluring visage emerged from behind the thicket. With sharp claws extending from her hands, she blocked the edge of Bai Yuan's sword. Failing to land the blow, Bai Yuan withdrew, his gaze warily fixed upon the woman hidden behind the foliage. Beast God Cult. Recognizing the fox ears atop her head, Bai Yuan confirmed her identity. Remembering the alluring fox that had infiltrated the city, he realized this was the true intention behind the encounter. Her initial goal had been the 9 continents grand examination, and the ambush on Din Yin was merely a ploy to buy time for her to devise countermeasures against the alluring fox. Yet, this woman was not the alluring fox itself. How had she entered the martial examination's secret realm? Could it be that the alluring fox possessed the capability to disguise others? If so, and if executed flawlessly, that would be quite terrifying. Young lord, I have come specifically for you. Yet upon our first meeting, you draw your blade against me. How it wounds my heart, Hu Rui said with a teasing tone and a sultry demeanor. Chapter 87. Hu Rui, who was blown away. With a swift motion, Bai Yuan slashed out, the cold gleam of his blade radiating with lethal intent, akin to a suspended moon slicing towards Hu Rui. In response to Bai Yuan's assault, Hu Rui smiled, effortlessly deflecting his strike with her delicate hand. You truly lack understanding of cherishing beauty, she remarked, dispersing the sword energy with grace, then playfully licking her claws. An act both enchanting and captivating. Alas, I must first transform you into my loyal servant before I can truly indulge myself. The Fox clan's charm ability is formidable, and the fox-like demon gods have inherited this trait flawlessly. Those ensnared by their allure, whether human or beast, become their most devoted servants. Hu Rui's intention was to enchant Bai Yuan, for he had awakened an SS-level psychic ability, promising immense potential in the future. Transforming him into her steadfast servant would not only elevate her own status, but also enable her to capture more powerful fox-like demons as he grew stronger. Should she succeed in capturing a 9-tailed fox, a position among the ranks of 9th-tier powerhouses would surely be hers. Charm. A pink light emanated from Hu Rui's eyes, her pupils transforming into heart shapes as a potent mental assault surged towards Bai Yuan. In an instant, this charm spell struck Bai Yuan, her mental energy racing towards his soul. Were it merely a common charm, any being of superior strength could easily dispel her influence. Thus, she aimed to imprint his very soul. Should she succeed, even if someone later attempted to erase her mark from Bai Yuan, he would suffer harm, and his talents would be diminished. At that point, even if others had intentions towards Bai Yuan, they would have to weigh the consequences of degrading his potential. Most crucially, should she perish, Bai Yuan, marked by her, would also meet his demise, alleviating another concern. Even for the sake of this S-level genius, those within the sect would hesitate to act against her. They might merely impose some hardships upon her, but once her powers grew, she would have ample means of revenge. And of course, all these delightful thoughts were mere fantasies of Hu Ruwei. As her mental energy touched Bai Yuan's soul, she was suddenly engulfed by a sea of crimson. An overwhelming wave of killing intent flooded her psyche, causing her to spiral into chaos. A violent headache struck, making her wish to smash her head against a wall. As the pain finally subsided, she looked around and found herself in an unfamiliar realm. The sky and earth were painted a deep crimson, and a sticky sensation gripped her feet. Instinctively, Hu Ruwei glanced down to discover she was standing in a pool of blood. No, the entire world was drenched in blood. The ground was covered with a thick layer of sanguine liquid. Corpses lay strewn about the bloodied expanse, and none were intact. Most had been cleaved in half, or their heads severed, while others were missing limbs. Yet, what terrified Hu Ruwei most was the sight of dismembered body parts scattered about. As if she had wandered into a vast slaughterhouse. Scanning the area, Hu Ruwei eventually spotted a figure atop a mound of corpses. A breathtakingly beautiful face bore an expression as cold as frost. With hair of a pale blue-gray hue that danced without wind, wielding an ice-blue sword radiating with an extreme chill, as Hu Ruwei's gaze fell upon this figure, the person seemed to sense her presence. Turning to meet her eyes, the crimson depths of their gaze held a profound murderous intent, and in that instant of eye contact, Hu Ruwei felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. She sensed a razor-sharp blade poised to cleave her into fragments. No. Despair filled Hu Ruwei's eyes as she screamed in terror, her voice echoing through the blood-soaked world before vanishing. Simultaneously, outside, Hu Ruwei's head exploded like a watermelon struck by a heavy object. Everything she had just experienced transpired in mere moments. From Bai Yuan's perspective, this woman from the beast god cult had deflected his attack and had first provocatively licked her fingers, as she declared her desire to become a servant. A rosy glow ignited in her eyes. Bai Yuan recognized this as the alluring enchantment of the fox deities. Just as he was preparing to respond, Hu Ruwei suddenly wore an expression of sheer terror. With a piercing scream, she clasped her head, and in an instant, her head exploded. Bai Yuan. Has the Fox clan's method of seduction become this explosive? To be frank, had Hu Ruwei aimed to directly attack Bai Yuan instead of charming him, although he could still eliminate her using his spiritual energy, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. If she attempted to flee, he might not have been able to catch up, had she not intended to leave a mark on Bai Yuan's soul, but merely sought to bewitch him. She would have merely faced a severe mental backlash from the overwhelming killing intent. Nevertheless, in such a state of mental turmoil, it would likely not be too difficult for the transformed Bai Yuan to dispatch her. Yet, among the three choices, Hu Ruwei inexplicably chose the quickest and most decisive route to her demise. Bai Yuan did not even need to act. She was obliterated by her own boundless killing intent. Without any interest in understanding why this beast deity acolyte had come to him only to self-destruct, Bai Yuan hastily set off in a direction of his choosing. Since the beast deity sect had infiltrated the martial examination's secret realm, it was evident that more than one person had entered. Their intentions were undoubtedly directed not only at him but also at Yixian and Yi Yun. Before entering, they had had all their possessions confiscated save for their weapons. And now, with no way to contact Yixian, he could only resort to the most rudimentary method of searching. Initially, he had considered pressing the emergency button. Although the monitoring teacher's tracking devices could not directly locate Yixian, it was still better than having no means at all. However, given that he was only at the second tier of cultivation, the supervising teachers would undoubtedly prohibit him from joining the rescue. The teachers would never take students to rescue other students, likely sending him to a makeshift safe zone instead. Thus, Bai Yuan ultimately decided against pressing the emergency button and chose to search on his own. Just after Bai Yuan departed, a flurry of petals coalesced nearby, transforming into a man clad in a suit. This fellow is rather formidable. Chapter 88. The Magician. Something's happening. Suddenly, the man in the suit sensed that the mark he had left was triggered, and he dissolved into a flurry of petals, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, in a thicket, 3 students were fleeing with all their might. One of them bore a long, deep wound on his leg, exposing bone, and relied on the other 2 exam candidates to support him as they ran. Behind them, a man covered in green scales, with a robust lizard-like tail, pursued them with relentless speed. He moved on all 4s, adopting a posture unaccustomed to humans, yet his speed was anything but slow. Observing the trio still fleeing ahead, a glint of amusement flickered in his eyes. It was evident he was toying with them. "Leave me behind. Carrying me will only lead to our capture," the injured student exclaimed. Aware of the encroaching presence behind them, earlier, while they were gathering supplies, this man had assaulted them. He had pushed the other 2 out of the way, resulting in a slow escape, and had been mauled on the calf. The other 2 students remained silent, steadfastly supporting him in their flight. "Enough. Just drop me. You can't escape while carrying me," the injured student shouted in desperation upon realizing that his companions were ignoring him. "You got hurt to save us. How could we abandon you now?" One of the students responded, his gaze fixed forward. "Indeed, we cannot act in such an ungrateful manner," the other student chimed in. "What ungratefulness? Do you think only dying together counts as gratitude? Right now, I insist you leave me behind and seek the teachers to avenge me. It's better than all of us perishing here." The injured student felt deeply moved by their actions. Who wishes for death when life is at stake? Yet, if this continued, only death awaited them. Just then, the pursuing lizard man accelerated, leaping onto a tree and then using it as leverage to block the path of the 3 students. "No need to struggle. Today, you shall all die." The lizard man stood upright, flicking his long tongue in a grotesque manner. The trio, blocked by the lizard man, attempted to change direction but were suddenly struck by a surge of spiritual energy that sent them sprawling. Cough, cough. The 3 struggled to rise, feeling the sharp pain in their insides from the previous attack. "This time, I won't indulge you any longer. Since you are so united, I shall ensure you die together." The lizardman's tone dripped with malice. In the beast deity sect, they had little concept of unity. Particularly in their training, one moment they might feign camaraderie, and the next, they could stab each other in the back. Having grown up in such an environment, they despised unity and mutual trust. Thus, the members of the beast deity sect harbored a particular disdain for the people of Xiaozhou, renowned for their solidarity. "Damn, you too. I told you to abandon me and run. Now look, there's no escape for any of us." The injured student grimaced as he watched the lizard man approach. "TSK, TSK. You're already in dire straits yet still thinking of others. Then I shall grant you your wish. I will ensure your death first." The lizard man swung his thick tail, aiming directly for the injured student's chest. Bang! Just as the lizardman's tail struck the student's chest, he suddenly transformed into a flurry of petals. Simultaneously, the other 2 students also dissipated into petals and vanished. "Who?" The lizard man turned sharply, only to see a man in a suit, casually flipping a coin in his hand. "Are you all right, young one?" The suited man knelt before the injured student. "Huh? I'm okay. I'm okay." The sudden turn of events left him momentarily dazed, responding instinctively. "Your condition is far from okay." The suited man examined the student's wound, sweeping his hand over it, clenching his fist as if grasping something. The grievous wound miraculously vanished. Meanwhile, the lizard man, witnessing the suited man's apparent nonchalance and exposed back, charged at him. "Watch out!" the student shouted in alarm. However, the man in the suit remained unfazed. He swung his clenched fist backward while simultaneously opening his palm. A muffled thud resounded as the lizard man stumbled and fell to the ground. The lizard man glanced down at his legs, only to discover a deep wound, identical to that of the injured student, marred his own flesh. Magic.Ian. The lizard man struggled to articulate the final word before succumbing to death. "Dear children, how do you find this simple little magic act?" The suited man turned, smiling at the 3 students. "Magnificent." Though they knew not who this suited man was, It was clear he was not affiliated with the beast deity sect. Moreover, having just saved them, they instinctively felt a sense of goodwill towards him. Thus, when the suited man inquired, they raised their thumbs in approval. "Thank you, dear children. I am delighted to have presented you with such a splendid performance. I wish you all the best in your endeavors." The suited man bowed to the 3 students before transforming into a flurry of petals and vanishing. In a mountainous area, a male and female student found themselves cornered against a rock wall by a woman with a serpent-like waist, flicking her tongue like a snake. Both bore multiple wounds, yet gripped their weapons tightly, their gazes fixed on the woman. Chapter 89. Showcasing talents. Zhang Yu. "I will hold her off. You run first." The boy stepped in front of the girl, positioning himself between her and the serpent woman. "But you." The girl knew that if she fled, the boy would have no chance of escape, and oh buts. Losing one is better than both perishing together. He firmly interrupted her, his spiritual energy surging once more, the weapon in his hand beginning to glow with a soft radiance. "Run? Where do you two think you can escape to?" The woman swayed her serpent-like waist, closing in on the 2 students, wielding a whip that blocked all their potential escape routes. These 2 little rascals are indeed slippery, even amidst the vast disparity in their realms. They have managed to elude her grasp time and again. Can one truly call them geniuses? Even when faced with overwhelming pressure, they invariably find a glimmer of hope. Such prodigies ought to be eradicated. It is precisely their existence that renders it more challenging for ordinary individuals like her to acquire resources. As someone of humble lineage and average talent, the serpent woman harbors an equal disdain for both the gifted and the affluent. For she possesses neither. Gazing at the male and female candidates before her, a venomous glint flickers in her eyes. Were it not for the presence of a 7th-tier elder overseeing this mission, she would relish the opportunity to flay these so-called geniuses alive. She longs to dissect their insides and uncover what distinguishes these so-called prodigies from herself and her ilk. "Run," the boy bellows, brandishing his weapon as he charges at the serpent woman. With a swift crack of her whip, he is sent hurtling backward. Have they truly deluded themselves into believing they possess the ability to resist her after escaping her clutches a mere few times? The serpent woman licks the blood from her whip and strikes again toward the boy. "Watch out!" the girl cries, raising her sword in a desperate attempt to shield him, only to be sent flying herself. "Still resisting, are we?" The serpent woman strides forward, her whip crashing against the ground, creating a deep crater as debris flies. "Now, will you come with me to join the esteemed beast god cult, or shall you endure further torment before complying?" The 2 candidates struggle to rise, their bodies racked with pain, finding it arduous even to prop themselves up. Though they remain silent, their expressions convey everything. Just as the serpent woman prepares to deliver another lesson, an unsettling sense of danger suddenly surges within her. "I have a few objections. Would you care to discuss them further?" The sound of a firearm being chambered accompanies this statement. The serpent woman turns to see a dark barrel aimed at her head. Held by a woman with flowing pink hair, bang! The gunshot reverberates, and before she can react, a bullet pierces her skull. Thanks to Inu's explosive spirit energy, the serpent woman's form disintegrates into a cloud of dust. Inu approaches the 2 candidates, assessing their injuries and producing healing potions provided by Pei Jinyun. "Classmates, it's time to take your medicine." Within a supply station, 3 candidates are gathering resources, having agreed to refrain from conflict within its confines. Yet, as they organize their supplies, they remain oblivious to the newcomer entering the station. This newcomer possesses 8 spider-like legs, and a grotesque mouth extends from her face, her pupils glowing with a sinister green light as she fixes her gaze upon the trio. A pool of green venom drips from her maw, sizzling as it touches the ground. "Kill!" The spider woman lunges, her 8 spider spears aimed at the 3 candidates, intent on skewering them for her own delight. Just as she prepares to strike, a hand appears beside her, wielding a sharp black-golden dagger that swiftly beheads the spider woman. The 3 candidates, sensing the commotion behind them, turn to witness the grotesque head flying towards them. "Ah, what the hell?" they exclaim, scrambling to avoid being struck. "What on earth is this?" One candidate stands, wiping his mouth, and approaches to kick the spider woman's head. "Beast god cult." Another observes the fallen body, quickly deducing that the 8 spider spears confirm her allegiance to the cult. "Damn, am I going to be hunted by the beast god cult one day?" The candidate who kicked the spider's head suddenly lights up at the mention of the cult. The other two candidates exchange glances. Perplexed, I ask, this something to be excited about? Don't you know that only geniuses are worthy of being pursued by the beast god cult? One of them replies, pondering the implications, by the way. What's her story? Is this some new assassination technique from the cult? Kicking the spider woman's head reveals her terrifying visage and grotesque mouth. Is she trying to scare us into submission? Do they think so little of our mental fortitude? Be careful. There might be others lurking about. The other two candidates adopt a vigilant stance, their senses heightened. Observing the bewildered expression of one candidate, another remarks, "How did your instructor allow you into the martial arts class? Do you possess some extraordinary talent that makes your teacher overlook your lack of intellect?" After maintaining this stance for over half an hour without further incident, it appears the assailant has long since departed. Are you two engaging in some form of performance art? One candidate, having gathered supplies, casts a strange glance at the duo. The two candidates respond, with members of the beast god cult infiltrating the martial arts examination. There must be trouble outside. Let us stick together. They lower their guard and propose to move as a trio, casting a cautious look at the seemingly oblivious candidate. Better to have him accompanied than alone. Although they are competitors, safety takes precedence in such times. All right, I have no objections. On a cliff, a towering man with bear-like ears observes the candidates below. Just as he prepares to leap, a sudden sense of alertness grips him, prompting him to leap backward. Boom! A thunderous crash ensues, and as the dust settles, a massive boulder crashes down where he had just stood. Chapter 90. Let us engage in a battle between men. A figure descends from the sky, and the bear-like man looks at the newcomer. The figure is a remarkably muscular man dressed in a white training outfit, his hair styled in a heart-shaped curl. "I cannot allow you to harm these innocent children." The man in the training outfit leaps down from the boulder, cracking his knuckles ominously. "Who are you?" the bear-like man inquires, his wariness evident. He senses this man possesses an overwhelming strength that intimidates him. "Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that you are a member of the beast god cult, and our objective is to eliminate you. Come, let us settle this in a battle of men." The man in the training outfit beckons, readying himself for a fight. A fifth-tier warrior? The beast god cult has its own fifth-tier powerhouse. You cannot thwart us. Leave now if you wish to live. Do not impede the affairs of our esteemed cult. Faced with the aura emanating from the man in the training outfit, the bear-like man loses all courage to engage. Oh? Is the threat over? Do you have any final words? Once the battle commences, there will be no opportunity for dialogue. The man in the training outfit disregards the bear-like man's threats entirely. Bastard. Seeing the man in the training outfit remain unfazed only fuels the bear-like man's anger, and he raises his fist to strike. Just as the man in the training outfit prepares to retaliate, the bear-like man abruptly halts, turning to flee. His imposing physique does not hinder his speed, and in the blink of an eye, he vanishes from sight. Fool! Knowing you cannot win, only an idiot would engage. The bear-like man resolves to escape and seek assistance from the formidable Chong Xian, hoping to have him teach this man a lesson. However, as he flees, he suddenly spots a familiar figure. The man in the training outfit, whom he thought he had outmaneuvered, now stands directly in his path. The bear-like man attempts to halt his momentum, leveraging friction with the ground, but it is too late. Fleeing is not the act of a true man. The man in the training outfit lunges forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. With a powerful swing of his right arm, a series of sonic booms ensue, and a torrent of white energy envelopes his fist. Caught off guard, the bear-like man is struck by the force of the punch, which penetrates deeply, leaving his internal organs in disarray. The bear-like man lets out a series of pained cries before collapsing backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. After dispatching the bear-like man, the man in the training outfit returns to the cliff, where the students have already departed. Following the residual energy fluctuations, he locates the previous candidates who are now hunting beasts. What a beautiful age this is. The man in the training outfit crosses his arms, leaning against a tree as he watches the students for a moment before soaring away. Huff, huff, huffed in a forest. A member of the beast god cult runs for his life, pursued by a robed figure. The figure brandishes talismans that flicker, summoning lightning from the sky to strike down upon the fleeing cultist. Divine Wind Talisman. With the sound of Zhang Xian's voice, a blue talisman was drawn from his fingertips. The Divine Wind talisman landed on Zhang Xian's legs, causing his speed to suddenly accelerate. In the blink of an eye, he had already positioned himself in front of the beast god cult follower. After running for so long, why not simply surrender and accept your fate? A purple talisman danced in Zhang Xian's palm, surrounded by arcs of violet lightning. Fear not, my attack will be swift, leaving you little time to feel pain. The beast god cult follower came to a halt, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Xian. We are both fourth-tier spiritualists. Do not be so arrogant. The follower clenched his fists tightly, baring his beastly teeth. Emitting low growls from his throat, "Is that so? Then why do you still flee?" Zhang Xian snapped his fingers, and the purple talisman transformed into countless specks of light as thunderbolts descended from the heavens, striking towards the follower. Just then, the follower suddenly lunged forward with astonishing speed, evading even the lightning. His hat slipped off, revealing a pair of rabbit ears. Clearly, he had merged with a rabbit-like beast, capable of incredible bursts of speed over short distances. Zhang Xian had unintentionally provided him with this opportunity. A dagger appeared in the rabbit man's hand, thrusting fiercely towards Zhang Xian's heart. "Die, you foul Taoist. You have only yourself to blame for your arrogance." The rabbit man struck with blinding speed, a triumphant grin on his face. Yet just as he was about to pierce Zhang Xian deftly twisted his waist, evading the attack in the same motion. He raised his right fist and struck the rabbit man's solar plexus, sending him flying backward. "Why apologies, esteemed layman. It seems this humble Taoist possesses some knowledge of martial arts." Zhang Xian chuckled as he gazed at the fallen rabbit man, who lay incapacitated on the ground. He, Zhang, had indeed trained extensively within the entirety of the martial examination's secret realm, while the beast god cult followers had initially aimed to hunt down third-year students and capture talented individuals. They now found themselves predominantly occupied with fleeing. Faced with these adversaries, who had not been mentioned in their intelligence reports, they lacked even the capacity to resist. Meanwhile, they cursed inwardly, wondering which fool had gathered such misleading information. Was it not said that the proctors for the 9 continents examination were merely 4th tier? And now you tell me these formidable individuals are also 4th tier. Were they brought in to capture talented students? Or merely to serve as cannon fodder to draw fire? Were they intended to be sacrificial pawns from the outset? No wonder that scoundrel Chong Xian never conferred with them. Damn him, no flaw flying light. Jing Lu wielded a 3-foot azure blade, slicing forward with a single stroke. The ice-blue sword energy emanated a chilling, murderous intent. The sword light radiated forth like a cold moon, as the blade rose and fell. The beast god cult follower hastily raised his weapon in defense, yet both his blade and body were cleaved asunder by Jing Lu's strike. The follower's body split in two, toppling sideways as blood gushed forth. Applause erupted from behind. "It has been but a short time since we last met, and your prowess has grown remarkably. You can now slay 4th-tier foes without sustaining any injuries." Jing Lu turned to see a familiar figure, Chu Zhishang, with whom she had crossed paths in the Luiying Forest. Chapter 91. Yixian in peril. As Jing Lu regarded Chu Zhishang, he too observed her with admiration. The speed at which this little madwoman had grown stronger was truly astonishing. He recalled the time in the beast god cult's flesh factory, where she had completely lost control and emerged battered after slaying a 4th-tier initial follower. Yet now, she had managed to dispatch a mid-tier follower while maintaining her composure. And throughout the encounter, the follower hadn't even grazed her clothing. Chu Zhishang discerned that this was due to Jing Lu's superior martial skills. How long has it been? Truly a monster. The more he watched, the more he appreciated her. After this affair concluded, he intended to leave Yun City, but he planned to make one final effort. If Jing Lu still refused him, then it would simply be fate's design. "What brings you here?" Jing Lu's sword brimmed with energy as she regarded Chu Zhishang warily, though her parents' attitude suggested that the lantern-bearer might not be as malevolent as rumored. The sudden turn of events in the martial examination, coupled with the lantern-bearer's presence, made her cautious, though not be alarmed. "Our sole target is the beast god cult. Here, a gift for you." Chu Zhishang tossed a tablet towards Jing Lu, who caught it to discover it was a tracking map exclusive to the proctors. However, unlike the proctor's version, this one displayed the information of the examinees. "Thank you." Jing Lu regarded Chu Zhishang thoughtfully, then transformed back to her original form, bowing slightly in gratitude before dashing towards the direction of the tracking map, where Yi Xian was located. Young lady. Watching the retreating figure of Bai Yuan, Chu Zheshang had intended to pursue her, but suddenly felt a mark he had previously placed on a student stir. It seemed he had encountered a follower of the beast god cult and would have to turn back to rescue them. Afterward, he could seek out Bai Yuan. After all, with the tracking map, he had no fear of losing track of the little madwoman. With the aid of the tracking map, Bai Yuan raced at her utmost speed towards Yi Xian's location. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and Yi Yun found themselves in peril. Cough cough. This guy is too strong. Yi Yun coughed twice, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He had intended to spatially leap with Yi Xian but had been violently repelled by this individual before him. Are you all right? Yi Xian asked anxiously upon seeing Yi Yun injured. I will survive. Yi Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the man across from him. What luck! Among the 3 targets, I never expected to encounter 2 at once. Observing Yi Xian and Yi Yun, Chong Xian's tone was somewhat exhilarated. He had initially thought that finding the 3 students who had awakened SSS-level spiritual powers in such a vast place as the martial examination secret realm would require considerable effort. Yet, he had stumbled upon them with such ease, and to find 2 at once. Even if he failed to capture the last one, bringing back these 2 would still be a significant achievement. Come quietly with me, and you may suffer less torment. Chong Xian decided to take these 2 away first, leaving the last SS-level genius for later consideration, to avoid the potential of leaving empty-handed should any unforeseen events arise. I have told you countless times, I have no desire to join your hideous alliance. Last time it was the green-skinned monster, and now it's a turtle. Will the next be a green-haired turtle scheming against me? Perhaps we may not match in strength, but in words, I, Yi Yun, have never lost. You little brat, do not fail to recognize your good fortune. Joining my cult would be a privilege for you. Today, you will go whether you wish to or not. Given your extraordinary talent, you could even choose the beast you wish to merge with. How does that sound? Chong Xian first threatened Yi Yun and then began to entice him with false promises. A classic tactic, but generally effective. At least within the beast god cult, this approach proved quite useful. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Yi Yun, who was quick-witted. Go to hell. You speak of a cult yet failed to show up when the lantern bearer was slaughtering your members. With such a strong sense of belonging, is it because your cowardly ways delight you? A group of turtles, how ludicrous. You speak of privilege. Can you not even look in the mirror? No mirror? Surely you have some urine to reflect upon your own wretchedness? What is my status? The eldest son of the Yi family, a future 9th-tier powerhouse. And what is your beast god cult standing? A band of cowards, chased like dogs by the lantern bearer, too ashamed to even show their faces. Do you really think your pathetic cult is worthy of my allegiance? Yi Yun continued his tirade while Chong Xian's expression darkened considerably. You little brat, since you refuse to drink the wine, I shall beat you first and then take you away. Chong Xian stepped forward, a terrifying aura radiating from him. Yi Xian moved in front of Yi Yun, wielding his spear and performing a flourish. Flames of pure white igniting around him. You run first? I will hold him off. What nonsense are you speaking? Am I, Yi Yun, the kind of person to abandon my companions? Furthermore, if Bai Yuan finds out I fled, she would surely slice me to bits. Yi Yun brandished his Feng Tianhua halberd, joining Yi Xian. The space around him warped with the power of his spiritual energy. Do not hesitate. He is at least 4th tier or higher. With our current strength, we are no match for him. Instead of being captured here together, it would be wiser to seek help. His aim is to take us away. He will not harm me. Yi Xian understood well that if the opponent could force Yi Yun out of a spatial rift, his cultivation must be at least 2 tiers above Yi Yun's. In this predicament, it was utterly impossible for Yi Yun to escape alongside her. Remaining behind would merely allow the Beast God sect to capture another individual. Moreover, as she rightly pointed out, since their captors intended to abduct them into the Beast God sect, it was highly unlikely they would resort to lethal measures. Swiftly fleeing to summon reinforcements might just enable her to rescue the others. Damn it, just don't die on me. Otherwise, I would have no way to explain things to Bai Yuan. Yi Yun understood the validity of Yi Xian's reasoning and, gritting her teeth, activated her spatial jump ability once more. Accompanied by a surge of spatial fluctuations, a rift appeared before her. Chapter 92. A critical moment. Stubborn and unyielding, believing he could still escape before me. Chao Xian observed as Yi Yun prepared to leap into the void. He lifted his foot and forcefully stomped down, generating a tremor that surged towards her. Though lacking spatial abilities, Chao Xian could disrupt the fabric of space with his spiritual power. The space around them became unstable. Should Yi Yun attempt to forcefully execute her spatial jump, she would be torn to shreds by the chaotic currents. In response to Chao Xian's interference, the flames of the southern brightly fire enveloping Yi Xian intensified, warping the space between her and Chao Xian, severing his disruption. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Yun successfully completed her spatial jump. Damn. Seeing Yi Yun escape infuriated Chao Xian, who raised his palm and struck towards Yi Xian. Ha! Yi Xian exclaimed, thrusting her spear forward, flames surging as a phantom of a vermilion bird appeared behind her. Despite her cultivation being only at the early second stage, this maneuver reached the pinnacle of the third stage. Fierce flames targeting Chao Xian's vital points. However, regrettably, even at the peak of the third stage, she was still vastly inferior to Chao Xian in the face of his enraged strike. Yi Xian's offensive held for but a moment before being shattered by Chao Xian's palm. She was sent flying, her body severely injured, barely managing to support herself with her spear to avoid collapsing. Had Chao Xian not retained his composure and moderated his strength at the last moment, Yi Xian would likely have met her end. Impressive persistence. Observing Yi Xian's tenacity in remaining upright, Chao Xian's eyes revealed a glimmer of surprise. Yet, he had no time to waste further with her. He needed to recapture the fleeing student. He hurled another punch at Yi Xian, intending to knock her out and eliminate any future complications. Watching Chao Xian's renewed assault, Yi Xian found herself too drained to resist. Helplessly watching as his fist approached. Meanwhile, Bai Yuan, rushing over, witnessed this scene unfold. A surge of frigid power erupted, transforming him into a mirror-like form in an instant. He reached Yi Xian's side, one hand shielding her while raising his sword to strike at Chao Xian. Without flaws, radiant light. The icy glow swirled, the ice-blue sword energy cutting through the air, directly shattering Chao Xian's assault. Why, Yi Xian? Are you all right? Jing Lu anxiously looked at the unconscious Yi Xian, only to find her already in a state of unconsciousness. Observing her injuries, Jing Lu's brows furrowed deeply. He gently laid her down, removing his outer garment to cover her, then rose, pointing his sword at Chao Xian. You are doomed. Just you? Chao Xian found himself almost amused. The sudden appearance of this woman had disrupted his attack, surprising him. However, upon discerning her cultivation level at only the peak of the second stage, he regarded her as merely a prodigy surpassing the previous two candidates. Though puzzled why such a talent was absent from their action list, the notion that a mere child at the peak of the second stage could threaten him was laughable. Meanwhile, Jing Lu charged at Chao Xian, his earlier use of spiritual energy having left him fatigued, compounded by Yi Xian's grave injuries. Enraged, his unstable emotions propelled him into a state of demonic transformation. The silver moon mask vanished from his face, revealing blood-red eyes, while an aura of murderous intent surged, as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. Prepare to meet your end. Chao Xian sensed an ominous threat emanating from Jing Lu's attack. While he found it absurd, he still reined in his dismissive attitude. A large club materialized in his hand, one end thick and the other slender, as he charged towards Jing Lu. Meanwhile, after a brief spatial fluctuation, Yi Yun reappeared where Yi Xian had collapsed. Having sensed the conflict upon her earlier departure, she returned out of concern for Yi Xian's condition. Upon seeing Yi Xian unconscious on the ground, she instinctively sought healing potions from her storage ring, only to recall that they had all been confiscated upon entry. Furthermore, to ensure fairness during the exam, the supply station lacked any healing potions. Lacking alternatives, Yi Yun could only drag Yi Xian away from the ongoing battle to avoid collateral damage. At this moment, she took stock of the fight, astonished to recognize the blue specter from their previous trials. How could she be here? Surely she wasn't a candidate this year. Quickly dismissing this thought, Yi Yun concluded that such formidable strength could not belong to a mere examinee. If she were, what was left for them to accomplish? This individual might very well be an examiner, or perhaps someone informed of the situation who had come to provide assistance. As Yi Yun glanced at the unconscious Yi Xian, she noted the familiar outer garment draped over her. Wasn't that Bai Yuan's coat? Alarmed, Yi Yun looked around for Bai Yuan, but he was nowhere to be seen. Where could he be? On the other side, the battle between Jing Lu and Chao Xian intensified. Jing Lu ceased all defense, allowing Chao Xian's strikes to rain down upon him. The cold gleam of his blade reflected the relentless pursuit of death, as piercing sword energy targeted Chao Xian's vital points. Chao Xian, conversely, rarely defended himself. The shell behind him shimmered with a cerulean shield, enveloping him and deflecting Jing Lu's sword light. Yet, both combatants grew increasingly alarmed. Despite landing every attack on Jing Lu, logic dictated that someone at the peak of the second stage should have succumbed long ago. Upon closer inspection, Chao Xian realized that the damage he inflicted on Jing Lu was visibly regenerating. Were it not for the absence of demonic energy emanating from Jing Lu, he might have suspected him to be one of the beast god's minions. Even more concerning was the emergence of cracks on his defensive shield. In a mere span of a few breaths, Jing Lu had discerned the weaknesses in his defenses. Moreover, Jing Lu's sword light was indeed capable of inflicting damage upon his shield. Despite his opponent's cultivation being merely at the peak of the second stage, Chao Xian, a fifth-stage powerhouse, found it absurd that he could not withstand Jing Lu's sword energy. Chapter 93, Damn, I'm on your side. Bonus chapter. Realizing that if this continued, his defenses would inevitably be breached by Jing Lu, Chao Xian retrieved a sixth-stage defensive artifact given to him by Shang Yuanhai before entering. This was intended for unexpected emergencies. With Chao Xian's spiritual energy infusing it, a denser protective barrier manifested, repelling the fierce assaults of Jing Lu. Not high in cultivation, yet your skills are commendable. I underestimated you. Under normal circumstances, I might have fallen to your hands, but alas, this time I possess a gift from the elders. Sealing your fate. You needn't worry. I won't kill you. As a talent like you would earn me greater rewards upon being brought back to the Beast God sect. Chao Xian's gaze, filled with greed, fixed upon Jing Lu, who held the defensive artifact. Damn it, you shameless old turtle. A fifth-stage individual bullying the weaker while resorting to defensive artifacts. You must have lost your mind. Yi Yun immediately recognized the sixth-stage defensive artifact in Chao Xian's possession, one she also owned. Without hesitation, she began to vociferously berate him, cursing his ancestors in the process. Curse away. Once we return to the sect, I shall ensure your mouth is well trained, Chao Xian retorted. His expression darkening, his gaze icy as he glared at Yi Yun, brimming with fury. Please, spare me your bravado. Be careful not to stumble and injure yourself while popping champagne in celebration. Should that occur, do not blame me for your misfortune. However, in the spirit of humanitarianism, I might offer you 50 cents to assist with your treatment. Yi Yun, unfazed by the taunts, continued to rally Jing Lu, urging, heroine, do hurry and sever this old turtle's head, so he may truly comprehend your prowess. Chao Xian dismissed Yi Yun's words with disdain. From their earlier clash, he could ascertain that Jing Lu would never breach a sixth-stage defense. Yet, the ensuing scene left both Yi Yun and Chao Xian in utter shock. Hearing Yi Yun's rallying cry, Jing Lu abruptly turned to face her. Under the weight of her murderous gaze, Yi Yun instinctively shuddered. Then, to her horror, Jing Lu charged towards her, sword raised. That turtle shell is too tough to cut through. Let me deal with the one I can actually strike. Alas, fair warrior, we are allies. Upon seeing the menacing figure of Jing Lu charging towards him, Yi Yun was nearly paralyzed with fear. What on earth is happening? Is not the warrior on our side? Instinctively, Yi Yun prepared to employ spatial leap to escape with Yi Xian. Yet, just as he intended to activate his skill, the spatial force was severed by Jing Lu's blade. A chilling aura enveloped him, causing Yi Yun to cough up blood. The blood, mingled with the cold, fell to the ground and began to freeze instantly. At that moment, Jing Lu had arrived at Yi Yun's side. Raising his long sword to strike down towards Yi Yun's neck, the sensation of impending death washed over him. Yi Yun inwardly cursed his own spiritual energy. He had always been quite proud of his abilities. Possessing an SSS-level talent, one of the most extraordinary powers in existence, spatial manipulation. However, recently he had failed to harness the formidable strength of his spatial energy, easily cut through by a single strike. Attempting to escape via spatial leap, he found that others could simply disrupt the space with their own energy, forcing him out of his dimensional refuge. Although Yi Xian could not entirely restrain his movement, the searing heat from the South Mingli fire greatly limited his spatial leap as well at this moment. Yi Yun could only vent his frustration, cursing the SSS grade, cursing the spatial system, and cursing the most miraculous of energies. Perhaps he had awakened a false ability. Was it a malfunction of the machinery, or was that teacher merely jesting with him? Just as Yi Yun believed he was on the brink of death, a figure suddenly stood before him. He looked up to see a dashing middle-aged man who effortlessly pinched Jinglu's sword blade with 2 fingers. What a close call! Jinglu attempted to withdraw his sword, but it remained firmly gripped by Chu Zhishin. With one hand pressed against Jinglu's forehead, a refreshing power surged into his mind. Awakened quickly, Jinglu suddenly felt clarity in his mind, liberating him from the murderous state of the demonic shadow. As he regained his senses, Jinglu hastily released his spiritual energy, placing his hands on the ground as he gasped for breath. Not far from Bai Yuan, witnessing the astonishing transformation of Bai Yuan, Yi Yun's gaze turned hollow. What sorcery is this that incredibly powerful beauty has turned into Bai Yuan? Seeing Bai Yuan revert, Chu Zhishin turned to approach Chong Xian. As Chu Zhishin drew closer, Chong Xian could feel the overwhelming aura emanating from him. A force surpassing the 5th-tiered, a 6th-tier spiritual practitioner. Fortunately, he possessed a 6th-tier armor bestowed by the elders, crafted from the shell of a 6th-tier Xian tortoise, providing far greater defense than typical 6th-tier gear. Thus, facing the blatant murderous intent from Chu Zhishin, Chong Xian felt no panic. Though you are a 6th-tier powerhouse, I doubt without any intention of engaging in dialogue, the Mo Dao appeared in Chu Zhishin's hand. Crackling with thunder and fire, with a single step, he closed the distance to Chong Xian, swinging the blade and shattering both man and armor. Chong Xian's words were barely spoken before he was cleaved into 2. What excessive chatter! Shaking the blood from the Mo Dao, Chu Zhishin returned to Bai Yuan and the others. At this moment, Yi Yun was just beginning to recover from the shock of Bai Yuan's transformation. He suddenly remembered that since Bai Yuan awakened his spiritual energy, he had never utilized it. Reflecting on it, had he awakened a power like Bai Yuan's, he would likely have kept it hidden as well. Moreover, judging by Bai Yuan's earlier demeanor, it seemed he could not fully control his own energy. However, regardless of the circumstances, Yi Yun rushed to Bai Yuan's side. You imbecile, do you realize you nearly killed me? I almost got taken out by that fellow while trying to save your wife. You came at me with a sword. Do you have no conscience? I could just spit salt soda at you in anger. At the moment Jinglu raised his sword, Yi Yun truly felt death was imminent. Why apologies? Grasped by Yi Yun by the collar, Bai Yuan replied weakly. Apologies? If apologies were effective, why would we need the city guards? Let me tell you, Bai Yuan, today's incident, it cannot be resolved without 5 meals. I will go to your home and report you for being ungrateful, for endangering a future 9th-tier powerhouse. Chapter 94. The Secret Department. Knowing Yi Yun was not genuinely angry, Bai Yuan pushed his hand away. I suppose I cannot treat you to a meal after all. Come on, is the general's mansion so destitute that it cannot even afford a meal? Yi Yun leaned back exaggeratedly, his expression comical. You've always wanted that mecha model of mine, right? Consider it a gift. Glancing at the playful Yi Yun, Bai Yuan spoke, fully aware that Yi Yun had coveted his mecha model for quite some time. No way, you said it yourself, and now you cannot go back on your word. If you backtrack, I will curse you to never be with Yi Xian. Upon hearing Bai Yuan offer the mecha model, Yi Yun leapt up from the ground in excitement. Ever since he had seen it during a visit to Bai Yuan's home, he had longed for it. Most importantly, this model was the only limited edition in all of Xiazhou, and no amount of money could procure a duplicate. The manufacturer was not short on funds. Moreover, out of sentimentality, the model was priced at only 1 Xiazhou coin, making it accessible for anyone in Xiazhou to snatch up. Unfortunately, he had missed the opportunity and felt dejected for days until he saw the model at Bai Yuan's house. Regrettably, Bai Yuan was also well off, leaving him to merely admire it from afar. No backing out. Once the exams are over, you can simply come to my house and collect it. Bai Yuan stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Haha, I knew you could be reasonable. Yi Yun stood up, throwing an arm around Bai Yuan's shoulders, grinning mischievously. Bai Yuan knelt beside Yi Xian to assess her injuries, but she remained unconscious. Uncle, you must have healing potions, right? Could you lend me some? I'll return them afterward. In the test secret realm, there were no healing potions to be found, leaving him to seek help from Chu Zhishin. What do you mean by returning? What kind of relationship do we have? Just take them. Chu Zhishin removed his storage ring and tossed it to Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan caught the ring and retrieved the healing potions within. Well, how should I put it? I do have healing potions, but they are all of the 6th and 5th tiers. which Yixin cannot utilize. It would be like giving a tonic to someone in poor health. It would do more harm than good. Ahem, it seems I lack lower-tier healing potions. Don't worry. I will call for a specialist. Chu Zhishin realized that as a 6th-tier spiritual practitioner and not a healing type, his storage ring contained no 1st or 2nd-tier healing potions. He tapped a few buttons on his communication device and called Pei Jinyun. Meanwhile, in a forest, Pei Jinyun was hiding atop a large tree. Not far from her, 2 Beast God cult members were targeting a few candidates 100 meters away. "Let us go! Kill them!" The 2 cultists brandished their weapons and charged towards the students. However, after only a couple of steps, they suddenly saw 2 black potions flying toward them. The 2 attempted to evade, but the potions hurtled toward them with great speed, crashing directly onto their bodies. Boom! Accompanied by a blinding flash of fire and a deafening explosion, smoke billowed, obliterating the 2 cultists. What was that sound? The nearby candidates exchanged cautious glances before approaching the source of the noise. Upon arriving at the explosion site, they were met only with devastation and the charred remains of the 2 cultists. At this moment, Pei Jinyun had already vacated the area, intending to scout elsewhere. Just then, her communication device lit up. Pressing the answer button, a virtual figure resembling Chu Zhishin appeared on her device. "Captain, what is it?" "There's a candidate who is quite injured. Please come over." "On my way." Minutes later, Pei Jinyun arrived at the designated coordinates provided by Chu Zhishin. "Why? It's Bai Yuan's younger brother. What a coincidence." Upon seeing Bai Yuan crouched beside Yixin, Pei Jinyun greeted him warmly. "Sister Pei, my classmate is hurt. I beg you." At that moment, Bai Yuan was not in the mood for pleasantries and spoke urgently. "Let me take a look." Pei Jinyun also dropped her cheerful demeanor and hurried to Yixin's side. "Hey, Bai Yuan, who are these people?" While Pei Jinyun examined Yixin's injuries, Yiyun approached Bai Yuan and inquired. "They are from the country's secret department." After this incident, Bai Yuan was increasingly convinced that the lantern bearers had connections with the government. Otherwise, they could not so easily enter the test's secret realm, wielding tracking devices more precise than the proctors. However, considering the public perception of the lantern bearers, Bai Yuan refrained from revealing their identities. Yiyun nodded slightly. Upon learning that it was the confidential department, he ceased his inquiries. Although curiosity lingered in his heart, he understood the need for discretion in such matters. Fortunately, the situation was not dire. At this moment, Pei Jinyun had also finished examining Yixin's condition. Despite her significant injuries, none were life-threatening. Pei Jinyun retrieved some medicinal herbs from her storage ring and began to concoct a remedy right away. Although she possessed a 2nd-tier healing potion, she knew that tailoring the mixture to the specific circumstances would yield superior results. "Wow, is she an apothecary? Yet, I have heard that apothecaries require a quiet environment and a proper workstation to prepare their potions." Yiyun remarked in astonishment at Pei Jinyun's actions. "What you refer to applies to ordinary individuals aspiring to become apothecaries. This necessity arises from the limited focus of ordinary people, thus requiring a tranquil setting to prevent errors during the preparation process," Chu Zhishin interjected, walking over to clarify. Jinyun is a spirit healer. Inherently a healer-type spirit user, so she does not require such elaborate conditions. This explained why Pei Jinyun could remain actively engaged alongside them. Understood. While the 2 conversed, Pei Jinyun had successfully prepared the potion. She gently cradled Yixin's head and carefully administered the remedy. "Sister Jinyun, do you have any spare clothing? Could you possibly change Yixin's attire?" After the recent battle with Chongxian, Yixin's clothing had become tattered. While it did not reveal everything, it did expose a considerable amount of her fair skin. Chapter 95. "I will accompany you, not a problem." Pei Jinyun produced a complete outfit from her storage ring and cast a knowing glance at Bai Yuan. "Are you not going to do it yourself?" Pei Jinyun raised an eyebrow, fully aware of their relationship. No, I would prefer to leave it to Sister Jinyun." Bai Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Although he and Yixin were indeed a couple, they had not yet reached that level of intimacy. Moreover, given Yixin's current unconscious state, he was not one to take advantage of her vulnerability. "Sai, I give you an opportunity, and you prove to be quite ineffectual." Pei Jinyun scooped up Yixin and ventured deeper into the forest. Once she departed, Bai Yuan turned to Chu Zhishin. "I have decided to accompany you." "What? Are you serious?" Chu Zhishin, who had previously exhibited a laid-back demeanor, suddenly perked up at Bai Yuan's declaration. "I reiterate my willingness to join your ranks." Bai Yuan clarified his intent, acknowledging that had it not been for Chu Zhishin's timely arrival, he would have lost his sanity and likely harmed both Yi Yun and Yi Xian. The events of earlier still sent shivers down his spine. He yearned for a means to fully suppress his demonic shadow self, and thus far, the only lead he had was the lantern bearer. Notably, these two incidents indicated that the lantern bearer was far from the mundane figure everyone believed him to be. Ha ha ha, you have finally come to your senses. I assure you, joining us is the right choice. Our compensation and benefits are undoubtedly the finest in the industry. Chu Zhishin laughed heartily, feeling exhilarated as he patted Bai Yuan on the shoulder. What's this? At that moment, Pei Jinyun emerged from the forest, cradling Yi Xian, and noticed Chu Zhishin's animated expression, prompting her curiosity. Jinyun, Bai Yuan has expressed his desire to join us. He will be our new team member from now on. Chu Zhishin joyfully waved at Pei Jinyun, leaving her somewhat flustered at how easily the captain had managed to persuade him. Here, take your little girlfriend. Pei Jinyun approached Bai Yuan, handing him the still unconscious Yi Xian. Fortunately, her undergarments are intact. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss. At her words, Bai Yuan instinctively glanced at Yi Xian's chest, then at Pei Jinyun's. Neither of you has any dot. Wei Yun and Chu Zhishin mirrored the same gesture, though none spoke further on the matter. An overwhelming silence ensued. Pei Jinyun exclaimed, "What are you all shouting about?" The three remained silent, acutely aware that although Pei Jinyun had broached the subject, it was unwise to engage in debate with a woman at that moment. Do not underestimate me. I am an apothecary, and once I develop a potion that can enhance size, I too can become voluptuous. Pei Jinyun crossed her arms defiantly. I am indeed an apothecary. What is impossible for me? Besides, being flat-chested is quite convenient for potion preparation. If one were to have a larger figure, it would obstruct their line of sight and require them to move materials further away to concoct potions. The three remained silent, silently offering her their blessings, hoping for her success. Suddenly, the group became aware of the approach of others. They turned towards the source of the aura and spotted Wang Qingguang not far from them. This fellow had completely disregarded the beast god cult's mission upon entering, fixated solely on locating Bai Yuan. Upon catching sight of Bai Yuan from a distance, he had sprinted over at full speed. However, upon arriving, he belatedly realized the presence of others, one of whom appeared to possess a higher cultivation level than himself. In an instant, upon recognizing Chu Zhishin, Wang Qingguang attempted to flee. Chu Zhishin reached out, effortlessly capturing Wang Qingguang mid-flight. Is this the former general of the Yun City frontline, Wang Qingguang? It has been years. You have changed quite a bit. Chu Zhishin had been present when the Wang family was exterminated, albeit in his youth, when his own cultivation was still relatively weak, relegated to the status of an ordinary team member. Your identity has been revealed, and I must say, your work on the heart-confounding fox, which can easily evade Yun City's defense systems, is quite impressive, is it not? Chu Zhishin's tone dripped with menace. Their purpose in Yun City was not only to dismantle the plans of the beast god cult, but also to eliminate Wang Qingguang. The emergence of the heart-confounding fox, which could flawlessly evade the city's security checks, indicated that someone well acquainted with Yun City's defenses was embedded within the beast god cult. After scrutinizing all potential suspects, the one with the most blame fell upon Wang Qingguang, who had narrowly escaped extermination at the hands of the lantern bearer all those years ago. Consequently, Wang Qingguang, already on the lantern bearer's hit list, had his priority elevated. May I have him? Just as Chu Zhishin was about to crush Wang Qingguang, Bai Yuan interjected. From the implications of Chu Zhishin's earlier remarks, it was clear that Wang Qingguang bore responsibility for the recent turmoil in Yun City and for Yi Xian's injuries today. Having missed the chance to eliminate Chong Xian, he intended to take down one of the instigators behind these events. Are you certain? Although he has been gravely injured and is not at his peak, he remains at the initial stage of the 5th tier. Chu Zhishin gestured towards the incapacitated Wang Qingguang beneath him. Indeed, Bai Yuan nodded. Some grievances must be avenged personally, and despite being some distance away earlier, he had sensed the raw killing intent Wang Qingguang had directed towards him. Very well. With a wave of his hand, Chu Zhishin flung Wang Qingguang away. Jinyun. Pei Jinyun instantly understood, retrieving a healing potion from her storage ring and offering it to Bai Yuan. After his confrontation with Chong Xian, Bai Yuan's injuries were far more severe than Yi Xian's. Although his demonic shadow self possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, he had not fully healed in such a short period. Without hesitation, Bai Yuan accepted the potion from Pei Jinyun and consumed it in one gulp, striving to recover as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, Wang Chengguang, having been thrown aside by Chu Zhishan, instinctively contemplated fleeing. Yet, as he turned to escape, an overwhelming sense of suffocating danger engulfed him, making it clear that any attempt to flee would result in his demise. Realizing escape was futile, Wang Chengguang grasped his combat knife. Fixing his gaze on Bai Yuan, since escape was no longer an option, he resolved to take a hostage. A mere peak of the second tier, thinks he can kill me, just like his father. He is quite arrogant. Moments later, Bai Yuan's injuries were fully healed, and he regarded Wang Chengguang with a fierce glint of murder in his eyes. Armed with his long sword, he charged toward Wang Chengguang. Chapter 96. Grass under the sword. Cold air surged, and a torrent of murderous intent erupted forth. In a flurry of wind and snow, Bai Yuan transformed into mirror flow. Wow! Witnessing Bai Yuan's transformation once more, Yi Yun gasped in awe, though he had anticipated it. Damn, brother, you look truly magnificent. Yet, amidst his admiration, he was abruptly reminded of the bloodthirsty and brutal gaze Bai Yuan had exhibited during his previous uncontrolled transformation, causing a chill to run down his spine. On the opposite side, Wang Chengguang was momentarily stunned by Bai Yuan's metamorphosis, but his daze was short-lived as mirror flow closed the distance. With a flash of ice-blue sword light, ripples surged forth, freezing the surrounding air and creating a misty white fog. As the sword light approached, Wang Chengguang snapped back to reality, hastily raising his blade to defend himself. Clang! The blade imbued with murderous intent struck fiercely, leaving a bloody mark on Wang Chengguang's shoulder. Feeling the searing pain, Wang Chengguang's expression darkened as he staggered back, narrowly evading Mirror Flow's blade. Taking several steps back, he regarded the wound on his shoulder with newfound gravity. It seems I have underestimated him. Despite being merely at the peak of the second tier, his displayed strength is already reminiscent of the fifth tier. Moreover, coupled with your ominous intent to kill, the power you exhibit has already reached a level comparable to that of someone in the early stages of the fifth tier. However, one must ponder how long your abnormal state can be sustained and how much longer your body can endure this formidable force. Wang Chengguang understood that geniuses possessed the ability to fight beyond their levels, yet he found it hard to believe that anyone could transcend three major realms. After all, he himself was a genius who had once cultivated to the seventh tier and held the position of a general guarding a city. Thus, he speculated that Jing Lu's current condition must be a result of some secret technique or potion. Such an enhancement in power could not possibly last long. As long as he could delay for a moment, Jing Lu would inevitably be unable to maintain it at that point. All he needed to do was to restrain Jing Lu, and he could compel that sixth-tier individual to release him. As for Wang Chengguang's words, Jing Lu offered no response, instead retaliating with a swift stroke of his sword. The murderous aura surrounding Jing Lu continued to swell, soon reaching a level that even made Wang Chengguang's heart race with trepidation. The mask on his face gradually vanished, revealing a pair of crimson eyes filled with madness and brutality. Xuan Pur, the sword intent in Jing Lu's hand grew increasingly fierce, each strike aimed at the vital points of Wang Chengguang. In that moment, the true fifth-tier spiritual energy user found himself somewhat constrained, repeatedly struck by Jing Lu. Were it not for Wang Chengguang's exceptional prowess and past experience, he would have already been left severely crippled. Wang Chengguang had attempted to confront Jing Lu head-on, but he discovered that Jing Lu's attacks were met with unwavering resolve, exchanging injuries for injuries. He would rather be struck than allow a single scratch to remain on his opponent. Gazing into Jing Lu's frenzied eyes, Wang Chengguang felt a chill run down his spine. The onslaught from Jing Lu persisted, each strike faster and more lethal than the last. Having completely lost his sanity, Jing Lu's mind was fixated on one singular goal: to eliminate the person before him and reduce him to mere fragments. With a decisive stomp, Jing Lu propelled himself into the air, the ground beneath him reflecting a bright moon, akin to a mere reflection upon water. The round moon in the dark night, frigid as ice, emitted waves of chilling mist, as if intent on freezing the very fabric of this world. In midair, Jing Lu wielded his sword, the cold air cutting like a blade, the sword's gleam resembling ice, as torrents of icy blue sword light slashed towards Wang Chengguang. Han Xuaning Yu, on the ground. Wang Chengguang's complexion drastically shifted, as Jing Lu's piercing sword light instilled a profound sense of crisis within him. Even from a distance, Zhu Zhisheng, who was observing the battle, was astonished by Jing Lu's strike. Although it posed no immediate threat to him, It was undeniably impressive even among fifth-tier fighters. Moreover, it was worth noting that Jing Lu's current cultivation was not even at the third tier, rendering him a true anomaly. Zhu Zhixing found himself questioning whether, should Jing Lu's power reach the fifth or sixth tier, he would find himself in a position of desperate flight. No, I must return to base and ensure that Jing Lu's uncontrollable threat is dealt with immediately. I do not wish for this individual to suddenly spiral out of control and reduce me to mere pieces. He certainly did not want to become a living puzzle or building blocks. Meanwhile, Yi Yun was taken aback by Jing Lu's brutal offensive style since the onset of the confrontation, feeling a chill run through his entire being. At the same time, he frantically recalled whether he had ever displeased Bai Yuan. If he had, he would immediately prostrate himself in apology. On Wang Qingguang's side, he barely managed to fend off Jing Lu's relentless assaults, yet his body was already riddled with wounds from the sword light. Damn it! He spat, blood spilling from his mouth as the sword energy coursed through him, causing his organs to ache. Though his disbelief, Jing Lu's combat prowess was still on the rise at that moment. Even coping with Jing Lu's ordinary strikes became increasingly arduous, and the thought of retreat began to creep into Wang Qingguang's mind once more. Even if the opponent was a sixth-tier spiritual energy user, he felt compelled to at least try. After all, regardless of the outcome, he would meet his demise. Haha, you have nowhere to run. Yet, as he sought to escape, Jing Lu would not grant him such an opportunity. In but a fleeting moment of contemplation, several deep wounds appeared upon his body. Jing Lu's sword techniques had sealed off all of Wang Qingguang's escape routes. Should he show even a moment's hesitation, Jing Lu's blade would carve a path through his vital points. Realizing this, Wang Qingguang's expression darkened further, his face growing increasingly fierce, and a mad glint ignited in his eyes. Since escape was no longer an option, he resolved to perish alongside his adversary. I will take you down with me. Seizing the brief opening following Jing Lu's strike, Wang Qingguang unleashed a blade, two streams of black light crossing in a cruciform slash aimed at Jing Lu. In Yi Shi Zizhan, this was arguably Wang Qingguang's signature technique, and although it could not compare to his peak performance, he had faith that Jing Lu, at his pinnacle in the second tier, would not withstand this blow. If Jing Lu were willing to absorb his attack in a bid to eliminate him, then they would meet their end together. However, would Jing Lu, ensnared in his demonic state, choose to evade? The answer was a resounding no. The light surged forth. Wu Xia Fei Guang. In the face of Wang Qingguang's assault, Jing Lu merely sidestepped, continuing his relentless strike towards Wang Qingguang's head. Shing, shing. The sound of blades meeting flesh resonated, accompanied by a spray of blood. One of Jing Lu's arms was severed by Wang Qingguang's attack, soaring high before crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Wang Qingguang's head was sent aloft. Chapter 97. My legs are getting a bit tired. Everything unfolded with startling rapidity. Wang Qingguang suddenly abandoned his defense and charged forward to meet Jing Lu. This entire exchange transpired so swiftly that even the sixth-tier Zhu Zhixing was unable to intervene in time. Jian Yun, can a severed limb be healed? Zhu Zhixing immediately turned to inquire of Pei Jinyun, for a missing limb could significantly impact a spiritual energy user. If Pei Jinyun were unable to assist, they would have to preserve Jing Lu's severed arm until they returned to base, where the older generation could treat him. Yes. Pei Jinyun nodded. Even ordinary doctors could reattach recently severed limbs, let alone her. A fifth-tier healing spiritual energy user. Upon hearing Pei Jinyun's assurance, Zhu Zhixing felt a wave of relief wash over him as he turned back. Simultaneously, Jing Lu, having dispatched Wang Qingguang, slowly turned to face their direction. The madness and brutality in his eyes were laid bare, and the terrifying murderous intent that sent shivers down spines bore down upon them. Almost instantaneously, as Jing Lu's gaze fell upon him, Yi Yun's knees buckled, and he sank to the ground. Zhu Zhixing swiftly sidestepped to Jing Lu's side, extending his sword to point at Jing Lu's forehead, allowing a cool energy to flow from his finger into Jing Lu's body. Gradually, Jing Lu emerged from his murderous state, the demonic aura being subdued once more, and his eyes began to regain clarity. Thank you. Noticing Zhu Zhixing standing before him, Jing Lu expressed his gratitude before turning to retrieve his severed arm. Bai Yuan, let me assist you in reattaching your limb. Pei Jinyun approached and offered, no need to trouble yourself. Jing Lu picked up the severed arm and pressed it against the wound, where flesh rapidly formed and intertwined at the site of the injury. Healing the severed limb. Bai Yuan, your regenerative abilities are truly extraordinary. Observing Jing Lu's arm miraculously healing itself, Pei Jinyun couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Nevertheless, she produced a healing potion and sprinkled it on Jing Lu's wound, causing the healing to accelerate even further. In no time at all, Jing Lu's severed arm was fully restored, the skin smooth and unblemished, devoid of any scars. Jing Lu raised his previously severed arm and gave it a shake, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. Why are you kneeling? After his arm was restored, the three returned to their previous spot, only to find Yi Yun still on his knees. Well, it's nothing. My legs are just a bit tired. Yi Yun rose awkwardly from the ground, his tone somewhat sheepish. Has everything concluded? Zhu Zhixing's communication device chimed with messages from other team members. All the Beast God Cult infiltrators had been eliminated. The teleportation array used by the Beast God Cult to infiltrate the secret realm had also been located and destroyed, courtesy of a bomb detonated by Inu. All right, I'll send you my location. Come over, and I'll introduce you to our new companion. More than 10 minutes later, the other members of Zhu Zhixing's team arrived one by one. This time, Jing Lu did not revert to his former self. Instead, he requested Zhu Zhixing to help him temporarily suppress the lingering hostility within him to prevent any loss of control in the short term. As Zhang Xian and the others gradually arrived. They glanced at Yi Yun, then at Jing Lu and the unconscious Yi Xian. None of the individuals we anticipated are here. Could it be that the leader has shifted his focus upon realizing that winning over that person was futile? Come, let me introduce you all. Zhu Zhixing cheerfully led Jing Lu to his teammates, his spirits evidently high. This is our team's vice-captain, Tang Ruhan, an S-tier shadow energy user with a cultivation level in the mid-5th tier. The first person Zhu Zhixing introduced was a tall and graceful woman with long legs and an alluring figure. A black half-mask adorned her face, obscuring her lower visage. Zhu Zhixing introduced her. Tang Ruhan removed her mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful and icy countenance. Pei Jinyun, you know her, an S-tier healing alchemist with a cultivation level in the early 5th tier. The last time they met, Pei Jinyun was at the pinnacle of the 4th rank, but during this interval, she has broken through to the early stages of the 5th rank. This individual named Inu possesses A-grade spiritual energy explosion, currently at the mid-stage of the 5th rank. The third person introduced by Zhu Zhixing is an extraordinarily statuesque woman, whose physique reminds Jing Lu of the last time he encountered such a figure, which was in a Korean comic. Compared to the almost unassuming Pei Jinyun, they are truly two extremes. Yi Yun shares the same thoughts as Jing Lu and casts a glance at Pei Jinyun. You are all so loud. Pei Jinyun's cheeks puff out in irritation, her quiet voice only heightening the annoyance. Hee. Inu chuckles, her impressive figure swaying with her movements, creating quite a spectacle. Little Yun is still young and has plenty of room for growth. She reassures Pei Jinyun with a smile. Really? Pei Jinyun inquires. Of course, as your elder sister. I speak from experience. That's wonderful. I want to be as big as you, sister. Injia, why have you gone quiet? Meanwhile, Zhu Zhixing continues to introduce his team members to Jing Lu. This well-dressed fellow is called Ji Qinglin, an A-grade spiritual energy magician, currently at the mid-stage of the 5th rank. Zhu Zhixing gestures towards Ji Qinglin, who is clad in a suit, his tone tinged with emotion. Hey, all I did was a little magic trick, Captain. You hold a grudge for too long. Ji Qinglin raises his hands in a gesture of surrender, his voice filled with helplessness. Shut it. Don't make me curse you. That was just a little magic trick. It wasn't you who was humiliated. Damn it. I was taking a shower at the time. This guy transported me right in front of everyone. I was still singing while washing. The thought of so many eyes on him in his vulnerable state makes Zhu Zhixing want to explode in anger at this seemingly refined individual. All right, my fault. He genuinely had no idea the captain was in the shower. He merely wanted to test his new skill. This fellow is named Lan Lei, an A-grade spiritual energy martial artist in the late stage of the 5th rank. Zhu Zhixing points to a person dressed in a white training outfit, his hair styled in a heart-shaped curl that reminds Jing Lu of Brand from the anime Crimson Eyes. Finally, the last introduction is Zhang Xian, an SS-grade spiritual energy Taoist, at the pinnacle of the 4th rank. The final individual introduced is a young man dressed in a traditional Chinese short shirt, appearing only slightly older than Bai Yuan and the others. This guy is Bai Yuan, as I mentioned before. Starting today, he is also one of us. After saying this, Zhu Zhixing raises an eyebrow at Jing Lu, clearly indicating that she should introduce herself. Chapter 98 I am Jing Lu, at the SSS grade spiritual energy level. Currently at the pinnacle of the second rank, Jing Lu formally introduces herself, adding at the end, "From now on, please call me Jing Lu." Having decided to join the Lantern Bearers, she wishes to adopt a new identity. Bai Yuan, Zhang Xian glances at the ethereal beauty that is Jing Lu, then turns to Chu Zhisheng. Previously, Chu Zhisheng had mentioned Bai Yuan was male. The others, apart from Pei Jinyun, also look at Chu Zhisheng with confusion. This is her spiritual energy. It transforms her appearance when activated. After hearing Chu Zhisheng's explanation, the group expresses their astonishment at such a unique spiritual energy. It truly is a sight to behold. Furthermore, an SSS-grade spiritual energy is superior to all of their talents combined. All right, everything is settled. We should take our leave. Chu Zhisheng stretches his limbs and addresses the group. MHM? Jing Lu nods, then turns to Yi Yun. Rest assured. You need not worry, I won't spill your secrets, not even to Yi Xian, Yi Yun assures, thumping his chest. After a moment of silence, Jing Lu approaches Yi Xian and places her sword beside her. Rising, she turns to Chu Zhisheng and says, "Let's go. Bai Yuan, you're leaving now. What about the 9 continents examination?" Although Jing Lu had just stated her intention to join this group, it shouldn't interfere with her participation in the 9 continents examination. Right? Joining a national department shouldn't conflict with attending university. Are you leaving now and abandoning your studies? Or does joining this secret department grant you direct admission to Xiaozhou University? Is it that good? The department has specialized training programs for new recruits. There's no need to attend university. Jing Lu fabricated a reason. After all, it's the foremost evil cult in Xiaozhou. Surely they wouldn't lack a place for training new talents. Or perhaps the Lantern Bearers, like other related departments, recruit from various spiritual energy universities. But that would be rather fantastical. If that were the case, keen minds would inevitably deduce something. Therefore, Jing Lu believes the Lantern Bearers must have their own training facilities, much like the military, and at this juncture, can they still hold examinations? Although the 9 continents examination typically does not allow for retakes, given the circumstances, it would only be reasonable to postpone it for a few days. Don't worry, we've handled everything. The injured students have been fully treated and restored at IT, absolutely won't delay your examinations. I believe at most, they will extend your exam time by half a day, Chu Zhisheng boasts with pride, asserting that the Lantern Bearer's aftercare is quite professional. Oh, I see. Jing Lu reflects. After all, the highest rank among the Beast God cult's intruders is only at the 5th rank, with a healing practitioner like Pei Jinyun on their side. Treating the students' injuries would pose no difficulty. Hence, there is no need to allow the candidates to recuperate before rescheduling the 9 continents examination. However, it may not be so straightforward. She has heard that the Beast God cult's incursions are not solely targeting Yun City. Other cities with SSS-grade spiritual energy awakeners have also fallen victim. If candidates from other continents have suffered significantly, it is possible the 9 continents examination may be rescheduled. However, if only 1 or 2 continents are in dire straits, it could be a different story. Chu Zhisheng's statement trails off, yet everyone present comprehends his implication. Whether or not the 9 continents examination will be rescheduled is subject to a vote among the continents. If candidates from several continents have sustained considerable injuries, it is certain they will advocate for a reschedule. Yet if only 1 or 2 continents are considerably worse off, one can only guess whether the other continents would agree to a reschedule. After bidding farewell to Yi Yun, Jing Lu follows Chu Zhisheng and the others to the exit of the martial examination's secret realm. Everyone step back, let me handle this. Gazing at the seal stone blocking the secret realm's exit, Chu Zhisheng instructs the others. Once they have retreated to a safe distance, Chu Zhisheng's aura surges dramatically, a torrent of thunder and fire energy erupting from within him. His eyes begin to shift. The left one flickers with lightning as if a thunder dragon rampages, while the right glows with a fierce flame, as if the very heavens are ablaze. He raises the high above his head, the thunder and fire energy intertwining at the blade's tip. With a powerful step forward, he creates a crater in the ground, twisting his waist with force, and brings the crashing down. Slash! The thunder and fire energy explodes with ferocity. Like a deity descending, the sound of the explosion deafening. Crack! As Chu Zhisheng's furious strike lands on the seal stone, the cracks upon it begin to widen once more. Eventually, the fissures spread across the entire surface of the stone, culminating in a resounding explosion as it shatters completely. Boom! Chu Zhisheng twirls planting it into the ground with a dull thud. How about that? When it comes down to it, you still need to rely on me. Chu Zhisheng turns to the others, pride evident in his tone. Hemph. It's just that you've consumed more air over the years. Just wait until I reach the 6th rank. A single strike of the 5 Thunder method will suffice. Zhang Xian immediately counters, refusing to let Chu Zhisheng bask in glory. People often enjoy showing off before others, but when someone tries to show off before them, they must suppress it. If they can't suppress it and let the other person take the limelight, that would be a travesty. There shall be no one greater than myself in this world. You little. Just as Chu Zhisheng was about to retort, individuals surged in from the secret realm's entrance. These newcomers are the guards of Yun City. To break the seal stone from the outside, one would need to possess 7th rank strength. Thus, they could only wait outside temporarily. Although the city lord in general had reassured them that someone was responsible within the martial examination secret realm and that there would be no issues. Concern still lingered. Upon witnessing the seal of the secret realm finally lifted, they naturally rushed in at the first opportunity. Chu Zhisheng glanced at the arriving individuals and once again produced his night watchman credentials. How should one put it? The identity of a night watchman is remarkably useful. After confirming the authenticity of Chu Zhisheng's credentials, they did not even conduct a thorough inspection before granting passage. While Jing Lu breathed a sigh of relief at the lack of an identity check, this lack of scrutiny caused her to frown. Rest assured, it's not that they are careless. It's because the night watchmen are absolutely loyal. Seemingly reading Jing Lu's thoughts, Chu Zhisheng remarked. He did not elaborate on why the night watchman would never betray. Chapter 99. After leaving the martial examination secret realm and arriving at a deserted location, Jing Lu transformed back into Bai Yuan's appearance. Bai Yuan's eyes were filled with exhaustion. Sustaining the form of Jing Lu for such an extended period had taken its toll. Although he had the assistance of Chu Zhisheng to stabilize his condition, it was not his own strength, and the myriad of negative emotions within him continued to torment his heart. Witnessing Bai Yuan's transformation from a stunning beauty back to his current state left Tang Ruhan and the others in a state of astonishment. Although they had been informed prior, hearing it was one thing, while seeing it with their own eyes was entirely different. Go bid farewell to your family, Chu Zhisheng advised Bai Yuan, as the matter at hand had come to a conclusion. And it was time for them to leave Yun City. Bai Yuan nodded and made his way towards where his sister was. However, he did not approach her directly. Instead, he communicated with Shua Shui to come over, instructing him not to let Bai Xinyue know. Seizing an opportune moment when Bai Xinyue was distracted, Shua Shui quietly slipped away. When Bai Xinyue engaged in conversation with Shua Shui, she suddenly realized that Shua Shui, who had been by her side all along, was now absent, prompting her to search through the crowd. Boss, isn't the Jiuzhou Grand Examination still ongoing? Why did you come out early? Did something happen? Why do you want me to keep it from the eldest sister? Shua Shui inquired, jogging towards Bai Yuan. Shua Shui, we are about to leave. Bai Yuan explained the events that transpired in the martial examination secret realm, along with his future plans. Are we really leaving now? Shua Shui cast a glance towards where Bai Xinyue and the others were, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Over the past few days, he had grown quite close to the Bai family, and the thought of departing so suddenly weighed heavily on him. It's not a permanent farewell. We will undoubtedly return. The reason he had joined the lantern bearers under the guise of Jing Lu was to preserve an identity that would still allow him to walk in the sunlight. Boss, won't you say goodbye to the eldest sister? Shua Shui knew of the strong bond between Bai Yuan and Bai Xinyue, and he felt that if Bai Yuan left without a word, it would surely sadden her to no need. Bai Yuan glanced towards his sister, who was still searching for Shua Shui. He smiled helplessly, not wishing to involve her in the affairs of the lantern bearers. Let us return home first. Since the martial examination prohibited bringing other items inside, Bai Yuan's storage ring was left at home. After a little over 10 minutes, he returned to retrieve the storage ring. Before leaving, Bai Yuan hesitated and left 3 letters behind, one for his parents, one for Yixin, and one for his sister Bai Xinyue. Placing the envelopes on the dining table, he departed with Shua Shui. After leaving home, Bai Yuan arrived at the Hero Alliance, exchanging the sword feathers he had earned for a long sword spirit tool, Han Shuang. The blade measured approximately 7 feet, its surface translucent and ice blue, emanating wisps of chill. Holding Han Shuang, Bai Yuan made his way to the gathering spot mentioned by Chu Zhisheng, where the others awaited him. Shall we not wait for your parents to return to say goodbye? Although the distance was considerable, Chu Zhisheng's mental acuity allowed him to sense that the battle there was nearing its conclusion. No, I left a letter at home. All right then, let us be on our way. Within the martial examination's secret realm, Yi Xian had awakened from her stupor, cradling Bai Yuan's long sword, her mind replaying the words spoken to her by Yi Yun moments earlier, in order to resolve the latent risks associated with his spiritual energy. Bai Yuan had departed with individuals from the relevant governmental department. Yi Yun had only shared this much with her. Regarding Bai Yuan's spiritual energy and the transformation into a woman, he had remained tight-lipped. Yi Xian, are you all right? Yi Yun asked with concern, noticing the distant expression on Yi Xian's face. Since Yi Xian had awakened, more than 10 minutes had passed, yet she remained motionless, gazing into the distance while clutching Bai Yuan's sword. Honestly, this guy Bai Yuan didn't even wait for Yi Xian to awaken before leaving. He is truly breaking a girl's heart. He should be cautious that Yi Xian may no longer want him in the future. Sighing, Yi Yun decided to assist Bai Yuan one last time, considering he had been envious of the mech model he intended to gift her. Ahem, Yi Xian, Bai Yuan didn't he mean to leave before you woke up? It was just that at that moment, he was struggling to control his spiritual energy, and before Yi Yun could finish his carefully constructed explanation, Yi Xian stood up, holding the sword left by Bai Yuan. I understand, thank you. Yi Xian expressed her gratitude as she rose. Of course, we are classmates after all. Moreover, your husband has indeed compensated me, Yi Yun silently added in her thoughts. Perhaps it could be wife. Recalling Bai Yuan's appearance as Jing Lu, Yi Yun was uncertain. Yi Xian secured Bai Yuan's sword at her waist, grasped her spear, and saluted Yi Yun. The martial examination has yet to conclude. We must not delay any further. Wishing you great success in martial arts. Wishing you great success as well, Yi Yun replied with a smile, and the two parted ways to continue hunting beasts for points. Yi Xian dashed towards the grasslands, while Yi Yun opted for the forest, which suited his abilities better. Outside Yun City, Bai Donglin and his companions had firmly gained the upper hand in battle. The Howling Moon Wolf King, under Bai Donglin's relentless assault, had been reduced to a bloody mess, resembling a creature of pure slaughter. Shang Yuanhai, engulfed in the flames of Yi Zhiping, could only retreat into his shell, fulfilling Yi Zhiping's desire to roast the turtle once more. In contrast to the dire situations of the Howling Moon Wolf King and Shang Yuanhai, the circumstances for the seven-tailed demon fox and Situli were relatively better. However, should Bai Donglin and Yi Zhiping eliminate their current adversaries and turn their attention to assist the two women, defeat would be inevitable. Exchanging glances, the seven-tailed demon fox and Situli realized they could not linger any longer and resolved to escape together. With a flicker of pink light in her eyes, the seven-tailed demon fox unleashed a mental assault on Gu Yuzhu and Gu Qiuting. Simultaneously, seizing the moment of their disorientation, Situli erupted with a formidable aura, wielding a blood-red spear to force the two back. However, just as they attempted to flee, the Howling Moon Wolf King was finally slain by Bai Donglin. After dispatching the Howling Moon Wolf King,